A colossal beast 1,000 meters long. A terrifying atomic breath. A seventh-tier altered human who could flatten an abyss with a single palm. Loneliness, coldness. In a dazed, muddle-headed trance, Jiang Hao seemed to hear the voice of his university lecturer lecturing in class. Am I dead? Jiang Hao's head felt groggy, yet the voice still seemed to echo by his ears. He snapped his eyes open only to see a university classroom before him, at once familiar, yet estranging. Horror surged in his heart as his trembling hand fumbled in his pocket for his phone. November 6, 2025. Have I been reborn? I've returned to a week before the apocalypse descends. Jiang Hao's voice trembled, tears instantly blurring his vision. The faces of former friends, comrades in arms, and enemies flashed past his eyes one after another. Having been granted a second life, the pains of the past would eventually fade, yet the memories would endure. First, I have to obtain that item. Mongshan Yanhu. This was a famous leisure spot in L City. Following the intel from his previous life, Jiang Hao arrived here and was soon drawn to a small pier within the Yanhu scenic area. The pier was nothing more than a few planks of wood tied together. It looked more like a makeshift fishing platform put together by local anglers. He walked over and stepped onto the fishing platform. Recalling the fragmented intel from his previous life, Jiang Hao slowly raised his hand and reached toward the surface of the lake ahead. A clear chime rang out. His body seemed to have been triggered by something. As his palm extended forward, it met resistance. It felt like a wall, or perhaps a door panel. Jiang Hao swallowed hard, his tongue feeling as parched as if it had been dried out. A creak sounded. A door opened. Inside was pitch black, utterly devoid of light. Is it here? From sheer nervousness, beads of sweat had already oozed from Jiang Hao's forehead. Drawing a deep breath, he lifted his foot and resolutely leaped in. Ding! Carbon-based life form detected. System scanning in progress. Scan complete. Conditions for system recognition met. Commencing recognition. Recognition complete. Binding master designation 013. Initial storage space unlocked. System name Xing bound to host. Host name Jiang Hao. Gender male. System level 0. Status unopened collapsible state. Upgrade requirements prerequisite building medical center steel 0 units. Timber 0 units. Grain 0 units. Water 0 units. Resource reserve steel 200 units. Timber 200 units. Grain 700 units. Water 100 units. This is it. Jiang Hao's voice was shaking. At this moment, he finally confirmed that he had found that base. At the bottom of the main interface, 2 additional sub-interfaces unfolded infrastructure and units. He opened the infrastructure interface and a list of buildings available in a level 0 base instantly appeared on the holographic display panel. Medical center, 6 units of steel, 6 units of timber, construction time 2 days. Young man, want to take a shot? What are you thinking? I'm in an injection. Storage center 1 units of timber, 5 units of steel, construction time 1 day. Building this means you've already solved basic food and clothing. What are you planning to let your surplus grain rot? Hurry up and build it. Machine workshop 2 units of steel, 5 units of timber, construction time 2 days. Look, this structure is absolutely a product of a new era. It will lead you toward the future. Jitong farm 1 units of timber, 2 units of steel, construction time 2 days. People live on food. The grain produced here is guaranteed to be the greenest. Water purification station 1 units of steel, 8 units of timber, construction time 3 days. Hey, this place produces the purest source of life. If you don't build it, are you planning to drink contaminated water in the apocalypse? If you want to turn into a zombie, then I never said anything. War workshop 2 units of steel, 5 units of timber, construction time 2 days. Here you'll find everything you desire. These were all the buildings a level 0 base could construct. Jiang Hao silently fixed his gaze on the building named Medical Center. Good grief, its construction cost was almost on par with the resources needed to upgrade the base. Jiang Hao discovered that among these buildings, some, such as the storage center and machine workshop, could be built multiple times, while others like the medical center could be constructed only once. Beneath the infrastructure interface, there was also a units interface. It contained all units that could be directly exchanged for at the current stage engineering robot, 30 units of steel, construction time 1 minute, capable of resource collection and basic infrastructure construction. Sentinel-grade autocannon 50 units of steel, construction time 30 minutes. Caliber is justice. Think rifle calibers are too small. Try switching to an autocannon. This thing can be mounted on city walls for 24-hour monitoring. Military off-road vehicle 1 units of steel, construction time 6 hours. A crude transport tool. Only primitives would still be using it. Maximum speed 160 kilometers per hour. Bulldog 50 units of steel, construction time 5 minutes. An entry-level guardian-type mechanical dog, a basic combat unit of the Xing system with capabilities equivalent to a first-tier mutant beast. It can provide the host and the base with a minimal level of defensive power. Tang Saber, 30 units of steel, construction time 1 minute, a close-quarters melee weapon. If this interests you, it's only because you haven't seen the item below. Type 01 automatic rifle, 40 units of steel, construction time 5 minutes, just a tiny bit better than a fire poker. I'm not talking about the item above, you know what I mean. Also, ammunition for this thing is counted separately. Hyena wheeled armored vehicle, 400 units of steel, construction time 10 hours. With this ride you can swim through seas of zombies. So powerful. Jiang Hao stared dumbfounded at the unit's exchange interface. Remarkable. This was merely a base at its initial level, yet it could already mass-produce first-tier powerhouses. No wonder in my previous life that person could snatch away an entire province even under the combined assault of the 7 martial saints. Looking at the exchange list on the panel, Jiang Hao's heart leapt with wild joy, even his palms growing slick with sweat. I'm going to be rich, truly rich. An abandoned iron mine. Though situated in a valley ringed by mountains on all sides, there was still a single winding road from the northwest leading in. Most importantly, just beyond this mountain lay the largest active iron ore mining site near P City. Jiang Hao intended to choose this place as the location of his main base. The base came with an inherent cloaking function, so he had no fear of discovery. Reaching a desolate open area where hardly anyone ever passed, Jiang Hao finally came to a halt. He tightened his fist slightly, then relaxed it, revealing the construction sigil on his palm. Xing system, deploy the base. As his words fell, the space before him twisted. He could faintly hear subtle clicking and clanking sounds. Before long, everything returned to calm. Xing deployment complete. New base established. Please name the base. Jiang Hao gazed into the distance. At the far end of his sight, the surrounding mountains converged. The setting sun, blood red, bathed everything around in a layer of fiery color. Dusk deepened slowly, swallowing that radiance. Yet the sun would rise again as always. Just like the phoenix, taking wing, reborn in the flames. Jiang Hao turned back, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. Facing the open ground ahead, he said softly, we'll call it Fengkewu. As his words faded, Jiang Hao leaped toward the open ground. His body pierced through some unseen barrier as though plunging into water. An indescribable softness enveloped him. In the next instant, the scene before his eyes suddenly opened up. Towering karst mountains thrust into the clouds with dark green pines standing proudly among them. Accompanied by moonlight came the ringing sound of flowing water. Under the silver glow, a waterfall plummeted from over 1,000 meters high, crashing down to form a vast impact lake far below. Mist billowed over the lake's surface, the massive impact churning the water into a rolling sea of vapor that hung above it, glistening brilliantly under the moon. Right before Jiang Hao stood a city that occupied nearly 70% of the entire plain. Its stacked stone walls were somewhat low, mottled moss upon them, bearing the marks of time. Within the city, vast stretches of open ground proclaimed it an untouched virgin land. The only visible building was a simple dwelling perched on a towering mountainside. That was the heart of the entire city. Following a wild path choked with weeds up the mountainside, Jiang Hao finally reached the central area of the city. At the entrance of the building, a bulldog with a body brimming with cyberpunk aesthetics was wagging its tail at him in a pitiful plea. This was the base's default defense system, and at present his only personal bodyguard. Pushing the door open, Jiang Hao walked in. What greeted him was the system panel displayed through a massive holographic projection. Territory named Fengkewu. Status deployed. Territory area 20 square kilometers. Buildings command center 1, a simple city walls 4. Individual units, Bulldog 1. Resource reserves, steel 220 units, timber 200 units, grain 700 units, water 100 units. The Xing system data had already changed. The added steel came from some scrap materials Jiang Hao had brought with him. His main goal was to test how the system's recycling mechanism operated. Just as Jiang Hao had guessed the moment he entered Fengkewu, the materials he carried were recorded on the system panel. After a moment's consideration, Jiang Hao decided to convert all his initial resources into Sentinel-grade autocannons. Units exchanged directly through the system panel were not restricted by the medical center. Even without building a medical center, these directly exchanged items could still function normally. At present, the territory's defenses were far too fragile and urgently needed strengthening. Production of engineering robots, on the other hand, could be delayed. After all, the apocalypse had yet to arrive. The world was still running as usual. If he released engineering robots to collect resources now and exposed Fengkewu's existence, it would run counter to Jiang Hao's doctrine of lying low to grow. After the base deployed, new structures such as the engineering robot production line and the Bulldog production line appeared on the system panel. Items produced through these lines were 50% cheaper than direct exchanges from the panel. These were clearly meant for large-scale production, something far beyond what Jiang Hao's current assets could aspire to. Night slowly fell. In the depths of these mountains, the command post was his only campsite. Fortunately, although the cabin was not large, it was well equipped. The interior followed a typical two-bedroom dome living room layout. The living room's function had been taken over by the holographic projection panel, making it the core area of the entire system. In the master bedroom, besides simple furniture, there was also a private bathroom. The other small bedroom resembled a study. There were hardly any books inside, but a thick stack of system manuals had been placed there. All of this together made up the simple style of a level 0 system. Lying on the soft bed, Jiang Hao silently calculated. There were 5 days left until the apocalypse. Then tomorrow. The chime for 6 o'clock rang right on time. Jiang Hao rubbed his drowsy eyes and glanced at the digital clock hanging on the wall. November 13th, 2025. The end of the world arrives today. He let out a slow breath, his feelings mixed, yet above all he was excited. It was the sensation of everything being prepared with only the final spark missing. Stretching his body, Jiang Hao strode casually out of the room. Before him, within the territory of Xing, the world had already been remade. On the once empty expanse now stood 3 majestic buildings. The larger one was a courtyard-style complex. Within its spacious yard, 6 rice paddies were densely laid out. Fish occasionally leapt from the water, splashing crystal droplets into the air, while 6 or 7 engineering robots busied themselves among the fields. In Xing's territory, every construction unit was produced fully automatically. The entire process required no human labor. Following Jiang Hao's gaze, a massive holographic panel unfolded above the building before his eyes. Base Pond Farm LV1. Crops: rapid growth paddy rice, rapid growth Daoxiang fish. Growth cycle 7 days. Yield 5000 units of rice every 7 days, 1000 units of Daoxiang fish every 7 days. Jiang Hao had completed the farm on the 11th, and after several days of growth, the rice in the fields already stood over half a meter tall, rising and falling in the breeze like gentle waves. The other 2 structures were the water purification station and the war workshop, both built in a stark modern utilitarian style. Water purification station, LV1. Production cycle 1 day. Output 500 units per day. Quality level 1 drinking water. War workshop, LV1. Type 01 automatic rifle, 20 units of steel. Output 300 rifles per day. 7. 62mm bullets, 20 units of steel per crate. Output 200 crates per day. Tang blades, 15 units of steel. Output 120 blades per day. Sentry class autocannon, 25 units of steel. Output 50 units per day. Military off-road vehicle, 500 units of steel. Output 10 vehicles per day. Hyena wheeled armored vehicle, 200 units of steel. Output 3 vehicles per day. Bulldog, 25 units of steel. Output 500 units per day. These 3 buildings before him, together with the mountain of supplies piled up inside the command center, were the entirety of Jiang Hao's current fortune. After days of relentless effort, Jiang Hao had finally burned through every bit of savings he had accumulated over the years, just in time to complete these 3 structures on the very day the apocalypse was about to arrive. In a small 5th-tier city, he still owned an apartment, the only inheritance his parents had left him before they died. But selling a house within a single week was impossible, and once the apocalypse descended, such things would no longer matter at all. At that moment, Jiang Hao's phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Xiao Su, far away in L City. Xiao Su's family had been neighbors with Jiang Hao since childhood, and their 2 families had always been close. After establishing Xing, Jiang Hao had tried to contact Xiao Su immediately, but the man's phone had never gone through. He had not expected the call to finally come only now. Shuzi, listen to me. I don't care where you are right now. Go to a supermarket and buy supplies, then find a sturdy building and lock yourself in. Store as much water as you can. No matter what happens outside, ignore it, and wait for me to come and pull you out. As he spoke, Jiang Hao lifted his head to look at the sky. It was not yet noon, but the light was already dimming, clouds thickening overhead. This was the harbinger of the apocalypse. His time was running out. What? Guoganji, are you out of your mind? Saying all this, don't tell me you think the end of the world is coming. Xiao Su's mocking voice came over the line. Guoganji, Duke, was the nickname he had given Jiang Hao because Jiang Hao once claimed to be a descendant of Suda. You guessed right. The apocalypse really is coming. Shuzi, you've spent plenty of time online. You know the stories. Just do exactly what those books say. Once you find a place, send me the location. Hurry. You don't have much time. I am not joking with you. After everything we've been through together, if you trust me, then do as I say. Once I finish things on my end, I'll come drag you out of there. Silence fell on the other end of the line. Only after a long pause did Xiao Su's voice return. All right. After hanging up, Jiang Hao had already reached the city gate. The city wall was still crude, yet the 5 heavy fire support autocannons mounted upon it filled Jiang Hao with a strange sense of security. Sentry-class autocannon, caliber 30mm, a rate of fire 3500 rounds per minute. These could pierce even armored vehicles and tanks. In the early days of the apocalypse, when even Tier 1 mutant beasts were scarce, the killing power of such weapons would be nothing short of terrifying. Gazing into the distance at the 3 buildings, an almost paternal, gratified smile slowly appeared on Jiang Hao's face. This would be the starting point of everything for him, and his only capital for surviving that hell on Earth. For anyone, the apocalypse was a trial of the human heart. In his previous life, Jiang Hao had seen executives abandon everything just for a single meal, and he had also seen a sanitation worker over 50 years old give away his last rations to a child on the verge of death. It was people who were noble, never their professions. This truth was laid bare for the first time in the apocalypse. And now Jiang Hao was about to set out to face the first great trial that the end times would pose to him. The crude city gates slowly opened, revealing a brand new military off-road vehicle waiting outside. Jiang Hao beckoned toward the interior of the city, and a sturdy bulldog bounded over to him. The dog even wagged its palm-sized metal tail, then rolled onto the ground, revealing its smooth metallic belly. It was actually trying to act cute. Stupid dog. Jiang Hao slapped the bulldog's belly with a laughing curse, then took a coarse cloth cloak from the car and draped it over the half-meter-tall metal body, concealing it before calling the bulldog into the vehicle. Bulldog low-tier combat unit. Combat strength equivalent to a Tier 1 mutant beast. Loyalty 100. Within the territory of Fengsiwu, everything appeared before Jiang Hao in the form of data. This was his ability as the Lord of Fengsiwu and the very foundation of the city's stable development. Jiang Hao patted the bulldog's head, murmuring, as if to himself, "Apocalypse, here I come." Fengsiwu lay merely 10 kilometers in a straight line from City P. Within half an hour, Jiang Hao had already driven into the city center. City P bustled as ever, its people oblivious to the gathering gloom overhead, the metropolis humming along its familiar rhythm. Jiang Hao parked his car, then stopped at a nearby convenience store to purchase supplies before checking into a modest hotel. Xing report on the territory's status. He silently summoned the system in his mind. Though he had lost the ability to visualize data of any object upon leaving the territory, he could still maintain seamless communication with the system. Master, the Fengsiwu territory remains stable. The war workshop is currently idle. The Jitong farm operates at full capacity. The first harvest will mature in 4 days. The water purification station functions normally, having produced 300 units of Grade 1 potable water. Ding. Territory analysis detects absence of storage warehouses. Construct one immediately, or spoilage will ensue. Instantly, a vivid mental image of the Fengsiwu territory unfolded before him. With a leisurely stretch, he turned his gaze toward the television where the season's most popular soap opera played. Jiang Hao savored this quiet moment. He gently stroked the head of the bulldog resting beside him. The mechanical hound responded with startling warmth, nuzzling his hand and emitting soft, plaintive whines. "What a foolish dog," he chided, smiling. At that very instant, the sky shifted once more, its already overcast expanse now suffused with ethereal rosy light. Gradually, half the heavens blazed with that luminous hue. "It has begun." Jiang Hao's expression brightened, his voice tinged with an inexplicable thrill. He rose, seized the nearly empty wine bottle, and drained its final dregs. The last sip of pre-apocalyptic wine. Across the horizon, the sky bled crimson. Soon, with a howling shriek of atmospheric rupture, those crimson auroras revealed their true form before the entire world. Countless fireballs plummeted like rain, most incinerated entirely within the atmosphere. The surviving fragments streaked downward like meteors striking the earth. Jiang Hao stood by the window, bearing silent witness. People screamed and fled blindly through the streets. Before long, blazing debris crashed through rooftops, igniting homes and claiming lives. This is only the beginning. Jiang Hao knew it all too well. This was merely the opening act. Those fiery raindrops were in truth shattered remnants of satellites orbiting Blue Planet. Nearly 10,000 satellites disintegrated in that single cataclysmic instant. No one knew what horror had transpired in low Earth orbit. When the apocalypse truly descended, humanity, facing overwhelming monstrous beasts and aberrant beings, would struggle merely to survive. They would lose even the courage to gaze upon the stars. No one knew how long this calamity would endure. Though nations had swiftly assessed its magnitude and launched emergency response and investigation efforts, it was already too late. As the celestial conflagration subsided and the sky regained its calm, it transformed anew, its azure hue restored. Then came an eerie cerulean radiance, soon dominating the firmament, followed by drifting motes, green, blue, or yellow, falling like spectral snowflakes. The moment these snowflakes appeared, global communications collapsed utterly. Civilization regressed 50 years in an instant. Spores. Jiang Hao watched the shimmering descent, his gaze no longer serene. Who could have imagined these seemingly harmless specks were the architects of annihilation? Upon touching ground, they took root, and within moments the world was irrevocably remade. Spores sprouted across soil, lakes, roads, and buildings alike. They erupted into grotesque flora, glowing with an uncanny cerulean luminescence. Bathed in that light, every living being on Blue Planet began to mutate. Crops withered overnight as though stricken by plague, arable land turned barren, rivers clouded with a faint, nauseating stench. Next came livestock and wild beasts. Under that eerie glow, they sank into a hibernation-like slumber. Yet beneath the stillness raged profound transformation, their genomes restructured, preparing for the next evolutionary leap. Finally, humanity, the former sovereigns of Blue Planet, joined the reckoning. This colossal species, numbering over 7 billion souls, proved no exception. Under that alien radiance, nearly 1/5 of Earth's population perished instantly. Of the survivors, most lost self-awareness. Exuding a foul miasma, they wandered aimlessly like hollow shells of their former selves. They fed on the living, drawn by sound alone. A piercing scream shattered the city's fragile silence, a throat torn open by a zombie's bite. Mutation had begun, and spread like wildfire across the urban core. Inside the room, Jiang Hao too succumbed to the light's influence. He writhed on the floor, groaning in agony. Alcohol's numbing haze dulled the pain, but sweat still soaked his clothes. The bulldog lay beside him, whimpering softly, as if sharing his torment, yet powerless to intervene. Jiang Hao underwent a third path of transformation, not death, not zombification, but something else entirely. His long-clogged meridians slowly unsealed under the light's influence. In this era starved of spiritual energy, his atrophied channels gradually swelled with renewed vitality. Thus heralded the dawn of humanity's martial Dao era. Simultaneously across the globe, such metamorphoses unfolded, deep, synchronized, irreversible. Some like Jiang Hao awakened innate martial aptitude, others manifested extraordinary abilities. Yet most felt nothing, scattering like frightened dogs before the undead horde. Or bitten, they would soon join their ranks. This was only the first tremor of catastrophe. Human civilization plunged irrevocably into abyssal darkness. After a brief, searing convulsion, Jiang Hao rose again. His body now sheathed in a layer of black residue, the external manifestation of meridian unblocking and fundamental bodily refinement. Xing report on the territory's status. He rushed into the bathroom, turning on the shower to rinse away the grime while querying the system. His greatest fear was whether the territory had been compromised by the radiation of those luminous spores. If so, all his prior efforts would be rendered void. Master Fengkewu remains unaffected. The system's reply brought immediate relief. Once cleansed and prepared, Jiang Hao grasped his Tang Dao and stepped out of the room. The bulldog bolted ahead. Here amidst the zombie-infested ruins, a level 1 spirit beast commanded absolute dominion. Jiang Hao's combat gear included a holographic interface. Synchronizing vision with the bulldog, he saw, projected onto his retinas, exactly what the hound perceived. The air reeked of decay and gunpowder. The ravaged streets bore no trace of past prosperity. Bloodstains splattered across the pavement testified to unspeakable slaughter. On the ruined thoroughfare, 3 zombies crouched together, devouring a man who had fallen only moments before. Mutation surging through his veins, dragging him inexorably toward undeath. Yet the zombies granted him no chance to join their ranks. To these soulless entities, feeding was primal instinct, to consume everything edible before their own vital spark flickered out. His body still twitched as great chunks of flesh were torn away, then fell utterly still. Such scenes repeated endlessly across the corpse of that once vibrant city. Jiang Hao advanced, sword in hand, his newly evolved body light as mist. With a thunderous roar, the bulldog charged. Within moments, the 3 zombies lay decapitated. Above the snowflakes continued their descent. Jiang Hao tilted his head upward, and among the swirling cascade, one spore glowed with an unmistakable vivid crimson radiance. That is it. Relief washed over his face. He had chosen this location for 2 reasons: abundant resources, and that very crimson spore now drifting steadily toward the horizon. Spore's a peculiar organism. No one knows where it originated. In the second year of the apocalypse, the hidden secrets of this extraordinary creature that triggered a global catastrophe were finally discovered. Though this inconspicuous organism is the root cause of the apocalypse, it simultaneously presents a rare opportunity for both humans and animals. Determining the direction in which the spore fell, a man and his dog sprinted down the street. Amidst the cries of despair, Jiang Hao wielded his Tang Dao, effortlessly slicing through 2 zombies blocking the way, and soon the duo dashed toward the outskirts, bypassing the dilapidated shanty district. Vehicles lay overturned on the road, remnants of those who had mutated while driving their cars, veering uncontrollably into surrounding fences. Traffic had long been paralyzed, and the air was thick with the increasingly pungent stench of blood and decay. Jiang Hao crossed a high overpass where the buildings below appeared noticeably shorter. Just after turning a corner, Jiang Hao caught a whiff of an acrid scent of blood. Following the odor, he and his dog arrived at a courtyard. Number 1, go. The bulldog leaped over a 2-meter-high wall and charged into the courtyard. The live feed quickly arrived, causing Jiang Hao's pupils to constrict. In the courtyard, fresh bloodstains were scattered everywhere amidst the chaos, where a child around 3 to 4 years old was kneeling, a crimson tongue licking a bud of a flower before him. Hearing the commotion, the child slowly raised his head, his ashen gaze devoid of color and pale skin already beginning to show signs of corpse-like spots, his skin slightly bulging, signaling an impending evolution. Without hesitation, the bulldog charged into the courtyard and pounced on the small zombie. The power of a first-tier aberrant beast erupted instantly, leaving the small zombie no time to react as the mechanical jaws tore its head and shoulders apart. Jiang Hao rushed into the courtyard, and the bulldog immediately bounded over, wagging its tail excitedly, as if seeking praise. Quite humane, what a good dog. Jiang Hao smiled as he patted the dog's head, then turned his gaze toward the blooming flower. Just by getting closer, Jiang Hao felt his body tremble. The flower that had grown from the spore contained an eerie energy, exactly the one he had been searching for. These flowers held immense opportunities. The 7 martial saints, who rapidly rose to power at the beginning of the apocalypse in his previous life, all gained their fortunes from these spores, ultimately becoming the 7 major forces in the Xinzhou district. In this life, Jiang Hao ventured out of his territory for this very spore. According to intel from his past life, this inconspicuous little flower was once the opportunity of Li Changhe, the immortal martial saint, one of the 7 martial saints. Li Changhe rose to prominence in the southwest, achieving emperor-level cultivation in 1 year, and in 3 years, he became a martial saint. After his ascent, he rapidly occupied a large part of the southwest, with his formidable cultivation ultimately becoming one of the top forces in Xinzhou district. In this life, I shall seize the opportunity of the immortal martial saint. Gazing at the flower still in its budding stage, Jiang Hao felt a surge of ambition. For now the flower was not yet fully matured, and Jiang Hao could only stand guard here. At this moment, he noticed that while he was lost and thought the bulldog had returned to the half-corrupted corpse tearing at it, until it retrieved a warm-colored crystal the size of a marble from the heart. Crystal nucleus. Jiang Hao's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected that this time luck was on his side, obtaining a crystal nucleus from an ordinary zombie. Crystal nuclei are energy crystals formed by these mutated organisms. Typically, only first-tier aberrant beasts produce them. Ordinary zombies have a chance of yielding them, but they are quite rare. Jiang Hao had slaughtered no fewer than 10 zombies on his journey, and only this one had produced a crystal nucleus. The moment he touched the crystal nucleus, the system's notification sounded. New resource detected: energy crystal. It will activate the energy crystal resource bar once the host returns to the territory. There are hidden resources. Jiang Hao was taken aback. This was unexpected. From the system's prompt, it was clear that this resource was not something a level 0 territory could produce, perhaps only to be discovered after upgrading the territory. While pondering, Jiang Hao instructed the bulldog to keep watch outside, while he quietly awaited the flower's maturation in the courtyard. He placed the crystal nucleus into his storage space, which the system provided with a capacity of 5,000 units. At this moment, Jiang Hao's storage space was already filled with over 400 units of items, mostly consisting of scrap metal and solid wood furniture. Since the system does not discriminate against reclaimed resources, this greatly facilitated Jiang Hao's search for materials, allowing him to gather freely. Just then, his previously joyous expression suddenly stiffened. Through the visual synchronization, Jiang Hao saw a robust male zombie sprinting towards his position around the corner of the alley. The zombie seemed to have sensed the situation at home. Its speed was incredible, leaping over 3 meters in a single bound, arriving at the door in the blink of an eye. Only then did Jiang Hao notice that the zombie was holding an object in its hand. As it landed, Jiang Hao finally saw clearly. Under its armpit was unmistakably a person. The bulldog immediately pounced at once. Its speed was also astonishing, its body emitting a cold metallic sheen under the eerie blue light. Bang! A tremendous impact sound erupted as the bulldog was knocked flying, crashing heavily against the wall. A bull's-eyed indentation was clearly visible in its abdomen. The immense force caused the visual synchronization to shake violently. Jiang Hao's pupils dilated sharply, and his expression grew gravely serious as he coldly uttered, "A first-tier aberrant." The bulldog rolled and scrambled up from the ground. Although its abdomen had already sunk in, it did not affect its normal movements. Glancing over the bulldog, Jiang Hao felt a slight relief as it was still able to fight. Encountering a first-tier mutant on the very first day of the apocalypse was something Jiang Hao had not anticipated. As an evolved form of zombies, the mutation rate of mutants is much more challenging than that of monstrous beasts. Correspondingly, mutants possess greater strength compared to beasts of the same level. However, this is not the most terrifying aspect of mutants. What truly instills fear is their intelligence. Although they have diverged from humanity, their evolution into mutants has granted them intellect on par with humans. Thus, a powerful race was born. Powerful enough to rival the physical qualities of monstrous beasts, capable of matching wits with humans. And their control over the entire mutated population in the later stages of the apocalypse solidified their dominance as rulers among mutants. Although first-tier mutants are among the strongest at this stage, they are not invincible. Jiang Hao took a deep breath, silently sheathing his Tang knife, and then drew out his Type 01 automatic rifle. The moment the gun was raised, the mutant that had been disdainfully observing the man and dog moved. Although first-tier mutants are strong at this stage, they are not strong enough to withstand bullets. At the moment the gun was raised, he felt an intense sense of danger. His speed was so swift that Jiang Hao could already feel the rush of wind at close range. At such speed, he couldn't even aim. Just then Jiang Hao felt a blur before him and was sent flying. With a violent impact, Jiang Hao's abdomen spasmed uncontrollably and a mouthful of bile was expelled. Under the intense sense of crisis, the mutant wisely shifted its attack to a target that posed a greater threat to it. However, at the moment it shifted its attack, its fate was already sealed. As it attacked, Jiang Hao the bulldog had already taken action. Leaping forward, it seized the opportunity while the mutant was attacking Jiang Hao and bit down hard on its thigh. The mutant frowned slightly. As a zombie, it lacked the sense of pain. It was about to strike down this annoying creature when the familiar sense of danger returned. In the next moment, its muscles tensed again as it prepared to dodge, but it was already too late. The bulldog's obstruction significantly limited its speed, and in that brief moment Jiang Hao seized the opportunity. Raising the gun, he fired. Bang! A tongue of flame erupted from the gun's muzzle, and a life was instantly extinguished. Black blood flowed slowly from the shattered chest of the mutant. It didn't even have time to let out a wail. Huff! Huff! Jiang Hao gasped for breath, pressing the gun against the ground to support himself. Everything before him was a blur of golden stars, and through the haze he saw. In the courtyard, the bud of a flower slowly opened. A soft glow rose from the flower's center, dyeing the entire courtyard a gentle red, standing out strikingly in this faintly blue world. Without Jiang Hao's instruction, the bulldog ran out and swallowed the glowing orb wrapped in the flower's core. The warm light immediately vanished, and the flower's stem withered at a visible rate. Only then did Jiang Hao manage to catch his breath. He retrieved the object from the bulldog's mouth, watching as the glow slowly dissipated, revealing the red fruit hidden within. Ding! Unknown genetic trait detected. Research can be completed after unlocking it at the research center. The voice of Xing Hao rang out, causing Jiang Hao to pause. Xing Hao, what kind of building is the science center? Why isn't it on the system panel? Does it only unlock after upgrading the territory? Jiang Hao inquired. Host permissions insufficient. Please upgrade the territory to gain higher permissions. After hearing Xing's response, Jiang Hao said nothing further. Since Xing Hao indicated that this item could be researched, he was not in a hurry to use it. After all, one must trust science. Securing the red fruit, Jiang Hao also successfully extracted a crystal core from the mutant's corpse. This core was the size of a ping-pong ball and was clearly of much better quality than the previous one. Having finished gathering these items, Jiang Hao was about to leave when he heard a faint voice from behind. Help me. Turning to look, he found that the owner of the voice was the human brought by the first-tier mutant. Her voice was extraordinarily calm. Facing her own life and death, she spoke calmly, as if recounting something entirely unrelated to herself. She was still alive. Jiang Hao was slightly surprised. Generally, it is quite difficult to find survivors among mutants. Perhaps it was to allow that little zombie to enjoy fresh prey that she was spared. Thinking this, Jiang Hao approached the woman and squatted down. He brushed aside her messy hair, revealing a pale face. In the next moment, Jiang Hao was stunned. It was a familiar face. To be precise, it was a face that countless survivors in this land had remembered during the apocalypse. Although her fame was not as widespread as that of the 7 martial saints, she was equally a top-tier powerhouse in the martial saint realm. The Ice Queen Shen Bingyan. Jiang Hao did not remain stunned for long. Regardless of Shen Bingyan's future achievements, she was merely an ordinary person now. And for Jiang Hao it was even more so. You all are a thing of the past, only I am the present, Jiang Hao muttered to himself. However, despite these thoughts, he still checked Shen Bingyan's injuries. Shen Bingyan had likely been knocked unconscious by that first-tier mutant and brought here, as she bore no obvious wounds. But when Jiang Hao looked at her ankle, Jiang Hao's brow furrowed slightly. There was a faint scratch on Shen Bingyan's ankle, and the surrounding area had already started to show significant signs of blackening. This is an early sign of zombification. This wound, will it become infected? Shen Bingyan's voice came again, still so calm. Her eyes were filled with fatigue, yet she still noticed the subtle changes in Jiang Hao's expression. Jiang Hao silently stared at Shen Bingyan, the killing intent gradually surfacing in his eyes. He was unclear whether the Shen Bingyan of his past life had gone through these experiences, or if it was due to the butterfly effect of his rebirth. However, one thing Jiang Hao was utterly convinced of: Shen Bingyan must die today. A person so calm. A powerhouse who could become the Ice Queen in his past life. A person on the verge of becoming a zombie. When all these factors converge on one person, it provided Jiang Hao with sufficient reason to kill her. Jiang Hao had never been a gentle soul. On the contrary, he possessed a wealth of survival experience from the apocalypse. He had once stood among humanity's strong. For someone like him, although he could not be called cold-blooded, he had experienced too many life and death situations. Jiang Hao could not allow such a potentially powerful enemy to survive. In the next moment, Jiang Hao made his move. The tang knife was drawn without warning, the bright blade like the Grim Reaper's scythe ready to reap this life. However, just then Shin Binjian's still unperturbed voice rang out again, uttering her third sentence since encountering this man. And it was this sentence that left Jiang Hao completely stunned. "Save me, I have the steel you need." A succinct statement that conveyed her intent clearly. This was a remarkable woman. This was Jiang Hao's first impression of Shin Binjian. He was baffled as to how this woman knew his needs. Does she know the secrets of the territory? Or perhaps she is also a reincarnator? Countless speculations swirled in Jiang Hao's mind, and his expression changed repeatedly. "I am the manager of the Jinzhou steel plant, and we have the steel you need in our warehouse," Shin Binjian added. After a moment of silence, Jiang Hao sheathed his tang knife, fixed his gaze on Shin Binjian, and took out a crystal the size of a marble from his pocket. A hint of a meaningful smile played at the corners of his mouth. "Eat it. If it fails, I will still kill you." "What are the odds?" Shin Binjian asked. 1 in 10,000. 1 in 10,000 your body can withstand the attack of the zombie virus. Jiang Hao added, feeling uncertain himself, for it was indeed a low-probability event. In his past life, humanity had indeed manufactured superhumans on a massive scale. The 1 in 10,000 probability was not mere exaggeration. As he stated, only one person in 10,000 could withstand the invasion of the zombie virus and awaken as a superhuman. After being scratched by a zombie, one had to either be killed on the spot or consume a crystal to take that 1 in 10,000 chance. Behind such precise statistics lay the grim reality built on countless lives in the past. Shin Binjian's eyes slightly narrowed, but a moment later a hint of a smile emerged on her fair face. She then tilted her head back and swallowed the crystal. Soon Shin Binjian fell into a coma. Her body began to heat up and beads of sweat the size of beans poured from her pores, quickly soaking her clothes. Based on previous experience, the awakening or mutation process would last for a day or two. Jiang Hao first carried Shin Binjian into the room, then sealed all the gaps around the room to ensure the scent of a living person would not leak out. He then carried the corpse of a first-level mutant into the yard. The aura of a first-level mutant was enough to intimidate most mutated species at this stage. The yard was relatively safe for the time being. After completing these tasks, Jiang Hao called his bulldog and left the yard. The sky gradually darkened. After half a day's cleansing, humanity had become increasingly clever in the struggle against zombies. The streets were eerily silent save for the occasional sound of one person and one dog. The bulldog led the way, occasionally sniffing with its merely decorative nose as if it were smelling something. Jiang Hao was amused by the comical sight of the bulldog. "Silly dog, do you have a sense of smell? Just sniffing over there." "Woof." The bulldog let out a soft bark and quickly ran in a particular direction. Jiang Hao was momentarily stunned, muttering to himself as he watched the bulldog dash away. Can it really smell something? This was an old residential building likely built in the 1980s based on its style. After a day of apocalypse, the buildings here had also fallen into silence. The air was thick with the stench of blood and decay. At night, zombies were particularly active, and even Jiang Hao would not dare to enter such narrow buildings at this moment. However, the bulldog dashed in without looking back. With its night vision capabilities, Jiang Hao could see the conditions of this old residential building clearly. Starting from the first floor, there were scattered bloodstains in the stairwell, and as one went further up, the bloodstains increased, even revealing scratch marks. The entire corridor was a chaotic mess, with large sections of the wall collapsing, making the already dilapidated corridor seem even more desolate. The bulldog, agile in form, quickly reached the 5th floor, which was the top level of this building. Just as the bulldog leapt onto the 5th floor, a holographic image appeared before Jiang Hao's retina. In the originally cramped corridor on the 5th floor, 3 or 4 figures resembling zombies were digging at the door of a room. Clear scratch marks left deep grooves on the thin door. Upon hearing the noises from the stairwell, those zombies turned their heads. At that moment, the scene spun wildly, and once it settled down, the bulldog was already standing at the door with 3 torn corpses lying at its feet. Suppressing the urge to vomit from the earlier spinning sensation, Jiang Hao rushed forward. In this place, the smell of blood and decay was even stronger. Some doors of the rooms were half open, revealing bodies that had been gnawed beyond recognition. "Silly dog. Fight more slowly next time. I still have visual synchronization here." Jiang Hao patted the bulldog's head, complaining. "Woo." The bulldog whined in grievance, then excitedly dug out a crystal the size of a marble from a zombie's corpse. Did you come here following the scent of the crystal?" Jiang Hao asked in surprise as he took the crystal, recalling that the bulldog didn't have this capability before. Could it be that the bulldog has a learning function? It can track targets based on the odors it smells. As Jiang Hao speculated, he saw the bulldog proudly half sit on the ground, raising its body and barking twice, looking quite pleased with itself. Is it really like that? Jiang Hao was a bit astonished. He hadn't expected such a basic combat unit obtained through the system to have such functionality, filling him with hope for future units. At this moment, the door in front of him was already in tatters. Jiang Hao knocked on the door. "Hello." Is anyone there? The house remained silent, and with Jiang Hao's knocking the door finally, could no longer withstand the pressure and collapsed. Jiang Hao was quick to react, grabbing the door and pushing it aside, then drawing out his tang knife as he stepped inside. The room was pitch black, and the dim moonlight only illuminated vague outlines. Fortunately, he had the bulldog's night vision system. Through visual synchronization, Jiang Hao could see the furnishings in the room clearly. However, the small room of about 40 square meters had a layout of just one bedroom and one living room. In the bedroom, there was a bunk bed, and in the living room, a gray-white television set displayed a photo of a soldier and a little girl together. Various canned food containers were scattered on the floor, and the food inside had been eaten clean, even the soup was licked dry. At that moment, Jiang Hao's gaze fixed on a corner of the bedroom. A dark figure was crouched in the corner, trembling. Is it a zombie? Jiang Hao furrowed his brow slightly, but quickly dismissed the thought. The bulldog was still standing by, not rushing to pounce, which already indicated something. That dark little figure was a person. Jiang Hao entered the bedroom, and under the faint moonlight he finally saw the appearance of the figure. Clang! The tang knife quietly slipped into its sheath. Under the moonlight, Jiang Hao's originally stern expression softened instantly. Little sister, where are your guardians? As soon as the words left his mouth, Jiang Hao regretted them. It had been a day since the apocalypse began, and in such turmoil, who would leave a 6- or 7-year-old child alone at home? The answer was already apparent, yet no one had the courage to voice it. Hearing the voice, the little girl timidly raised her head, her small eyes blinking with tears, and she held a tattered towel in her mouth, trying hard to avoid making any sound. Jiang Hao gently touched the little girl's face, then removed the towel from her mouth, softening his voice further. Don't be afraid. Your brother is here. As he spoke, he took out a piece of chocolate the size of a sugar cube and fed it to the child. A hint of color returned to the little girl's face. The chocolate slowly melted in her mouth, and the little girl licked her lips before speaking. Brother said there are man-eating monsters outside. He told me not to go out, and he's gone to find food for Duo. Jiang Hao felt a slight relief. Having an adult around made things much easier. They simply needed to wait for this little girl's brother to return. Just then, Jiang Hao suddenly heard a series of gurgling sounds. The sound started small, but quickly became continuous. Before Jiang Hao could react, the little girl stood up unsteadily and walked to the bed. Having eaten a piece of chocolate, her little stomach was even hungrier. Her cheeks flushed as she shyly said, Big brother Duo is hungry. Duo wants to sleep. Jiang Hao was puzzled. He could not understand why Duo would say such two unrelated things. Why sleep if you're hungry? Jiang Hao asked. Brother said that if you're hungry you should sleep, and when you wake up you won't be hungry. Duo had already laid down covered with a faded military coat and was murmuring in her sleep. Duo wants to eat big drumsticks, wants to eat rice. All of these are in my dreams. Jiang Hao questioned himself, believing he was someone who viewed life and death with indifference, having already experienced an apocalypse once. He had witnessed far too much of life and death in this world. However, even so, when he heard Duo's words, his once numb heart skipped a beat. Jiang Hao pinched Duo's cheek, then picked her up and placed her on his lap, taking out a vacuum-packed chicken leg from his storage space and handing it to her. Duo, be good. We're not going to sleep. The chicken leg you want is right here. Jiang Hao smiled, gently tore open the packaging, and handed over the chicken leg that faintly exuded a savory aroma. Looking at the chicken leg, which was nearly the size of her arm, the little girl visibly swallowed, and her little stomach began to grumble at that moment. Yet she stubbornly shook her head, saying, No. Brother said we can't take other people's food. Jiang Hao couldn't help but laugh at her words. Didn't you just eat the chocolate I gave you? Why won't you eat this now? Duo immediately blushed, pouting as she said, That's different. The chocolate was only this little. As she spoke, she raised her small pink hand and used the other hand to indicate a marble-sized area. This chicken leg is huge. It's even bigger than my arm. Duo can't take something this big. After hearing this, Jiang Hao chuckled again, then tore off a piece of chicken the size of his fingertip and stuffed it into Duo's mouth. Eat. This piece is small. Delicious. Duo will eat the small one. The little girl mumbled with her mouth full. For a moment, the humble room was filled with a joyful atmosphere. At the same time, in the original small courtyard, Xing was now covered with a layer of frost. A faint blue light could be seen flickering in the area around her chest. A cold air emanated from that glowing mass, rapidly condensing around Xing, gradually forming an ice cocoon resembling a silkworm chrysalis, enveloping her entirely. Yet all of this went unnoticed. Meanwhile, Duo was happily eating. At that moment, the guarding bulldog suddenly perked up its ears and bared its teeth in a show of warning towards the door. A figure burst through the large door. With a flash of steel, Tang Dao was already drawn. In an instant, Jiang Hao stood in the living room holding the knife. The newcomer was dressed in a tactical uniform with a light-colored coat draped over his upper body. Most notably, his left sleeve was empty, flapping in the wind. He held a wooden stick, warily watching Jiang Hao. Who are you? Why did you break into my house? As he spoke, he moved towards the bedroom, his tone softening upon seeing Duo. Brother the big brother isn't a bad person, he even gave Duo something delicious. Duo hugged her brother's arm, and as if suddenly remembering something, she hurriedly wiped her oily little mouth and stammered, Duo only ate a little bit. When we arrived we found several zombies trying to claw at your door, so we took care of them. Jiang Hao smiled, and sheathed his Tang Dao saying, hello, my name is Jiang Hao. Jiang Tao. The man forced a smile, extending his remaining right hand to shake hands with Jiang Hao. Afterward Jiang Tao squatted down to pinch Duo's cheek. Duo be good. Brother brought you something to eat. Saying this, he proudly pulled out a bag of crushed cookies from his pocket and handed it to Duo. The little girl's eyes instantly lit up, disregarding the state of the food, tearing open the packaging and eating heartily. Food must be hard to find now. Jiang Hao looked at Jiang Tao and suddenly asked, yes, I went to a few supermarkets, and all that's left there is this bag of crushed cookies. Jiang Tao's expression darkened as he replied, what happened to your arm? Jiang Hao pointed at his empty sleeve and inquired. I was in the army before, and it happened during a mission. Jiang Tao's expression was calm. Time had long since faded the scars of the past, but now everything happening in this world was nearly crushing this already fragile family. What on earth happened to this world? I used to work hard just to let my sister have a better life. I earned money desperately, although it was tiring. Every penny I earned was in line with my conscience. Suddenly Jiang Tao became emotionally agitated, and his eyes were now red. Post-traumatic stress disorder. Looking at Jiang Tao's appearance, a term suddenly popped into Jiang Hao's mind. Every penny I earned was clean. I can hold my head high, but why is it still like this? Everything has changed in this world. Even if you have money, you can't buy food. He cried out in pain, which gradually turned into a wail. Jiang Hao's expression turned serious as he gazed out the window, looking at the silent city outside, which just a day ago was a thriving paradise. Now it was unknown how many were struggling in this stillness. Everyone is just one among the masses, and all are striving to maintain their humanity amidst the crowd. Jiang Hao was no savior. All he could do was survive in this chaotic world. Do not forget how you came to be. Just because that era has passed, we are human. Never forget the difference between humans and beasts. Suddenly Jiang Hao declared, and then he moved. He unleashed his power. After awakening as a novice martial artist, his strength multiplied several times, and with a single movement, it was like thunder. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Jiang Tao. Then he threw a punch. Jiang Hao's sudden attack caught Jiang Tao off guard. By the time he reacted, the punch was already upon him. He could only instinctively raise his hand to block. Bang! The muffled sound of impact echoed within the cramped space. The two locked eyes, and Jiang Hao was slightly astonished. After awakening, his physical capabilities had indeed increased significantly. With his current strength, it was no problem to take on 3 or 4 adults. Yet even so, his sudden assault, though merely a probe, was blocked by Jiang Tao. And this was his instinctive reaction. You truly can hold your head high in front of your conscience. Jiang Hao withdrew his hand and spoke. With such skills to maintain one's integrity in this age of chaos, while just trying their luck in supermarkets, Jiang Tao's character was evident. Conscience. What good is that? Jiang Tao laughed self-deprecatingly. I've never lacked conscience. He glanced around the disarray of his home, paused for a long time, and then spoke again, but I really lack money. At this point, Jiang Hao had already stood up, taking the bulldog towards the door. In this world, money has lost its value. Saying this, he turned around and smiled slightly at Jiang Tao. I can provide meals here, I just don't know if you can drive. Jiang Tao nodded dumbly. I drove military vehicles while I was in the army. As he spoke, Jiang Hao tossed the keys to the off-road vehicle. I'm also in need of a driver. There's no money, but food is plentiful. I wonder if you're interested. The wide wheels of the off-road vehicle rolled over the chaotic streets as Jiang Tao drove, carrying only a box of belongings from home. Their family truly had little of value, taking only a few changes of clothes before leaving their doorstep. Duo leaned against the box in the back seat, contentedly munching on a chicken leg as big as her arm. Jiang Hao sat in the passenger seat, twisting the dial of the radio. We are currently at the coordinates 103, 21 EE30, 6N, requesting support from the rescue team. Repeat, our position is 103, 21 EE30, 6N. There are a total of 6 people requesting support from the rescue team. Coordinates 101, 66 E33. 12N, we have established a temporary camp here with ample food and fresh water. Everyone is welcome to join. The radio crackled with the cries for help or calls for gathering from various places. At this moment, those with quick wits had already formed their own factions, broadcasting to summon those nearby. Despite the satellites being destroyed, humanity could still transmit information through broadcasts. This situation, however, would not last long. Jiang Hao was well aware of this. About 3 months later, new factions with regional influence would be re-established, new satellites would be launched again, and the entire world would be connected once more until the very last moment of the apocalypse. We've arrived. Stop over there, Jiang Hao said, turning off the radio. Inside the small courtyard, the room was already covered in a layer of frost, and cold air seeped through the cracks, with white frost mist continuously billowing out. Before the vehicle could come to a complete stop, the wooden door of the small house was pushed open. In an instant, a wave of cold air surged out from the house, instantly condensing into ice in the humid air, forming a sparkling path of frost leading directly to the front of the off-road vehicle. Jiang Hao's pupils slightly contracted. Even through the car door, he could feel the icy chill approaching. In a daze, he seemed to see the Ice Queen who once froze everything for 1,000 miles returning again. Following that icy path, Shen Bingyan slowly walked forward, and with each step she took, the temperature around her plummeted. By the time she reached the front of the car, the 3 people and the dog inside were already shivering, exhaling white breaths. "Let's go. I'll take you to the warehouse." Shen Bingyan got into the car, without even asking who the 2 extra people were. Under Shen Bingyan's direction, the off-road vehicle drove south, towards the road leading to the Jinchuan steel storage. The temperature inside the car had returned to normal. Duo remained curled up in the corner, trembling. She, along with Shen Bingyan and the bulldog, sat in the back seat, not daring to make a sound. The car was eerily quiet, and an atmosphere of awkwardness spread within the cramped space. At this moment, Shen Bingyan, who had been sitting silently in the back seat, suddenly moved. With a twist of her wrist in midair, a crystal-clear ice flower instantly formed in her palm. Then she tugged at her facial muscles, revealing a smile that was not much prettier than a cry, and said to Duo, "Here, this is a gift from sister to you." Duo exclaimed, taking the ice flower and hugging it close as if afraid someone might snatch it away. Shen Bingyan's cheeks faintly flushed as she quickly turned her head away to look out the window. Inside the car, silence fell once again. "How did you know I needed these materials?" After a long while, Jiang Hao spoke, breaking the stillness in the vehicle. "Do you think what you did was very discreet? As a key state-owned enterprise, the Jinchuan steel plant has very strict monitoring of outsiders. From the day you arrived at our mining area, you were already under the watchful eye of our technical inspection department. From the moment you entered the mining area until the outbreak of the apocalypse, you purchased supplies 5 times, including food, wood, and steel. Do I need to keep going?" Shen Bingyan, who usually chose her words carefully, unusually revealed all of Jiang Hao's secrets. "Although I don't know where you've hidden yourself after entering the mountains, with just this evidence, it's enough for you to spend some time in jail." Being exposed by Shen Bingyan made Jiang Hao's face flush slightly, and he secretly reflected on his overconfidence, always believing that with his previous life experiences he had grasped everything, and that the apocalypse would break out as expected, thus masking his actions. The vehicle circled southward past the city. The warehouse of the Jinchuan steel plant is located at the southern edge, where the finished steel forged from the mines is stored and dispatched nationwide. According to Shen Bingyan, this factory usually has only a dozen people guarding it, and the security equipment is quite rudimentary, with only 4 or 5 electric batons. The Jinchuan steel plant has nearly 2,000 employees, most of whom work in the mountain mines and only return to the city on weekends. In contrast, the warehouse at Jinchuan is actually the least defended area. As they drew closer, Jiang Hao only saw rows of storage buildings standing neatly in the factory area with no signs of chaos and no distinct smells of blood or decay. "Drive the car straight in," Shen Bingyan commanded. As they approached, 2 rows of simple barricades were already set up in front of the factory gate, and 3 workers on duty were watching the approaching vehicle with electric batons at the ready. "It's me," Shen Bingyan said, leaning out of the car window. "Shun, President Shun." The leading middle-aged man was obviously taken aback, then quickly resumed his guarded demeanor. "President Shun, what brings you here at this time? Is everything all right at the company?" "The incident happened while I was away from the company, and I'm not clear about the situation at headquarters. Please open the door so I can go in and take a look." As Shen Bingyan spoke, she had already gotten out of the car. Jiang Hao was momentarily stunned and followed suit. The sword over a meter long at his waist immediately alerted the workers. "You stay there," one of the workers shouted, while another behind him began shouting into the factory to summon people. "I need to go in to understand the situation in the factory and assess the property damage." Shen Bingyan set her gaze sharp. The worker in front hesitated, stepping back a bit, about to open the door when he heard a lazy voice behind him. "President Shun, if you want to minimize damage, we certainly have no objections, but according to company regulations, we haven't received any notice of someone coming from headquarters. Ma Wei, since you want to follow the company's regulations, you can directly call the headquarters to inquire whether this is the case." "Hey," Ma Wei chuckled lightly, casting a somewhat frivolous glance at Shen Bingyan, who was standing in front of the car. "President Shun, I know you are quite eloquent. I can't compete with you. However, in this day and age, it's fortunate that we can speak frankly. You know better than I do how many people are still alive at headquarters. I won't interfere with your intentions for entering the factory, but I am the one who calls the shots here. If you want to cross this threshold, you need to bring a few bags of food first." As he spoke, Ma Wei stepped over the fence, moving closer, his gaze unabashedly sweeping over Shen Bingyan's body, and he smirked playfully. Or President Shin, why don't you come in and play with us for a few days? Hee at that time Ma Wei will personally open the door for you. With these words, laughter erupted around them. For someone like Shin Bingyin, a dazzling beauty, these people would not dare to be so brazen in normal times. Now as order broke down, they had the audacity to mock her openly. The temperature around them suddenly dropped several degrees. Shin Bingyin stood silently in front of Ma Wei, but crystal-like ice had already formed on her body, shimmering like stars. In the next moment, Shin Bingyin struck fiercely. With a lift of her arm, a wave of frost condensed and surged forth. The sound of howling wind filled the air, and in an instant Ma Wei was pinned to the ground by the ice claws. Those around them felt their scalps go numb. Killing. They killed someone. Cries of terror rang out as the workers began to scatter, and within moments the factory entrance that had been teeming with people was empty. Damn bitch, I didn't expect you to awaken your powers too. Ma Wei's face twisted in fury as he was pinned to the ground. In the next moment his muscles bulged drastically, veins popping out, and with a cracking sound, he actually broke free from the ice claws. A power-type martial arts awakener. Jiang Hao's eyes narrowed slightly, and the next moment his Tang Dao was drawn and charged forward. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed. In a single clash, Ma Wei managed to block Jiang Hao's Tang Dao with just his bare body. Is your awakening degree quite high, eh? Jiang Hao smiled slightly. He was quite familiar with power-type martial arts awakeners. In his past life, he had dealt with many of them. In this lifetime, Jiang Hao's understanding of power types was even greater than that of Ma Wei, the power-type martial arts awakener himself. Failing to gain the upper hand, Jiang Hao retreated. You step back, you'll handle this. With that, Jiang Hao charged forward again. Clang! The clash of swords produced a massive force that caused the entire blade to tremble slightly. Jiang Hao flicked his wrist, reversing his grip on the sword, and after their exchange, he thrust it fiercely. Swoosh! Blood splattered. Ma Wei finally sustained a wound. The intense pain triggered Ma Wei's ferocity, and this time, he did not wait for Jiang Hao to attack. He propelled himself like a cannonball. Boom! Dust billowed on the battlefield, and a streak of blood shot out. Ma Wei was already half kneeling on the ground. Do you think gathering a few people here makes you a king? With the Tang Dao pressed against Ma Wei's neck, Jiang Hao's foot unapologetically stepped on Ma Wei's broad shoulder. Do you think you understand the apocalypse well, eh? Jiang Hao's lips curled up slightly, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. Then he turned to Shin Bingyin and said to himself, the first rule of survival in the apocalypse: when you have the chance to kill your opponent, never hesitate. Otherwise, this will be your fate. With that, Jiang Hao's arm suddenly exerted force, and the Tang Dao pierced through Ma Wei's neck. Shin Bingyin observed all of this with an indifferent expression. It wasn't until Jiang Hao withdrew the Tang Dao that she spoke. His brother opened a security company in Sea City, seemingly responsible for bank transportation. Killing him will be troublesome. After saying this, Shin Bingyin left Jiang Hao, who was stunned, and walked towards the door, beginning to move the barricade in front of the entrance. Jiang Hao suddenly felt that everything was going wrong. What is this? You didn't need to target me like this, right? I just killed someone, and you're telling me all this. By the way, everyone in our company pretty much knows about this incident. The same cold voice came again as Shin Bingyin delivered another blow. Jiang Hao. After moving the barricade, the off-road vehicle charged directly through the door into the factory area, with almost everyone having fled. Some people were hiding in corners of the factory waiting for Jiang Hao and his group to leave. Some of the warehouse doors within the factory were still open, revealing steel that had accumulated a layer of dust, while some heavy trucks were parked in front of the warehouse doors not yet dispatched. There were at least 1 million tons of steel here, all high-quality materials. Jiang Hao's eyes lit up. If all this steel could be transported back to his territory, it would be enough to complete all the buildings for a level 0 territory and even meet the steel reserves required for upgrades. Jiang Tao, you have driven military trucks before. You should be able to drive these heavy trucks too. Jiang Hao looked at Jiang Tao, his eyes filled with hope. Jiang Tao was taken aback, and he slammed on the brakes, coming to a stop. Don't look at me like that. My sexual orientation is perfectly normal. He jumped out of the car, ran to a heavy truck, opened the door, and climbed inside. Hey, first check if there's any cargo on the truck. Otherwise, why would I have you drive a heavy truck? Jiang Hao rolled his eyes and cursed. With that, he stepped down and found a full warehouse to dive into. The storage space opened immediately, and large quantities of steel quickly disappeared from the warehouse, filling Jiang Hao's storage space in no time. What a pity. I can only carry 5,000 units of materials at a time. Jiang Hao looked at the vast materials in the warehouse and lamented. This warehouse's capacity was estimated to be over 150 units, and currently Jiang Hao's storage space could only carry away 1/3 of the goods at a time. I hope that after upgrading the territory, the storage space will also grow correspondingly. Jiang Hao thought to himself. When he emerged from the warehouse, Jiang Tao had already selected a fully loaded heavy truck and jumped on board with Duo. What are your plans? Jiang Hao asked Shin Bingyin, who was leaning against the truck. He found this woman quite troublesome. On one hand, it was because she was too calm. It made her hard to read. On the other hand, now that Xin Bingyan had awakened her powers and become a first-level ability user coupled with her qualifications from her past life as a martial saint, her future achievements would surely be significant. If he could recruit her under his command, she would definitely be a great asset to Finkawa territory. However, from Xin Bingyan's perspective, if she stayed in this factory with her skills, it would be extremely easy to subdue the workers hidden here. In the future, using this factory as a base to expand outward might well lead to significant accomplishments. I will go with you. Xin Bingyan replied decisively, looking at Jiang Hao and adding, "You can ensure my survival." It was still the same courtyard. Following the lingering icy breath, a massive wolf-like creature made its way here. This wolf-like giant was over 4 meters long and more than 2 meters tall. Its fur shimmered with a nearly transparent hue. The beast came alone, and wherever it passed, zombies made way. Even the extraordinary beings concealed their presence. It sniffed around the courtyard before its massive head turned towards the distance, letting out a long howl and swiftly sprinting towards the southern region. After a day's journey, a group finally returned to the mountains. When the armored vehicle reappeared at the hidden entrance of Finkawa, this off-road vehicle born less than 10 days ago was already battered and bruised. The shattered headlights, the dented engine hood, and the damaged doors, only the 4 wheels remained relatively intact, capable of supporting the journey. "Damn it, this time I must get a new hyena-wheeled armored vehicle," Jiang Hao said with a grim face, gritting his teeth. Despite the short distance of just a few dozen kilometers, Jiang Hao and his group had indeed encountered bad luck. The noise of the vehicle attracted a zombie ambush. If it weren't for the powerful engine of the heavy truck, they might have perished today. "Jiang Tao, follow me," Jiang Hao shouted to the heavy truck ahead as he rolled down the window. Then, stepping on the accelerator, the nimble off-road vehicle quickly surpassed the heavy truck and crashed headlong into the light curtain ahead. Jiang Tao was instantly stunned. He watched in disbelief as Jiang Hao and his off-road vehicle disappeared before his eyes. It was as if he had seen a ghost. Jiang Tao rubbed his eyes and looked closely ahead. The winding mountain road ahead turned sharply to the right, and where Jiang Hao had vanished there was only an endless valley. "Jiang Tao, hurry up and come in." A voice filled with schadenfreude came from the valley belonging to Jiang Hao. Jiang Tao bit his teeth, tightened Guoguo's seatbelt, and muttered, "Damn it, let's go for it." With a stomp on the accelerator, the massive heavy truck roared, spewing black smoke and kicking up a large amount of debris as it plunged into the valley. There was no sense of plummeting as the vehicle's feedback felt remarkably smooth, soft, and fluffy, as if driving on sand. Jiang Tao slightly opened his eyes. The next moment he was stunned by the scene before him. An endless plain was filled with the sounds of birds and cicadas. Here, there wasn't a trace of bloodshed, and even the odors clinging to the battered car disappeared the moment it entered this vale. He could vaguely smell the fragrance of the earthy soil, a scene reminiscent of a paradise. In front of his eyes, a massive wall built of stone blocks loomed like a giant dragon across the plain. Above the city wall, rows of automatic artillery swayed with their thick barrels, patrolling back and forth, providing an inexplicable sense of security. A light curtain separated everything from the outside world, making this place feel as if it did not exist, granting a sense of comfort and tranquility amidst the apocalypse. In a daze, Jiang Tao felt a fleeting illusion of returning to peaceful times. "Hey, snap out of it. You have plenty to see in the days to come." Jiang Hao smiled, interrupting Jiang Tao's reverie. "Welcome home." Jiang Hao looked at Jiang Tao and added, "This is our home. It's called Finkawa." After saying that, he drove towards the city gate, ignoring Jiang Tao, whose eyes were already red. As the 2 vehicles entered Finkawa territory, the resources inside the vehicle had already been collected by the Star River and automatically placed in a vacant area within the city. At this moment, Jiang Hao's system panel showed that the resource reserve in the steel section had increased to 35000 units. The heavy truck contributed 3000 units, while Jiang Hao's storage space held 5000 units. Star River exchanged for 100 engineering robots and assigned them for resource collection after production. As soon as the resources were in place, Jiang Hao issued the production order. Engineering robots are the foundation for territory development, akin to farmer units. Originally, due to various considerations, Jiang Hao did not produce engineering robots immediately. Now that the apocalypse had arrived, there was little to worry about. In an instant, the steel reserves decreased by 3000. Without paying attention to the rapidly diminishing resources, Jiang Hao pondered for a moment and continued, "Additionally, produce 100 Sentinel-class artillery pieces to strengthen the city wall's firepower." This time, Jiang Hao used the term produce. Producing Sentinel-class artillery requires a prerequisite, building the war workshop, which can reduce the cost by 50. With Jiang Hao's command, the war workshop slowly began to operate. Ding! New resource detected. Energy crystal currently being collected. Collection complete. A total of 118 units of energy crystals obtained, and the energy crystal resource section has been activated. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task, Contact the Future. Due to the host unlocking a new type of energy at Territory Stage 0, a hero-level unit Glory Commander Sun Chung has been awarded. The character has been generated in the command center. Please check it yourself, host. Jiang Hao brought back 5 crystal cores, and after giving one to Xun Bingyan, he had 4 left. Jiang Hao reviewed the collection records and noticed that the crystal core extracted from a first-tier extraordinary being exchanged for 100 units of energy crystals, while the other 3 cores exchanged for between 1 to 10 units. The amount of energy crystals stored is related to the level of the crystal core. The difference in the number of energy crystals stored in cores of the same quality is not significant. Jiang Hao concluded, then shifted his gaze to the hidden task section. He noticed that the triggering of hidden tasks was entirely unpredictable. Based on this hidden task alone, the triggering condition should be an unknown item. As for the reward for the hidden task, he was still unable to ascertain the true value of this hero-level unit Glory Commander Sun Chung. Is it in the command center? Jiang Hao murmured. The convoy slowly approached the city gate. The wooden city gate creaked open. At this moment, everything inside the city finally revealed itself to Xun Bingyan and the others. The empty city had only a few scattered buildings. By the time they entered the territory, the engineering robots Jiang Hao had exchanged for had already produced 3 units, and they were now lining up neatly under the command of the Star River approaching the city gate. The city had no paved roads, the main streets were all made of dirt, but after being compacted, driving on them was relatively smooth. In the distance at the Jitong farm, the first batch of grown grains had begun to be harvested, entirely performed by the engineering robots. The half-meter-tall engineering robots were rapidly harvesting in the fields, while the robots behind them were responsible for threshing and drying the harvested rice, completing all processes seamlessly without a trace of human labor. Xun Bingyan witnessed all this, her pupils shrinking slightly. As clever as she was, she could naturally grasp the key elements. Although everything before her seemed somewhat desolate, it was impossible to overlook that everything here was accomplished by artificial intelligence. Fully automated intelligent production. This meant that humans would be completely liberated. And all of this perfectly represented the future. Jiang Hao headed straight towards the command center. He slightly turned his gaze to the co-pilot seat where Xun Bingyan sat. Xun Bingyan, age 23, strength mid-level, first stage, ice ability, loyalty 63. Her basic stats appeared above her head. Loyalty of 63 was just barely passing, which did not come as a surprise to Jiang Hao. However, he was taken aback when he saw that Xun Bingyan had reached the mid-level of first stage ability. Isn't that too fast? Even though Xun Bingyan had already attained the cultivation of martial saint in her past life, how could she start off ahead of others by half a cultivation level? This speed had completely surpassed the realm of genius. Could this person be cheating? Jiang Hao speculated with a hint of malicious amusement. Soon the car arrived at the entrance of the command center. From a distance, Jiang Hao saw a young man standing at the entrance. As the SUV approached, the man immediately stood at attention and saluted. Greetings, Lord. Sun Chung, age 27, rank heroic level, loyalty 100, job category honorary commander, strength ordinary person, specialty skilled in battlefield command, large-scale operations, interstellar fleet command, strategic planning. Compared to Xun Bingyan, Sun Cheng's data was much more detailed. Upon seeing Sun Cheng's stats, Jiang Hao was overjoyed. What a comprehensive command talent. As expected of a heroic level figure, Sun Chung stood straight at the door, his gaze filled with respect for Jiang Hao. Hello. Jiang Hao extended his hand to shake Sun Cheng's and said, for the next few days, take a tour around the territory and identify any areas where our defenses need strengthening. You are the expert in this, so just take care of it. I only need to know the results. Yes, I will obey your orders. Sun Chung replied decisively, saluting Jiang Hao once more before heading towards the city walls. At that moment, Jiang Tao and Duo jumped down from the vehicle. Jiang Tao, age 28, strength ordinary person, loyalty 83. Duo, age 7, strength ordinary person, loyalty 91. When Jiang Hao saw Duo's attribute panel, he couldn't help but show a strange expression. Indeed, chicken legs are quite effective. Jiang Hao couldn't help but exclaim. Currently, there was no housing in the entire Finkawood territory, so Jiang Hao could only arrange for the 3 of them to temporarily stay at the command center. By the time the 3 were settled, the twilight sky had gradually brightened. Jiang Hao finally had time to glance at the storage panel of Finkawu. Territory name Finkawu, status unfolded, territory area 20 square kilometers, buildings command center 1, simple city walls, 4 guard-level cannons, 12 agricultural farm 1, war workshop, 1 water purification station, 1 individual units, engineering robots, 168, a bulldog, 1 under repair, expected time, 10 minutes, consumption, 10 units of steel. Resource reserves, steel 2500, wood 0, food 60, 700, water 3600. Although resources were running low again, Jiang Hao was unperturbed with the city gate engineering robots that had just come online were already lining up to head out, and he expected the resources within the territory to steadily increase soon. Thanks to Jiang Hao's choice of location, resource gathering here was quite convenient. Just beyond a mountain lay a large iron mine, and as for wood, was there really a shortage in the mountains? At present, the most pressing issue was food storage. The first batch of food had already been harvested and piled in the open, soon to rot and spoil. Such food was hard currency in the apocalypse. Once order was stabilized in the apocalypse, many large commodity transactions were settled using food. After this baptism of the apocalypse, nearly 99% of food crops and seeds on Blue Star were contaminated in this disaster. Consuming such things was not much different from being bitten by a zombie. Although many major forces later cultivated their own food greenhouses, the taste was unpalatable and the yield was pitifully low. Even the rulers had to ration it out, let alone others. Thus, in the later stages of the apocalypse, a bizarre phenomenon emerged. The upper class consumed food, while the lower class feasted on meat. Beast meat. Although consuming this too often could easily lead to mutations, people gradually learned to acquire relatively clean meat, and while there was still a risk of mutation, it had significantly decreased compared to before, which was sufficient for those living in the apocalypse. People must survive. Based on this, constructing storage centers became the most important task at hand, in addition to the military development within the territory. Although it was still the early stages of the apocalypse, the zombie siege encountered on the way back left Jiang Hao with an inexplicable sense of unease. Zombies, as the lowest level of mutated beings, were very inactive during the daytime. Such abnormal behavior made Jiang Hao feel that the course of history was gradually deviating from the predetermined track, driving him to desire to enhance his strength even more. Just as Jiang Hao was pondering, the first batch of engineering robots that had gone out had returned. They lifted large chunks of materials above their heads like ants, each weighing over 100 pounds, and the moment they entered the territory, the materials above their heads disappeared. Iron ore was directly exchanged for steel reserves according to the purification ratio, saving the trouble of smelting. In Jiang Hao's resource panel, the materials were rapidly increasing. Jiang Hao discovered that the time required for these robots to gather resources was not constant. It depended on the distance and the difficulty of resource collection. Some robots returned shortly after going out, while others took several hours to return. After the first batch of resource collection returned, Jiang Hao's resource panel became abundant once more. Xing, construct the storage center. Jiang Hao issued the command. Quickly, a mysterious energy enveloped the vacant area near the agricultural farm, forming a rectangular framework that enclosed the space, completely blocking outside view like a mosaic. Storage center under construction. Remaining time 235959. The top of the rectangle displayed the construction progress of the storage center. How did you obtain these things? Shen Binjian's voice suddenly rang out. Sister, it's already the apocalypse. Is it unreasonable for me to have these? Jiang Hao was already flustered, feeling that this woman was too clever. He was afraid that if he said one more word, even the color of his underwear would be revealed to her. Shen Binjian stared at Jiang Hao for a long time before slowly turning to walk towards the command center. Dinner is ready. After a while, her voice floated back, leaving Jiang Hao in disarray in the wind. The first snow of the apocalypse quietly arrived. As the silver-white landscape became the main hue of the phoenix nest, everything here quietly underwent a transformation. Four storage centers, each with a capacity of 500 units, were arranged along the road like a copy-paste. The hardened pavement gleamed as if newly laid, and two new sidewalks were built on both sides for pedestrians. The roads were crisscrossed with the sounds of chickens and dogs echoing. The extensive transportation network connected the entire territory, revealing the outlines of the city in what was once a flat expanse. Next to the storage center were 4 farming ponds, each capable of providing nearly 200 units of food to the territory every week. Additionally, another water purification station was quietly being constructed within that mosaic of buildings. In the distance, a vast army of engineering robots provided various resources amounting to 200 units for the entire territory daily. The city walls remained a crude stone structure, but hundreds of guard cannons were densely positioned along the top. The grim cannon ports emitted a cold glint, tirelessly maintaining the territory's safety under the control of the galaxy. All these changes occurred in just a week. For the first time, the terrifying energy of fully automated production began to reveal itself. In the territory, changes occurred almost daily, and as the mechanical gears started to turn, no force could stop its advance. Jiang Hao tightened his coat and followed Jiang Tao and Sun Qing, stepping onto the hyena-wheeled armored vehicle heading towards the lakeside. On both sides of the vehicle, bull terriers stood guard, their metallic sounds clanking as they surged towards the distant lake like a dragon. Today, they would explore the unknown areas of the territory to provide planning for future development. Phoenix Nest Lake. This was the name Jiang Hao had given to the lake within the territory. Not long after the convoy set off, they arrived here. Surrounded by mountains, the lake was sheltered, and the towering peaks had already donned a silvery robe. This was the edge of the territory. With the climbing gear, Jiang Hao was the first to ascend. The car's terrain was mostly composed of rock, with only the summit adorned with vegetation, predominantly evergreen broadleaf forests. In the distance, a white expanse obscured the view like a fog of war. Jiang Hao poked the white smoke with his climbing stick, and in mere moments of contact the metallic climbing stick corroded away, as if dissolved by sulfuric acid, turning into a pile of ashes. Highly corrosive, but non-toxic. Jiang Hao frowned slightly. At that moment Sun Cheng also climbed up. He looked at the pile of ashes and said, "This is a natural barrier. If it can maintain this state, we won't need to deploy forces here." Sun Cheng did not continue, as both understood the unspoken implications. The territory was merely in its initial area, or what would happen after an upgrade? Would the area expand? Or would the terrain change? All of this was unknown. And the unknown was the most dangerous aspect in the apocalypse. Let's leave a bull terrier on guard. We can decide based on the situation after the territory upgrades. Jiang Hao pondered for a moment and made a decisive call. Just then he froze, hearing a prompt from the galaxy. Alert! Alert! An unknown intruder has been detected at the territory's edge. Bull terrier no. 01286 has been dispatched for reconnaissance. Please check quickly, host. Jiang Hao's face darkened as he immediately connected to bull terrier no. 01286 following the galaxy's prompt. Visuals synchronized. Soon what bull terrier no. 01286 could see appeared before Jiang Hao's eyes. A small team of 5 armed with simple rebar had discovered the barrier at the territory's entrance, and their leader poked the rebar through. The territory's energy shield immediately rippled, then swallowed the rebar. Ding! Steal 1 foot. The system's notification sounded inopportunely. Jiang Hao's lips twitched, but he saw the leader, an old man named Li, poke his large head through the energy shield. Old Li, what's going on inside? Speak up. Old Li only poked half his body in, and a co-worker behind him nudged his waist and asked, "Nothing. You're acting all mysterious. I thought there was some treasure inside." "You're lying. Old Li, the brothers have been good to you. If there really is something good, you can't keep it all to yourself." The person behind stood up, fearing Old Li would hoard something, and stepped into the energy shield. "What's going on in there? Old Wang, say something." "It's fine." Old Li wasn't lying. "There's really nothing in here." Old Wang's voice came, but at that moment it held no persuasive power. The world had undergone such a tremendous change, and everything that had occurred exceeded human understanding. Having just emerged from the mines and encountering such strange phenomena, no one would believe that there was nothing valuable inside. Soon the 3 people at the back could no longer contain their restlessness and rushed past the 2 into the energy shield. The shield immediately rippled violently. Quickly these people froze. Have you ever seen a mechanical giant dog over a meter tall? Here not only were there one, but many. These people either crouched or knelt stunned like statues under the gaze of nearly 100 bull terriers. The scene of the Calabash brothers rescuing their grandfather unfolded vividly before Jiang Hao. Holding back his laughter, Jiang Hao had already arrived with the sparkling team. He lifted the terrified Old Li, pale and speechless. "Worker from the Gold State Steel Plant." "Yes." Old Li trembled, not daring to raise his head. "How many people are left in your plant? Is it still safe there?" "We still have about 1,000 people. When the apocalypse first broke out, over 200 died. We barely managed to control the situation, but now the food in the plant has run out. We had no choice but to come out and try our luck." Old Li spoke timidly, occasionally stealing glances at Jiang Hao standing before him, who was satisfied with Old Li's attitude. In summary, Old Li's words were credible. Jiang Hao silently analyzed the information he received from Shun Bingyan indicated that there were only over 1,000 workers in the Gold State Steel Plant, and the numbers roughly matched. Furthermore, judging by the clothing of these 5 individuals, though they looked a bit gaunt from hunger, their clothes were relatively clean, unlike those who had encountered zombies. Pleased with his analysis, Jiang Hao shifted his gaze to the data panels of these individuals. Old Li, age 39, strength, ordinary person, loyalty 28. Wang Feng, age 31, strength, ordinary person, loyalty 19. Good grief, none of the 5 had loyalty over 30. They were playing a game of espionage. Jiang Hao's expression darkened instantly. Indeed, reasoning was not a skill suited for him. "Sir, we mean no offense. Please be magnanimous and spare us this time. We are willing to take you to the mine. The people there are all strong young men, perfect laborers." Old Li continued to grovel on the ground, sniffling and putting on a performance. Jiang Hao chuckled inwardly, the frustration from his previous miscalculation dissipating. However, the next moment, a gentle smile appeared on Jiang Hao's face. "Get in the vehicle and lead the way. We are heading to the mine." The mechanical army surged forth like a plague of locusts, each bulldog possessing strength no less than that of a first-tier mutated beast. The clatter of their footsteps thundered like ocean waves, shaking the ground and rustling the leaves. Standing outside the light barrier, Jiang Hao gazed at the ceaseless tide of machinery, a blazing fire igniting in his chest. "This is my army. With a long howl, Jiang Hao swept his gaze over the 5 cowering men, then slapped the hood of the armored vehicle, signaling full speed ahead. Old Man Li, bound to the roof of the armored car, licked his parched lips as he watched the silent steel torrent advance. For a moment, regret flickered within him. The eerie silence of this force made him tremble. He didn't believe the miners could overcome such an army, but now he had no other choice. The armored vehicles were devoid of human presence. The entire force was controlled by the subsystem, Xuanwu, separated from the Star River. 100 steel behemoths advanced silently through the forest. With the intervention of the Xuanwu AI, the hyena-wheeled armored vehicles eliminated cumbersome buttons, most operations governed by voice control. Beyond essential controls, the cabin space was dominated by a holographic projection device. Jiang Hao lounged leisurely inside the cabin, beside him a vast holographic map. On the map, ravines crisscrossed. Every tree, every protrusion was vividly clear. This was the holographic map of a 5-kilometer radius centered on the Fengqi Wu territory. Each glowing dot represented a bulldog or an armored vehicle. For this raid, Jiang Hao had mobilized nearly 80 of Fengqi with strength 126 bulldogs and 15 hyena-wheeled armored vehicles. Jiang Hao's operation was not a mere whim. He had conceived this plan long before returning to the territory. After all, though his territory was shielded by a light barrier, making it hard for outsiders to detect, a force of over 1,000 men lurked nearby. Such a force would keep anyone awake at night. Jiang Hao's massive troop buildup in recent days was partly motivated by this concern. With the apocalypse having erupted over half a month ago, Jiang Hao knew he couldn't delay. Xiao Zu's group might not hold out much longer. Before departing, he had to eliminate every threat near Fengqi Wu. The bulldogs did not follow a set path. Instead, they fanned out swiftly after leaving the territory. Within a kilometer radius of the march, they formed a dense sweep net, leaving only a dozen armored vehicles advancing alone on the road. Jiang Hao observed the troop deployment on the holographic map with full understanding, but he chose not to interfere. The operation was commanded by Sun Cheng. Jiang Hao did this to test Sun Cheng's abilities, for no matter how impressive his theoretical data, it needed validation through real combat. In the battle order, Jiang Hao had assigned Sun Cheng the role of overall commander for large-scale cluster operations, a position demanding thorough evaluation. Just then, the armored vehicle's hatch slid open and Shun Binjian's slender figure slipped inside. She quickly scanned the holographic map and said, "This Sun Cheng is quite impressive." Jiang Hao smiled faintly without a word, but the pride on his face was unmistakable, as if someone had praised his own child. Especially when the praise came from a scholar. Such joy and satisfaction doubled the pleasure. "Halt!" Sun Cheng's voice echoed through the communication channel. Without any action from Jiang Hao, the entire armored convoy came to a steady stop under Xuanwa's control. Yet on the holographic map, hundreds of glowing dots converged toward the mining area at the command's instant. It was the bulldogs. They crouched low like leopards stalking prey. Ahead, the factory area with rising cooking smoke came into view. Inside the first armored vehicle, Sun Cheng stared at the holographic map and took a deep breath. When the glowing dots were within 100 meters of the factory, he suddenly issued the attack order. "Charge!" Sun Cheng roared, almost screaming. The armored vehicle's engines growled, spewing black smoke as they crushed branches and crossed ravines, charging fiercely toward the factory. A powerful impact sent cascading rocks hurtling toward the low factory buildings. Though this was a premeditated ambush by the Jinshuan miners against Fengqi Wu, and though these workers had prepared for heavy resistance, no one could have imagined the monsters they had provoked. The makeshift barbed wire snapped like paper under the bulldogs' assault as these steel beasts leaped high, unleashing an utterly merciless slaughter. "Push in, Xuanwu. Get all the armored vehicles inside." Sun Cheng kept shouting at the top of his lungs. This was a battle with no suspense. The outcome was sealed the moment Fengqi Wu's forces left their territory. In terms of both technology and firepower, this was a complete annihilation. When the miners, relying on their numerical advantage and armed with rebar, sought to wipe out Jiang Hao's group, they never realized what steel monsters they were up against. As the war commander and Fengqi Wu's first hero-level leader, Sun Cheng was not content with an easy victory. What he desired was a flawless triumph. 0 casualties, a perfect war. At Sun Cheng's roar, all the armored vehicles plunged madly into the battlefield, their 30mm cannons unleashing a storm of fire. Against such terrifying caliber, human bodies were as fragile as paper. Even a grazing shot would instantly burst a cloud of blood. The entire force executed Sun Cheng's orders swiftly and decisively. With the close coordination of over a dozen armored vehicles, they quickly segmented the battlefield. Then dozens of bulldogs surged forward to clean up the battlefield. At that moment, Xuanwa's formidable coordination and Sun Cheng's excellent command fused perfectly, presenting the art of war in its finest form. Everything seemed to proceed smoothly. But then an explosion suddenly erupted on the battlefield. Flames shot dozens of meters into the air, scorching the surrounding air. "Stop!" Anyone moves, and we all die together. A man in his 30s emerged from the rust-covered factory, clutching a detonator. His face was covered in dust with a look of desperate madness. Li Bing, where's my son? I've lured them here. Now release my son. Hearing Li Bing's voice, old man, Li screamed, his body writhing in an attempt to free himself from the ropes. Your son? He's here, of course. Li Bing cackled, a look of pleasure in his eyes. He kicked a large pot, still emitting the aroma of cooked meat, his gaze turning wild. Not only is he here, but he tastes wonderful. Old Li was bound by ropes, unable to see what Li Bing was pointing at, but through Li Bing's words he already had a foreboding. Even he himself had tasted the sour and bitter flavor of human flesh. Such things were all too common in the mining area. I want to kill you. Old Li's eyes were bloodshot as he frantically twisted atop the armored vehicle, the ropes constricting violently, and his thin clothes quickly stained red with blood. The goodness and darkness of human nature resembled a balance scale tilting towards the dark side, without hesitation under the weight of the apocalypse. Jiang Hao silently observed everything before him. He had experienced too much of this to the point where he was numb to it all. Beside him, Xin Bingyan rarely displayed an emotional expression. Though she had mentally prepared herself, facing all of this still filled her heart with unutterable sorrow. Suddenly, she felt a sense of relief, thankful that Jiang Hao had not brought Duo along. That innocent little girl was a rare splash of color in the apocalypse. Did you foresee this scene long ago? Jiang Hao shook his head and replied bitterly, no, I just have seen too much. For the first time, a look of confusion appeared on Xin Bingyan's face. She did not understand what Jiang Hao meant by seeing too much. The apocalypse had only just begun. Sun Cheng had already jumped off the vehicle. The earlier explosion had not caused any substantial harm to the bulldog. Its thick skin could withstand the impact of a 20mm caliber bullet. Unless it was targeted by explosives, such damage was merely a tickle to the bulldog. Speak. You tracked us using the engineering robots deployed for gathering, and led us here, then planted explosives in the factory area. After going to such lengths, what exactly do you want? Li Bing was momentarily taken aback. He had not expected this man before him to reveal his entire plan, as if he had witnessed it firsthand. But in the current situation, he had no time for further thought. I need food, at least enough to fill that heavy truck over there. Li Bing pointed to a heavy truck parked at the mining site. Is that all? Anything else? Sun Cheng smiled playfully, continuing to inquire. Li Bing was slightly taken aback. He had not anticipated Sun Cheng's swift agreement, rendering his prepared words useless. How about I give you these robots? That way you'll be safer wherever you go. Are you joking? Li Bing was now completely unsettled. Even a fool could sense the mockery in Sun Cheng's tone. Negotiation. That requires leverage. What do you think you have to negotiate with me? Are you joking? This factory area is filled with my explosives. Li Bing's mouth opened and closed, but when he saw Sun Cheng's actions, all words were abruptly silenced. Sun Cheng waved his hand, and a bulldog trotted over, wagging its tail and spitting out a palm-sized object. Explosives? Is this what you're referring to? A faint smile crept across Sun Cheng's lips as he shook the bomb in his hand and tossed it in front of Li Bing. With this action, many bulldogs around also spat out what they had in their mouths. Li Bing's face had turned pale. It was only then that he realized the factory area had been dug out into uneven pits by these cold machines, leaving no intact piece of ground. Impossible, this is impossible. How could you find out about my explosives? Li Bing trembled, finally collapsing to the ground. From what I understand, using explosives for excavation is the primary mining method with current human technology. Since you managed to lead us here, I can't think of anything else that poses a threat to us besides explosives. Let's account for the items. This farce should come to an end. Jiang Hao jumped down from the armored vehicle, his gaze sweeping over the collapsed Li Bing as he commanded. A farce, you say? Li Bing forced a bitter smile, realizing that his painstakingly devised plan, prepared for so long, was merely seen as a joke by these people. The massive bulldog passed by him, its cold metallic shell concealing a terrifying power. Perhaps everything had already ended the moment we provoked the other side. Li Bing's face turned ashen, his eyes devoid of any color. The flames of war gradually subsided on this land, and Jiang Hao's forces brought not just slaughter, but also order and civilization. In the mining area, besides Li Bing and his group, there were about 500 others still alive. They were kept like livestock by Li Bing's group, fed with the flesh and blood of these people. However, regarding the treatment of these people, Jiang Hao fell into deep thought. Through this small-scale conflict, although Sun Qing demonstrated the necessary abilities, the fully AI-controlled forces revealed some issues as well. This prompted Jiang Hao to consider the necessity of forming human forces. Regardless of the present or future, the tendrils of Phoenix's nest would ultimately need to reach out. This was the trend of development for the entire territory. Let me go. I want to kill him. Old Li was still struggling in the armored vehicle, blood flowing down the steel plates of the vehicle, leaving a glaring crimson mark on the ground. His voice had become hoarse, almost pleading as he begged, Lord, let me kill him. My life from now on belongs to you. Though he had made the wrong choice in the past, he had also lost the most precious thing, family. Whether before or now, it was a luxury for anyone like the wind felt, but impossible to grasp. Was the price paid enough? It should be sufficient, right? Let him go. Immediately a bulldog approached and severed the rope that had dug into Old Lee's flesh with its steel teeth. Kekek, I want to kill you. Old Lee let blood spill onto the snow, trembling as he moved forward, leaving a winding trail of blood in the snow. Then in the face of Li Bing's terrified expression, Old Lee frantically opened his mouth wide and bit down hard on Li Bing's neck. A piercing scream instantly echoed through the mining area, ringing in the final prelude to humanity's descent. At the entrance of the light screen in the Finkawa territory, according to the information broadcasted, Jiang Guangping arrived here with a team, their bodies covered in the scars of battle. In their journey to carve a path to this valley, 7 of them had already perished. After more than half a month of turmoil, the order in the entire Peace City finally stabilized. Now Peace City is jointly controlled by 2 major factions, which delineate governance areas using buildings as a base to eliminate zombies and establish safe zones, ultimately creating a permanent living point in this cramped area. If we set aside the issue of food, these areas could be considered a great place to be. Jiang Guangping represents the faction currently known as the 5th District, which has acquired a large amount of police equipment and possesses immense strength. Standing at the fork in the road, gazing at the vast valley ahead, there was not a trace of human existence. Jiang Guangping's temper flared, feeling as if he had been mocked. About 2 days ago, the broadcast frequency in Peace City announced news of a large-scale grain transaction, which immediately attracted the attention of various factions. Although the apocalypse has just begun, food has already become the most universally acknowledged hard currency worldwide. The sudden outbreak of apocalyptic disasters has wreaked havoc on global food production, leading to a catastrophic failure of harvests. Under this disaster, the world's food supply has dwindled to a pitiful few packaged goods, or what little food remains is clearly insufficient for the billions of survivors globally. In fact, even the 5th District, which controls half of Peace City's resources, has only a few higher-ups who can afford packaged food. Now what is being sold on the broadcast? Food. Quality, unspoiled food. This kind of item should have vanished in the cataclysm of the apocalypse. It is said that some forces in the East are developing new crops, but it seems there has been no news so far. It's definitely a scam. I said it was impossible, in such times anything could grow in the fields except for grain. The subordinates began to stir restlessly. At that moment, the scenery before them began to distort strangely, like ripples on the surface of water spreading out. Accompanied by the roar of engines, an armored vehicle emerged from the light screen. Following it was the second, then the third. In total, 5 armored vehicles appeared out of thin air before the crowd. Jiang Guangping rubbed his eyes, unable to believe what he was seeing. What is this? Optical invisibility. Visual deception. But have you ever seen an entire unit hidden like this? The squad emerging from the light screen was undoubtedly a fully mechanized team. Even more terrifying to Jiang Guangping were the 4 or 5 mechanical dogs, each about a meter in size. In front of these mechanical beasts, he who was already accustomed to the scent of blood felt no impulse to resist. These weapons exude an aesthetic of violence, with exposed steel skeletal structures and hydraulic systems, the thickness of arms, all embodying a definition of brutal beauty. How any ornate decoration would be a heavy shackle for them. These things are weapons born solely for war. Jiang Guangping had no doubt that in front of such weaponry his small frame would be torn apart like paper. User code 013 right. We are user 024. Jiang Hao jumped down from the armored vehicle and announced his broadcast code. We are confirming the transaction details: 5 heavy trucks of timber and steel in exchange for 200 kilograms of grain. As he spoke, Jiang Hao narrowed his eyes, looking beyond Jiang Guangping and the others at their convoy. Isn't your convoy insufficient in number? Jiang Hao's voice gradually turned cold. After arriving in the Finkawa territory, he had been assigned by Jiang Hao to be responsible for the logistics of the entire territory. His main task now was to oversee the exchange of supplies, and he did not want his first transaction to be botched. Cough, cough. We lost a few vehicles on the way, but rest assured, this road has been cleared by us, and next time during the next transaction, we will definitely make up for it from 5th District. Jiang Hao's face instantly fell. Do you think this is still the time before the apocalypse? Can you still make payments in installments to buy something? When doing business with our Finkawa territory, it is cash on delivery, no credit allowed. Jiang Hao glanced at the heavy truck behind Jiang Guangping. Since you didn't bring enough money. Then, saying this, he walked up to an armored vehicle, and with a quick flick of his knife, he sent a few bags of grain tumbling down from the armor. Besides these few bags, the rest you can take with you. A few grains of milky white rice rolled out from the seams of the sack, blending into the surrounding snow. It's rice. It's really rice. Jiang Guangping's subordinates' eyes widened, swallowing their saliva as they spoke. Shut up. Jiang Guangping's face instantly flushed red. He glared at the subordinate, then smiled apologetically. Sorry, my brothers have had it tough too. We haven't eaten staple food in over half a month. In fact, what Zhang Guangping said was the norm in this apocalypse. Even he himself had not eaten staple food for more than a week. The memories of the past, the only ones that still lingered on his palate, were the exotic beast meat, which could be called chronic poison, and a bag of instant noodles awarded by the boss just a week ago. Speaking of which, he seemed to have hidden half a bag of instant noodles, and once this task is completed, he must savor it. Jiang Hao nodded slightly. This wasn't a shameful thing. Half a month ago, he was still rejoicing over finding a box of crushed cookies, but now after living here for half a month, having eaten too much rice, his taste had become picky. Even the newly received rice couldn't stimulate his appetite. By the way, yesterday while checking the inventory, he seemed to have seen a few boxes of canned beef. He would bring a bag back to try tonight, and him also bring a bag of jelly for Guogua as a treat. That thing should still have about 10 boxes in the warehouse. Such days truly felt like a dream. Both men wore friendly smiles, and as they spoke, both parties began to take action, checking the goods item by item. Soon after the transaction was completed, Jiang Hao nodded in satisfaction, preparing to return to the territory, but heard Zhang Guangping's voice again. Wait, is that a day? What else? Jiang Hao was somewhat puzzled. The transaction has already been completed. What else could there be? This guy can't be from Shenzhou. After such a big deal, shouldn't he invite himself in to sit for a while? Aren't you going to invite me? How am I supposed to complete my mission? Zhang Guangping felt somewhat speechless. He came to open a new route, and besides the planned transaction, he also had the task of probing the strength of the Fengkewu territory. If the strength of Fengkewu did not match the resources they controlled, the high-ups of the 5th district would not mind incorporating this area into their sphere of influence. Do you think you can just go in, huh? In the distance, the roar of engines approached, causing the ground to tremble. Soon 1-2 and 100 mechanical dogs burst out from the endless forest, landing in front of both factions. Jiang Hao jumped down from the armored vehicles. His eyes narrowed as he scrutinized this man. This guy, or rather the force behind him, seemed to have not yet realized the current situation. 5th district. A transaction is just a transaction. We only have interests to exchange. Don't bring in those superficial things. Open your eyes and see clearly. This is the apocalypse. Jiang Hao teased. If you still haven't grasped the rules of survival in the apocalypse, I wouldn't mind giving you a proper lesson. This is User 024. Citizens of City P. The Fengkewu territory is officially recruiting soldiers from all citizens. The more the better. Don't miss out. Are you still trembling under the rule of zombies? Are you still troubled by your daily meals? Are you still frightened by the lack of a safe shelter? Come to the Fengkewu territory. Everything you desire is here. The children of Mama Zhou and Uncle Yi have already arrived. Fengkewu territory, a fully mechanized army, offers you a sense of security like home. 1 month of muscle transformation, and in 3 months you will be driving an armored vehicle. We guarantee you can roam freely through the sea of zombies. Neighboring factions are envious. We solemnly promise meals and accommodation included. 3 meals a day consist entirely of rice. All rice. All rice. The road from City P to Fengkewu territory has been cleared. Don't hesitate, come and sign up quickly. Soon the broadcast script, personally crafted by Jiang Hao, was played continuously across City P. Jiang Hao listened to the voice coming from the radio, a subtle twitch at the corner of his mouth, and his gaze towards Jiang Hao changed peculiarly. Aren't you just a fake soldier? Which recruitment advertisement is written like this? How about it? Did I write it well? Jiang Hao was full of excitement. Well, it's okay. Being extremely corny is trendy, so as long as you're happy. Although the advertisement was not particularly well written, the temptation of rice was irresistible. Not long after the broadcast started, a large number of people rushed over from City P, crowding the entrance in front of the light screen. Send someone out to maintain order, let them in first, and unify them in the open space outside the city wall, then filter those who meet the criteria. Jiang Hao glanced at the surveillance screen and said, such a large gathering of people is extremely dangerous in the apocalypse. It is impossible to let them into the city. At least Jiang Hao would not allow them in until their loyalty reached 80. He had too many secrets hidden here, and a careless leak could provoke the covetousness of all factions. A common man is innocent, yet possessing a treasure can lead to disaster. Jiang Hao had seen too many of such events in his past life. The enforcers were quickly dispatched, consisting of miners recruited by Jiang Hao, trained personally by Jiang Hao. After a few days of training, their formations at least resembled something, and each was equipped with a Type 01 automatic rifle, creating an impressive display. This quickly stunned the citizens. A long line formed, and under the soldiers' command they entered the light screen one by one. Jiang Hao stood at the entrance of the light screen, first eliminating those who clearly did not meet the criteria. Sir, I'm really only in my 30s. I used to work as a programmer, so I look a bit older. Jiang Hao looked at the balding middle-aged man with deep wrinkles and fell into thought. It's hard to say whether humanity as a whole has mutated in the apocalypse, but one fact remains: everyone's skin has indeed thickened. Soon more than half of the people were eliminated, shivering in the cold wind. Jiang Hao glanced at those thinly dressed individuals, revealing a look of compassion. But ultimately he turned and entered the light screen. Although he felt reluctant, this is the law of the apocalypse. After losing the protection of human civilization, humanity must once again face the cruel law of the survival of the fittest. No one is a philanthropist, everyone can only strive to survive in such an environment. This is the first lesson that nature teaches humanity after the apocalypse. The two major factions, District 5 and the Thorny Wine Tavern, also received broadcasts from the Finkawa territory, yet they did not stop the loss of personnel. The reason is that the personnel recruited by these three factions are different. District 5 and the Thorny Wine Tavern recruit only martial arts awakeners and ability awakeners. They sometimes recruit ordinary people, but only to supplement their resource teams. For these two factions, ordinary people are merely dispensable extras, or in a sense, keeping these individuals in City P is more about competing for the already scarce resources. Now that another faction is willing to accept them, they are naturally pleased. The population of Finkawa territory experienced explosive growth, quickly surpassing 1500 people. To meet the ever-increasing food demand, Jiang Hao built 2 more Jiaodong farms. For Finkawa population has never been a hindrance to territorial development. On the contrary, these ordinary people considered burdens by other factions are invaluable wealth to Jiang Hao. The future battle for humanity's survival will inevitably be a clash of iron and blood, a competition of technology and evolution, and a stalemate between weapons and flesh. This is Jiang Hao's judgment based on his past life experience and a conclusion drawn after the sacrifice of nearly 100 martial saint-level powerhouses in his previous life. No matter how strong an individual is, even a martial saint-level powerhouse cannot withstand the onslaught of an army of monstrous beasts numbering in the millions. Standing atop the city wall looking at the troops training outside the city, Jiang Hao had never felt this composed. Although most of the over 1,000 soldiers below are ordinary people, once they complete their training and equip themselves with various weapons, they will inform the Awakeners in a brand new manner about what a true steel torrent is. The enhancement of technology and equipment will continually narrow the gap between them and the Awakeners until they completely surpass them. What is even more terrifying is that when the accumulation of equipment becomes a trend, this trend will be as unstoppable as the tide of history. Setting aside the talent factor, how long does it take for an Awakener to grow from a martial apprentice to a martial saint? Even the exceptionally gifted martial saint Li Changhe took a full 3 years, while a soldier under the same level of equipment can reach the same level of combat power in less than a month of simple training. This is the true terrifying aspect of the Finkawa territory. During this time, the development of the territory will be entrusted to you and Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao said to Sun Chung, looking at the soldiers who were training. Training is now the top priority, we must not slack off. This time I will also take a batch of outstanding soldiers with me. My lord, our soldiers have only been training for a week. Isn't it too early to expose them to actual combat? Sun Chung expressed his doubts. Not too early. Jiang Hao glanced at the time on his watch and began walking down toward the city. Those who have survived until now have seen blood. Their psychological resilience is definitely up to par. Moreover, no matter how well they train, it cannot compare to experiencing the battlefield. We don't need softlings who can only live in a greenhouse. Outside the city, the convoy was ready. It had been 20 days since the apocalypse began, and it was unclear how things were going on Xiao Zu's side. It's time to set off. Xin Bingyan was already waiting in the vehicle, accompanied by over 100 fully armed soldiers. Jiang Hao waved to Sun Chung. Take good care of our home and wait for my return. After saying that, Jiang Hao stepped into the car, and with the roar of the engine drove toward the light screen. However, before the convoy could travel far, Sun Chung saw the convoy returning, moving even faster than before. Everyone retreat back into the city. Level 1 combat alert. Everyone retreat to the city. Level 1 combat alert. Jiang Hao shouted loudly, leaning out of the car window. However, faced with the Lord's warning, the soldiers, still in training, turned with puzzled expressions. Damn it, run to the city. What are you standing there for? Waiting to die? Jiang Hao was truly anxious this time, his face displaying unprecedented urgency. Jiang Hao, who was still explaining tactical maneuvers to the new recruits, instantly realized the gravity of the situation. Without checking what danger Jiang Hao was referring to, he kicked away the nearest soldier. Why are you still dazed? Run. Initially, a few people began to run toward the city, quickly influencing those around them until everyone was running. Grab your guns to the city walls. Jiang Hao's voice rang out again, and then the vehicle drifted at a wide angle on the slick grass, coming to a steady stop in front of Jiang Hao. Get in the car. Jiang Hao yelled as he opened the door. Once Jiang Hao got in, Xin Bingyan had already floored the accelerator. The engine roared like a wild beast, and the rapidly spinning tires carved a long track on the ground, sending wisps of smoke as they rushed toward the light curtain. Level 1 combat alert. Unknown invaders detected at the edge of the territory. Recon Unit 0125 has been dispatched. Please prepare for defense. In his mind, the prompt from the Starry River kept ringing, followed by a new round of alerts. Warning. A large number of unknown invaders have appeared at the territory entrance. Threat level 3. Defense system activating. After checking the ammunition situation, once more Jiang Hao smashed the car window with the butt of his rifle and leaned out half of his body. What's going on? Is it the people from Zone 5? Jiang Tao also checked his firearm and asked. In Jiang Tao's view, the only ones who could pose a threat to the Finkawa territory were the people from Zone 5, as their initial trade had not gone very well. Although the subsequent transaction had not led to conflict, human hearts are inherently unpredictable, especially in the apocalypse. The secrets of Finkawa territory were too many, whether it was the large-scale production of food or the ability to produce mechanical dogs and armored vehicles. Each item was something that various major forces coveted. When all these things gathered in one place, the energy generated was enough to drive any force insane. No, Jiang Hao denied, then shared his vision with the recon unit. In that instant, the scene seen by the recon unit appeared before Jiang Hao's eyes. At that moment, Jiang Hao felt his heart skip a beat, as if his breath had been suspended. This scene would be a nightmare for humanity, even 5 years into the apocalypse. It's a beast tide. Jiang Hao suddenly fell silent, slowly pulling his body back from the car window. Turn around, back to the city. The vehicle quickly turned around, speeding towards the city gate. Beast tide? What is that? Jiang Tao was somewhat confused. He had never heard of such a thing, and had never seen Jiang Hao with such an expression. This made him feel an uneasy premonition, fearing that this time the territory was truly in deep trouble. More than 100 century-grade cannons on the city wall had already been activated, and the cannons, with a firing rate of 3,500 rounds per minute, gave Jiang Hao a slight sense of relief. Soon the off-road vehicle surpassed the crowd lagging behind and rushed into the city. Inside the city, Sun Chung had already organized an armored convoy with each armored vehicle equipped with 2 soldiers. The ammunition was loaded and the engines emitted a low rumbling sound. A total of 42 armored vehicles gave Sun Chung immense confidence, clearly showing that he was ready to confront the enemy. However, Jiang Hao had little faith in these soldiers who had only trained for a few days. Armored cluster, stay on standby. Everyone else follow me to the city wall. Jiang Hao decisively ordered, and then walked toward the city wall. Xing Hao, report the territory's combat units. Received. Finkawa territory level 0 territory century-grade cannons 168, hyena-grade armored vehicles 52, bulldogs 316. Soon Xing Hao compiled all the combat units. Just over 500 combat units. This was the entirety of Finkawa territory's assets. Looking at such a data panel, Jiang Hao couldn't help but smile wryly. Indeed, having over 500 fully mechanized combat units is a force that could change the tide of battle in any super-large organization. Even now, the combined firepower of the 5th Zone stationed in City P and the Thorny Tavern might not exceed that of Finkawa, which is why Jiang Hao dared to negotiate firmly with Zhang Guanping during the transaction. But this is the apocalypse now. The conflicts between human forces have never been the reason for humanity's ultimate demise. Only the horrors before them are the root of all problems in the apocalypse. Beast tide. From the moment it appears, it becomes an unshakable nightmare for humanity. Under such a level of disaster, no matter how sturdy the city walls are, they will crumble like sand before the tide of beasts. They're coming. Standing on the city wall, Jiang Hao could see everything outside. Initially, the light curtain rippled like a small stone dropping into water, and then a snow-white wolf-like creature appeared before everyone. The giant wolf stood over 2 meters tall, twice the size of a bulldog, its snowy white fur blending seamlessly with the surroundings, creating a visually deceptive effect. Jiang Hao stood on the city wall witnessing this scene, and he understood very well what the appearance of the giant wolf represented. Indeed, after the giant wolf appeared in everyone's view, it seemed to trigger some signal, causing the light curtain of Finkawa territory to tremble violently. Like a flood that had broken its dam in the blink of an eye, over 100 gigantic beasts surged in. Their nostrils twitched slightly as they followed the scent to this place. Upon seeing the fleeing crowd, they howled like sharks, catching the scent of blood, and charged down. At that moment, the slower soldiers finally realized the severity of the situation. Under the threat of death, their speed noticeably increased. But it was already too late. Once the giant wolf charged, its speed was beyond what humanity could compare. The first giant wolf to charge leaped over 10 meters in a single bound, reaching the crowd in just a few breaths. The slaughter was inevitable in the next moment. The massive head was raised high, then accurately brought down like the most precise surgical knife, snatching a soldier who was frantically running for his life. Perhaps these beasts were starving. After grabbing the soldier, they didn't chew, but swallowed him whole, followed quickly by the second and third. There was no gruesome scene as imagined, nor was there any horrifying image of gnawing on human bones. Yet this scene of swallowing people whole, without shedding blood, was even more chilling. For these beasts, this was a feast for the taste buds, as an endless stream of beasts surged from behind, urging the giant wolf at the front of the pack to devour even more desperately. Too late, but nothing could be salvaged. Life is the most inexpensive thing in the apocalypse, so cheap that it is worth even less than a bag of instant noodles. When the apocalypse truly descends, everyone sadly realizes that the era they once squandered and cursed is now the future they can never return to. Bang! The harsh gunfire shattered the silence of the massacre, and finally someone on the city wall couldn't hold back and pulled the trigger. But soon the soldier's action was stopped in its tracks by a swift slap from his superior. "Fool, did I order you to fire?" Sun Cheng rarely lost his temper, and the soldier who was kicked down hurriedly scrambled back to his fighting position. Everyone prepare to shoot. Jiang Hao roared, unceremoniously taking over command from Sun Cheng at this critical moment. Although Sun Cheng possessed great tactical talent, no one here understood the alien beasts better than Jiang Hao. His eyes were fixed on the approaching horde of alien beasts, and the ground trembled at that moment. The buzzing, thunderous sound erupted the battle hymn of the alien beasts as they charged. Even though Jiang Hao had faced the alien beast tide more than once each time, he could not suppress the surge of blood and energy. Closer, even closer. When the ferocity of the horde of alien beasts reached its peak, the rotating barrel of the Sentinel-grade artillery began to spin, and the judgment from civilization finally descended at this moment. This is easy. When the vanguard of the alien beast tide was still 600 meters away from the city wall, the Sentinel-grade artillery opened fire first. The dense gunfire erupted, accompanied by the rising smoke. 600 meters. This was the maximum lethal range of the Sentinel-grade artillery, and at this moment the power of the 30mm bullets was displayed without reservation before everyone. Shell casings rained down like a downpour, steadily landing in the net ahead. The orange-yellow bullets created a dense firepower net in the area 600 meters away, and with the mournful howls of the giant wolves, large clouds of blood sprayed forth, forming a thick mist of blood once again over that firepower net. In just 1 minute, 3500 rounds of ammunition were emptied. A large number of giant wolves fell, struck directly by the 30mm caliber bullets. Although the bullets easily shredded their fur, they did not shatter their bodies. It was enough to demonstrate the terror of these first-tier alien beasts. However, for these giant wolves, their resilient bodies now marked the beginning of their even more tragic fate. Many giant wolves had not yet breathed their last when they fell. They collapsed in a pool of blood like helpless enthusiasts, but soon their companions charged over. Their enormous bodies trampled over the fallen carcasses without mercy, and with just one charge, those giant wolves that could not rise became a puddle of meat paste. Steady, everyone, stay steady. Jiang Hao's voice was hoarse from shouting as he stood directly above the city gate, surrounded by soldiers whose hands trembled so much they could barely hold their guns. Steady. Jiang Hao pressed on the shoulder of one soldier and softly said, "Follow my command to fire. Once we drive away these beasts, ill-treat you to pig trotters." Closer still. Jiang Hao could even see the flowing fur of the giant wolves as they charged. The first round of the artillery had slain over 1,000 giant wolves, but that number was merely 1/10 of the alien beast tide. The alien beast tide, even at its minimum scale, exceeded 1/0, and the lowest-tier alien beasts in this tide were the first-tier ones charging before them. Yet even such a formidable alien beast tide was enough to spell doom for them in front of the current Finkawood territory. This was the apocalyptic ultimate power that had destroyed countless strongholds and cities of humanity. In his past life, whether it was the Lawn City of the Lawn City Lord or the Jimmy Fortress of the Silver Spear Marshal Saint, both perished under such alien beast tides. These were all the main cities of the 7 great martial saints, the most heavily fortified strongholds in the Xinzhou region, and now Finkawood was still in its infancy stage. Until this moment, the massive cluster of alien beasts finally appeared in full view on the screen. The sight of nearly 10,000 giant beasts charging created a momentum that made the earth tremble. Fine dust slipped through the stone crevices of the city wall, constantly falling amid the vibrations. Under such a grand spectacle, the inadequacies in the soldiers' training quickly became apparent. Although Jiang Hao repeatedly emphasized to wait for his command before firing under the immense psychological pressure, some soldiers' trembling hands could not help but pull the trigger, and the worst part was that these soldiers did not hold their guns tightly. With the immense recoil, the 01 type automatic rifle spewed fire and slipped from their hands. Although the gunfire abruptly ceased at this moment, the bullets that left the chamber ricocheted off the solid rocks, forming deadly ricochets. Soon a soldier wailed as he fell, blood gushing from his shoulder with a bullet lodged in his scapula. Fortunately, it did not cause a penetrating injury. Such an incident was a terrifying blow to morale. "Damn it, coward, you've wasted your rice." At this moment, Jiang Hao rushed over with his gun in hand, kicking the pale-faced soldier away. He lowered his gun, slowly holding it with one hand, then fired. Bang! The bullet accurately penetrated the soldier's head, but the right arm holding the gun did not move an inch. "You bunch of cowards. Are you even worse than a cripple like me?" Jiang Hao's left arm hung limply, dancing in the wind. "Anyone else who dares to move my guns at the back of your head, Jiang Hao's words had some effect. Some soldiers finally managed to stop their trembling hands. They breathed heavily, desperately, trying to calm their emotions. The alien beasts were already charging. They would either be eaten or they would slay them. No further words were needed. Oh, everyone understood this logic. They had no way out, only to fight to the death. Fire! Jiang Hao's voice finally rang out at this moment. The vanguard of the alien beast tide was still 150 meters away from the city wall. 150 meters. This was the maximum lethal range of the 0-1 type automatic rifle. Data. The sound of the rifles was tight and dense, with bright yellow bullets raining down on the giant beasts, splattering large clouds of blood. At such close range, and with such a scale of beast tide, the soldiers did not even need to aim. Simply relying on the dense firepower could create a tight firepower net. After being hit by the rifle bullets, these giant beasts did not fall directly to the ground. As before, relying on their formidable defenses, they charged forward a few more steps before toppling after another round of gunfire. However, it was this few meters of distance that once again tightened Jiang Hao's nerves. At this moment, the place where the giant beasts fell was less than 20 meters from the city wall. At such close range, if the bodies piled up, they would fill the height advantage of the city wall. We need to clear those bodies. This was Jiang Hao's only thought now. My lord, let me take some people. Sun Sheng, not far away, seemed to have also noticed this. His gaze briefly crossed with Jiang Hao's in the air. No, you stay to command. Jiang Hao decisively refused. After all, he was also an awakened first-tier martial artist on guard. Even if he couldn't complete the mission, his chances of retreating were greater than Sun Cheng's. Xing, I need 10 armored vehicles. When heading down to the city, Jiang Hao had already given the order to Xing, and soon 5 Hyena-class armored vehicles came over. Boldly take 8 people, and follow me. The most fatal flaw of a level 0 territory was the absence of heavy firepower. Jiang Hao had seen this clearly from the very beginning. Initially, he thought upgrading the territory would solve the problem, as in his past life, he remembered the heavy firepower equipment produced by this territory vividly. But the most critical error was his miscalculation of the time needed to upgrade the territory. Moreover, he had never anticipated that the beast tide would attack human cities at this very moment. Now Jiang Hao had no time to dwell on these thoughts. The city gate opened once more, and Jiang Hao led a convoy charging out. Xuanwu, I need fire support. Suppress those beasts. Inside the cockpit, he called the intelligent AI system and gave a decisive order. The autocannon mounted on the vehicle's roof spat tongues of fire, weaving a network of gunfire on the periphery along with the other 9 armored vehicles. The Hyena-class wheeled armored vehicle was equipped with an autocannon identical to the Sentinel class, both being 30mm caliber. However, considering the recoil's impact on vehicle stability, the bullet's power was reduced, resulting in a shorter range for the armored vehicle's autocannon compared to the Sentinel class. Suppressive fire. Sun Sheng saw clearly, reloaded his magazine, and opened fire again to provide fire support for Jiang Hao. Glancing at the nearest Sentinel-class autocannon, he saw the engineering robot had finished reloading, and the autocannon's rotary barrel began to spin again. Now's the chance. Push these bastards back. Before Sun Cheng's voice fully faded, the dense torrent of fire from the Sentinel-class autocannon erupted once more. The ammunition in the magazine dwindled rapidly, but the effect was remarkable. Beneath the city wall, rows of beasts fell, and the number of the beast tide sharply decreased again. Through the observation window, Jiang Hao saw dense lines of orange-yellow bullets streaking across the sky, landing accurately into the beast tide. In 40 seconds, the Sentinel-class autocannon will need reloading. Xuanwu's voice echoed in his ear. Charge now, and push those damned corpses away. Jiang Hao ordered, decisively pressing the accelerator to the floor. The sturdy tracks gripped the slippery ground tightly, minimizing kinetic energy loss. In the next moment, the armored vehicle roared forward like an enraged beast. Obstacle detected ahead. Impact in 10 seconds. Vehicle anti-collision system activated. 876. Xuanwu's voice continued. Inside the cabin, Jiang Hao fastened his seatbelt and gripped the handles tightly. Bang! The immense impact transmitted through the vehicle's body, making Jiang Hao feel as if his body had lifted off. The seatbelt instantly tightened, restraining him. The powerful drag force continuously assaulted his body's weakest tissues, as if his ribs had snapped. Fortunately, under such a collision, the vehicle's structure remained intact, and it continued to operate normally. The powerful engine pushed forward the beast corpses, soon clearing a 60-meter-wide gap, visible from the city wall. Front armor damage level 35. The electronic system rebooted, and Xuanwu's voice sounded again. Yet Jiang Hao had no time to care about this. On the city wall, the Sentinel-class autocannon's fire support had ceased again, and the engineering robot had begun replacing the magazine. Retreat. Jiang Hao issued the evacuation order decisively. The convoy turned around, revealing the dented armor plates, and sped toward the city gate at maximum speed. However, Jiang Hao failed to notice that the moment the Sentinel-class autocannon stopped firing, the ground outside the city no longer echoed with normal sounds. The entire battlefield fell into an eerie silence, as if abruptly halted. Are they retreating? On the city wall, Jiang Hao and others saw clearly. After another round of concentrated fire, the beast tide left over 1,000 more corpses beneath the wall and slowly withdrew. No, that's not a retreat. Sun Sheng quickly spotted the anomaly. This orderly withdrawal seemed to be brewing a greater conspiracy. The remaining beasts soon retreated to the edge of the light barrier. Among this beast horde were not only giant wolves, but also boars covered in steel spikes, and even muntjac twice their normal size. Now these beasts, regardless of species or rank, silently made way for a path, and then slowly knelt down. This scene resembled mortal subjects welcoming their monarch, and these beasts seemed to be greeting their king in the same manner. Soon the orderly beast horde provided the answer. As the path within the horde revealed itself, a tall and solitary figure emerged, accompanied by ripples in the light barrier. It was also a wolf-type beast. Compared to other giant wolves, this one was larger, with a body length exceeding 4 meters and a height over 2 meters. Its fur was crystalline and nearly transparent, faintly shimmering with fluorescence against the snow. It stepped forward amid the adoration of thousands of beasts, like a monarch inspecting its domain, gazing down upon all. Damn it, it's a second-tier beast. Jiang Hao's face paled. He had returned to the city wall and witnessed this scene. How could something like this appear at a time like this? Jiang Hao cursed again. In his past life, a second-tier beast was merely a low-level creature at the bottom of the food chain. In that era, when martial kings roamed everywhere, if such a creature appeared in the fallen zone, no awakened would even spare it a glance. To ensure a steady food supply, some factions even raised these first- and second-tier beasts like livestock for consumption. But this was only the early days of the apocalypse. Less than a month had passed since the outbreak, and a second-tier beast had already appeared. Did this thing take steroids? How could it evolve so fast? Jiang Hao's face turned grim. Everyone looked at him in bewilderment, unaware of what the appearance of a second-tier beast at this stage truly meant for the battlefield. It was a game-changer. Neither the Type 01 automatic rifle nor the 30mm autocannon posed any threat to a second-tier beast. But aside from these, what did the Fengchi Wu territory have left? Only human lives to fill the gap. A resolute look gradually appeared in Jiang Hao's eyes. He tightened his grip on the rifle and was about to speak when he noticed Shen Bingyan, who had remained silent since the battle began, suddenly stand up from behind the cover. Shen Bingyan's lips moved, and soon her voice sounded in Jiang Hao's private communication channel. That beast was attracted by me. Jiang Hao was taken aback, unsure of what Shen Bingyan meant by her words. Was it rebellion? Or something else? Then he saw Shen Bingyan pull out a pendant from around her neck. The pendant was about the size of half a palm, shaped like a silkworm cocoon. The moment the pendant was revealed, Jiang Hao distinctly felt the temperature around him drop. Instantly, a biting cold wind swept through, causing him to shiver involuntarily. The pendant seemed somewhat familiar, yet Jiang Hao could not recall where he had seen it before. At the moment the pendant was taken out by Shen Bingyan, a two-tiered beast 2 kilometers away from the city wall suddenly turned its gaze toward them. The air on the city wall felt as if it had solidified. A chill surged from the soles of his feet, rapidly spreading throughout his body. I got this from that beast. When I encountered it, it was in a state similar to hibernation. Shen Bingyan continued. I believe it has come for this. In fact, the two-tiered Wolf King had already proven Shen Bingyan's guess with its actions. Upon seeing the pendant, the Wolf King let out a long howl, and then the still vast army of beasts charged forward once more. All the beasts visibly turned bloodshot. They were loyal followers of the Wolf King, and in that moment they charged fearlessly, braving the bullets that came at them. This was a desperate charge from the beast horde, not for food, but to defend the dignity of the Wolf King. Watching the billowing smoke from afar, all the soldiers on the city tower grew tense again, their hands still trembling, breath still rapid. However, having successfully repelled the previous wave of beasts gave everyone a bit of confidence as battlefield experience accumulated in bits and pieces. Jiang Hao did not reveal the truth to everyone. Maintaining morale was crucial at this stage. Once the soldiers lost heart, defeat would come in an instant. The next moment, the Wolf King moved. Its massive body surged forward, leaping over a distance of several meters. Moments later, its figure appeared within the charging beast horde. Tat-a-tat. The bullets fired incessantly, the smell of gunpowder thickening on the city wall. The sentry-grade cannon was on its 5th round of loading. Its gun barrel had begun to glow red, and as it met the cold air, a mist formed that floated into the sky. Soon the Wolf King reached the front of the beast horde, standing atop a pile of beast corpses. It leaped with ferocity, its massive form seemingly blotting out the sky. Accompanied by the sound of rushing wind, this terrifying Wolf King leapt onto the city wall, the immense impact causing the entire wall to shake violently, and in an instant that section of the wall collapsed. Not good. Jiang Hao's eyes narrowed. He had guessed the Wolf King's intent. At that moment, the Wolf King had already started to act, moving with incredible speed, each step marked by a clear purpose. Its claws, accompanied by the sound of wind, struck down. The sentry-grade cannon that had just spewed flames was torn in half, and then came the next one. It did not focus its attacks on the personnel, only eliminating those annoying soldiers as obstacles arose. All its energy was dedicated to destroying the cannons, clearly perceiving them as a greater threat to its kin. Jiang Hao charged forward at the first opportunity, the Tang Dao unsheathed and gleaming coldly in the air. At that moment, he dared not hold back in the slightest. His arm suddenly exerted force, aiming to slash at the Wolf King's hind leg. The sharp blade left a bloody mark on the Wolf King's hind leg, but could not penetrate further. Whoa! In pain, the Wolf King instantly turned its head and lunged toward Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao dared not linger, using the momentum of his descent to evade the striking claws. The dark muzzle immediately swung around, and dense gunfire erupted on the city wall, momentarily stalling the Wolf King's advance. Bullets pounded against the Wolf King's fur, igniting bursts of flame as flattened bullets rained down from its fur. At that moment, Shen Bingyan charged over her arm, slightly raised a beam of cold light shooting from her hand, instantly freezing one of the Wolf King's front legs. "Aim for its jaw," Jiang Hao shouted. The next moment, he charged out. The concentrated firepower temporarily suppressed the Wolf King's advance, but this level of attack would hardly breach even the weakest point of the Wolf King. But in that instant, the Wolf King's previously frozen front paw suddenly broke free from its constraints and struck down fiercely at Jiang Hao. Bam! The excruciating sound of metal grinding echoed, and Jiang Hao's body flew out like a cannonball, crashing hard into a soldier. A tearing pain shot through his back, but thankfully the soldier behind him absorbed some of the impact. The Tang Dao in his hand bore a vicious scratch from the previous block. "Buy me 5 seconds." Jiang Hao's voice echoed in Shen Bingyan's ear over the communication channel. "Okay." Shen Bingyan responded crisply, then lifted the pendant in her hand while her other hand slowly exuded waves of cold air. In the next moment, the pendant bizarrely floated in midair. A faint blue light surged from it, and the shimmering radiance erupted forth like an energy amplifier, amplifying the energy that instantaneously froze the Wolf King's front paw. A freezing expanse ensued as the energy that successfully froze the Wolf King's front paw did not dissipate entirely, but rapidly spread across the ground, soon encasing half a city wall in ice. Forcing down his shock, Jiang Hao drew his blade, his lungs heaving violently. That impact must have injured his ribs, severely hindering his oxygen intake. A buzzing sound rang in his ears, and leveraging the icy surface on the city wall, Jiang Hao slid out forcefully. The next moment, he swung his blade. This strike exhausted all his strength. Jiang Hao felt as if his entire body had gone limp, and his lungs felt ready to burst. However, warm liquid quickly brought him back to reality. The Tang Dao pierced accurately through the Wolf King's jaw, penetrating its thick throat and directly into its brain. Its massive body collapsed, instantly pinning Jiang Hao beneath. The Wolf King's fall was like a signal. The beast horde that had been ferocious just a moment ago deflated like a punctured balloon. Even the giant wolf that had transformed into a first-tier beast reverted to its true nature, tucking its massive tail and retreating from the light curtain. "We won! We won!" On the city wall, someone shouted first, and after a brief pause, a tsunami of cheers erupted. All the soldiers began to cheer. This was the first beast tide recorded by humanity since the outbreak of the apocalypse. Unlike the previous life, this time people successfully repelled the frenzied assault of the beasts, and this news quickly spread through the broadcast. Feng Chiwu, this unfamiliar force, made its stunning entrance into the sight of major global powers for the first time. At the entrance of the valley, several new watchtowers must be constructed. You should personally select their locations with one requirement: the view must be unobstructed so that we can issue a warning before danger arrives. Jiang Hao pointed outside the light curtain towards Suncheng. While everyone was still immersed in the joy of repelling the beast tide, Jiang Hao had already turned his gaze towards the distant future. Although this battle against the alien beast tide ended in a human victory, it was merely a Pyrrhic one. In this battle, the Finkawa territory suffered a total of 312 casualties, including 131 fatalities. It is important to note that the total population of the Finkawa territory is only about 1500. Given the current size of the Finkawa territory, it cannot afford many more battles like this one. Even more critically, after this battle, the medical resources of the Finkawa territory have been nearly exhausted, and the construction of a medical center has been put on the agenda. Within the city, on a newly planned vacant lot, the construction of the medical center has already begun, and Jiang Hao glanced at the timer above the building. Remaining time 451812. This war has exposed many issues within the territory, such as the lack of observation posts and insufficient medicine supplies, all of which need to be resolved one by one. However, what comforted Jiang Hao was that this battle significantly accelerated the formation speed of the Finkawa troops, something that could not be achieved even after countless training sessions. Thinking this way, Jiang Hao's gaze unconsciously turned towards the outside of the city. The cleanup of the battlefield didn't even require soldiers to lift a finger. Over 1,000 engineering robots took only an afternoon to clear the mess replaced by the celebrations of soldiers feasting. Beside these temporary camps, new military barracks are under construction. Within the Fenkwood territory, aside from the panels displayed on the system interface, all other buildings must be constructed by the Lord. Currently, nearly 2,000 engineering robots are carrying out this work. Besides the military barracks outside the city, several standalone villas are also being constructed simultaneously. With the increase in personnel, the Turum One-Hall Command Center has become overwhelmed. Just thinking about this made Jiang Hao visualize the image of Sun Cheng and Jiang Tao, two large men crammed into one bed, which was quite an unforgettable sight. Originally, Jiang Hao was supposed to fit into that bed as well, and the two had discussed for half a day how to utilize the limited bed space to accommodate 3 people. Jiang Hao could not endure their humiliation any longer, and in a fit of anger moved to the living room to sleep on the floor. The soldiers sat together in groups with roasted fish dripping with oil placed in the center. Each person had a bowl of fish soup in front of them, and they happily ate with bowls of white rice. There was no alcohol provided by Jiang Hao. Although the current food production is abundant, it hasn't reached the point where food can be wasted on brewing. Even if Jiang Hao was willing to brew, the soldiers under him would not be. These people had truly experienced hardship, especially the group brought back from the mining area who had eaten anything to survive. If Jiang Hao dared to waste food, they would be able to present him with 1,000 reasons in an instant. They had seen how the outside world fought for a single grain of food. It was not just a matter of one grain. Even a piece of alien beast meat could lead to fierce fights. In this era, not everyone has the capability to hunt alien beasts, leading to street vendors specializing in selling alien beast meat. The small stalls were doing quite well, even though everyone knew eating such meat was akin to a slow suicide. Nonetheless, this type of meat remained in high demand. People must continue to live. Sitting on the damaged city wall, disregarding the section still under repair, the beauty of the surroundings gave one the illusion that this was not the end of the world. Watching the soldiers enjoy the delicious roasted fish, he couldn't help but tease. Although our combat power may not be the strongest in the world, the quality of our meals certainly is. Brother, the food is ready, and the pretty sister asked me to call you for dinner. Duo bounced over, holding an ice sculpture that was almost melted in her little hands. It looked like it was a little Peppa Pig, or maybe Pleasant Goat. Who cares? Jiang Hao leaned against the wall and stood up. His lungs and a large area of his back were still aching. He forced a smile and patted Duo's little head. Let's go home. Shin Bingyan had already laid out the food on the table. The dishes included pickled fish, spicy and sour shredded potatoes, cumin lamb, mapo tofu with Yangzhou fried rice as the staple. The aroma of the food wafted from a distance, and Duo's mouth began to water. She then let go of Jiang Hao's hand and bounced to the table, propping her chin with her small hands, her eyes blinking as she stared at the dishes, unable to move even an inch. Shin Bingyan came out of the kitchen with several empty bowls for fried rice and happened to see Jiang Hao entering with Duo. Their gazes met briefly in midair before quickly looking away. Shin Bingyan, age 23, strength mid-level, first stage, ice ability, loyalty 89. Jiang Hao noticed the changes in Shin Bingyan's attributes and slightly raised the corners of his mouth. Where are those two? Jiang Hao referred to Jiang Tao and Sun Cheng. This was something that didn't actually require asking. His gaze passed through the door frame of the dining room and landed on the map on the eyeglasses. Their 2 specially marked light spots were moving. The light spot representing Jiang Tao was currently in an open space outside the city, apparently eating roasted food with the soldiers. Meanwhile, the light spot representing Sun Cheng had disappeared beyond the light curtain. This panoramic image could only show the situation within the Fenkwood territory, or anything beyond that was beyond assistance. He must be going to scout the location of the watchtower. Jiang Hao speculated. He tactfully avoided mentioning the pendant, just as Shin Bingyan had never probed deeply into matters concerning Fenkwood. Both maintained a tacit understanding, silently acknowledging certain things. Thank you. After a long while, Shin Bingyan finally spoke. Jiang Hao placed a generous portion of rice on the table and added a piece of his favorite pickled fish. The flavor was a bit bland. Didn't you say I could help you survive? It seems your choice was correct. Jiang Hao smiled, adding a piece of cumin lamb for Duo and tasted a bite. The texture was just right. The little one should be able to bite through it. He then placed a piece of cumin-coated lamb into Duo's bowl. Ugh. Brother, that's dirty. Duo doesn't want to eat brother's saliva. Duo immediately pouted, looking at Jiang Hao with a wronged expression. Jiang Hao, are you going to L City tomorrow? Yes, the people from District 5 are coming to trade tomorrow. It seems their leader also wants to meet me, so it works out perfectly. We'll go together. Shin Bingyan seemed a bit downcast, lowering her head and disinterestedly stirring the fried rice in her bowl before eating it in large mouthfuls. By the way, Jiang Hao took a sip of water and suddenly remembered something, asking, have you packed your things? We are departing early tomorrow. Am I going to? Xin Bingyan slightly raised her head, her tone unexpectedly carrying a hint of fluctuation. Otherwise, Jiang Tao needs to train the new recruits and take care of Duo, and Sun Cheng has to deal with matters in the territory. Who else can go with me? Jiang Hao spoke as if it were a matter of course, looking at Xin Bingyan with some curiosity. This woman is a bit unusual today. All right. Xin Bingyan's response remained concise, her tone seeming to return to calm, but she seemed to have eaten half a bowl more than usual. The next day, it was not the alarm clock that woke Jiang Hao, but the incessant notification sound echoing in his mind. Attention, the engineering robots have reached the maximum capacity of the base and have ceased production. The host should construct the supercomputing center as soon as possible to increase the capacity of engineering robots. The supercomputing center will be unlocked after upgrading the territory to level 1. For some unknown reason, the system's notification sound had been playing on loop in Jiang Hao's mind. After flipping through the system prompts, he was taken aback. The first notification actually came at 2 in the morning. Xing, come out, I need an explanation. Jiang Hao, sporting dark circles under his eyes, was filled with impotent rage. Sensing Jiang Hao's fury, Xing wisely hid away and quietly turned off the notification sound. Glancing at the system panel, he saw that the number of engineering robots had been fixed at 300, which was the maximum capacity for a level 0 territory. So, does this mean I've hit the population cap? The medical center would be completed in a little over 10 hours, at which point he would meet the hard requirements for upgrading the territory. However, taking a glance at the resource reserve that was cleaner than his savings before the apocalypse, Jiang Hao closed the resource panel with a look of despair. During this time, due to the frenzied production of troops, resources had already been running low. Now, with the need to build a new territory, the engineering robots going out to gather resources were even more stretched. Fortunately, the trade route was now open, and there were other resources from the 5th district that could supplement it. Speaking of which, the people from the 5th district should be arriving soon, right? With that in mind, he began to wash up. Host, the people from the 5th district have arrived. Just as Jiang Hao finished washing up and was munching on 2 pieces of bread, Xing's notification came through. This was the 3rd transaction between the 5th district and the Refugee territory. After the previous 2 collaborations, both sides had established a preliminary level of trust, so this time the people from the 5th district were allowed to bring their convoy into the light screen of the Refugee territory. The scale of the goods for this transaction was unprecedented, as the 5th district had brought in 20 heavy trucks just for this deal. In addition to the usual steel, the 5th district also brought a large amount of cement, sand, and other building materials as per the requests of the Refugee territory. These were the engineering materials for the additional constructions of the Refugee territory. Considering the needs for additional constructions within the territory during the 2nd transaction, Jiang Hao had intentionally tilted the trading items towards cement, sand, and other building materials. As the convoy from the 5th district slowly drove into the light screen, the Refugee territory, which had become a myth in the eyes of the outside world, finally revealed itself to them for the first time. Hundreds of square box-like metal blocks were busy at the construction site. The foundation had been completed, and some robots were pouring cement on it. Everything appeared orderly, without a single person in sight. In contrast, on the opposite side, soldiers armed with automatic rifles were undergoing training under the command of their instructor. They marched in perfect formation, showing no signs of having just emerged from a fierce battle, while mechanical dogs roamed about fulfilling the patrol duties of the entire territory. The damaged walls had already been repaired, and the broken machine guns had been replaced. The numerous machine guns were now tracking the convoy from the 5th district with their gun barrels. Everything was so orderly. If it weren't for the mountain of beast corpses piled at the base of the wall, Zhang Wanping would truly suspect whether this place had really succeeded in fending off an attack from a beast tide as rumored. Welcome to the future. Jiang Hao revealed a playful smile and extended his hand to shake hands with Zhang Wanping. The future? Zhang Wanping was momentarily stunned, then laughed. Are you saying that you can withstand the beast tide's attack? Were these artificial intelligence algorithms developed before the apocalypse? You could say that. Jiang Hao shrugged. He indeed obtained the Xing system just before the apocalypse struck, so this interpretation shouldn't be a problem. As the two spoke, both sides began to tally the goods. For this transaction, in accordance with the 5th district's requirements, freshwater resources had been added. The water plant in P City originally had a huge water tank, and the water inside should have been free from apocalypse contamination. However, judging by the current state, it seemed that the water inside had nearly been consumed, forcing the 5th district to continue searching for new sources of fresh water. In the previous life, about half a year after the apocalypse began, an organization developed a purification method. As water quality was continuously refined, humans in the apocalypse gradually categorized water quality into 5 levels, with level 1 being potable pure water and 1 liter of water being worth an ordinary citizen's annual income. When the trucks from the 5th district were opened, everyone was stunned. Empty. How is that possible? They quickly opened the 2nd and 3rd trucks. Until all the cargo bays of the vehicles were opened, everyone was dumbfounded. When the news was conveyed to Jiang Hao, he was utterly shocked. What kind of supernatural event happened in broad daylight? Everything was fine when they arrived, but now the goods were gone. That was a full 20 heavy trucks of goods. The 5th district had dispatched over 30 gathering teams to work for 3 days just to collect these items. Leader Jiang, please let me explain. Jiang Hao forced a smile, barely managing to say, we in the 5th district have absolutely no intention of playing tricks on you. We will definitely give you an explanation for this matter. Jiang Hao suppressed a chuckle as he quickly glanced at the system notification. Steel 300 units, wood 200 units, cement 100 units, useless sand, and gravel 800 units, useless. No need, I have already received your sincerity. But this cargo. Jiang Hao was astonished. They hadn't even unloaded the goods, yet how did they receive them? This is the future. Jiang Hao smiled slightly, and then instructed, there are no issues with the goods from the 5th district. Xing arranged for the loading. The lengthy convoy traveled along the winding mountain road with the scenery on both sides quickly disappearing. Now there were many spore plants along the mountain path, which had changed since he first landed. The ghostly blue light was no longer present, replaced by sprawling vines. Captain Jiang, when did these spore plants change like this? Jiang Hao asked through the intercom in the off-road vehicle. It should have happened in the last day or two. Why, Leader Jiang? Is there a problem? Jiang Guangping's voice came through the intercom, accompanied by a crackling sound. It's nothing. Jiang Hao frowned slightly. After the robe fell to the ground, the vines began to grow. This was the second form of this foreign plant. Such occurrences had also happened in his previous life, but looking at the current time, these plants seemed to be evolving at a much faster pace than before. What could be the reason? Is it the butterfly effect caused by my rebirth? Jiang Hao frowned slightly. Suddenly, he raised his head sharply, his gaze piercing through the car window towards the azure sky. That was the beginning of all suffering, and undoubtedly the endpoint of all answers. One day I will go there and unravel all the mysteries. District 5 occupies the eastern district of City P, its domain separated by a river from the Thistle Tavern in the western district. As resources dwindle, tensions between the two factions have escalated to a boiling point. As Jiang Hao and his team entered City P, sporadic gunfire drifted from the city center, hollow echoes reverberating across the desolate streets, deepening the city's air of weary desolation. More than 20 days had passed since Jiang Hao last set foot here, and the city before him bore little resemblance to the City P he once knew. Once smooth asphalt roads now lay fractured, littered with rubble and twisted steel girders. Desiccated corpses dangled from exposed rebar, swaying in the wind. Near the riverbank, hastily dug trenches scarred the earth, and dying soldiers lay strewn among them, their breaths still faint, but fading. This was the unvarnished reality of the apocalypse. Their vehicle wound through the city along a crudely cleared path, then rounding a bend behind a lead-heavy truck. Jiang Hao's brow furrowed sharply. Captain Jiang, this route doesn't lead to the eastern district, does it? A pause crackled over the radio before Jiang Guangping's voice replied. Chief Jiang, your memory serves you well. Before heading to the base, our employer wishes to speak with you. Employer. Jiang Hao noted the deliberate phrasing and signaled loudly, the driver, to continue following. Things, it seemed, were growing intriguing. The locomotive inn did not appear on any pre-apocalypse map of City P, yet within barely half a month of the collapse, its name had spread far and wide. Its renown in certain circles even eclipsing that of District 5 and the Thistle Tavern. It stood as one of the few neutral zones in City P, whether from District 5 or the Thistle Tavern, adversaries could sit side by side, share wine, and speak freely. It was sanctuary for lone wanderers, and the beating heart of City P's black market trade. When the long convoy finally halted before the locomotive in Jiang Hao at last met the employer Jiang Guangping had mentioned, only to freeze upon seeing him. It was a face hauntingly familiar. Once known to every citizen of Shenzhou in the early days of the apocalypse, a visage synonymous with the strongest among the fallen world's elite. Even reborn into a second life, Jiang Hao shared deep ties with this man. Li Changhe, the undying martial saint. Li Changhe appeared no older than 30, fine lines already etching his face, not diminishing his presence, but lending it quiet authority. He wore a tailored suit, not armor, carried no halberd, moved with the unhurried poise of a seasoned merchant, utterly devoid of the palpable aura of a martial cultivator. Had Jiang Hao lacked memories of his past life, he might well have been deceived entirely. Chief Jiang, I've long admired your name. Your victory at Finkawa territory showcased your resolve and strength. Across all of Shannon, your star burns brightest right now. Li Changhe beamed warmly, gesturing Jiang Hao toward an elegant private chamber inside the inn. You flatter me, Mr. Li. We merely did what we could. Luck played its part. Unlike you who've built such a vast enterprise amid the vice grip of two rival powers, your influence is truly formidable. Jiang Hao replied modestly. Chief Jiang sees clearly. Li Changha's sword-like eyebrows lifted slightly, a subtle sign of newfound respect. Straightening his jacket, he continued, I apologize for summoning you so abruptly. First, I genuinely wished to meet the renowned Chief Jiang. Second, he paused mid-sentence, smiled, and poured Jiang Hao a cup of tea, then refilled his own. A gift from an old friend before the fall, Xiaolong Tuan. Jiang Hao raised the cup and sipped. He knew nothing of tea ceremony. He'd been an ordinary underemployed university student before the collapse, the kind whose resume wouldn't earn even a glance from Fortune 500 firms. Survival had left no room for refinement. Still, he'd heard of Xiaolong Tuan. It was legendary. An exquisite brew. He nodded perfunctorily. One will never taste again. Li Changha smiled faintly, eyes clouded with nostalgia, then lifted his own cup and took a slow, thoughtful sip. Chief Jiang, I'm but a humble merchant, doing my best to endure this chaos. Tell me, in your estimation, where is this world headed? A question about the future. Was he testing me? Mr. Li overestimates me. Before the collapse, I was merely an ordinary university student. Now in times like these, I can only take each step as it comes. Uncertain of Li Changha's true intent, Jiang Hao kept his words measured and guarded. Please forgive my bluntness, but with the entire world paralyzed and city, a crucible of competing forces, I confess genuine curiosity. Given how close your Finkawa territory lies to city, might you consider intervening at an appropriate moment? His eyes narrowed to slits, his gaze sharp as a hawk's, locked onto Jiang Hao, piercing, probing, as if peeling back layers of thought and intention. Yet Jiang Hao had lived 2 lifetimes, and those dual existences forged a psyche unshaken even before the undying Marshal Sane himself. Not a flicker of hesitation crossed his face. To be frank, Mr. Li, though we repelled the recent beast tide, our losses were severe. For the foreseeable future, expansion southward remains impossible. Oh, truly, indeed. Our territory numbers barely 1,000 souls. To survive the beast tide at all was nothing short of miraculous. Jiang Hao spoke truthfully. These facts were public, easily verifiable by anyone willing to investigate. Moreover, he trusted Li Changha's capabilities long before this meeting. His dossier had surely been dissected down to the last detail. Li Changha was plainly unsatisfied with the answer. Unexpectedly difficult, this Jiang Hao. Yet his expression betrayed nothing. He simply smiled again and pressed on. We favor another possibility. Such as, for instance, I hear your territory deploys mechanical hounds, each matching a level 1 mutant beast in combat prowess. Should their numbers be substantial, even the beast tide would scarcely dent your strength. Mr. Li, your imagination is remarkably vivid. Setting aside the staggering resources required to mass-produce such constructs, your own words just now framed it as mere speculation. Jiang Hao spread his hands with a wry smile. Then his gaze hardened. His index finger tapped once deliberately upon the low lacquered table. And tell me, Mr. Li, when you said we, precisely which faction did you mean? District 5, the Thistle Tavern, or some other power beyond the city walls? Li Chang's eyes narrowed slightly, his deep gaze constantly scrutinizing Jiang Hao, resembling a hunter assessing its prey before the hunt. Jiang Hao calmly accepted this scrutiny, gently lifting his teacup and taking a sip. Indeed, this is good tea. Jiang Hao's composure left Li Changha puzzled, and the territory behind him, named Finkawu, became even more enigmatic at this moment. Li Chang's influence was indeed substantial. After Jiang Hao's emergence in the Finkawu territory, he quickly took notice of this power. As the Lord of Finkawu, Jiang Hao naturally entered his field of vision, and soon the investigation results appeared on his desk. What puzzled Li Changha was that Jiang Hao had no prior connection to Peace City. He had no friends, no relatives, no family, and no job there. Jiang Hao and Peace City were entirely separate, and yet he arrived in Peace City a week before the apocalypse. Could this be a coincidence? Or was his arrival in Peace City purely for tourism? But what tourist attractions could a resource-based city supported by the steel industry like Peace City possibly offer? After ruling out all unrelated answers, the remaining one, no matter how bizarre, was incredibly close to the truth. He foresaw the apocalypse's outbreak, and thus arrived in Peace City ahead of time. After eliminating all possibilities, this was the only answer left. However, was this even possible? Who could foresee the onset of the apocalypse? This answer was so fantastical that even Li Changha began to doubt. Then let me rephrase that. Li Changha smiled and continued, did Leader Jiang come to Peace City a week before the apocalypse to gather materials for those mechanical dogs? The teacup was slowly set down as Jiang Hao leaned back, adjusting to a more comfortable sitting position. Is that even possible? According to Mr. Li's assertion, am I supposed to foresee the future? If your revelation is correct, does that mean I also foresaw today's scene? Li Chang's expression froze. Oh, Jiang Hao's response indeed voiced his doubts. If all these speculations were true, then that would be too absurd. Though the apocalypse had already commenced and various supernatural beings were emerging, there had been no reports of anyone possessing the ability to foresee the future. Moreover, evidence indicated that Jiang Hao was merely a martial arts awakener. Coming to this realization, Li Chang's expression gradually returned to normal. It's merely speculation. Oh, just treat Leader Jiang's comments as a joke. With that, Li Changhao brewed another cup of tea. So would Leader Jiang consider joining another faction, such as the 5th District or the Thorny Tavern? With your weaponry, your ambitions likely extend beyond P City. Li Changhao said, what I mean is Leader Jiang might as well collaborate with me. With both of us in P City, we can look out for each other in the future. Jiang Hao lifted his teacup again, this time examining it closely. The teacup was a blue and white porcelain cup, its dynasty of origin undetermined, while Li Chang's words remained even more elusive. Apart from the chilling speculation that unsettled Jiang Hao, his words hinted at a strong desire for the bulldogs. Indeed, the overall strength of the bulldogs was merely at the first-tier beast level, but their greatest advantage was their potential for mass production. In this era where everyone's strength was generally weak, what immense benefits might a mass-produced first-tier powerhouse bring? Perhaps this was Li Chang's true objective. I refuse. Jiang Hao set the teacup down again, his tone flat. Oh. Li Changhao raised an eyebrow, unable to comprehend why Jiang Hao would refuse. To remain calm amid the fierce conflict of two major factions in P City spoke volumes of the power behind him. Was this not enough to sway Jiang Hao? However, in reality, Jiang Hao was very clear about the strength of this faction, which could eventually elevate Li Changhao to the top power in the South Mountain region. Such a faction likely didn't regard a small P City highly. Yet clarity aside, Jiang Hao had no intention of putting himself in danger. His small stature was hardly enough for someone to drink from. In simple terms, Jiang Hao was being cowardly, and he was quite justified in his decision to firmly refuse Li Chang's proposal. However, I have another proposal. Jiang Hao smiled and said, how about we make a deal? Oh, Li Changhao exclaimed, lightly revealing an interested expression. The bulldogs or the mechanical dogs you mentioned, I can sell them with no limit on quantity in exchange for what I need. Leader Jiang, are you looking down on our organization? Li Chang's voice gradually turned cold. Deep down, Li Changhao was pleased with Jiang Hao's proposal. After all, if Jiang Hao joined the organization, they would inevitably become rivals in P City in the future. Without the organization's support, dealing with Jiang Hao would become far more troublesome. In this context, Li Changhao naturally did not want Jiang Hao to join, and as for the mechanical dogs, they were just a one-time deal. In a few months, when all creatures faced their next evolution, who would still care about them? They were merely a heap of scrap metal. Though he felt happy inside, he had to maintain appearances. No one had ever dared to openly reject the organization's proposal. I'm merely suggesting another way to collaborate, Jiang Hao said lightly. Li Changhao fell silent for a moment, and after a while a smile returned to his face. However, this could mark the beginning of our first collaboration. Jiang Hao stood up as well, extending his hand to shake hands with Li Changhao. Then he raced to a pleasant collaboration. The night was deep, yet the flames of war had not yet subsided. Yet in this unique place known as the train station, everything felt surprisingly stable. People sat in the resting area enjoying the distant flames of war, as if they were admiring fireworks, chatting and laughing. In this environment, Jiang Hao stepped out of the station still wearing a smile as he bid farewell to Li Changhao before turning to get into the car. What's wrong? Shen Bingyan noticed Jiang Hao's unusual demeanor, gently supporting his arm, only to find his hands cold and trembling. It's nothing, drive. Jiang Hao forced himself to perk up. As the sign of the train station gradually receded in the rearview mirror, he finally began to calm down. Fortunately, this hurdle can be considered past. Li Chang's figure lingered in his thoughts. Having lived again, Jiang Hao never imagined someone could come so close to that whimsical truth. In the 5th District, the leader Zhao Mingxue, a martial arts awakener in his 20s, was in the prime of his youth. The 5th District he established occupies the eastern district of P City, including a pharmaceutical factory and the only police equipment depot in P City. Similarly, the storage facility of the Jinzhou steel plant, which Jiang Hao had visited before, is also located in the eastern district, which is the main reason for Jiang Hao's choice to collaborate with the 5th District. Zhao Mingxue's army consists of 2 parts: an elite special operations brigade made up entirely of awakeners numbering around 320 to 360, all equipped with police gear, serving as the primary combat force of the 5th District. The second part consists of veterans and young adults equipped only with police handguns and rifles numbering about 200, primarily responsible for maintaining order within their jurisdiction. This was Jiang Hao's understanding of this force. When Jiang Hao and his group met Zhao Mingxue, it was already noon the next day. To welcome this rising star, the Lord of Fengkawu, who is also an important partner, Zhao Mingxue prepared a grand welcome banquet. At noon, the banquet was grandly held at the P City Museum, which now serves as the headquarters of the 5th District. Thanks to Jiang Hao, fresh rice, which had almost disappeared after the apocalypse, reappeared on the banquet table, a huge temptation for everyone who had been eating packaged food for over a month. When the steaming rice was brought up from the kitchen, Lin Kai was astonished. As the captain of the 3rd team of the 5th District's Guard, he had heard that the higher-ups and that group of monsters from the Special Operations Brigade also ate this, but as an ordinary person, he felt unworthy of it. Rice was now a consumable, diminishing with every serving. Who had this stuff was treating it as strategic material. It was rare to see it under normal circumstances. Looking around, he noticed the greedy expressions on everyone's faces, realizing that they all shared the same thought. The crowd rubbed their fists in anticipation, their eyes fixed intently on the rice buckets moving with the serving carts, their expressions far more passionate than when they usually frequented brothels. If it weren't for Zhao Mingsu's imposing presence, these squad leaders might have even grabbed the rice buckets to devour them. The rice is here. The soldier serving the rice exclaimed excitedly, his voice trembling, clearly indicating that they would also get their share of rice tonight. When the rice was finally brought to the table amidst eager anticipation before the dishes even touched the table, the food was already snatched away, leaving the polished platters gleaming like mirrors reflecting the chaotic scenes of the feast. Zhao Mingxue sat at the head table feeling somewhat awkward. These past few days have been filled with battles, and the soldiers haven't had time for a bite of hot food. I must apologize to Leader Jiang. Jiang Hao smiled and said nothing more. He picked up his chopsticks, pondering the soldiers in front of him. Since the apocalypse began, the collapse of human civilization has been faster than anyone anticipated. In just a month, the food crisis had severely impacted everyone's lives. Experts once predicted that even if the global food supply were to run dry, the reserves from various countries could sustain the normal needs of billions of people for a month. However, when the apocalypse occurred, people were horrified to discover that those predictions were merely idealistic. The reality was that when disaster truly struck, chaos, violence, and looting coincided with the calamity. Especially when global communications were cut off and the disaster unfolded from within, the existing power structures collapsed instantly. People fought for themselves, and in an instant the world had plunged into a warring state. What's worse is that the losses caused by the turmoil were unavoidable. In fact, nearly half of the uncontaminated food in global reserves was destroyed in the flames of war, directly leading to mass starvation in the early days of the apocalypse. Humans in the apocalypse resembled desperate gamblers, tightening the noose of the so-called food crisis around their necks, betting everything they had on the gambling table of war. Nonetheless, it must be said that Zhao Mingxue indeed spared no expense to welcome Jiang Hao, preparing enough rice for nearly 400 people. It's worth noting that the food Jiang Hao sold to the 5th District was not cheap, and even he couldn't help but gasp at the price. If calculated per pound, the cost of the food exceeded the total annual expenditure of an ordinary citizen. He casually added a piece of meat coated in caramel to taste. The meat was coarse, neither resembling pork, lamb, nor beef. Suddenly Jiang Hao's expression changed, and he asked hesitantly, Leader Zhao, this can't be beast meat, right? Yes. It was freshly hunted this morning, the meat of a first-tier beast. We lost 2 soldiers for this creature. Zhao Mingxue said, helping himself to more and chewing with delight. The toxic parts of this have all been removed. You can eat it worry-free. Oh, I've been eating it for a month, and nothing has happened. Jiang Hao discreetly pulled out a piece of tissue wrapping the chewed meat inside, while pretending to wipe his mouth. At that moment, he truly lost his appetite. Looking at this 5th District bigwig enjoying his meal, he thought about his own soldiers who were only having rice and grilled fish every day. His soldiers' meals were even better than this bigwig's. After a satisfying meal, Jiang Hao was led to the office, where the two finally discussed important matters. Leader Jiang, you've seen the current situation in P City. Our conflict with the Thorn Tavern is now irreparable. As partners with a good trading record, I hope your Fenkawa territory can provide us with assistance. Zhao Mingxue, a former soldier himself, spoke directly. Oh, what kind of assistance do you mean? I've heard that there's a mechanical dog in Leader Jiang's territory. Zhao Mingxue smiled as he spoke. Jiang Hao narrowed his eyes, realizing the strategic value of the bulldogs at this stage. In fact, during his previous meeting with Li Changhe, he had already inquired about related issues with the Xing system. The answer he received was that any unit on the territory's production list could be sold externally. Of course, to prevent these sales from being used in incorrect places, each product would have a backdoor allowing for forced cessation of the weapon's actions when necessary. These are all common tricks in military sales. There is nothing surprising about it. It was precisely because of this answer that Jiang Hao dared to propose trading with Li Changhe. After all, Fenkawa territory was different from other powers. They did not have worries about food, but what they lacked were steel, wood, and other seemingly insignificant materials. He smiled faintly. So what price are you prepared to offer, Leader Zhao? The ground communication center signaled an anomaly. The connection with the ground was interrupted. What is happening? Joel stared in shock at the alarm lights flashing frantically on the control panel. Such a phenomenon had never occurred since the establishment of the International Space Station. What troubled Joel even more was that according to the computer's orbital predictions, the space station's trajectory seemed to deviate from its path. Something is interfering with our navigation equipment. Look, what is that? At this moment, a European astronaut suddenly shouted from the window. Following the direction pointed by the astronaut in the deep cosmos near Mars orbit, the previously empty space began to ripple bizarrely, like ripples spreading out in waves. Then that section of space seemed to tear apart, slowly expanding, and a brilliant azure light erupted like a geyser. At that moment, the electronic systems collapsed, instantly flashing arcs of electricity like overload within the dark aircraft cabin. Quick, put on the spacesuit. The space station, deprived of power supply, was like a perfectly sealed can, and soon the oxygen would be exhausted. Joel felt fortunate to have lived here for 2 years, familiar enough with everything. Feeling his way in the dark, he put on his spacesuit and slowly drifted toward the escape pod, guided by his memory. Ahead, an astronaut adorned with the French insignia was desperately clutching his throat, struggling in pain. His actions increased his floating speed in the zero-gravity environment, causing his body to crash around the sealed cabin. He had lost all hope. Joel knew this well. No astronaut could stabilize themselves in such an environment in an instant, especially in this dim light. The current problem was how much time was left for their escape. Joel did not attempt to pull the astronaut who had lost his sanity. His choice proved to be immensely wise, as the next moment, that astronaut bit the neck of another unfortunate soul who had not yet managed to put on their spacesuit. The light outside was even more dazzling at this moment. Even without lighting equipment, Joel could clearly see the direction the corridor extended. Looking out through the window, those light points fell toward the blue planet like shooting stars. Those countless objects seemed to be merely a mass of light. Or perhaps they extended some irregular tentacles. Joel dared not linger. His 2 years on the space station had become the only thing he could rely on. Passing through the living quarters, followed by the cargo bay of the Dawn, the node chamber, the experimental chamber, and the centrifugal force adjustment chamber, he finally reached the escape pod's door. Fortunately, the seal of the cabin was still intact, and the airtight door of the escape pod could be opened normally. After turning the airtight door, the escape pod's main door finally opened after 2 full rotations. This simple action nearly exhausted all of Joel's strength. Damn it, who designed this airtight door? Did they think all astronauts are strongmen? Joel couldn't help but curse. As he secured the escape pod's door, the entire space station began to shake violently. Through the sealed window, he could see the fire blazing outside. The rapidly descending blue light inevitably collided with the massive cabin of the space station, the immense impact instantly causing the entire station to disintegrate. The mechanical arms lost control, first spinning at high speed under the force of the impact, further accelerating the station's disintegration. At that moment, the space station resembled an inescapable powder keg, producing a brief flash of fire in space, which quickly extinguished due to insufficient oxygen. Everything exploded violently without a sound, and in this eerie silence, the largest spacecraft ever built by humankind shattered into countless fragments, falling toward the gravitational range of the blue planet. Inside the escape pod, Joel witnessed all of this, a scene that nearly drove him to despair. Fortunately, the escape pod had managed to escape before the explosion. Gritting his teeth, he grabbed the space food and brought it over. If he did not receive timely rescue after landing, this would be his only remaining rations. Glancing at the gradually calming explosion outside, the scattered debris shot out at a speed 10 times that of a bullet. He saw the body of an astronaut who had been blasted away by the explosion being struck again by debris, disintegrating instantly in low Earth orbit. What the F? The escape pod had already entered the gravitational range of the blue planet. Joel could only hold on tightly to anything he could grasp, securing his body firmly in his seat. The escape pod trembled violently amid intense friction, and each slight shake sent chills down Joel's spine. The flickering lights outside only added to his exhaustion as he flipped between life and death. What the hell is happening? He then recalled the scene he had just seen, the bizarre ripples rippling in space along with the countless meteor-like objects radiating azure light. Was it a mysterious astronomical phenomenon or an alien invasion? Why the hell didn't the space agency notify us in advance? Joel pondered aimlessly, letting his thoughts wander. He attempted to ease his fear this way and passed the long and torturous time. In that apocalypse, this small escape pod fell silently among the thousands of descending meteors. Joel had no idea how long he had been in the escape pod. After a violent impact, he realized that the damned escape pod had finally landed. What followed was a long wait. Joel was uncertain if the escape pod had descended to the predetermined location as designed, but based on the time he had waited, it was very likely that it hadn't. The escape pod could not be opened from the inside. All he could do was wait and pray, welcoming either rebirth or death during this long wait. He was almost out of his space rations, and the cabin was filled with the unpleasant smell of excrement. The heavy spacesuit had long been removed to block the odor. Breathing was difficult, and Joel didn't even know if the air he was inhaling was his own waste. Fortunately, his brain was still functioning normally, indicating that the oxygen in the escape pod had not yet been depleted. At that moment, the escape pod's door began to turn slightly, followed by fresh air seeping through the door. However, he was not greeted with flowers and applause, nor with flashlights and media. When Joel's weak body was almost forcibly ejected from the escape pod, and he saw armed soldiers looking at him with a greedy expression as if he were a little lamb, he faintly realized that this world seemed to have changed significantly. Jiang Hao's convoy had already set out a grand procession of 5 armored vehicles and 2 off-road cars driving south under the cheerful farewell of Zhao Mingxue and other high-ranking officials of the 5th District. Even though the fighting in the city center continued, Zhao Mingxue still personally came to see them off, and both parties wore joyful smiles. At this moment, on Zhao Mingxue's desk lay the trade contract between the 5th District and the Fengkewa territory, a substantial order of 100 bull terriers that was quickly finalized through friendly negotiations. Regarding the production of the products, Jiang Hao had already contacted Xing to commence manufacturing, with all deliveries expected to be completed within 40 days. Although he had left the territory and lost the ability for data visualization, he could still connect with Xing through the bound system. If necessary, he could even relay commands to Sun Cheng and others through Xing, allowing him to maintain real-time communication with the territory to some extent. Of course, the current resource reserves of the Fengkewa territory were insufficient to fulfill such a large order. Subsequently, the 5th District would specifically dispatch a convoy to transport over 300 units of steel in batches. As for Li Changhe, they naturally did not enjoy the same treatment as the 5th District. Although Li Changhe also ordered 100 bull terriers, Jiang Hao had no intention of fronting the cost for construction before seeing their first batch of prepayments. After all, trust is an elusive thing, especially in the apocalypse. Watching the convoy gradually fade into the distance, a smile slowly emerged on Zhao Mingxue's face. Even the distant sounds of gunfire seemed less irritating. With the addition of 100 bull terriers, he believed this war would soon come to an end. Almost all members of the 5th District shared this belief. The distance between City L, where Shaosu was, and City P was over 400 kilometers. In the past, this distance could be covered in half a day, but now the omnipresent mutated beasts and zombies had turned the once interconnected cities into isolated islands. Traveling between cities in such an environment required not only the courage of the Age of Discovery, but also matching strength. According to the intelligence provided by Zhao Mingxue, the highway connecting City P and City L was still relatively unobstructed. Not long ago, their drone had successfully hovered for over half an hour before being shot down by an unknown creature, and that brief time had provided them with relevant intelligence. As Zhao Mingxue had said, with this road condition, and perhaps a bit of luck, Jiang Hao's convoy should be able to travel smoothly on the highway, which would undoubtedly save them a lot of time. However, when Jiang Hao drove the convoy onto the highway, he discovered that Zhao Mingxue's description of the road conditions being relatively unobstructed seemed to differ slightly from his understanding. Staring at the armored vehicle's speedometer, which was steadily hovering around 30, Jiang Hao felt a surge of impotent anger. Damn it, Zhao Mingxue, I won't let this go. Spitting out a curse, the convoy unexpectedly came to a halt again. Although they avoided a collision pit, they were still blocked by an abandoned construction vehicle in front. Old Li had already organized a team for precise demolition. They had done this countless times along the way, and the soldiers had gained enough experience to know where to blast to save the most explosives. Glancing at the monotonous, desolate scenery outside, they had been traveling on this highway for 4 days. Aside from the mutated vines that had spread and the ubiquitous zombies and beasts, there were no more recognizable buildings to gauge their current location. There was a sign at an intersection they had passed that pointed toward City L, but the crucial information had been broken off, and the part indicating the distance had likely drifted away by now. By the way, you were once a senior at Jinju Steel, so you must have traveled frequently, right? Jiang Hao suddenly recalled something and asked. I suppose so. At this moment, Shen Bingyan was obtaining such information through the radio and responded after hearing Jiang Hao's question. Have you been to City L? Jiang Hao's eyes brightened. As a frequent traveler, this person in front of him was practically a living map. With her around, why would they need any signposts? What else do we need? Yes, City L is one of our main markets, so I do go there often. Great. Then can you quickly check where we are? How would I know? Jiang Hao felt a surge of joy, momentarily feeling the world brighten. You go to City L often. The roadside situation should be quite familiar to you, right? Shen Bingyan frowned slightly, unable to find any necessary connection in Jiang Hao's 2 sentences. She moved her slightly stiff neck and turned to the side, a strand of hair slipping from her hair tie and brushing against her cheek, adding a touch of charm. Didn't you say you go to City L often? The roadside situation should look familiar, right? Jiang Hao gazed at Shen Bingyan, feeling a faint sense of unease. Yes, I do go often, but how is that related to knowing the way? Jiang Hao was momentarily speechless. Moreover, every time I go, it's on company tickets. Shen Bingyan's light voice came again. Everything seemed so natural. At that moment, Jiang Hao fully felt the disparity in the world. With a loud explosion, the road was quickly cleared. The convoy set off again, and this leg of the journey went much smoother. As more and more buildings came into view and the number of cars on the road gradually increased, they were not far from their destination. Jiang Hao took out the map marked with Xiao Zu's location and identified the surrounding buildings one by one, hoping to find the names of the buildings in the map to determine their current position. At this moment, as the sun sank lower, the towering buildings gradually blocked its rays. Just then, the ubiquitous vines around them began to change. Like when the apocalypse first happened, these once dull, unknown plants began to glow with a dazzling light once again. This time, the surrounding plants no longer presented a monotonous, deep blue. Their radiance became more vibrant and colorful. The kaleidoscopic light almost pulled everything around back into that once prosperous city, and the neon-like colors reminded everyone of the civilization that had been submerged in catastrophe. However, at this mesmerizing moment, Jiang Hao's expression suddenly turned extremely serious. Everyone quickly find a place to set up camp. Jiang Hao swiftly grabbed the intercom in the vehicle and issued the order. Then he turned to Shen Bingyan and said slowly, "We are in serious trouble." Nearby stood a building resembling a heating station where Jiang Hao saw the towering smokestack. At this moment, the vines clinging to the smokestack pulsed rhythmically, their shimmering glow flowing like blood with each rhythmic breath. This seemed to be a signal marking the beginning of all anomalies. As the vines swayed, the dimming sky around suddenly burst forth with a strange brilliance. As if conjured from thin air, the dark and gloomy sky was suddenly filled with countless stars dancing about. Strange firefly-like entities emerged in an instant. No one knew where these things came from. They varied in shape, some as small as fireflies, while others shone brilliantly like large passenger planes. They floated majestically in midair like jellyfish in a 10,000-meter deep sea. The myriad of fireflies emitted a glow that blurred everything around them as these irregular objects defied aerodynamics, floating illogically in the air, some even remaining still, emanating a fusion of light. This scene unfolded across the globe. Under the illumination of these lights, animals and zombies worldwide stirred as if injected with adrenaline. In the vast mountains shrouded in mist, year-round lay an endless primeval forest. Radiant light pierced through layers of leaves, illuminating the forest covered in decaying foliage. At this moment, a striped tiger emerged from its hidden cave, chasing the light in a frenzied dash, as if performing a ritual, bathing in the brilliance. Its fur gradually bristled, followed by bursts of hot air surging from its pores, and finally, it roared in agony, its sharp claws scraping the ground, striving for a higher evolution of life. In an instant, such scenes were playing out across the globe. These animals and zombies chased the light, as if crazed, welcoming the feast of mutated species. Second phase, amplification mode. Jiang Hao's expression was graver than ever as he gazed at the sky, full of fireflies. In this lifetime, the plants evolved from spores, entered the second phase half a month earlier than in his past life. At this very moment, a jellyfish-like entity was slowly moving above the convoy. This jellyfish was merely 2 meters in size, yet its tentacles extended over 10 or even dozens of meters long. The longest tentacle even dangled down to the ground. Xuanwu, avoid that tentacle. Repeat, avoid that tentacle. Everyone, do not attempt to touch it. Jiang Hao's voice echoed in the communication channel just in time. As he spoke, the Xuanwu system initiated emergency evasions, leaving a long trail on the ground as the convoy controlled by Xuanwu barely avoided the tentacle. Is this thing toxic? Shen Bingyan asked. No, Jiang Hao replied without hesitation, but touching it will leave behind a special pheromone. And this pheromone will attract the nearest mutated beasts or zombies within a short time. The most crucial point is that this pheromone lasts a long time. How long does it last? Half a year. The only silver lining is that this phenomenon is sporadic and won't persist indefinitely, but each occurrence will inevitably trigger an increase in the strength of all mutated entities. I'm afraid it won't be long before high-level second stage, or even third stage mutated beasts appear. Jiang Hao spoke with a heavy tone. Ultimately, the apocalypse was triggered by these mutated species. The struggles between humans, or rather between factions, have never been the main cause of the human race's extinction. It wasn't in his past life, and it certainly wouldn't be in this one. Fate seemed to play a cruel joke on Jiang Hao once more. He originally thought that with the Star River system, he could prevent the tragedies of his past life, but the sudden advancement of evolution shattered his original upgrade plans, leaving everything he had meticulously planned shrouded in uncertainty. At this moment, the convoy had entered the factory area where they constructed makeshift defenses in an abandoned boiler room. Xuanwu, activate autonomous defense mode. As Jiang Hao gave the order, the armored vehicles surrounded the boiler room under the control of Xuanwu, and the 30mm cannons atop the armored vehicles were simultaneously activated, ready to fire at any moment. Jiang Hao's gaze quickly scanned the more than 20 soldiers accompanying him to ensure no one was contaminated by the pheromone. Meanwhile, under old lease arrangements, everyone was grouped and began patrolling in order for combat readiness. Although Xuanwu was responsible for guarding the camp, no one would entrust their lives to a cold intelligence system under such circumstances. Camping tents were set up around the boiler room. The soldiers who had previously participated in the mutated beast tide battle were no longer the novices who couldn't even hold a gun steadily. In this situation, the team's actions were calm and collected, with some soldiers even sharing a few risque jokes during their downtime, slightly easing the tense atmosphere among them. Here, have something to eat. Shen Bingyan handed over a box of self-heating rice, which was still steaming. Since the last battle against the mutated beast tide, Shen Bingyan's demeanor had brightened considerably. Although she still appeared aloof in front of outsiders, her attitude towards Jiang Hao had changed significantly. We can now confirm that we have entered the vicinity of City L, as soldiers have spotted a sign for the L City heating station over there. Taking the self-heating rice, he hastily took a few bites. Given the current situation, this is not exactly good news. City L once boasted a population of 20 million. Even after the apocalypse, the number of survivors would still be at least in the hundreds of thousands. Just think about it. If we encounter survivors around here, what do you think they would do upon seeing those floating entities, Once they touch those floating entities, it would be catastrophic for both us and the other hidden survivors. The pheromones that can attract mutated species are never calculated on an individual basis. If luck is on our side, these mutated beasts could reach a tide level, and I'm afraid everyone here might not make it out today. Lord, we have a situation. A soldier's voice rang out in the communication channel. Jiang Hao was momentarily stunned before looking in the direction indicated by the soldier. At this moment, in the starry sky adorned with countless fireflies, a gentle glow flickered from one of the windows of a building adjacent to the heating station. Damn it! Are the survivors in City L all fools? Don't they fear the mutated creatures by using lighting equipment so blatantly? After seeing that faint light through the binoculars, Jiang Hao felt an overwhelming urge to slap these people. What's worse is that once these fools are contaminated by the pheromones, everyone is doomed. The mutated beasts and zombies don't care who they encounter. Once the beasts are drawn in numbers, this entire area will be finished. We must stop them. Jiang Hao made a decision in an instant. You stay here to guard, and I will go take a look. If those people get contaminated by the pheromones, you all must evacuate immediately. Jiang Hao quickly completed the combat deployment and instructed Shen Bingyan. In the apocalypse, the only certainty is the uncertainty of crises. You never know which will arrive first, the zombies or the mutated beasts. For this reason, Jiang Hao had to set off quickly. Soon he led a small team of 9, including old Li, out from the heating station, carefully avoiding the suddenly appearing floating objects. These things are like dodging sandbags, except you can never know where they will appear next. They might emerge from above you or burrow up from beneath your feet, completely unpredictable. This raised high requirements for everyone's physical fitness. However, embarrassingly, physical fitness had always been the Achilles heel of the Fengkewa territory. Due to historical legacy issues, the awakened ones that could be counted in City P had already been divided among District 5 and the Thorn Tavern. By the time Fengkewa territory officially began recruiting, there were hardly any awakened ones left in the entire City P. This directly led to the current situation where 95 of Fengkewa's troops are ordinary people. Originally, in Jiang Hao's plan, such a troop composition was not a problem. After all, with Fengkewa territory's technological potential, it was enough to bridge the gap caused by physical fitness improvements. Even the awakened ones known for their defensive capabilities could be taken down by a single bullet. However, in this current special environment, the gap between ordinary people and awakened ones became evident. With his physical fitness, Jiang Hao could easily dodge the elusive floating objects, but for the other team members, whether they could successfully avoid these things relied solely on luck. If the refreshed locations of the floating objects were easy to observe, then even ordinary people could easily dodge them. But if these things appeared in tricky spots, such as suddenly appearing behind you or right under your feet, then escaping would truly depend on luck. The building shining with light was merely 400 meters away in a straight line from the heating station, yet it took Jiang Hao's team over 20 minutes to traverse that short distance. Just as the team arrived safely beneath that building, it seemed their luck had run out in that very moment. Without warning, a fist-sized floating object suddenly appeared beside a soldier's ear. Just feeling a wave of warmth near his ear, a luminous green pheromone had already left its mark on the soldier's ear. The soldier's face turned pale instantly. He crouched down in pain, preparing to touch his ear with his hand, just as Jiang Hao rushed over and grabbed his hand. Don't move. This thing is contagious. Looking at the pheromone already sticking to the soldier's ear, Jiang Hao frowned slightly. Everyone was now silently watching him. It was this man before them who had given them everything they had, now allowing them to survive in this harsh environment. Now facing this unknown entity, they still believed in their commander and were waiting for his decision. Jiang Hao's gaze sharpened as he felt the heavy responsibility from their stares. He had never thought of being a leader. Even after his rebirth, he only considered survival. To put it more nobly, it was about living better in this turbulent era. But now behind him had gathered a group willing to follow him. Hang in there, it will be over soon. As Jiang Hao spoke, he suddenly drew his tang knife. In a flash of cold light, the infected ear fell to the ground. The soldier cried out in pain, but before his voice could break through his throat, his mouth was already stuffed with cotton, making only muffled whimpering sounds. Bing, someone in the team is injured. Send an armored vehicle over. Be careful, this might attract attention from within the building, and we could encounter an attack. Everyone stay alert. After closing the communication, Jiang Hao wrapped the severed ear in a medical cotton ball and took out a lighter to burn it to ashes. This is the only way to eliminate the pheromone. Unless you can survive for 6 months in a world overrun by zombies and mutated beasts carrying this pheromone, you must be prepared to face an imminent attack from the beasts. Leave one person to take care of him, the rest follow me. Jiang Hao glanced at the armored vehicle slowly approaching across the street, then took out his Type 01 automatic rifle and rushed up. The noise from the armored vehicle quickly drew the attention of the people inside the room. As they peered out the window and saw the vehicle approaching through the dark night, Jiang Hao's team had already quietly crept closer. At this moment, the door had been opened, revealing the dim light swaying from the chandelier. At this point, the machine gun of the armored vehicle had locked onto the room's windows, and the 3 barrels began to spin. Instantly, the room was filled with the sound of frantic footsteps. Don't shoot. We are civilians. Jiang Hao saw this scene as he charged into the room. A few people dressed in tattered bags were trembling under the supporting wall by the window, and the room had descended into chaos. A few refugees had already thrown everything they could at the moment the door opened. Don't come over. We definitely won't go back. Jiang Hao ducked to avoid the furniture thrown at him and lowered his raised gun. They are civilians. Everyone don't shoot, stay alert. Soon everyone was gathered together. All of these individuals were male, their messy tangled hair hiding youthful faces no older than 20. They were scantily clad, their rags barely covering them, and were completely made from bed sheets pieced together as makeshift garments. Blowing out the candle on the table, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Who are you? Jiang Hao spoke, and through the night vision goggles, he clearly saw the expressions on their faces. I am a student from L University. I just escaped from there. As a super-large city with a permanent population of 20 million before the apocalypse, L City provided advantageous conditions for the formation of various factions after the cataclysm. Similarly, due to the vast population base after the collapse of order, there now exist hundreds of factions, large and small, in this city, some taking buildings as their strongholds, some claiming streets as their territories, and others even using convoys as their bases. What surprised Jiang Hao was that in this era of global food scarcity, the survivors in L City seemed remarkably unconcerned about the urgency of food shortages. From the words and phrases described by these people, Jiang Hao concluded that survival here was feasible. As long as one could join a faction's guard team, one could secure decent rations. At the very least, the survivors here were never short of beast meat. Then why are you trying to escape? Surely you don't think life outside is better than here. Jiang Hao's speculation was not without reason. From the fact that these people dared to light fires for illumination in the dead of night, it was clear that their understanding of the apocalypse was severely lacking. Better life. First, you have to be part of the guard team. The leader Chu, he smiled wryly. He was the spokesperson for this group of people. We aren't even counted as people in that coalition. He glanced at Jiang Hao and the others, a glimmer of hope suddenly rising in his otherwise dim eyes. You guys. You must be from the military. Only the military possesses firearms and armored vehicles. Saying this, he suddenly lunged forward, grabbing Jiang Hao's arm in desperation. Please take us with you. That place is a hellscape. Those who still live there are a bunch of demons that devour people without spitting out bones. You shouldn't go there either. Demons. Jiang Hao's lips curled into a faint smile as he pulled his arm away from Chu He. That is merely a glimpse of hell that you have yet to witness. We are not obligated to protect you, but if you follow me, I can consider ensuring your safety within my capabilities. Jiang Hao continued after surveying the people sprawled on the ground. Don't rush to answer me. Our destination is the hellscape you speak of. If you have the courage, I don't mind you coming along. Everyone fell silent. These people had just escaped from there, and now they were being asked to return. Why should they? Although it was already the apocalypse, there was nothing that could restrict their freedom. They had the right to choose their own fate. In an instant, everyone's expressions underwent a peculiar change. Jiang Hao coldly observed all of this. He could roughly guess their thoughts. Although they had not yet given a unified answer, their expressions had already betrayed their feelings. In that case, I wish you good luck. With that, Jiang Hao's voice once again resonated through the communication channel. Bring people over. There is nothing unusual here, Jiang Hao said as he casually sat on a chair, raising an eyebrow at the people. What? Did I not make myself clear? If you don't want to go back, then please leave. Why should we? This is our place. You are the military, you can't just disregard us. Otherwise, I'm going to file a complaint against you. Jiang Hao's sudden change in attitude left these people feeling bewildered. After a brief moment of stupor, they began to roar madly, but upon seeing the glint of the soldiers' weapons they refrained from taking any further extreme actions. Jiang Hao couldn't help but chuckle. These people had truly been confined in L City for too long, thinking they could still use the tricks from the pre-apocalypse era to threaten him. What was this? A national giant infant. It was time to make them realize the current situation. With this thought, Jiang Hao's gaze gradually turned colder as he suddenly stood up from his chair. The sound of the bullet being chambered echoed. Bang! Bang! The two gunshots instantly shattered all of these people's illusions. The bullets accurately grazed 3 centimeters in front of one man's face, leaving a thumb-sized bullet hole in the wall behind him. Since reason failed, let's handle this with the rules of the apocalypse. I'm giving you 1 minute to leave my camp. If you're late, I can't guarantee whether my next shot will miss. Jiang Hao, not willing to waste more words with them, directly issued the eviction order. Everyone stared blankly at this scene, trembling under the gun's muzzle, then not daring to utter a single word, they began to withdraw from the room. Finally, let me give you one last piece of advice, Jiang Hao said as he removed the magazine and reloaded the bullet. In the apocalypse, do not attempt to touch the unknown. Your life does not come with a second chance. Watching these people leave the room, Jiang Hao couldn't help but remind them. He ultimately was not that cold-blooded. Even in the apocalypse, he wanted to act with a clear conscience. At that moment, among the ragged group, gradually moving away, a frail figure suddenly stood there. I will go back with you. He gritted his teeth and turned around, his expression more resolute than ever. Jiang Hao was somewhat surprised, yet also pleased. These people who had escaped from L City had a comprehensive understanding of the situation there, which would save Jiang Hao a lot of trouble. This was one of the reasons why Jiang Hao promised to ensure their safety. For him, these people still held some value. Wise choice. Jiang Hao smiled. Get him some clothes and bring some food over. As the fragrant canned meat was placed before He could hardly believe his eyes. Even though he lacked survival knowledge in the apocalypse, from what he had seen and heard as a captive, he understood the extent of the current food crisis. The rulers of those neighborhoods had committed many inhumane acts, all for nothing more than a mouthful of beast meat. As for food, that was out of the question. Those things for L City now only existed in memory. They had not seen anything referred to as food for nearly 10 days now. Perhaps there were some hidden in unknown corners, but those were not something someone like He could covet. Who are these people? The food they casually provide is canned goods. Do they really have a military background? He wolfed down the food, the long-lost meat, juice, and flavor coursing through his taste buds, evoking bittersweet memories of the past from just a small can of pre-apocalyptic food. Look, do you recognize this place? Sir, please pay the membership fee. At the entrance of the Bloody Mary in L City, the bouncers maintained a relatively friendly attitude. Upon seeing Jiang Hao's convoy arriving, they quickly assessed that these individuals were not someone they could provoke. While following standard procedures to collect the membership fees, some had already reported the movements of Jiang Hao, this big shot. After paying half a sack of grain as the membership fee and parking the vehicle in the garden, Jiang Hao and his party were finally allowed to enter. The Bloody Mary is similar to the locomotive, both being neutral zones. The difference lies in the fact that the locomotive serves as a trading hub for P City, while here is the largest existing bar in L City. Of course, it also functions as a hotel. This hotel was originally a private mansion owned by a wealthy individual, which has been transformed into its current form by the local powers. The first floor is the most crowded area, hosting gang leaders, renowned loners from the vicinity, and recently emerged bounty hunters. Glamorous dancers weave through the crowd with crimson drinks, hawking their wares to the patrons. Their clothing appears somewhat disheveled, a clear indication of the guests' handiwork. Drinks produced in the apocalypse are naturally not brewed from grain. In fact, over a week ago, cheap alcohol fermented from certain parts of exotic beasts appeared here, named Sunblaze. This beverage has an alcohol content of merely around 10 degrees, but in such an apocalyptic environment, being able to taste this is indeed quite a feat. Jiang Hao's gaze slowly swept over the crowd as he walked straight to the service counter. Sir, what would you like to drink? Asked the bartender dressed in a bunny girl outfit, smiling and winking. Jiang Hao's eyes scanned the bartender, who wore a badge shaped like a branch on her chest, likely indicating her affiliation with a certain faction. The situation in L City is much more complicated than in P City, with no less than 100 factions occupying this space. Since entering the hall, Jiang Hao has been observing the attire of these individuals, noticing different badges on many of them. Jiang Hao secretly clicked his tongue, thinking that it was indeed as He had said, to open a bar in such a mixed environment. The background of this establishment is certainly not simple. Third floor room, I'll take it. Jiang Hao's voice was particularly loud, and booking a room in these times was inherently a matter of great attention. However, this time, Jiang Hao intended to attract attention. As for whether it would land him in trouble, he wasn't too concerned. After all, the gun in his hand was not to be taken lightly. Jiang Hao's words immediately drew the attention of everyone present. The previously noisy clamor fell silent in an instant, and all eyes turned, some looking intentionally, while others, unable to contain themselves, began to reach for their weapons, eager for a fight. Okay. The female bartender was somewhat taken aback. Having worked here for over a week, it was her first time encountering such an extravagantly generous big shot, but unfortunately her position did not allow her to make decisions. The alluring bartender shot another wink at Jiang Hao, then slowly pulled down one of her upright bunny ears, biting her alluring red lips gently, before reaching out to stroke Jiang Hao's chest, sliding a piece of paper into his pocket. If you need anything, feel free to find me. The scent of cheap perfume lingered in his ear, and she turned and walked away. Soon a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle emerged from the back room. Sir, do you want to book the entire third floor? The Mediterranean man smiled and inquired again. Is there a problem? They certainly had rooms available. In fact, most of the rooms at Bloody Mary were prepared for these bunny girls and their potential customers. The main function of these rooms had hardly been utilized since opening. Of course not, our hotel always welcomes any guest, especially someone as generous as you. The Mediterranean man wore a fawning smile, glancing at the soldiers following Jiang Hao. Although he couldn't sense the aura of awakened beings from them, the brand new rifles they carried spoke volumes about the strength of the man before him. In Shenzhou, merely possessing firearms indicated something. Smiling, he placed a glass of liquor in front of Jiang Hao, immediately causing exclamations from those around, their eyes gleaming with fervor. The drink was not the exotic beast liquor served by the dancers, but a clear, slightly yellow grain alcohol. Please, sir. This drink is on the house. Jiang Hao lowered his gaze, slightly glancing at the liquid in the cup, faintly catching a whiff of the subtle aroma of grain. Good wine. Jiang Hao praised, but he did not take the glass. Instead, he pulled out the piece of paper the female bartender had slipped him, pinched it lightly, and tossed it into the drink. Seeing this scene, the Mediterranean man, who had maintained a gentle smile, was momentarily stunned. Instantly, the hall erupted with angry shouts. Although the apocalypse had just erupted for a little over a month, the global food shortage issue had already become evident. Nowadays, not to mention brewing liquor from grain, even grain as a crop, seemed to be swept into the annals of history alongside books. Now someone had dared to defile grain alcohol, which the regular bar dwellers could not tolerate. Consequently, the crowd in the hall erupted at this moment. A group of individuals led by a bald man approached with various melee weapons in hand. Click, click. The crisp sound of bullets being chambered echoed as Jiang Hao remained calm, standing there, while a squad of soldiers had already formed a solid wall in front of him. Guns raised, the safeties clicked off. In the next moment, the dark muzzles instantly pointed at the crowd waiting for Jiang Hao's command. Jiang Hao smiled slightly, then waved his hand, and soldiers began to pass a burlap sack forward. Bang! This is the room fee. He tossed the burlap sack onto the bar, the impact causing the scent from within to waft out, carrying a faint earthy aroma. The Mediterranean man was momentarily taken aback before slowly opening the burlap sack. In the current apocalypse, only a few items could serve as hard currency, such as grain and military supplies. There were even regions beginning to trade with crystal cores which could assist awakened beings in their cultivation, but for humanity at this stage, capturing exotic beasts was indeed a difficult task. The Mediterranean man's hand halted as the contents of the sack began to slide out through the opening, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Rice. Everyone erupted in excitement at that moment. They could hardly believe their eyes, astonished to see such a thing in this era. Is this enough? Jiang Hao asked with a smile. Enough. Absolutely enough. The greed in the Mediterranean man's eyes vanished in an instant. In fact, everyone in the hall displayed similar expressions, but upon seeing the armed soldiers, reason ultimately triumphed over greed. They could only watch as Jiang Hao slowly stepped into the corridor, surrounded by the crowd. In the apocalypse, normal trade is an exceedingly difficult affair, especially during the tumultuous early stages when the world is in chaos. During this period, attempting to establish trade routes is an unimaginable challenge. However, it is precisely in such times that Bloody Mary, leveraging her formidable might, managed to establish a stable trading hub in the besieged city of L. From the intelligence available, it can be inferred that Bloody Mary was jointly established by the 10 strongest factions in L. Despite the backing of these factions, this place remains a completely neutral zone. EU entry is unrestricted for anyone but the personnel from the 10 factions. Even if you are an adversary of those factions, as long as you adhere to the rules here, the doors of Bloody Mary will be wide open for you. This is also the reason why Jiang Hao dares to be so audacious. His purpose in coming to L City this time is to let everyone know Jiang Hao has arrived. First step, let's check the talent market. If the person you're looking for isn't in the hands of these factions, they are likely to be at the talent market. Of course, all of this is predicated on the assumption that he is still alive. Chu, he said in the private room. Of course. Jiang Hao nodded, slightly tearing open a bag of beef tendons. The texture was just right. This item has a shelf life of around 270 days. Oh, and the batch Jiang Hao stockpiled before the apocalypse would expire in just over 2 months. Want some? He offered the remaining half bag of beef tendons. This small gesture left Chu, he momentarily stunned. He swallowed hard, but hesitated to reach out. Take it. The moment you turned away that day, you had already won. Jiang Hao smiled, handing over the beef tendons. Take your time, you'll find that what you can gain from me far exceeds this. As he spoke, Jiang Hao couldn't help but recall the soldiers eating rice by the grilled fish. Although their territory's farm currently produced only rice and fish, who could predict what the future holds with the territory's upgrades? After he finished the bag of beef tendons in a few bites. Jiang Hao led Shen Bingyan and he towards the talent market. The talent market in L City is a rather flattering name. In reality, it is not much different from an ancient slave market. All the talents are imprisoned in iron cages. Even before reaching the site, a foul stench wafted from the market. Murky black water flowed out from the gaps of the entrance, occasionally revealing floating yellow debris mixed with the black water. Jiang Hao frowned slightly, but quickly relaxed. The talent market from his past life was quite similar, if not worse. From afar, a figure ran over, accompanied by the ripples of black water on the ground. This rotund figure, resembling a mountain of flesh, approached with a beaming smile. Boss, need some labor. We have the best strong laborers here. As he spoke, his already squinted eyes darted around. His gaze swept over the soldiers behind Jiang Hao, and when his eyes passed over Shen Bingyan, they suddenly brightened before quickly shifting to the next person. Do you have any young men around 20 years old? Males? What do you also sell women here? Jiang Hao narrowed his eyes, looking at the mountain of flesh with a hint of amusement. Of course, no women would appear in the talent market for well-known reasons. Women in this era are forcibly made to take on unspeakable professions. The lowly goods that might show up in the talent market would naturally exclude any special items. The rotund figure asked this merely to test the waters, aiming to assess whether Jiang Hao's group was new to the trade and how much profit he could extract from them. Indeed, when Jiang Hao's response came, the rotund figure's expression immediately turned awkward. However, it was just a fleeting moment. To survive in this era, one must be skilled in maintaining a facade. Ahem. Boss, you're joking. We are a legitimate talent market. Except for women, you can find whatever you want here. Following the rotund figure, Jiang Hao and the others entered the product area. Here, Jiang Hao finally saw the best strong labor the rotund figure spoke of. The graying hair was tangled, some had empty sleeves like Jiang Tao, while others had mangled legs, their skin clinging to bones as they soaked in the putrid black water. The cracked and scabbed black filth obscured their original faces, making it impossible to discern their true appearance. Above these iron cages hung a wooden price board, a day's worth of food, or 100 bullets. This is not the price for an individual talent, but rather the price for a whole cage. Don't you have any healthier individuals here? Jiang Hao sighed as he looked at these people before him. Based on his past experiences, countless individuals with physical disabilities had likely sacrificed parts of their bodies to survive, but in doing so they had permanently lost their ability to live in this world. The apocalypse will never lack people. Even 5 years later, when the global population has plummeted to less than 200 million, the scenarios within such talent markets continue to persist. Boss is generous. The price for those with all limbs intact is naturally different. The rotund figure wore a face full of flattering smiles, his features nearly merging into one. Please wait a moment, boss. As he spoke, the heavy footsteps echoed, and this fellow dashed off. When he reappeared in Jiang Hao's view, he was carrying a thick stack of documents. These documents were meticulously categorized, showing that the information of strong laborers who had engaged in physical work was neatly placed at the top, while that of white-collar professionals and elites naturally gathered dust at the bottom. Here, whether you are a talent from HF or a scholar from STF, strength is the only criterion that influences the price. Lili 31, sheet metal worker, 15 years in this field, price 3 days rations. Zhang Peng 26, taxi driver, 6 years in this field, price 1 day's rations. Maja 32, manager in the planning department of Standard Chartered, 6 years in this field, price 1 piece of bread. Stacks of documents swiftly passed through Jiang Hao's hands. Among these numerous files, he searched for Xiao Zu's name. Previously, following the address provided by Xiao Su, Jiang Hao and his team arrived only to find it abandoned, the room covered in dust with no one having lived there for at least a week. In the apocalypse, death is the norm, and those who survive are merely exceptions. Although Jiang Hao had given hints before the apocalypse, he could not be sure if Xiao Su was still alive at this moment. Finally, after flipping through the last document, Jiang Hao threw the stack of documents at the rotund figure. Not satisfied. The rotund figure's tone was slightly disappointed. Jiang Hao was clearly a big spender, and such people are evidently rare in the apocalypse. Boss, how about taking another look? We have foreign goods as well. The rotund figure presented a flattering smile, once more, then pointed to a relatively clean cage not far behind him. No need. Jiang Hao shook his head in disappointment, but his gaze instinctively followed the direction the rotund figure was pointing. Then his eyes went wide. City L, once a frontline city before the apocalypse, attracted a multitude of migrant workers, including many black individuals and whites from underdeveloped regions, with the majority being black. In the cage specifically designated for holding foreigners, the majority of occupants were naturally black, though there were a few scattered whites imprisoned as well. However, in such an environment the difference in skin color hardly mattered. At least for Jiang Hao, he did not discern any distinctions among the dark mass of prisoners in the cage. What caught Jiang Hao's attention was a man of medium height, or more precisely the man's clothing, which was so stained that its original color could not be distinguished, yet there was a distinct emblem on the man's chest. NASA, Jiang Hao said uncertainly as he leaned closer to take a look. Upon noticing someone approaching, the black individuals in the cage instantly became excited. These black men stood up one after another, desperately showcasing their muscles within the cramped space, flexing their biceps, and exposing their shiny dark skin, striving to demonstrate their strength. However, Jiang Hao was destined to disappoint them. He was a man of pure intent, solely interested in the emblem on that clothing. The emblem on the man's chest was preserved well, and despite the tattered state of his clothing, the emblem remained intact and could clearly indicate his origin. This might be the only thing in this world that could signify his identity. The man noticed Jiang Hao's actions, and then breaking his silence, he suddenly stood up. Long-term malnutrition had left his body somewhat unsteady, but after finally holding onto the cage to stabilize himself, he desperately pointed at the emblem on his chest with his wrinkled hands, followed by a torrent of unintelligible words. Jiang Hao looked at the gesticulating man, falling into contemplation, and after a long while he managed to utter, "Are you O?" The man was taken aback, and after a moment he responded, "I am fine, and you." The emblem on the man's chest was indeed NASA, and Jiang Hao saw it clearly this time. However, if this fellow had truly come from the sky, how could he have ended up in a cage? Moreover, how should this question be phrased in English? "Are you from SY?" Jiang Hao awkwardly asked in his broken English. Beside him, Shin Bingyan had already burst into laughter. For the first time, she laughed freely, without restraint, feeling her stomach ache. After so many years of school, it was the first time she witnessed such a conversation with a foreigner, and the key was that they seemed to understand each other. The foreigner, upon hearing this, was overjoyed. He pointed at the sky and exclaimed, "Yes, son." Seeing the foreigner's reaction, Jiang Hao turned to Shin Bingyan with a look of satisfaction, saying, "How about that? My English isn't bad. Even the foreigner can understand." In the next moment, Jiang Hao was stunned as he bumped right into the laughing Shin Bingyan. At that moment, under the not-so-gentle sunlight, Shin Bingyan resembled a goddess bathed in golden light. Perhaps due to awakening her ice element abilities, her skin shimmered with a crystalline glow in the sun as the sunlight danced across her skin, creating an enchanting spectacle. She appeared almost ethereal, her graceful figure accentuated as she smiled gently, making Jiang Hao lose himself. Although Jiang Hao did not understand what love at first sight meant at that moment, he finally grasped the feelings of King Yu of Zhou playing with fire. Seemingly sensing Jiang Hao's gaze, a flush suddenly appeared on Shin Bingyan's fair face. Under Jiang Hao's watchful eye, she quickly stepped forward and began to converse fluently with the foreigner. As a former prodigy and an executive at the Jianzhou steel plant, Shin Bingyan's language skills were naturally impeccable. His name is Joel, an astronaut at the International Space Station. He witnessed the disaster unfold while he was there during the apocalypse. After a brief moment, Jiang Hao received the answer he sought from Shin Bingyan. What did he see? After another bout of rapid chatter, Shin Bingyan turned and said, "He says to rescue him first." At this moment, the burly merchant finally revealed a cunning smile. He had already realized when he saw Jiang Hao start a conversation with the foreigner that this big client's business was likely to succeed. Just as he was pondering what price to set, Jiang Hao had already turned around and extended his finger. 1 bag of rice. Jiang Hao had made an offer that was impossible for the merchant to refuse. But as a competent businessman, how could he be satisfied with such a trivial temptation? Gathering his thoughts, the merchant was preparing to speak when he saw Jiang Hao extend his finger again, pointing at the foreigner, who was nothing but skin and bones. 1 bag of rice, I just want that person. In fact, Jiang Hao's initial offer was solely aimed at the astronaut named Joel. It was just that the merchant's vision was too narrow to grasp Jiang Hao's intention. Indeed, once Jiang Hao finished speaking, the merchant immediately changed his expression, grinning as he praised, "The boss truly has an eye for talent. This one used to be with NASA, and his physical fitness is beyond reproach. We originally planned to keep him for the auction, but since the boss is so keen, I can only part with him. Let that NASA pig roll away." Day in and day out, he needed 2 bowls of slop, and his condition wasn't improving. If he stayed a couple more days, he'd probably be lying dead. Who could stand that? "Bring him out," Jiang Hao said directly, not wanting to waste any more words with him. After saying this, Jiang Hao threw a bag of rice over. Perhaps for others a bag of rice now was priceless, something they wouldn't trade for gold, but for Jiang Hao this was just a consumable item. In the territory of Finkawu, a set quantity of this item was produced weekly. What value did it hold? Such a matter would be deemed preposterous by other factions, but within the territory of Finkawu this was the reality. On the way back, the other soldiers squeezed out a separate vehicle for the foul-smelling Joel. In the isolated off-road vehicle, Joel stared blankly at the steering wheel, lost in thought. Could it be that I have crossed over to the future? First take him to take a shower and change into clean clothes before bringing him to see me. Jiang Hao commanded in the corridor of Bloody Mary on the third floor. He opened the door, but in the next moment one foot that had already stepped inside quickly recoiled. What's wrong? Xin Bingyan noticed Jiang Hao's movement, and the rifle in her hand had already been unlatched, her body gradually adopting a half-squatting posture. During this time, Xin Bingyan had grown into a qualified soldier in the apocalypse, becoming more orderly in handling sudden situations. Jiang Hao made a shushing gesture and pointed to a barely noticeable piece of paper that had fallen to the ground. This small piece of paper was placed on the doorknob before leaving a precaution from his past life. Once an outsider unknowingly opened the door, the paper would fall. As a lone wolf who survived in the apocalypse in his past life, Jiang Hao naturally understood this tactic. Could it be the waiter? Xin Bingyan frowned slightly, offering another possibility. However, as soon as she finished speaking, she laughed herself. This was the apocalypse. For a high-end hotel like Bloody Mary, there were certainly waiters, but their purpose was not to clean for every guest. Rather, they were there to check whether the guests had taken anything that didn't belong to them. Moreover, this step generally occurred when customers checked out. Under normal circumstances, as long as you didn't destroy the room, no one would question you, even if you turned it into a pigsty. Of course, under such sanitary conditions, discovering anything strange in the room was not surprising, such as when someone once found a condom with an unknown liquid on the bed. It was clear by common sense that it was either left by the previous guest or was the masterpiece of someone in the hall after a night of drinking. It seems that Bloody Mary isn't as safe as rumored. Although it was unclear whether the group that intruded into his room had installed any listening devices, it was evidently impossible to find traces of food here. If the previous guest had left anything behind, it was indeed possible that these people would discover it. Jiang Hao didn't pay much attention to the fact that a thief had entered his room, or rather he had already anticipated it. After all, since entering L City, he had not kept a low profile. Attracting the attention of various forces in L City was only natural. However, the current issue was that even though Jiang Hao had been so high profile, no force had contacted him up to this moment. Could it be that my strategy has gone wrong? Jiang Hao couldn't help but doubt. Let's eat first. Just as Jiang Hao was deep in thought, Xin Bingyan had already taken out the steaming hot dishes from the microwave. Tonight's dinner was stir-fried garlic shoots with shredded meat and potato chicken pieces, all of which were canned food. After all, such items were not suitable for long-term storage and were nearing their expiration date, needing to be dealt with quickly. This was destined to be a tasteless dinner, and Jiang Hao remained silent. Could it be that these people haven't leaked this information? Jiang Hao didn't believe in the integrity of these people, who discussing professional ethics with those in the apocalypse was essentially akin to courting death. Since he had been so ostentatious, someone should have contacted him by now. At the very least, the incident of theft in the guest room was a hint indicating that some forces in L City had begun to notice his existence. However, Jiang Hao was currently unclear about how many people had obtained this information and whether Xiao Su, if still alive, was in the hands of which force. It turned out that Jiang Hao was overthinking. Just as he was lost in thought, a businessman who had caught wind of an opportunity pressed the doorbell. Come in. Hearing the doorbell, Jiang Hao gestured for Xin Bingyan to clear the table while he ran over to open the door. Upon seeing the unfamiliar face at the door, Jiang Hao's heart stirred, realizing a big fish had arrived, so he signaled Xin Bingyan to set down the half-eaten meal. Seeing the big fish on the hook, Jiang Hao thought that he had to showcase the meal properly to seize such an opportunity. Although he thought this in his mind, Jiang Hao did not show excessive surprise. He smiled lightly, then politely extended his hand to shake with the visitor. The grip was light. The visitor was likely not a martial arts awakener, but the possibility of being a supernatural power awakener could not be ruled out. Jiang Hao quickly made this judgment. The visitor was taken aback by the food on Jiang Hao's table, but quickly adjusted his expression to show an apologetic smile. I truly apologize, Mr. Jiang. It seems we have come at an inopportune time and disturbed your meal. No problem. At this time, I believe you two haven't eaten yet either. If you don't mind the simplicity of the meal, why not join us? Without waiting for the visitor to respond, Jiang Hao turned to Xin Bingyan and said, Bingyan, heat up the dishes again. Make some rice. Just the items on the table weren't enough to create an impression to let the other party see his strength. He needed to present more. Jiang Hao's room was a suite, and all the necessary living supplies were quite complete. Xin Bingyan understood and acknowledged, then turned towards the kitchen. Only then did Jiang Hao sit down with the visitor. The guest who came to visit was likely from the same force as that barmaid. Jiang Hao noticed the same emblem on the chests of these few people. Let me formally introduce myself, Mr. Jiang. I am Su Dingbang, and this is my assistant Fang Qian. He gestured towards the tall woman standing behind him. It seems that Mr. Su has done quite a bit of work on me before coming. Jiang Hao squinted slightly, saying with a half-smile, having even researched his name, clearly indicating Su Dingbang was well prepared. Hee, Mr. Jiang jests. To be frank, there's nothing that can escape my knowledge in L City, as long as I Su want to know. Saying this, Su Dingbang actually took out a gold-embossed business card and handed it over. Goodness. Jiang Hao exclaimed it was impressive that someone still had the energy to customize business cards in this day and age. In a certain sense, this was enough to demonstrate his strength. Su Gong Group's Su Dingbang. Indeed, he was one of the top 10 forces. Jiang Hao privately marveled, many could come and go freely in Bloody Mary, but only those from the top 10 forces could casually access the third floor. One of the top 10 forces. Jiang Hao smiled slightly, raising an eyebrow, but his voice suddenly turned cold at that moment. However, it seems that this hotel founded by your top 10 forces isn't very safe either. Jiang Hao raised his brow slightly, then pointed to the piece of paper on the ground that had not yet been picked up. The atmosphere in the room instantly turned chilly. Those who can secure a position among the top 10 powers in L City are no ordinary individuals. When Jiang Hao placed the topic of discussion on that piece of paper, Su Dingbang had already begun to speculate and thought of some possible individuals who could be behind this. However, as a seasoned politician, he did not intend to stick his neck out for Jiang Hao over this matter, at least until Jiang Hao demonstrated his worth. Su Dingbang would not take any further action. Although Jiang Hao had already shown his financial power, such displays were evidently still insufficient for Su Dingbang to take a stand. Someone has broken the rules. Su Dingbang's expression darkened immediately. Although he did not intend to intervene, he still had to show his stance. I will definitely get to the bottom of this. At that moment, new dishes were served, including a red braised lion's head and a rice flour fish. As two steaming dishes along with a large bowl of rice were placed on the table, Su Dingbang's throat moved slightly, and even his secretary standing behind quickly turned his head away. So tempting. In this era, dishes that seemed ordinary before the apocalypse had become rare delicacies. Even high-ranking figures like Su Dingbang could only afford to open a can of it during significant events, and even then, it would be divided into several meals. Don't just stare, Mr. Su, let's eat. Jiang Hao smiled, not reacting to Su Dingbang's remark. I didn't know there were esteemed guests, and the hurriedly prepared meals are just canned food. I hope Mr. Su won't find it laughable. Saying this, Jiang Hao picked up a piece of fish and chewed. The storage effect within the storage space was excellent. Even after some time, the fish was still tender, not much different from when it was freshly caught. Plus, with Shinbinjian's excellent cooking skills, this otherwise ordinary dish radiated new life. Good fish. Su Dingbang also tasted a piece. The fish was so tender that a gentle squeeze released its juices. The flowing juices danced between freshness and tenderness. This long-lost taste evoked Su Dingbang's memories, but when he opened his eyes again, the harshness of reality pulled his thoughts back. Everything has already changed irreversibly. Is this fish raised in first-class drinking water? After the apocalypse, Su Dingbang had eaten much mutated beast meat. As the head of Su Corporation, he had tried various beast parts and cooking methods daily. Although the apocalypse limited the supply of ingredients, the gourmet genes hidden in the veins of the Chinese people could not easily be subdued, especially for these power holders. The harsh environment only heightened their desire for exquisite food. Yet despite having tried various parts of mutated beast meat, Su Dingbang had never tasted such tender fish after the apocalypse. It's too extravagant. First-class drinking water is a strategic resource that is scarce these days. Even someone like Su Dingbang can only drink it in limited quantities at set times. Can you imagine a big shot staring at the clock all day, eagerly anticipating the next moment just to sip bottled mineral water? It's so humiliating. Of course, to ensure the freshness of the fish, the drinking water in our fish ponds is naturally up to first-class drinking water standards. Jiang Hao smiled slightly. Upon receiving Jiang Hao's affirmative response, Su Dingbang finally displayed a look of shock. Raising fish with first-class drinking water, just to ensure the tenderness of the fish. Where on earth did this guy come from? Could he be a madman? This rice flour fish is also one of the products from our territory. Of course, if Mr. Su is interested, we can consider adding it to the trade list. Jiang Hao revealed a playful smile, set down his chopsticks, and adjusted himself comfortably. Trade? Are you saying you can scale up the farming of this fish? Su Dingbang caught on to this term and looked at Jiang Hao incredulously. Of course, if it weren't for this, we wouldn't spend such a high cost to raise them with first-class drinking water. Jiang Hao smiled and continued, it seems Mr. Su is not very informed about the situation in P City. So it really is from P City. Although the previous intelligence on Jiang Hao had already indicated that this mysterious man was from P City, hearing the confirmation from his own mouth still surprised him. In this era, being able to travel over 400 kilometers to get here already demonstrated Jiang Hao's strength. Let me formally introduce myself. Jiang Hao, Lord of Finkawu in P City. Jiang Hao smiled slightly and extended his hand for another handshake with Su Dingbang. So it's really Finkawu. This time Su Dingbang completely lost his composure. As the first openly successful force to withstand the onslaught of mutated beasts, the name of Finkawu is at the very least known to all in the southwestern region. For the powers in L City, this legendary force, just over 400 kilometers away, is synonymous with mystery and strength. At this stage, while the Awakeners were still struggling to hunt a single mutated beast, the force named Finkawu had already successfully repelled an attack from a wave of mutated beasts. Such a feat was unimaginable for them. I've long admired your name. Su Dingbang's attitude suddenly became warm and an expectant look appeared on his face. I wonder if our Su Corporation would have the honor of becoming your partner. Of course, that is also my purpose for coming to L City. Jiang Hao gave a definitive answer. To open up trade routes. Su Dingbang smiled. He had also been a businessman before the apocalypse, and even in the apocalypse he was accustomed to handling matters with a business mindset. Facing Jiang Hao, who shared similar interests, his demeanor naturally became more cordial. So what does Brother Jiang plan to trade in L City? Population, of course, and timber as well. Mr. So you also know that our P City is not like your L City, our population is just a fraction of yours. In this era, we can only grow our forces through immigration. Upon hearing Jiang Hao's words, Su Dingbang's expression gradually relaxed. Initially, he was worried that Jiang Hao might try to purchase military supplies through food, which although they produced belonged to the shared assets of the top 10 powers. It would not be easy for him to accomplish such a transaction alone. However, if the trade goods were population and timber, there would be no obstacles. Haha, it seems our long-term cooperation will soon be finalized. Su Dingbang smiled, then stood up and pointed to the piece of paper in the corner. Brother Jiang, rest assured. I will definitely give you an explanation on this matter. Since both sides had expressed their value, a little improvisation was needed to add a touch of color to this cooperation. The two exchanged smiles, and everything was understood without words. The order details between Finkawu and Shugong Group were confirmed by Shun Bingyan and Su Dingbang's secretary Fang Qian. The items exchanged between both parties include, but are not limited to rice level 1 drinking water and Daohua fish, while L City will provide young labor with iron and more. The contract also states that if necessary, the transactions between Shugong Group and Finkawu can be conducted directly using crystal cores, and Shugong Group will have exclusive sales rights for Finkawu's goods in L City. The contract will officially commence once the passage between L City and Finkawu is opened. During this period, both parties will maintain close communication to ensure the trade route is established on schedule. After the two leaders clarified the general direction, the specific details were also drafted in a short period. As a gesture of goodwill for their initial cooperation, Jiang Hao personally unloaded the first batch of trading goods from the convoy after the contract was drafted. This included 500 units of rice and 100 units of Daohua fish. It's my first time here and I didn't bring a heavy truck, so I only brought this little bit. Hope Mr. Su won't find it laughable. Jiang Hao said with a smile, then handed over a can of Nirexbury canned food. At this moment, Su Dingbang's smile grew even wider. To be honest, Jiang, old brother, we are also undergoing consolidation in L City. Once the entire force is consolidated, I will be able to free up my hands. At that time, you will only need to open the road to Jifengji, and our two passages will be considered connected. Jifengji is the narrow pass between L City and P City, which has already fallen out of human control after the apocalypse. When Jiang Hao came over, he also passed through there. Under the escort of 5 Hyena-class armored vehicles, they lost 1 armored vehicle before breaking through. What's more worrisome is that with the passage of time, the danger level of this road will only increase as the evolution speed of these animals on Blue Star will only accelerate with the second mutation of the spores. Although Jiang Hao thought this way, he didn't say much. After all, his goal in coming to L City this time was to find Xiao Su, and the transaction with Shugong Group would depend on the subsequent situation. Since you were so generous, I can't be stingy either. How about this? The day after tomorrow, I will personally select a batch of qualified individuals to send to you, Jiang, old brother. Since you are going to choose people, why not let me go along? I also want to see Mr. Su's inventory. Jiang Hao said unceremoniously, as this was the true purpose of his visit. As the largest consortium in L City, the population trafficking business of the top 10 forces was also the largest. If Xiao Su was alive, the possibility of him being in the hands of these top 10 forces was greater. After such a long build-up, Jiang Hao was not about to let this opportunity slip away. Fortunately, Su Dingbang did not dwell on this issue. After all, a detention center is not a military factory, and there is no real secrecy involved. While the detention center is a shared asset of the top 10 forces, as the helmsman of Shugong Group, he could easily bring someone in. The next morning, when Jiang Hao opened the door, while nibbling on half a grilled sausage, he saw a person tightly bound and thrown at the door. Old Li and another soldier were pointing guns at his head. What's going on? Someone from Shugong Group was thrown at the third-floor staircase early in the morning. After being discovered by our patrolling soldiers, they said it was a gift from Mr. Su for you. Old Li saluted and said respectfully. Ever since Jiang Hao had him personally execute the murderer of his son, he had reached a point where he would obey Jiang Hao's words. When coming out this time, Jiang Hao glanced at Old Li's loyalty, which had exceeded 95, making him the most loyal among all soldiers. He is now the captain of Jiang Hao's guard team. After the previous incident of a thief breaking into his room, Jiang Hao strengthened security. It seems that this measure was quite effective, as they caught the people from Shugong Group who came to deliver gifts today. The person sent by Su Dingbang was just over 20 years old, and to Jiang Hao surprised the bound individual was actually a woman. A woman? Does Su Dingbang want me to do something? Jiang Hao thought with a hint of dark humor. The woman was still in a semi-unconscious state, and after a basin of cold water was poured over her, she finally woke up. When her terrified eyes looked at the familiar, yet strange room, a wave of fear surged in her heart. How about it? Doesn't it look familiar? Doesn't it look a lot like the room you sneaked into yesterday? Jiang Hao squatted down with a smile, looking at the woman drenched in water. Her wet clothes clung to her body, outlining her delicate figure, but at this moment, these became her heaviest burden. Speak. Who sent you here? Jiang Hao suddenly raised his voice. Tu just accidentally walked in the wrong place. I didn't mean to. The woman's voice was shaky like a breeze blowing through the cracks of rocks, stirring the most primitive desires within. This pitiful woman was merely a scapegoat, and Jiang Hao had known the answer since the moment he saw her. Evidently, Su Dingbang did not want to escalate the matter. After all, from yesterday's conversation, he had already hinted that the forces in L City were preparing for consolidation and seemed to be brewing some major action. At this crucial moment, Su Dingbang naturally did not want any complications. But it was clear that Jiang Hao did not think so. Anyone who could survive in the apocalypse had walked out from a sea of corpses, and as a former lone wolf, Jiang Hao was no exception. You all have come to my doorstep and expect me to act oblivious. Do you think you can just send someone over to brush me off? Bringing such a beautiful woman over, what do you intend to do? Thinking this way, Jiang Hao's smile grew colder. Not going to speak. It seems you still have some hope. Jiang Hao smiled, not planning to waste words with this woman. He turned around and gave a command to Old Li, who then took a group of people and left. The sound of the armored vehicle's engine gradually faded away, only to return shortly after. When Old Li reappeared in the room, he held a blood-stained military knife in his hand. Blood dripped from the knife, releasing a nauseating stench. This stench was a nightmare for humanity during the early days of the apocalypse. In fact, every midnight when someone smelled this foul odor, they would awaken from their dreams. At that moment, you would be pleasantly surprised to find that a zombie, or even more, was surrounding you. If your reaction was a bit slow, they might even be sucking on your toes. This foul stench was the smell of zombies. The moment the woman caught a whiff of that smell, her face revealed an unparalleled terror. In the apocalypse, she could indeed be considered a beautiful woman, and any beautiful woman, even if she could kill without blinking, would reveal deep-seated fears when faced with her own appearance. Jiang Hao understood humanity in the apocalypse too well. Perhaps these beautiful women did not care about their chastity at all, and even bluntly said that chastity was worth less than paper money here. But here, who could tolerate their beautiful faces turning into grotesque and terrifying zombies? I'll tell you. I will tell you. Get that thing away. The woman screamed, and at that moment her psychological defenses finally collapsed. The next morning, it was not Shin Binjian's gentle voice that woke Jiang Hao, but the sudden sound of gunfire. Hearing the noise, the soldiers on guard rushed in from outside the door. Just as Jiang Hao's consciousness was still in a daze, these armed soldiers had already dashed to the window, peering out through the gaps in the curtains. It must be said that after this period of training, the quality of the soldiers in the Finkawa territory had improved significantly. In the face of unexpected situations, there was no trace of the panic they had shown during the Beast Tide. Has it already begun? Jiang Hao rubbed his temples and glanced at the soldiers guarding the window, saying, "There's no need to be nervous, it's just a conflict between factions. We are quite safe here." The Bloody Mary is located in the core area controlled by the top 10 factions. It is far from the borders of other forces, and generally, as long as the top 10 factions do not make significant strategic mistakes on the front lines, this place is undoubtedly one of the safest spots in L City at the moment. However, Jiang Hao did not expect that the actions of the top 10 factions represented by the Su group would be so swift. Just yesterday, Su Dingbang had revealed to him that the forces in L City would soon be reorganizing, and he did not anticipate that action would begin today. Pulling back the curtains, he saw smoke rising in the distance, accompanied by the occasional sound of cannon fire. At the edge of his vision, he witnessed a tall office building rapidly collapsing, its debris swirling with dust and soon engulfing the structure. The firepower is quite fierce. Jiang Hao frowned slightly, straining to listen to the distant sounds of artillery. He could hear the sound of RPGs, the rapid fire of machine guns, and even the occasional deep rumble of heavy artillery, which he deduced came from tanks or howitzers. As a megacity, L City had received many weapons and equipment after the apocalypse, including several tanks and self-propelled howitzers. In terms of firepower configuration, L City's strength ranked among the top in the entire southwestern region. Moreover, as a city with a complete industrial sector, L City had large military factories before the apocalypse. After the outbreak, a group of forces led by the top 10 factions inherited the production of these factories. Thus, in the early days of the apocalypse, when individual strength of awakened humans was generally weak, L City became one of the few regions to develop both technological weapons and awakened individuals. Has it already begun? At this moment, Shen Bingyan also arrived in Jiang Hao's room, gazing at the distant flames of war, and spoke up. Jiang Hao responded dismissively, his gaze unconsciously drifting to Shen Bingyan. She was wearing a blue sleepwear, and in her haste to respond, she had not fastened a single button, revealing a hint of what was meant to be concealed. Jiang Hao's thoughts, previously deep in contemplation, were abruptly disrupted. At this moment, he could hardly pay attention to the distant artillery. What could draw his attention more than the sight before him? Wait, there seems to be someone else here. Jiang Hao's previously bright expression suddenly froze. He hurriedly stood up and stepped in front of Shen Bingyan, blocking the view of others. With a hint of embarrassment, he pointed to her button and, showing good sense, turned his head away. Shen Bingyan's pretty face immediately turned bright red. "Pervert," she exclaimed, quickly covering her chest and turning to flee. Jiang Hao smiled slightly, preparing to take action, but then saw Old Li come in with a stack of papers. "Have they all surrendered?" Old Li grunted in a low voice, then glanced out at the flames of war. "Do we need to raise our level of vigilance here?" "That's something Su Dingbang and the others should consider. We just need to watch the show." Jiang Hao replied with a smile, then took the stack of papers and began to read. Weilon Heavy Industries. Jiang Hao pursed his lips, and as he had expected, those who could operate in the Bloody Mary were none other than members of the top 10 factions. Weilon Heavy Industries, one of the top 10 factions in L City, controlled the only water station capable of producing level 2 drinking water within the city. Additionally, under this faction, there was a military factory responsible for supplying ammunition for Weilon Heavy Industries and its allies. Furthermore, Weilon Heavy Industries boasted over 150 awakened individuals and around 300 regular armed forces, placing its strength at a mid to high level among the top 10 factions. The soldiers in the room had already withdrawn, and Jiang Hao fell into deep thought with the intelligence in his hands. Naturally, Su Dingbang did not want to get involved in this matter, otherwise he wouldn't have casually found a woman to brush it off. So why did he still want Jiang Hao to know who the dark hand behind the scenes was? Was it to use him as a pawn? Or was it another test for him? Outside the window, as the sun rose, the flames of war became increasingly dense. At that moment, an off-road vehicle slowly approached from the end of the road. Jiang Hao's eyes narrowed as he recognized the logo on the car, a pattern resembling a tree branch that danced with the vibrations of the hood. It was a vehicle from the Su group. "Mr. Jiang, President Su asked me to inform you that your goods have arrived. Please come over to sign for them." Moments later, Su Dingbang's secretary Su Tian was already standing at the door. Jiang Hao waved his hand, signaling Su Tian to lead the way. Soon Jiang Hao's convoy followed behind Su Tian's car as they slowly drove out of the Bloody Mary. Although the war had already begun, the order within the control zones of the top 10 factions along the roadside remained relatively stable. In fact, as Jiang Hao traveled, he even saw individuals walking alone on the streets. In contrast, the area occupied by other factions was completely shrouded in smoke. Near the battlefield, a sky full of rockets trailing long tails of flames streaked across the sky, accurately striking an office building. In an instant, that relic of civilization before the apocalypse collapsed, and vast clouds of dust surged forth, instantly covering the roadway. The convoy continued along the bumpy road, moving further away from the city center as the smoke of war gradually faded. Jiang Hao even caught a faint whiff of the salty sea breeze as he opened the car window. "It seems I've taken a wrong turn again." Jiang Hao chuckled self-deprecatingly. It appeared that the events he was invited to had never gone smoothly, and this time was no exception. L City, renowned as a coastal city, was an important fishing port and trade gateway in Shenzhou even before the apocalypse. After the cataclysm, although marine species have been rapidly evolving, the residents here have maximized their instinct to rely on the sea for sustenance. The Fishing Harvest Day is the most significant festival in L City after the apocalypse. Rather than a festival, it is more like a grand fishing event held every 2 weeks. Of course, this fishing event can only be hosted by the 10 major powers in L City, which dominate almost all coastal areas that serve as the most vital food source for the city. This year's Fishing Harvest Day is presided over by the Su group. As Su Dingbang stood on the podium and saw the convoy led by Su Qian slowly approaching, a slight smile crept onto his lips. "Esteemed colleagues, our honored guest has arrived." With Su Dingbang's words, almost all eyes in the audience focused on the convoy that had come to a halt on the beach. The territory of Fengkawu is a name synonymous with mystery and power for anyone here. This is the first force to publicly succeed in repelling the beast tide. Even without considering this, the ability to lead a team safely from P City to here is enough to demonstrate the strength of this force. "Mr. Jiang, today is our Fishing Harvest Day in L City, and our CEO Su has specially invited you to witness it." After getting off the vehicle, Su Qian finally revealed the truth, slightly bowing before stepping back. "Brother Jiang, you have finally arrived. Everyone has been waiting for you." Su Dingbang quickly approached, looking at Jiang Hao with a half-smile, as if he were an old friend, and introduced him to the guests below one by one. with representatives from the Nanling Mercenary Corps Chong Kong Group, Binhai Group, and Su Dingbang representing the Su Group. The event had 4 influential figures present. Jiang Hao felt slightly surprised and greeted everyone, unsure of Su Dingbang's intentions at this moment, waiting for the other party to make a move. It was only at this moment that Jiang Hao turned his gaze towards the fishing platform not far away. The fishing platform in L City differs from the traditional fishing platforms before the apocalypse. It is a massive reservoir constructed from reinforced concrete, with huge barriers lifted by a gantry crane connecting the reservoir with the vast ocean before it. At the center of the reservoir stands a gigantic platform made of steel covered with wooden planks upon which several large iron cages are placed, the contents of which remain a mysterious dark mass. To verify the curvature of the reservoir, various heavy weapons were lined up, including 20mm autocannons, shoulder-mounted grenade launchers, and even some unknown explosive shells completely covering the surface of the reservoir. Brother John, you are far inland. Since the world changed drastically, you have probably not seen the creatures of the ocean, right? After taking a seat, Su Dingbang slightly turned to Jiang Hao and said, "Today, let me show you." As he spoke, he pressed the button on the intercom. Start. With Su Dingbang's command, the massive gears beneath the fishing platform began to turn, and the wooden planks at the center, originally closed, slowly opened. The door of the first cage was opened by armed soldiers, and under their escort, the captive beings confined within began to emerge in a line. Accompanied by the clanking sound of shackles, these dark figures awkwardly shuffled out of the cage. Jiang Hao then saw clearly that what was confined within the cage were living human beings. The bait quality this time is rather poor. Don't the patrols catch some plumper individuals? With bait of this quality, the number of beasts attracted won't be substantial. Looking at the emaciated prisoners on stage, the invited audience below began to murmur among themselves, clearly dissatisfied with the quality of the bait this time. Su Dingbang, as the organizer of this fishing harvest day, also darkened in expression. Although they supported the event, the bait was provided by Yuelon Heavy Industries. With the blame falling on Su Dingbang for no reason, he could not express his anger and could only hasten the fishing process. On the fishing platform, after all the prisoners in the first cage were brought out under the escort of the soldiers, everyone knelt around the open hole. The glinting military knives were raised by the soldiers, and then they plunged down fiercely towards the necks of these people. Sizzle. In just a moment, the fishing platform was stained red with blood, with thick columns of blood gushing from the necks, splattering like a fountain. Good. Beautiful. The crowd in the stands began to cheer, venting their emotions in the extreme oppression of the apocalypse. Shen Bingyan sat beside Jiang Hao with a blank expression, though her hands seemed to tremble, and her complexion was increasingly pale. Jiang Hao gently patted the back of her hand. "It's okay, I'm here." Shen Bingyan's hand seemed to stiffen for a moment, and a touch of tenderness slightly dispelled the gloom. At this point, the fishing platform was completely drenched in blood. Jiang Hao then realized that this seemingly simple fishing platform was designed in a funnel shape, where under the force of gravity, the blood that originally splattered out slowly flowed along the smooth wooden planks into the open pit. The blood from the lives gathered like a waterfall, cascading down from the pit, rapidly spreading out from the center of the fishing platform. Not enough, continue. Su Dingbang glanced at the bloodstains gradually spreading in the reservoir, calmly ordered again, then introduced to Jiang Hao. "By chance, we discovered that the beasts in the sea have a particular appetite for humans, so we devised this device, and its effectiveness has been quite good." Jiang Hao smiled, but said nothing. He indeed did not understand the post-apocalyptic life in a coastal city from his previous life. Today was also his first experience of how coastal residents obtained food in the apocalypse. As for those bloody scenes, they were automatically filtered out by Jiang Hao. If he couldn't accept this level of reality, then he wouldn't survive in the apocalypse. With Su Dingbang's order, the bodies gradually losing heat were kicked down by the soldiers, and soon new individuals lined up here. Faced with the impending death, these people appeared quite numb. Even after witnessing the death of the first batch of prisoners, they still allowed the soldiers to escort them and knelt on the still damp ground. Perhaps for them, death was not without its relief. With another round of blood columns rising, more than a dozen vibrant lives were harvested once again. Simultaneously, as these bodies fell into the reservoir, the previously calm sea surface suddenly stirred up monstrous waves. At first, a ripple slowly spread from a distant point of view. As it drew closer, the originally gentle waves gradually turned tumultuous, growing at a visible speed into towering waves nearly 10 meters high. In the reservoir, the water surface that was almost full began to visibly drop, and the towering waves blocked everyone's line of sight like a curtain. That oppressive feeling, like dark clouds pressing down on the city, made breathing become constricted. A haunting sound echoed through the heavens and the earth, as if an ancient call stirred the deepest fears within one's heart. Accompanied by this sound, a flagpole-like protrusion emerged from beneath the sea surface, cutting through the waves. The dark flagpole rushed through the water like a flying shuttle. It appeared to be the fin of some creature, its massive body concealed beneath the surface. In the blink of an eye, the flagpole had surged to the forefront of the dam. A sound echoed once more. Then a colossal figure erupted from the depths of the sea, crashing against the reinforced concrete dam, sending forth a cascade of water that splashed violently, creating a crisp sound as massive droplets were shattered into a myriad of rainbows across the dam. However, at this moment, no one had the leisure to admire this rare spectacle. In the next instant, the light of the sky was suddenly obscured by a shadow as a mutant orca over 100 meters long broke free from the confines of the ocean, leaping over the thick dam with a forceful dive into the reservoir. It's coming, and it's a big one. Su Dingbang's eyes narrowed slightly. Even though he had experienced hunting more than once, the appearance of such a gigantic prey stirred his excitement. As the orca plunged into the water, the soldiers on the fishing platform had already connected themselves to the cableway, sliding down to the safety zone along the sturdy line. At this moment, the reservoir, having absorbed the lives of dozens of creatures, had already taken on a faint red hue. With the orca's body crashing down, a massive fan-shaped curtain of water erupted in the already somewhat cramped reservoir. The enormous splash, infused with the scent of blood, surged toward the shore, landing just under 100 meters from the viewing platform. After the mutations of the apocalypse, the orca had grown significantly larger. Its once streamlined fin had lost its elegance, replaced by an antenna-like dark fin. At this time, its body had also developed brown scales not covering its entire form, leaving patches of ghastly white flesh exposed, with clear muscle fibers glistening uniquely under the water's sheen. Dozens of carcasses were swallowed almost instantaneously by the orca. The chilling sound of grinding teeth accompanied the tearing of flesh and the cracking of bones reverberating across the empty reservoir. The orca roared again, seemingly unsatisfied with such a meager amount of flesh swimming rapidly within the reservoir, before gulping down several tons of blood-infused seawater. At that moment, accompanied by the grinding of gears, the massive barriers on the gantry crane fell completely, sealing off the reservoir. Following this, several high-powered pumps driven by diesel generators began to drain the water frantically, causing the water surface in the reservoir to drop at a visibly rapid pace. Since the reservoir was not entirely sealed off from the sea, the water could not be fully drained. However, for the mutant orca, whose length exceeded 100 meters, a drop in water level to a certain extent would significantly impede its movements. At this moment, the mutant orca had yet to realize the impending danger driven by its greedy nature to continue consuming the blood-scented seawater. This behavior caused it to miss its last chance to escape. When the water level in the reservoir was no longer sufficient to support its astonishing leap, it was already too late. As humanity's greed once again drove weapons to aim at this ancient creature. Slaughter was now inevitable. Fire. At this moment, a sinister smile appeared on Su Dingbang's face as he picked up the radio, issuing the final assault command. Boom. The cannon loaded with grenades fired first, and with a thunderous explosion, a thick smoke billowed from the cannon's mouth. The hefty projectile appeared cumbersome, but as it neared its target, its terrifying lethality was truly revealed. As it approached the designated impact zone, nearly 100 steel arrows contained within the grenade surged forth under the immense thrust of the explosives, piercing through the target area with a piercing sound. In an instant, a cloud of putrid blood mist erupted around the mutant orca. Under the immense kinetic force, the steel arrows easily penetrated the orca's scales, their barbed tips sinking deep into its body, instantly turning the reservoir a deep crimson. The once mighty ruler of the seas, having lost its mobility, was left defenseless. After the first round of attacks, the orca had now become a living pincushion. However, the hunters were not prepared to grant it any respite, and a second wave of assault followed closely. Dozens of trained soldiers shouldered grenade launchers as they approached the firing zone, and a massive scent of gunpowder filled the air. The grenade's firepower was insufficient to penetrate the mutant orca's defenses, but at this moment the orca was already pierced by hundreds of still warm steel arrows. When the grenade accurately struck the orca, the horrifying ricochet effect occurred before the eyes of the onlookers. The tremendous shockwave generated by the grenade explosion granted these steel arrows renewed kinetic energy. This time, neither the scales nor the thick blubber of the orca could halt the arrow's intrusion. The sharp tips traversed within the orca, and once they breached its defenses, what remained was the softest of its internal organs beneath the thick skin. In an instant, the massive creature lay lifeless, its innards shredded by hundreds of steel arrows, with blood mixed with pieces of viscera flowing slowly from the wounds. This orca hasn't fully evolved, though under normal circumstances its scales would be far more challenging to deal with. Su Dingbang's lips curled slightly, seemingly satisfied with this operation. Of course, if we encountered a fully evolved orca, our usual approach would be to fire several more rounds of artillery, or use that thing for pinpoint strikes on weak areas. Typically, it wouldn't last long either. Pointing at the unmanned 20mm caliber machine gun standing on the shore, Su Dingbang continued, clearly indicating that they had developed a comprehensive strategy for hunting these creatures, minimizing losses and costs. This orca isn't particularly large, but it should feed our soldiers for over a week. As he spoke, the mutant orca was already being dragged ashore, and the dismembering process commenced simultaneously. It must be said that the efficiency of these soldiers belonging to the top 10 forces was indeed remarkable, as they swiftly operated various machinery to dismantle the orca's massive body, which was then loaded onto waiting heavy trucks. The barriers were once again lifted by the gantry crane, and the soldiers responsible for deploying bait also ascended the fishing platform via steel cables. This catch is quite good, it's a promising start. Su Dingbang smiled once again, issuing orders for fishing. A single orca was naturally insufficient to feed the many survivors of City L, and even the top 10 forces would struggle to sustain themselves. This massacre was only just beginning. With a swift motion of the blade, the lives of more than a dozen prisoners were harvested. At that moment, a convoy suddenly approached from the entrance of the fishing ground. Once the convoy entered the fishing ground, the expressions of everyone present turned enthusiastic. It was important to note that those participating in the fishing harvest day included not only the members of these 4 factions, but also some small to medium-sized factions affiliated with them. Upon seeing the convoy marked with the blue sky emblem, they instantly became excited. This already speaks volumes. The factions invited to the fishing harvest day were mostly supporters of these 4 families, and now, under the very gaze of the host, they were throwing flirtatious glances at others, making the atmosphere on the scene subtly tense. At this moment, Jiang Hao took in everyone's reactions. Su Dingbang was smiling as he watched everything unfold. Even though the person arriving was the mastermind behind the troubles he had to shoulder, he still gazed at the convoy with a smile. However, the hand holding the walkie-talkie was rubbing it nervously. Under the eager gaze of the crowd, Wei Qingchuan, the helmsman of Blue Sky Heavy Industries, descended from the vehicle. At just over 30 years of age, he was the youngest helmsman among the top 10 factions, and surrounded like a star among the crowd, he walked over with a smile. Observing the scene reminiscent of a celebrity welcoming event before the apocalypse, Jiang Hao suddenly had an epiphany. He looked at Su Dingbang, who was also smiling, and at that moment he finally understood why Su Dingbang had gone through such trouble to inform him of the identity of the puppet master through that woman. Using someone else's knife to kill. Su Bingyan tilted her head slightly and whispered to Jiang Hao. This girl is quite quick to react. Jiang Hao chuckled and made a reassuring expression. Although the top 10 factions in City L were currently undergoing a consolidation of power, they were not entirely united. This could be seen from the fishing harvest day, where only the other 3 factions showed up to support the event hosted by Su Corporation, indicating that the top 10 factions were at least divided into 2 camps. On the surface, while the top 10 factions were not yet in direct conflict, internal struggles had already reached a boiling point. From the current situation, it was evident that the faction represented by Blue Sky Heavy Industries was gaining the upper hand. This was also quite apparent as the forces in City L had entered a comprehensive integration phase. As the ammunition supplier among the top 10 factions, Blue Sky Heavy Industries occupied a crucial position, and at this moment all parties needed to give them face. Otherwise, a delay in ammunition supply would be the least of their worries. They feared being ambushed by other factions at this critical juncture, which could lead to a reshuffling of the top 10 factions. Su, how's it going? The quality of the bait is quite good, right? Wei Qingchun smiled amiably as he shook hands tightly with Su Dingbang. Of course. Thanks to you, the first haul was a great success. We pulled up a mutated orca. Su Dingbang laughed heartily, showing no signs of embarrassment. The leaders of the surrounding factions were similarly unconstrained, as they conveniently forgot their previous complaints about the bait and displayed polite smiles. Indeed, power is the best breeding ground for politicians. Regardless of the roles these faction leaders played before the apocalypse here, they gradually transformed into qualified politicians under the influence of power. At that moment, another batch of new prisoners was dragged out to the fishing platform, walking numbly towards the pit in the center like puppets on strings. In the next moment, an unexpected change occurred. Suddenly, among this group of mortals, an extraordinary individual erupted with astonishing strength. In an instant, he tackled the nearest soldier, wrested the military knife from his hand, and leaped down from the 10-meter-high platform. Wei Qingchuan, I'm going to kill you. A huge splash erupted from beneath the fishing platform as that prisoner swam rapidly towards the shore, his arms slicing through the waves like paddles, leaving a conical wake on the water's surface covering dozens of meters in mere moments. A martial artist awakened in the power system. Everyone was taken aback at the sight. Is this guy really a prisoner? Could it be a mistake? How could an awakened being possibly become a prisoner? Wei Qingchun seemed familiar with this voice. He glanced at the prisoner swimming desperately towards him with a hint of mockery, while the soldiers controlling the weapons around the water reservoir all turned their weapons in his direction, letting out sinister chuckles. Catching. The crisp sound of bullets being chambered echoed. Although they knew that the prisoner was a power-type awakened one facing such a dense web of firepower, everyone could already foresee the prisoner's fate. Don't shoot. Wei Qingchun's smile never faded. He didn't even spare the prisoner a glance. Su, how about a bet? Oh. Su Dingbang raised an eyebrow, looking with interest at the desperate prisoner. Do you think a power-type awakened one can dodge bullets? As he spoke, he pulled out his revolver and began loading golden bullets into the chamber. Was he willing to sacrifice an awakened one just to answer this childish question? It seemed quite interesting. A bag of rice. I bet he can dodge. With Jiang Hao's resource supply, Su Dingbang felt quite confident now. Oh. Wei Qingchun looked at Su Dingbang in surprise. What was happening today? Normally Su Dingbang, who never won bets, seemed to be quite bold today. Fine. Then I bet he can't dodge. Same bet, a bag of rice. Upon hearing their conversation, others began to applaud and agree. It was rare for these two big shots to be interested, making it a bet of 2 bags of rice. In these times, even though City L wouldn't worry about food shortages, the distribution of beast meat still required queuing. Typically, the food allocation among the top 10 factions was based on their strength rankings, let alone rice, which could serve as a strategic resource. Some in the audience had already taken the initiative to clear a space, creating a straight line for Wei Qingchun to shoot. Thud. At that moment, the prisoner had reached the shore, and his bloodshot eyes filled his entire field of vision. The visible veins on his legs bulged suddenly, and immense power erupted, causing the shallow waters to explode into a massive water pit that surged forward with a roaring wind. Die for me. The furious roar rang out once more. In the next moment, Wei Qingchun slightly raised his hand, unleashing his powers, and the heated aura enveloped the bullets as they flew out. Yet the blood-splattered scene everyone anticipated never materialized, nor did the prisoner dodge the bullet as expected. The bullet grazed the prisoner's ear, skimming across the distance before splashing into the water. Both parties were momentarily dazed, and by the time they regained their senses, a figure had already stepped between them. Susie, didn't I tell you to find a good spot and wait quietly? What were you running around for? Jiang Hao was somewhat irked as he seized the prisoner's hand. No one had expected that the prisoner was none other than Xiao Su, the very person he had been searching for. Who are you? How dare you interfere with my wager with Mr. Su? Wei Qingchun's hand gripping the revolver was also held firmly by Jiang Hao, whose grip felt like a vice, startling him. Forced to suppress his rage due to Jiang Hao's strength, he could only grit his teeth. Brother Jiang, what's going on? Su Dingbang frowned slightly, a note of displeasure in his voice as he glanced at Jiang Hao. I'm taking him away today. Jiang Hao shielded. Xiao Su swept a glance at Wei Qingchun, then snatched the revolver from his hand and unloaded the remaining bullets with a single motion. Jiang Hao, kill him. I want him dead. At this moment, Xiao Su was a far cry from the carefree youth in memory. His eyes were bloodshot, dirt and dried blood caked his face into crusty patches, and his once handsome features were twisted in fury. The wind-dried grime flaked off, with his violent expressions revealing reddened skin beneath. What's going on? A vague unease stirred within Jiang Hao. Though Xiao Su was not known for his composure, he usually had his wits about him. Yet in this situation, he kept insisting on killing Wei Qingchun, which made Jiang Hao sense something ominous. Jiang Hao, don't stop me. Let me kill that scum. The scene descended into chaos, with onlookers treating the sudden upheaval as entertainment. Fortunately, the surrounding soldiers were sensible enough to refrain from further action once they realized the orchestrator of the bet was Jiang Hao, given Su Dingbang's evident regard for him. Since Su Dingbang himself remained silent, they turned a blind eye. Under everyone's gaze, Jiang Hao scrutinized Xiao Su as if no one else were present. He was relieved to see that though Xiao Su had lost weight and his mental state was poor, he was alive and all his limbs were intact. 5 bags of rice, plus a crate of canned goods. Jiang Hao turned his eyes to Wei Qingchun and named his price directly. Even for a transaction involving an awaken, this was an offer hard to refuse. Wei Qingchun's pupils contracted slightly. Clearly he hadn't expected such a price from this young man. Yet it seemed the prisoner in his hands was of great importance to him. This is Jiang Hao, the lord of Fengqi Wu territory. Su Dingbang's calm remark came at just the right moment, adding weight to the words. However, even the kindest reminder and the most irresistible price could not satisfy an ever-growing greed. 20 bags of rice and 5 crates of canned goods. Wei Qingchun licked his lips, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth as he completely ignored Su Dingbang's well-meaning warning. I believe that for Fengqi Wu this small amount is easily affordable. Wei Qingchun. Su Dingbang's voice grew cold. Even he who prided himself on his composure felt a surge of anger. What do you think, Mr. Jiang? After all, I've suffered quite a fright today. Wei Qingchun flashed his usual shameless grin. Finally, he pulled his hand free from Jiang Hao's iron grip, rubbed his numb wrist, and spoke. Jiang Hao, let me kill him. He's a beast. Xiao Su erupted in fury once more. As a strength-type martial awakened, he was naturally stronger than Jiang Hao, but due to his physical condition, he couldn't exert his full power, leaving them locked in a stalemate. Jiang Hao glanced at Xiao Su, who was on the verge of losing control, when suddenly a pair of cool, soft little hands slipped into his own. Shin Bingyan squeezed Jiang Hao's hand, signaling that clashing with the other party in this situation was unwise. Jiang Hao smiled, reassuring Shin Bingyan that he had made up his mind. By now he had some understanding of Wei Qingchun's character, a short-sighted man who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. Jiang Hao now had reason to believe that the earlier theft in his room might have been Wei Qingchun's doing, driven by envy over his food supplies, sending someone to simply cart them away. At that moment, once Wei Qingchun laid eyes on Shin Bingyan, his gaze never wavered. His narrowed eyes revealed an expression that any man would recognize. And lust. Jiang Hao snorted coldly. Mr. So can I interpret this incident as a test for me as well? Jiang Hao smiled gently, yet that very smile sent a chill down Su Dingbang's spine. You? Just as he was about to speak, Jiang Hao turned around and patted Xiao Su on the shoulder. Go ahead, whatever the reason. I've got your back. With that, Jiang Hao produced a tang saber from somewhere. With a flash of the blade, the saber was drawn, and Jiang Hao dashed forward like an arrow. Many were unaware that in close quarters combat, cold weapons could pose a greater threat than firearms. Of course, that was only if one knew how to wield them. And Jiang Hao happened to possess that skill. At such close range, the soldiers beside Wei Qingchun didn't even have time to react before their throats were pierced by Jiang Hao's blade. They clutched their necks desperately, crimson blood spurting through their fingers as their bodies crumpled to the ground. The sudden upheaval caught everyone off guard. By the time they realized what had happened, the soldiers Wei Qingchun had brought were already sprawled on the ground. Thud. Xiao Su charged forward again, his military knife aimed at Wei Qingchun's throat. You're asking for death. As the helm of Azure Heavy Industries, Wei Qingchun's strength was not to be underestimated. Though Jiang Hao's sudden attack had taken him by surprise, he had regained his composure by the time his men fell. The next moment, flames erupted around him, and a wave of scorching heat radiated outward. The sudden rise in temperature altered the air currents, generating a powerful gust almost instantly. Sand and debris scattered the surrounding crowd like a storm. Whoosh! Wei Qingchun raised his arm, and a serpent of fire shot forth. Before the orange-eared flames and heat wave even reached their target, the searing blast had already reduced Xiao Zu's hair to ashes. Facing such an onslaught, Xiao Su showed no intention of dodging. He charged straight into the fiery serpent. In an instant, his clothes were engulfed in flames. Even before the fire touched him, Xiao Zu's skin dehydrated rapidly, shriveling visibly before their eyes. Jiang Hao witnessed it all. He had no idea what deep-seated hatred had festered between Xiao Su and Wei Qingchun in just over a month. Xiao Zu's actions were nothing short of suicidal. He cared nothing for his own survival, his only desire being Wei Qingchun's death. But this situation left Jiang Hao no time for further thought. Bingyan. Without needing Jiang Hao's reminder, Shin Bingyan had already acted the moment the flames flared up. Amidst the heat wave, the surrounding temperature seemed to drop a few degrees. Shin Bingyan stood beside Jiang Hao, frost crystals shimmering around her. As the frost condensed, those nearby felt a strange sensation of ice and fire coexisting. Vast amounts of vapor rose from the boundary between ice and flame, soon enveloping the entire area. As a mid-stage first order awakened, Shin Bingyan's ice-type ability instantly suppressed the surging heat wave, even causing the flames around Wei Qingchun to flicker unsteadily. This sudden collision of ice and fire created a brief opening for Xiao Su. Though everything around was shrouded in white mist, the flames flickering around Wei Qingchun served as a beacon, illuminating Xiao Zu's path forward. The temperature seemed to plummet instantly, and the pervasive white mist began to crystallize into falling ice crystals. Blood flowed from Wei Qingchun's corpse. Xiao Su had given him no chance to survive. His military knife sliced open Wei Qingchun's abdomen, even severing the man's genitals. Internal organs slid out through the gaping chest cavity. Not far from the body, Xiao Su lay, weakly, steam still rising from him, yet it could not mask his grim, bitter laughter. Jiang Hao felt a slight headache. Though Xiao Su had avenged himself, a huge mess remained for him to clean up. Shaking his head, he put on the communication earpiece Shin Bingyan handed him. Target secured. Old lease report came through the communication channel. Glancing into the distance, Jiang Hao saw that during the exchange, his guard unit had already taken control of Wei Qingchun's convoy. He looked at Su Dingbang, who was heavily protected by soldiers, and a playful smile crept back onto Jiang Hao's face. Mr. Su, have I passed today's test? Su Dingbang pushed through the soldiers, the shock still evident on his face. In truth, the moment Jiang Hao made his move, Su Dingbang had already made his choice. Without his order for the surrounding soldiers to stand down, Jiang Hao and his people would have been riddled with bullets before they could even charge forward. After all, this was his territory. At least that was what Su Dingbang believed. Shit, he's just a prisoner. But he's also my brother. Jiang Hao shrugged, then draped an arm over Su Dingbang's shoulder as they walked through the parted soldiers toward the reservoir's edge. Besides, isn't this what you wanted? Jiang Hao lowered his voice. After El City is unified, that's a big cake. No one would want to share an extra slice, right? Hep. Su Dingbang chuckled, showing no embarrassment at having his intentions seen through. He glanced at his watch, the hands precisely at 12 o'clock. At 6:30 in the afternoon, we'll launch a general offensive against the other factions. So let me guess, you want me to show up at Azure Heavy Industries base at that exact time, right? Talking with a smart man is always so easy. Su Dingbang smiled, then narrowed his eyes slightly. Their munitions factory will be your payment for this operation. A tempting deal. Jiang Hao pulled a pack of gum from his pocket, unwrapped a piece, and popped it into his mouth. I thought you'd be a smoker. Glancing at Jiang Hao chewing his gum, Su Dingbang silently pulled out a cigarette. In the wild, anything unusual attracts the attention of aberrant beasts. I thought a lord like you would be holed up in his territory all day. Su Dingbang slowly exhaled a ring of smoke, teasing, like this, huh? We seem to be off topic. So what's your answer? Jiang Hao didn't reply. Instead, he returned to Wei Qingchun's now cold corpse and dragged it to the reservoir's edge like a dead dog. The munitions factory is a hot potato. Isn't that why Azure Heavy Industries caught your eye? Jiang Hao's smile was ambiguous. You went through all this trouble to draw me in. Are you really satisfied with just taking down Azure Heavy Industries? What else? Su Dingbang stared blankly at Jiang Hao, taken aback by the question. Aren't there only 4 factions participating in this fishing day? You mean? That's impossible. Though the main forces of all factions have been deployed to the front lines, each base still retains some armed strength. With the few people you brought, it's already a stretch to take down Azure Heavy Industries, and that's with my personal guard supporting you. Now you want to move against the others. It's utterly impossible. Jiang Hao laughed. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Even Su Dingbang, the mastermind, thought it impossible, which meant it would seem even more absurd to the other factions. You've always wanted to know my true strength, haven't you? Today I'll show you. With that, Jiang Hao hurled Wei Qingchun's corpse into the reservoir. Besides, we need to find a proper resting place for this useless trash. So why not change the terms of our deal? Jiang Hao smiled. In the distance, the one scum sea began to churn again. The fishing alarm blared once more, though no one knew what creature the scent of blood would attract this time. Exchanging the seats of the other 6 factions for my Fengqi was entry into L City. Isn't that a more reasonable deal, eh? You must be truly mad. Su Dingbang stared at Jiang Hao in disbelief. He couldn't fathom what gave Jiang Hao, who had brought only a little over 20 men, the audacity to say such things. How about a gamble? It costs you nothing. Even if I fail, you've only lost an unreliable ally. You're really insane. What do you need? Fire support. That's out of the question. As Jiang Hao had said, the deal cost Su Dingbang nothing. Though he didn't know what Jiang Hao's trump card was, the promise of such rich rewards ultimately tempted him. No, my friend. Jiang Hao finally broke into a grin. As I just said, this operation requires you to bear no risk. In fact, all I need from you is a detailed map. Despite the fact that the troops of Weilon Heavy Industries have been deployed to the front lines due to the war, nearly 100 armed forces remain stationed at their headquarters. At the entrance of the base, 2 20mm caliber machine guns are mounted on fortifications, forming a crossfire on the narrow road, effectively blocking the entrance. I do not recommend you proceed this way. Regardless of whether we can take it down or not, our focus should always be on City P. The distance of over 400 kilometers between the 2 locations means that a long supply line is sufficient to deplete Feng Kaiwa's stockpiles. This is clearly not a wise decision. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao smiled, remarking that it is no wonder Shen Bingyan is so rational in her analysis. We need an impregnable coastal outpost. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Hao expressed his thoughts. Possessing intelligence about the next 5 years allows him to consider problems from an unprecedented macro perspective, something others clearly lack. As the leader of a faction, he has ample time to contemplate the long-term development of his own forces. Shen Bingyan's expression showed signs of anxiety. In her view, Jiang Hao was not particularly smart, but he was certainly not mindless. She could not understand why he was so resolute in such a ridiculous military action. After all, there are nearly 100 armed soldiers. Moreover, judging by the strength displayed by these forces, it is possible they are hiding heavy weapons at their headquarters. What does our side have to counter with? The only capable vehicles are 4 hyena-wheeled armored cars. These can bully infantry, but attacking their headquarters. Are we preparing to bombard their heavy weaponry with 4 cans? You will see. Soon this will be our main battlefield. Jiang Hao made a reassuring gesture, and then turned to the person beside him, who was bundled up like a rice dumpling, and asked, "How are you holding up?" "I want die. I can't take it anymore." Xiao Su pouted. His body was completely wrapped in bandages, and his skin was burnt. However, upon hearing that they were going to take down Weilon Heavy Industries' stronghold, he insisted on participating. After a couple of injections to numb the pain, he surprisingly stood up stubbornly. "As long as we can blow up that bastard stronghold, I don't care if it kills me." Xiao Zu's voice trembled. Even though he had personally killed Wei Qingchuan, a surge of rage still erupted within him. Jiang Hao opened his mouth to say something, but ultimately kept silent. Everyone pay attention. Proceed according to the original plan. Armored units prepare to receive the map. Sync to the combat terminal. Opening the intercom, Jiang Hao's commands echoed through the public channel. Xuanwu system is online. The holographic map shows normal. Soon soldiers inside the armored vehicles reported back. Good, let's go. The roar of engines immediately filled the empty road, the thunderous sound drawing the attention of the soldiers at the base's entrance. Kaka. The two machine guns were quickly loaded, their barrels aimed at the direction from which the sound originated. Phew, it's nothing, it's the boss vehicle. The alert soldiers sighed with relief upon seeing Wei Qingchun's distinctive six-wheeled off-road vehicle. The iconic design of the Weilon sky pattern on the hood of the vehicle serves as their identity badge. In City L, no one would dare to counterfeit the identity of the top 10 factions. While speaking, the sentry kicked his comrade who was hiding under cover and smoking. Get up. The boss is back. As he said this, the sentry stood straight and saluted towards the convoy. However, in the next moment, the expression of the sentry hidden under his camouflage helmet gradually turned to horror. What's wrong? No, something's off. The sentry squinted, trying hard to see who was inside the vehicle. It doesn't look like the boss is in there. Data. The dense gunfire from the rear hyena-wheeled armored vehicle interrupted the sentry's words. The 30mm bullets along with the sentry's steel helmet tore him apart. Before the two 20mm machine guns could even fire, they had already been rendered useless. Alarm! Alarm! We are under attack. Inside the base, alarms blared. Damn it! Who are they? How could it be the boss vehicle? Soldiers hiding in cover trembled, debris raining down on them like raindrops. However, they failed to notice the power of the 30mm machine guns. Even 2 layers of sandbags are as fragile as thin wafers in the face of such bullets. The soldiers hiding behind cover barely survived for 2 more seconds before they were reduced to mere dust along with their cover. Attention, all squads, an unknown weapon has appeared inside the base. Scatter! Scatter! On the holographic map, a large number of red dots were shown approaching the combat area. Simultaneously, a massive red suddenly appeared on the map, less than 200 meters from Jiang Hao's convoy. It's a howitzer. The soldier in charge of reconnaissance from the sniper position identified the source of the red, his hoarse voice echoing on the public channel. Xuanwu, are you in position? Sitting in Wei Qingchun's former off-road vehicle, Jiang Hao contacted Xuanwu through a secure line. All combat units, take your designated positions and be ready to attack at any time. Everyone pay attention, do not engage with those heavy weapons. Armored vehicles will charge straight in targeting the annihilation of enemy forces. The original plan remains unchanged, follow me. Ignoring the howitzer that was ready to fire, Jiang Hao pressed the gas pedal, crashing through the barricade and leading the charge. Stay close to the Lord. Old Li's voice came through the communication channel. Although he was unsure of what his leader was planning, his trust in Jiang Hao compelled him to step on the gas despite seeing a soldier on the high wall of the base raise an anti-tank rocket launcher. Hypocrisy breeds false support, and Twilight witnesses devoted followers. At this moment, faced with the heavy firepower blockade of Weilon Heavy Industries, Jiang Hao's soldiers did not flinch. After Jiang Hao accelerated into the base, the armored vehicles following behind echoed with a roaring growl, charging in step with Jiang Hao. However, in this situation that everyone thought was doomed, the scene they imagined of being obliterated by heavy weaponry did not occur. Instead, after they charged into the base accompanied by a series of violent impacts, the gunfire outside the armored vehicles diminished. It's our allies. Some warriors had already turned their attention to the holographic map inside the vehicle. At some point, dense green dots had appeared on the map, swiftly moving and rapidly harvesting the lives of the red beacons. Before the howitzer could fire, it was flipped over with a single paw by a bulldog. A bulldog. Is that your confidence? Through the already cracked windshield, Shen Bingyan saw hundreds of bulldogs charging into the base. With the help of the holographic map, they were currently executing precise strikes against the red dots marked on the map. I won't fight a battle without certainty. You don't really think I came out here with just 20-some people, do you? Jiang Hao wore a proud expression, smiled at Shen Bingyan, and then kicked open the off-road vehicle's door and charged out. Although Jiang Hao's storage space cannot hold living beings, there are fewer restrictions on mechanical creations like bulldogs. This time, before departing, Jiang Hao brought along 500 bulldogs from his territory. This is truly his trump card. While all the forces in L City focused their attention on the internal conflict, who would have thought that a team with combat capabilities comparable to a first-tier Awaken one was already launching an attack on their stronghold? Damn! Which force dares to act against us at Blue Heavy Industries? A soldier cornered and in distress roared in anger while leaning against cover. These invaders were not only bold, but also had fierce firepower. Some soldiers barely peeked out before bullets fired from unknown sources forced them back, while a few unlucky ones had their helmets blown off. Damn it! We need support. In the core area of the permanent fortifications, the commanding officer at headquarters, Song Liang, was furiously shouting into the unresponsive intercom. By this time, the main force of Blue Heavy Industries had long left the acceptable range of the intercom, and the communication channel was silent with only the increasingly close sounds of artillery fire surrounding him. "Help me up," Song Liang yelled. He had just been liberated from a situation of indulgence, and his legs were still weak. He had to be supported by soldiers as he slowly retreated toward the rear of the headquarters. The 30mm cannon on the Hyena armored vehicle had begun to glow red. Under the powerful penetrating force of the 30mm bullets, the wall in front was torn apart along with the soldiers hiding behind it. Heavy weaponry has been cleared. Soon the communication channel received a report from Xuanwu. Supported by the holographic map, the 500 bulldogs prioritized precise strikes against the heavy weaponry. On the holographic map, the red dots representing enemy heavy weaponry rapidly faded. A soldier from Blue Heavy Industries peered out and aimed an RPG at the armored vehicle approaching Hedon, pulling the trigger. The orange tail flame left a straight trajectory in the air, striking directly at the front shield of the Hyena armored vehicle. A ricochet. Upon contacting the front shield of the armored vehicle, the conical projectile did not penetrate as expected. Instead, the smooth projectile was deflected by the hard armor, with a piercing metallic screech shooting skyward like a rocket. The soldier who had exposed his hiding position didn't even need someone to finish him off. A bulldog descending from the sky swiftly ended his life in a brutally efficient manner. The soldiers from the Phoenix Nest territory seemed to have X-ray vision as they precisely sniped the soldiers within the Blue Heavy Industries base, fully aware of the enemy's movements thanks to the holographic map. This was a complete information-based domination. Even in this special period, the war had not changed due to the arrival of the apocalypse. The slaughter continued unabated just as it always had. Explosions rang out within the base. In just half an hour, the once solemn Blue Heavy Industries base was now unrecognizable, with the front wall riddled like a beehive by 30mm bullets, and even some windows on higher floors were destroyed by the shockwave of rocket fire, with exposed steel reinforcements at risk of collapsing. Jiang Hao slid into the stairwell, and through the gaps in the railing, he spotted a soldier from Blue Heavy Industries guarding the stairway. "Xuanwu, mark my position. There's an enemy at 11 o'clock on the second floor." "Received." At the same time as Xuanwu's voice echoed in the communication channel, the closest bulldog to the target had already received the command, "Get," bit its RPG in two, and jumped up from the first floor. At this moment, the commotion downstairs had caught the soldier's attention. He dared not expose himself, merely extending the RPG slowly from the stairwell, aiming roughly at the corner of the staircase, preparing to pull the trigger. Crash! The sound of shattering glass rang out, accompanied by the bending of metal. The bulldog, now drenched in blood, had jumped up. Its previously smooth body was now dented by the bullets, but this did not hinder its movements. Its eerie blue eyes locked onto the enemy the moment it leaped up, but the brief moment of stiffness upon landing prevented it from attacking immediately. It was this brief moment of a fraction of a second that gave the soldier a chance to react. Boom! The RPG's muzzle was swiftly redirected, and the oranger tail flames spread in the narrow corridor, creating a scorching wave of heat that surged through the hallway. The bulldog's body was not as tough as that of the Hyena armored vehicle, designed for agility. Its lightweight skeletal frame revealed its fragility upon colliding with the RPG. As the firing pin ignited the explosives within the RPG, the bulldog's body disintegrated in an instant, with metal shrapnel flying like razors, embedding into the walls and throughout the hall. The soldier responsible for all this chaos had already succumbed. At such a close distance, there was no safety to speak of. In the moment the rocket exploded, the intense flames incinerated his respiratory system, and in fact he had already perished before the bulldog's shrapnel pierced his body. Target eliminated. The communication channel once again received a report from Xuanwu, while Jiang Hao's system panel displayed the information for Bulldog 1. Shaking off the ashes from his body, Jiang Hao rushed onto the second-floor platform. At this moment, the platform had been completely blown apart by the RPG, exposing severely deformed steel reinforcements, with sizzling chunks of meat scattered across the ground, and the bulldog's half-destroyed head hung on a steel beam, swaying continuously. "Xuanwu, how many enemies are left?" 26. "Notify everyone to resolve the battle quickly. We have more locations to handle." As he spoke, Jiang Hao took out a magazine, checked the ammunition count, and began to clear the second floor. Boom. At that moment, a huge explosion suddenly erupted, and about a second later, a massive hole was blasted into the headquarters building of Blue Heavy Industries. Warning. Warning. Heavy weapon systems detected, threat level moderate. Recommend host to evacuate. In his mind, the alarm from Star River sounded first, while simultaneously the Xuanwu system took control of all weapons upon detecting danger and maneuvered the armored vehicle for an emergency evasion. Boom. Silence lasted only a few seconds. The TP-9, a main battle tank, did not give them much reaction time. After about 2 seconds, the deafening sound rang out again. This time the massive shell passed through the entire building, bursting through the first-floor window. The 125mm shell instantly spread its tail fins, and the rotating fins ensured the stability of the shell's trajectory. In the next moment, The closest hyena-wheeled armored vehicle withstood the attack of the large-caliber shell for less than 0.5 seconds before being instantly penetrated by the terrifying power of the shell. On the holographic map, the green icon representing the armored vehicle had dimmed and faded. "Fall back, everyone disperse." Jiang Hao's voice crackled over the comms channel. He hadn't anticipated that at this pivotal moment of Civil War, Blue Horizon Heavy Industries would still have retained a main battle tank within its compound. "Withdraw the armored vehicle." Jiang Hao issued the order again. Within the narrow confines of the compound's courtyard, the Hyena-class wheeled armored vehicle's high mobility was utterly nullified, rendering it little more than a live target for the tank. As just witnessed, the 125mm shell held absolute dominion on the battlefield. The armored vehicle's pitifully thin plating stood no chance against such firepower. In that very instant, the tank's third round slammed home, its concussive force kicking up clouds of dust from the hull. Simultaneously, the tank's coaxial 5.8mm machine gun opened fire under the gunner's control, clearing the path ahead. Though the 5.8mm rounds lacked sufficient penetration to pierce walls once stripped of armored cover, the Defender's Type 01 assault rifles proved utterly incapable of suppressing the rapid-fire coaxial machine gun. In mere moments, the tide of battle had irrevocably turned. The third shell likewise pierced headquarters tower, detonating in the courtyard ahead. Fortunately, having heeded Jiang Hao's command, the armored vehicle had already surged out of the courtyard, so this salvo missed its mark entirely. A rifle barrel extended from a second-floor window. A single shot rang out, and the soldier manning the coaxial machine gun slumped lifelessly from the turret. Shin Bingyan retracted her smoking rifle, glanced toward Jiang Hao atop the roof, then dashed toward the next room. "Where's the howitzer? Can that howitzer still fire?" Jiang Hao's voice echoed urgently across the comms. "Affirmative, it's operational." A soldier's reply followed moments later. That was without doubt the best news yet. Without further instruction, Old Li had already set off with 3 others toward the howitzer's position. Earlier, the bulldog had swiped the howitzer sideways, yet miraculously no critical damage had been sustained, and it remained fully serviceable. In the rear courtyard of headquarters tower, over a dozen bulldogs charged forward, lunging at the tank with savage ferocity, sending shrill, grating screeches of metal and metal echoing through the yard. Though their bite force was extraordinary against the TP-9A main battle tank's homogeneous armor, 1 mm thick, it amounted to little more than an irritating scratch. A deafening roar erupted as the 1500 horsepower engine surged, propelling the massive hull with startling ease, crushing one bulldog beneath its treads. Sparks exploded from beneath the tank, accompanied by sickening crunches as the creature flattened into a grotesque two-dimensional smear. The tank, seemingly unsatisfied, spun violently in place atop the mangled carcass, its heavy barrel sweeping sideways and sending several bulldogs flying like ragdolls. Notably, these bulldogs' near-suicidal assault had not been entirely futile. Though claws and fangs could not breach the tank's primary armor, their relentless gnawing successfully tore away sections of its reactive armor array. Old Li and his 3 companions had just vaulted onto the platform from the garden. Meanwhile, the remaining Fenkawu soldiers had pressed deep into the building, further collapsing Blue Horizon's crumbling defenses. It was precisely this collapse that allowed Old Li's audacious exposed maneuver to proceed unchallenged. Upon landing on the platform, he immediately spotted the towed howitzer, its barrel still bearing deep claw marks, its olive green paint stripped away to reveal raw, gleaming metal beneath. This 122mm howitzer weighed over 15 tons, a sheer impossibility for 3 or 4 men to lift. Xuanwu deployed bulldogs to support the howitzer. Jiang Hao, observing intently from the rooftop, shouted again into his radio, "Bring the armored vehicle forward. The howitzer's too close to the tank. It's outside safe firing range." At such proximity, firing the howitzer wouldn't merely threaten survival. It would determine whether what remained afterward was a whole corpse or nothing but scattered ash. Bulldogs, buy time for the howitzer. Swiftly, several bulldogs heaved the artillery piece upright and secured it firmly to the armored vehicle's rear towing hook. The engine roared to life. The Hyena-class vehicle's rubber tires struggled for traction, spinning wildly, belching thick plumes of acrid smoke as it began to move. Yet the engine's furious howl gradually overcame inertia, inching the colossal weapon forward. "Hurry, hurry, hurry!" Old Li and his squad shoved desperately, while behind them the thunderous report of cannon fire echoed anew. Shrapnel exploded skyward in a blinding storm. A bulldog crouched directly over the tank's muzzle was obliterated, its remains fused with the projectile as it blasted through floors and hurtled toward the armored vehicle. The impact gouged a deep crater in the earth, but the bulldog's sacrifice had deflected the shell's trajectory just enough. It detonated harmlessly behind the vehicle's right rear flank. Inside the building, gunfire was now fading into silence. With the bulldog's aid, Blue Horizon's last defenders had been flushed out. Song Liang, watching from within the tank's hatch, understood the grim reality the moment the shooting ceased. Damn it, those bastards sold us out. Song Liang's face darkened. He wasn't a fool. Blue Horizon's ambush at this precise moment could only mean betrayal by an ally. Otherwise, how else could such a formidable enemy have struck so flawlessly? Choosing the exact hour when Blue Horizon's main forces were deployed elsewhere and its defenses left perilously thin. Boss, maybe we should withdraw. His gunner whispered hesitantly. Our main force is stationed at Xing Plaza. We regroup there, then counterattack. Counterattack. A bitter ache constricted Song Liang's chest. He was long past youthful recklessness. Such naivety belonged to boys, not warlords. Once L City's industrial holdings fell, would Blue Horizon still be counted among the 10 powers? More likely, upon hearing the news, their so-called allies wouldn't dispatch reinforcements. They'd pounce first, swallowing Blue Horizon's scattered troops whole. Indeed, the 10 powers' ongoing wars of absorption against minor factions continued across the city center. But for Blue Horizon, the moment this tower, symbol of their authority, was breached, the war ended. Though nominally a coalition, the 10 powers were in truth a cartel of resource hegemony over L City. Blue Horizon monopolized the municipal waterworks and arms factories. A Shugong group controlled the talent markets and munitions plants. Nanling Mercenary Corps commanded the largest cadre of awakened. Benhai Group held sway over the power grid. Their dominance rested not on armies alone, but on absolute control of vital infrastructure. Lose that control, and even with troops intact, you forfeit your title among the 10 powers. Those treacherous dogs. Rage seethed in Song Liang's heart. Through the periscope, he stared at the scarred, bullet-riddled facade of Headquarters Tower, his gaze hardening into something feral, unhinged. We blow it sky high. It exploded. The 3 soldiers atop the tank looked over in shock. What? Are you reluctant? The armored vehicle finally reached the attack position as the massive howitzer was unloaded. Old Li and the soldiers were momentarily stunned. Captain, how do you operate this thing? How would I know? Jiang Hao's escort team was mostly made up of miners. If anyone had this skill, they wouldn't be suffering in the mines. I've been in the army long enough. Lord, we can't use this thing. Jiang Hao's lips twitched. I don't know. Ding. 122mm howitzer detected. Load this weapon module. A melodious voice echoed in the private communication channel. Load it. A bulldog rushed out from the battlefield and approached the howitzer, its electronic eye flickering with green light. Executing skin program. The signature electronic synthesized voice of the bulldog rang out. Everyone curiously observed the mechanical dog. Does the bulldog have functions? Initially, they thought it was just an intelligent assistant system in the combat system, but it turned out to be smarter than anyone expected. Scan complete. Searching the database. Found similar weapon module similarity 99, loading. Soon the data was fully loaded and the glow of the bulldog's electronic eye dimmed. Please complete the weapon operation according to the prompts. After a moment, the bulldog's voice rang out again. Following its prompts, Old Li and several soldiers quickly adjusted angles and loaded ammunition. The howitzer's barrel was raised high, and with a roar like a tiger, the shell was accurately launched, creating a powerful shockwave that rapidly spread across the ground. The shell traced a standard parabolic arc in the air before striking the tank under the influence of gravity. Bang! Accompanied by a violent flash and explosion, shockwaves rippled across the tank. The howitzer's powerful impact caused the tank to tremble continuously, and the deafening sound of the blast spread rapidly, shattering the remaining windows. This time, the shrapnel round struck the side armor of the tank, leaving a ghastly scar on its surface. However, although the scar from the shrapnel round looked terrifying, it was utterly insufficient against a main battle tank like the TP-9A. At this moment, Song Liang was already drenched in sweat. Though this attack inflicted little damage on the tank, the psychological pressure nearly drove the soldiers inside to the brink of collapse. When the shelling arrived, he felt the world spinning, and the vehicle shook violently, emitting strange creaking sounds. The ringing in his ears and mental dullness slowed his reaction speed. By the time his consciousness fully returned to his body, the second round of shelling was about to descend. Aim for the turret. As a seasoned military enthusiast, Jiang Hao was well aware of the weaknesses of main battle tanks. In fact, for any tank, the turret was always its weakest defensive spot. Correcting data. Adjusting the muzzle by 0.01. Predicting lead. The voice of Xuanwu was transmitted through the bulldog. After enduring the first round of attacks, Song Liang decisively chose to concede. Fortunately, the tank was still operational, and the diesel engine spewed out thick black smoke as it slowly moved. Bang! Another cannon roar echoed. Even through the thick steel plating, Song Liang still heard the terrifying sound produced when the howitzer fired, echoing in his ears like a death knell. Full reverse. Song Liang shouted, but before his voice could fully escape his throat, the second shrapnel round accurately struck down. This time, the shrapnel round accurately hit the turret of the TP-9A tank. The tremendous impact instantly distorted the shell, and in the next moment the plastic explosives within detonated, creating a powerful shockwave that quickly transmitted through the armor to the inside of the tank. Although the tank's exterior remained intact, inside pieces of the interior began to peel away like wallpaper, causing the inner walls to shatter into dozens or even hundreds of fragments. In the next moment, the terrifying ricochet effect occurred within the confined space of the tank, with countless shattered fragments jumping around like bullets, easily penetrating human bodies and damaging the tank's internal facilities. After absorbing the direct hit from the shrapnel round that struck the top of the turret, although the tank's overall structure still appeared intact from the outside, it had long since lost all signs of life inside. With the fall of the TP-9A tank, the headquarters of Weilon Heavy Industries was effectively under Jiang Hao's control. Lock these people up first. Glancing at the captured prisoners being escorted in, Jiang Hao shifted his gaze back to the system panel. In this battle, he lost a total of 1 hyena-wheeled armored vehicle, 5 soldiers, and 29 bulldogs, most of which were due to the TP-9A tank. How do you plan to distribute the assets of Weilon Heavy Industries? Xin Bingyan approached, dragging a prisoner. As a business elite, she was evidently very interested in such matters. Are you talking about these? Jiang Hao pointed to the headquarters building, which had been ravaged by artillery fire, now devoid of its former glory, likely never to regain it. Do you think there's anything valuable left here? Intelligence, Weilon Heavy Industries, trading partners, their financial flows, etc. In short, as long as this building isn't burned down, everything here has intelligence value. Xin Bingyan raised her eyebrows slightly and smiled. All right, you're the expert in this. Jiang Hao was only interested in the 2 core assets of the Weilon Group. Everything else was to him no different from waste paper. As for those 2 industries, Jiang Hao was already preparing to send someone to retrieve them. Notify everyone we head to the next target in 10 minutes. We need to hurry up. As he spoke, Jiang Hao noticed Xiao Su standing at the door. After this battle, Xiao Zu's wounds had reopened, with spots of blood seeping through the bandages spreading around. What happened? Xiao Zu's lips moved, but his throat seemed blocked, making it hard for him to speak. He pointed a trembling finger at a certain spot in the hall and slowly walked toward it. Xiao Su pointed in the direction of a staircase leading to the basement. Just as he was about to walk over, the soldiers responsible for the search and cleanup had already come up from the stairs. The expressions of the 2 men were not good. One of them was being supported and suddenly vomited at the staircase entrance. Commander, you shouldn't go in there. Another soldier's face paled as he straightened up and saluted upon seeing Jiang Hao and Xiao Su approaching. Standing at the door, Jiang Hao could already smell the foul odor wafting up from the basement. His expression froze for a moment as memories of his past life surged back. He seemed to already know what lay beneath. Don't go down there. He grabbed Xin Bingyan, who was following closely behind. Xin Bingyan was slightly taken aback, her brows furrowing slightly before relaxing. This place is... Biting her lip, Xin Bingyan ultimately refrained from saying those words. Taking a deep breath as if making a certain resolution, she said, "Let me go down. What must be faced must be faced." Jiang Hao's expression softened as he reached out to pat Yan's head beside him and then stepped down. The environment in the basement was noticeably more humid than upstairs, with the air mixed with a bloody and viscous stench. At the end of the stairs was a straight corridor with PVC panels dividing it into rooms. Dim, incandescent lights flickered constantly from the observation ports on the doors. Through the observation ports, the scenes inside the rooms were fully visible. Although it had only been a little over a month since the apocalypse, no one had anticipated that the decline of humanity could happen so swiftly and viciously. Inside the rooms were women who resembled walking corpses. Filth and bloodstains had become their only form of makeup. Some rooms contained only 1 person, while others housed 3 or even 4. The sole criterion for whether they were assigned to a single or shared room was their appearance. Rather than calling them tools, it would be more accurate to say these individuals were commodities. At the entrance of these rooms, labels were affixed, clearly marked with prices. Some were worth a cup of level 2 drinking water, others a meal to fill the stomach, and the commodities for trade were of course their bodies. The apocalypse starkly displayed the obliteration of humanity in front of everyone without any embellishments. These individuals lay numbly on the ground, while the things that could barely be called beds consisted merely of a wooden board and a worn-out sheet. Their bare bodies lay weakly on the boards, and if not for the movement of their chests, Jiang Hao would have been unable to ascertain their state of life or death. Their bodies still bore white stains and horrifying bruises. In this world, even washing one's body was a luxury. Furthermore, in these women's rooms, various filthy words were carved everywhere, and countless instruments of torture lay discarded on the cold ground, remnants of the many who had used them. It was hard to imagine how these people had managed to survive until now. This indeed was the norm of the apocalypse. Everyone struggled to live, making every effort to retain their humanity. Xin Bingyan could no longer bear to look. Her hand had unknowingly grabbed Jiang Hao's arm, as if holding onto a pillar, refusing to let go. A heart-wrenching scream echoed throughout the basement as Xiao Su frantically looked into each room through the observation ports. Although he had already guessed the outcome, Jiang Hao's heart remained turbulent. He watched his former brother bloodied and madly shouting and roaring. However, even as he shouted hoarsely, the women confined in the rooms remained unresponsive. They had already become utterly numb, or perhaps they had all once screamed in despair when they first experienced such horrors. At the last room's door, Xiaosu stopped. He suddenly leaned against the observation port, peering in to glimpse the woman he had longed for, the one who haunted his dreams. Then he suddenly slumped down, his body sliding slowly to the ground against the iron door. Xiaosu opened his mouth, but no sound came out. He clutched his chest desperately, tears flowing without a word. Jiang Hao walked over, and through the observation port, he saw the woman curled up in the corner. She resembled a small cat huddled in the corner, her hair cascading down to cover her face. Jiang Hao did not know how Xiaosu recognized that person inside. Perhaps it was the intuition between couples. Bang! At that moment, the woman outside suddenly rushed over, pounding on the door frantically. A feral glare emerged from the observation port, her once pretty face now marred by anger and fear, smeared with blood and filth that almost ruined her once delicate features. Jiang Hao stood frozen at the door. This woman was indeed Xiao Zu's college girlfriend. Lin Jie, Xiao Zu's girlfriend from L University. Though they did not attend the same college, L University and the Polytechnic University Xiaosu attended were merely separated by a wall, and they often wandered through the university's tree-lined paths after class, enjoying their carefree college days. Once Jiang Hao had seen this girl, it was during the winter break of their sophomore year, when Xiaosu brought Lin Jie home for the new year. In a small restaurant, Xiaosu proudly introduced his girlfriend to Jiang Hao, a slightly handsome Xiaosu, wearing an expression of pride. You better hurry up. Once you find a girlfriend, the four of us will take a spontaneous trip together. Lin Jie laughed shyly at Xiaosu, her face quickly flushing with embarrassment. So beautiful. At that time, Lin Jie was considered a famous beauty at L University. Jiang Hao could not bear to look any longer. He patted Xiao Zu's shoulder, but did not know what to say. Stay with her for a while. After a long silence, Jiang Hao finally spoke and slowly withdrew from the basement. Letting out a long sigh, the heaviness in his heart was still hard to dispel. At the entrance of the hall, Shen Bingyan was dry heaving while supporting the broken door. Jiang Hao approached and patted her back. How did you know what was happening inside? After a while, Shen Bingyan finally calmed down, but immediately inquired about her confusion. One could only say this was truly Shen Bingyan. I never hesitate to use the worst assumptions to gauge human nature, Jiang Hao said. You have underestimated the speed at which humanity can fall in such an environment. Lord, how should we handle those inside? Old Li and two soldiers approached, his face slightly flushed, clearly having made a trip into the basement. Wait until the war is over to release them. As for where they go afterward, that's up to their own choices. Now releasing these people carries too many uncertainties. During the war, everything must be handled with caution. Jiang Hao took a deep breath and asked, have the soldiers rested well? Upon hearing this, Old Li stood straight and saluted Jiang Hao, saying loudly, My lord, the Lord's Guard team of 22 members has completed their rest and is ready to respond to your call at any time. Pass the orders down. Jiang Hao had not finished speaking when he suddenly stopped. In his mind, the notification from the Star River sounded regarding matters from the Finkawood territory. News from the Finkawood territory reveals that over 500 orders for bulldogs from District 5 have been delivered so far, 5 days ahead of the original schedule. The reason being that the final payments from District 5 have all been settled, and due to the solid foundation laid by their previous cooperation, they have already transferred all final payments after the first batch of orders was completed. However, there is another piece of news that takes Jiang Hao by surprise. Li Changhe has already ordered 100 bulldogs from the Finkawood territory, and the convoy delivering raw materials has arrived there. Sun Cheng has begun to allocate production capacity to commence manufacturing. 100 units. Jiang Hao smacked his lips. It was neither too much nor too little. It wasn't a massive order like that of District 5, which could sustain the consumption of a major battle, nor was it a small order that failed to pique interest. In summary, this order is just right. It won't raise Jiang Hao's alarm, nor will it diminish his interest in taking it. However, one thing is certain, this moderately small-scale order is too small for Li Changhe and the forces behind him. Is it because they have little confidence in the future development of technological weapons? Jiang Hao furrowed his brow. In the late apocalypse, most factions held this view. After all, as biological evolution accelerated and the strength of awakened individuals increased, humanity in the apocalypse has been pouring more and more energy into enhancing their own abilities. In the later stages of the apocalypse, any skirmish could alter the surrounding terrain. A martial saint could easily shatter mountains with a single punch, while the atomic breath of a 7th-tier beast could rend the very fabric of the earth. Against such levels of attack, the power of modern weapons has fallen behind the pace of martial evolution. Jiang Hao has always held a healthy respect for Li Changhe, whether it was due to his past life's reputation or his uncanny insight in this life, which compelled Jiang Hao to maintain utmost vigilance. Shaking his head, he temporarily set aside these thoughts. Fortunately, there was good news from Xing Hao as well. The resources to upgrade the territory to level 1 have finally been amassed. Heaven above, earth below. Can my fear of insufficient firepower finally be resolved? Jiang Hao stood there in a daze, his heart already surging with excitement. Recalling the terror he'd just experienced with that TP-9A tank, Jiang Hao finally felt a glimmer of hope for his grim future. Although it was still unclear what new troops would emerge after upgrading the territory, considering equipment like the hyena-wheeled armored vehicle, it was almost a certainty that level 1 territory would yield heavy weaponry. Upgrade the territory. Initiating upgrade procedure. Remaining time 14 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. Alright, let's go. After seeing the upgrade progress bar, Jiang Hao's mood brightened significantly, and his tone was noticeably elevated. Xing'an Building is the most intense battlefield where a coalition of smaller factions relies on it as a central base to contend with the 10 major forces. In just 4 blocks, nearly 10,000 soldiers and various weapons are stationed. The explosion of the howitzer sent shrapnel and debris flying, causing splash damage. After just 1 round of bombardment, the once bustling street was already devoid of its former glory. Amidst the machine gun fire, the bullets penetrated abandoned vehicles, turning the soldiers hiding behind cover into pools of blood. The ground was stained crimson with corpses everywhere. Boxes of ammunition were carelessly unleashed between buildings, and the streets had been covered with dense barbed wire since before the war began. Abandoned vehicles and road signs served as ideal spots for landmines. Here, every step forward demanded the price of life, and the air was filled with heartbreaking wails. This is truly a meat grinder. Did you hear that? A soldier from a smaller faction spoke to his companion. The deafening gunfire masked the hidden crises, and the soldier took out a mirror, slowly extending it out from behind cover to look outside. The shattered mirror reflected the chaotic street, and at the end of the street a camouflage tank was slowly approaching. Holy crap, it's a tank. The soldier's face turned ashen. Through the mirror, he could clearly see the tank's cannon aimed straight ahead. Boom. The bone-chilling roar of the shell echoed throughout the street once more. The massive shell exploded almost instantaneously ahead, and dense shrapnel sprayed out from the center of the explosion, instantly severing a barely standing streetlight nearby. The terrifying fragments propelled by the explosive force became the most lethal weapons, tearing apart everything in their path, with even the exposed walls failing to escape unscathed. Just moments after the explosion, a cloud of blood mist suddenly rose from behind a pile of rubble. The soldier hiding behind cover didn't even have time to scream before half of his head was blown off by a fragment. Not bad. The commander in the tank observed the scene before him, a smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Continue using explosive rounds to flush out those rats hiding behind cover. What about the anti-tank mines? What are those guys doing? Wasn't it said that anti-tank mines were buried here? Why is there still no movement? One soldier in the shell crater shouted angrily into the intercom. Just moments ago, a soldier next to him had been cut in half by flying shrapnel, his innards mixed with blood spilling out. The most tragic part was that the soldier was still alive, crying out in agony while desperately trying to push his insides back in. A soldier had just poked his head out from behind cover when he was shot in the head by a sweeping machine gun. At this moment, in a building less than a kilometer from Xing'an Building, the frontline command center of Yuelon Heavy Industry was set up here. Report Team 3 on 2nd Street has lost communication and is suspected to have been attacked by enemy bounty hunters. Report Team 1 is making good progress and has entered the designated area as planned. After resting, they will immediately launch an attack on the designated target. As the frontline head of Yuelon Heavy Industry, all frontline intelligence converged here at Weichang. How is the attack from the other factions? The Shugong group has advanced to a position less than 100 meters from Xing'an Building and is currently facing fierce resistance from the enemy. However, their TP-9A tanks have moved in. If there is no support from anti-tank weapons, they are expected to breach the enemy's defense line in 10 minutes. At this moment, Weichang is still unaware that their base has already been wiped out. He is contemplating how to distribute the spoils after unifying El City. The frontline battle is progressing smoothly. In the current stage, heavy firepower has an absolute advantage against awakened beings. Faced with the heavy firepower of the 10 major factions, these smaller factions have almost no effective means to counter. Just then, a panicking soldier rushed in. Upon seeing him, Wei Chang's expression instantly froze on his face. As one of the few trusted individuals remaining at headquarters, the soldier Wei Chang still had some impression of him. However, his sudden appearance at the front lines at this time made Wei Chang feel a sense of unease. Sure enough, the news brought by the soldier quickly confirmed his intuition. The stronghold of Azure Blue Heavy Industries had been taken down. Wei Chang's first reaction was that there must be a traitor among them. He immediately cast a suspicious glance at their adorable allies. At such a critical moment, if it weren't for someone on their side tipping off the enemies, what other possibilities could there be? In fact, Wei Chang even doubted whether it was possible that these so-called allies had acted directly. There was no hope for his elder brother Wei Qingchun, with their stronghold already captured. His brother had likely met his demise. Now the problem facing Wei Chang was what to do with this group of people. Should they retreat? Currently the situation was that their troops had already engaged the enemy. If they rashly ordered a retreat, not to mention whether the enemy would press forward, the two major forces near Azure Blue Heavy Industries would not hesitate to attack them upon discovering their movements, making their deaths come even quicker. Wei Chang paced back and forth in the command post. The sky outside had darkened, and the flickering lights reflected his uncertain expression. As the first hexagonal crystal fell from the sky, snow began to swirl gently down. A soldier in the trench reached out to catch a falling snowflake, which melted in his palm almost instantly. "It's snowing." The soldier was stunned. As a resident of City L, he recalled that it hadn't snowed there in decades. However, in this era of Blue Star, even apocalyptic events had occurred, so what was there to be surprised about snowfall? Not far away, a tracer bullet with a long tail soared up from a pile of ruins. That was the signal for the attack. A tank bearing the logo of Shugong Group rounded the corner of the street, followed by a group of fully armed soldiers. These soldiers were evidently the elite forces of Shugong Group, equipped with military bulletproof vests, helmets, and even night vision goggles, leaving nothing to be desired. They advanced quickly in tactical formation, using the tall tank as their perfect cover. Under the night sky, the bullets flickered with an orange-red glow, pinging against the tank like a mere tickle, achieving no effect at all. Relying on its thick armor, the tank didn't even fire back, and simply bulldozed directly toward the enemy position, tearing it apart in an instant. At that moment, from a high point in the New Shore building, an anti-tank missile trailed a red flame as it flew over. At such a close distance, the tank had no time to react. Boom! The explosion illuminated the surrounding streets. It hit the bullseye. Just as the soldier carrying the RPG was about to cheer, he suddenly noticed that the tank was moving again. The anti-tank missile had only struck the reactive armor on the tank's left front eye. After withstanding the impact of the missile, the armor was dented in while the rest of the tank remained unscathed. Boom! The unique booming sound of the tank rang out across the entire block. The area hit by the tank shell seemed to have a chunk gouged out, with exposed rebar still warm from the recent explosion. As for the soldier, he had already been instantly vaporized by the heat of the blast. What terrified these soldiers even more were the elite troops hidden behind the tank. After the tank fired, the soldiers who had regained their senses were horrified to discover that the group following the tank had vanished without a trace. "Not good. Their target is the trench," shouted a soldier resembling an officer from the resistance, but it was already too late. The tank's assault successfully diverted the soldiers' attention and bought ample time for their own troops to deploy. Once the tank's attack concluded, the elite forces of Shugong Group had successfully breached into the building closest to the New Shore building. Below this building lay the trenches painstakingly dug by these minor faction soldiers. Bang! Fragmentation grenades fell like raindrops, breaking through the glass. Even more cruelly, to prevent the enemies in the trench from having time to evade, these grenades were all delayed fuses, exploding almost instantly the moment they landed in the trench. The continuous sounds of explosions rang out, accompanied by the heart-wrenching screams of soldiers. The once sturdy trench had become a bloody hell. Almost simultaneously with the grenade throw, the tank from Shugong Group had already rolled over the barbed wire, charging toward the trench, filled with despair and screams. The solid tracks crossed the 1-meter-wide trench, and the machine gunner inside the tank had already poked his head out, adjusting his shooting angle on the fast-moving tank, aiming directly at the New Shore building ahead. Meanwhile, the soldiers of Shugong Group who had occupied the building had also set up their machine guns, extending their gun barrels through the glass to form a crossfire with the advancing tank, suppressing the assault of the soldiers inside the New Shore building. This infantry tank cooperative combat system had been trained by Shugong Group for a long time. Facing a force that had not received much formal training, victory was merely a matter of time. The so-called infantry tank cooperation is not simply soldiers following behind tanks to advance. True infantry tank cooperation refers to a strategy of dispersed troops and concentrated firepower. This is the essence of joint operations in the army. As one of the 10 factions that dominate most of the resources in City L, they have discovered such excellent military tactics from the pre-apocalyptic era, which has become the main guiding ideology for their current core operations. Boom. At that moment, an unexpected explosion suddenly erupted. The tank that had been charging toward the New Shore building was lifted into the air by the terrifying shockwave of the blast. Thick flames erupted from the tank's hatch, and in an instant it had turned into scrap metal. Damn, it's an anti-tank mine. Through the telescope, Su Dingbang witnessed everything happening at the front line. In battle, there are always a few lucky ones who manage to escape the clutches of death, only to crawl out from the pile of corpses at some moment. The battlefield is always a gamble filled with the unknown, as you can never predict what will happen next. Due to a momentary oversight, Shugong Group lost their only tank. Cheetah Squad, send a few members to the trench to finish off the survivors. Received. Su Dingbang's face darkened. He no longer expected the fragmentation grenades to kill the enemies. After all, the enemies had already escaped one attack, and no one wanted any more accidents to occur at this moment. After a breach was torn in the outer defense of the Sinan building, the armored vehicles and soldiers of the Shugong group swiftly surged forward. In order to secure victory in this battle, the top 10 factions represented by the Shugong group have staked everything they possess, including all heavy weaponry. Elite troops were all concentrated on this small battlefield. This battle they must win. Da-da-da. 3 tracer bullets shattered the glass of the Sinan building, trailing arcs of light through the air, illuminating the snow-stained sky. The sound of gunfire erupted from within the Sinan building as the forces entrenched inside were fiercely resisting, making use of the advantageous terrain. On the chaotic ground, 4 or 5 armored vehicles trampled over the original defense line, slowly advancing under the barrage of artillery fire overhead. The armored vehicles of the top 10 factions were all acquired from pre-apocalypse military equipment. The clanking of tracks echoed as they crushed the ground that had yet to be painted white. Unlike the wheeled armored vehicles of the Finkawa territory, these tracked vehicles had inherent advantages in both terrain adaptability and grip, though they lacked the speed of their wheeled counterparts. However, the 7.62mm bullets from standard rifles couldn't penetrate the armor of the armored vehicles. The soldiers of the Shugong group huddled behind the tanks, steadily advancing. Losing the front line's obstruction, the rebels' RPGs seemed to fall silent. In the nearly 100-meter-long open space in front of the Sinan building, the Shugong group moved as if in a deserted land, facing no heavy resistance beyond the occasional rifle shots. Have they given up resisting? Looking at the sporadic firepower on the front lines, Su Dingbang felt puzzled. The rebels had not suffered severe losses. Oh, why did they not use that open space to counterattack? In Su Dingbang's anticipation, the open space in front of the Sinan building was supposed to become a real killing ground. He and the other faction leaders had prepared for a fierce battle in that area, but the developments had gone unexpectedly smoothly. Although perplexed, Su Dingbang would not miss such a good opportunity. The battlefield was ever-changing. After issuing the command to advance at full speed towards the Sinan building, Su Dingbang also boarded an armored vehicle pushing towards the front line. Just as the soldiers of the Shugong group crossed that defense line, other factions, such as the Nanling Mercenary Group and Binhai Group, also broke through the rebels' lines, charging towards the Sinan building. At this moment, Wei Chang finally made the final decision, charging forward with the remaining soldiers the moment the defense line was breached. In fact, once even a single point of the defense line was broken, it signified the collapse of the entire line. When a chair loses one leg, its fall becomes inevitable. After breaching that defense line, the soldiers of the top 10 factions nearly entered the Sinan building without breaking a sweat. As one of the most renowned commercial complexes in L City, the Sinan building was well equipped. Due to its height, the walls of the lower levels were intentionally thickened, so when the civil war broke out, it became the last stronghold for the rebels. Inside, the entire building was a pitch-black expanse with sporadic flashes outside providing brief illumination. In that fleeting light, thousands of soldiers surged in from all directions of the Sinan building. Safe. Safe. No abnormalities detected here. Soon voices from the walkie-talkies came through, and the eerie silence enveloping the entire building was punctuated by 2 tracer bullets ascending into the air, allowing the situation on the first floor of the Sinan building to be revealed before everyone. The once bustling cosmetics floor on the first floor was now devoid of any glamorous products after enduring the apocalypse. Even the counters that should have been left behind were nowhere to be seen. The entire hall was empty, echoing with an eerie silence akin to that of a haunted house. Wait. Su Dingbang's face suddenly changed. Where are the counters in the hall? Su Dingbang had frequented the Sinan building before the apocalypse, and in his memory, the first floor should have been filled with dazzling cosmetics and various display counters. But now all these items had vanished. If the absence of cosmetics could be attributed to normalcy, what about the counters? What use was it for people to take them away? Could they have been used to start a fire? Su Dingbang glanced at the swirling snow outside, muttering to himself. But in the next moment, the rebels acted to reveal to Su Dingbang the reason for the disappearance of the counters. Gulululu. In the hushed hall, a pin drop could be heard. At this moment, all soldiers heard the crackling sound, followed by the sound of objects falling and rolling. Unfortunately, the fuel of the tracer bullets was completely exhausted at that moment, plunging the hall back into darkness. It's a grenade. Someone shouted, but soon that voice was completely drowned out by the incessant explosions. Grenades were thrown down from the upper levels, exploding upon impact. Hundreds of steel balls inside the grenades shot out instantaneously, ricocheting within the confined, densely populated hall. The sounds of blood mixing with the cracking of bones filled the air. Some grenades even exploded before hitting the ground, with the blast height perfectly matching that of a human, releasing nearly 10,000 steel balls into the hull, resulting in unimaginable carnage. Without any cover, the destructive power of the grenades reached its peak. In just a breath's time, large numbers of soldiers fell, blood streaming down the corridors, quickly merging with the surrounding snow. Damn it, where's the cheetah squad? Charge it. Su Dingbang's ears buzzed, feeling as though the whole world was shaking. The cheetah squad of the Shugon group was composed entirely of awakened ones equipped with a full set of tactical gear. Protected by bulletproof vests, these elites suffered minimal losses. In fact, some of the ability users had already reacted during the explosion, shielding themselves or using other abilities to create a survival space for the surrounding soldiers. However, even so, just this one round of attack had caused the top 10 factions to suffer hundreds of casualties. Retreat, withdraw first. After losing support from heavy firepower, although the coalition led by the top 10 factions still had a numerical advantage, their greatest reliance on heavy firepower had lost its effectiveness here. In such circumstances, a more cautious approach was required. Boom. At that moment, heavy iron doors came crashing down at the entrance of the Sinan building, sealing off all surrounding entrances. Following that, steel cables descended from the heights, and in an instant hundreds of figures used the cover of night to slide down along the cables. In the silent stillness, a chilling glint of blades shimmered. At that moment, there was no sound of gunfire, no scent of gunpowder, only the glimmers of blades and the lives harvested in their wake. It's the awakened from the rebels. A soldier shouted in the hall, but this was clearly a misguided decision. His voice successfully exposed his position, and the next moment his throat was forcefully silenced. The descending awakened ones, cloaked by the night, were mercilessly harvesting the lives around them, not even needing to discern where the enemies were. Because at the moment they landed, enemies surrounded them on all sides. This is a feast exclusively for cold weapons. In close combat, firearms become as ineffective as a beast stripped of its fangs, especially in such a densely populated and narrow area, where firing recklessly makes it impossible to discern whether the bullets hit enemies or allies. In this environment, the coalition of the top 10 forces, which had numerical superiority, has instead become the weaker party, while the hundreds of rebels who descended from above can slaughter with impunity. The coalition, originally possessing heavy firepower, cannot exert its advantage in this situation. Armored vehicles and TP-9A tanks are helplessly stuck in the snow, unable to influence the chaos occurring inside the building. The rebels' awakened forces are hastily assembled from bounty hunters. Although this group lacks any discipline, no one excels in killing and looting like they do. Crucially, although the overall strength of the rebels and the coalition is not on the same level, the number of awakened individuals among the rebels can match that of the coalition. Fortunately, just as the slaughter began, a tracer round shot up into the sky, followed swiftly by elite squads from the coalition, led by Team Cheetah, rushing towards the surrounding enemies. Everyone else, head upstairs. Su Dingbang, surrounded by his guards, had already reached the stairway. The leaders of other forces were remotely commanding from the command center, while he impulsively charged in, thus becoming the highest commander of the coalition at this location. Upon hearing the order, non-awakened soldiers quickly gathered around Su Dingbang. At that moment, gunfire erupted from the upper floors, targeting the very spot where Su Dingbang stood. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets rained down from above and clouds of blood mist erupted once more. Boss, get up there first. As he spoke, the guard had already placed his helmet on Su Dingbang's head. However, the guard's shout became his last words. In the next moment, a bullet entered the back of his head, instantly shattering his brain, splattering yellowish-white matter that obscured Su Dingbang's view. Su Dingbang was momentarily taken aback. He had seen life and death before, but he felt frustrated for not having discovered this simple trap sooner. He gazed at the iron gates beyond which dozens of armored vehicles were parked. Su Dingbang had once stood atop these vehicles, flattening countless forces, and he believed this time would yield the same result. But now everything had come to an end. The armored vehicles outside could not provide fire support for the allies inside the building, only firing tracer rounds one after another. Wrapped by a group of guards, Su Dingbang finally escaped to the second floor. Just then, chaos erupted downstairs. Like a desperate counterattack from a boss facing death, the sounds from below suddenly grew cacophonous, and amidst the static on the communication channel, soldiers' frustrated roars erupted. Boss, hurry and run. Blue Sky Heavy Industries has betrayed us. The voice came from Team Cheetah, and in the next moment the soldier's radio along with his head was sliced off. Su Dingbang's body turned ice cold in an instant. He trembled slightly as he looked down where chaos had already ensued. A mass of dark heads fought together, making it impossible to distinguish which side was which. But soon Su Dingbang confirmed the soldier's dying words. After dealing with the nearby enemy, soldiers from Blue Sky Heavy Industries, led by Wei Chong, now picked up their rifles and ascended the stairs, heading straight for Su Dingbang's location. At that moment, Wei Chong seized the opportunity, turning his blade against his former comrades. Continue going upstairs. Scanning the corridor on the second floor, Su Dingbang quickly made his decision. Just as he stepped onto the stairs leading to the third floor, an explosion erupted behind him. A few steel balls whizzed past Su Dingbang's ears, embedding themselves deeply into the wall like bullets. Although he had guessed what was happening, he still looked down. At this moment, Wei Chang's body had swelled up significantly, yet his speed remained unaffected. He moved like a phantom among the soldiers, each step he took signifying another soldier's head falling. This is why Wei Chang is leading the charge for Blue Sky Heavy Industries in this war. Ability: Shadow Assassin. With ghostly footsteps and a body that appears and disappears without a trace, combined with his finely honed swordsmanship, Wei Chang's ability is nearly invincible in unknown combat at this stage. Su Dingbang dared not linger. Just as he set foot on the third floor, the entire building plunged into darkness once more. In that instant, Su Dingbang activated his ability. It had been a long time since he felt this way, or ever since he took this position, he had almost forgotten that he was an awakened individual. His ability, named Enhancement, allows him to strengthen any part or organ of his body. At this moment in the darkness, he activated his enhancement ability, focusing on his eyes. At this moment, he gained night vision. Instantly, the surroundings came into view. At this time, the battle on the second floor had subsided. Although the elite team brought by Wei Chang consisted of awakened individuals, they were still facing over 3,000 armed soldiers, and under the pressure of firepower, this team temporarily retreated. The narrow corridor could be completely blocked by just 2 or 3 soldiers, but at this moment Su Dingbang could not easily disperse his forces to scout the situation on the third floor, as that would only increase the risk of being picked off one by one. After all, as a commercial complex, the stairwell could not possibly have just one exit. Now the only opportunity was to move upward, continuously ascending, even though everyone understood that the rebels were waiting for them on a higher floor. By now the gunfire downstairs had gradually calmed, and the communication channel no longer carried the voice of Team Cheetah. The faces of the leaders from other forces were grim, indicating that their situation was likely the same. Everyone turned their gaze towards Su Dingbang, waiting for his final decision. Su Dingbang took a deep breath, then opened the intercom connecting to the communication frequency of Deepwater International. Old Liang, take action. Use that damned missile to destroy this building. Do you think I don't want to? Damn it, I've lost communication with the base. The sound of Liang Xinghua's curses came through the communication channel. In fact, half an hour ago, he had already called for missile support from the headquarters of Deepwater International, but until now the base had remained silent. Lost contact. Su Dingbang was taken aback. Although Su Engineering Group and Deepwater International were not on good terms, Liang Xingwu had no reason to lie in such matters. After all, from Su Dingbang's perspective, he would also be more than willing to lend Liang Xingwu a hand in such times. Suddenly, Su Dingbang felt as if struck by lightning. He thought of a possibility. Soon Jiang Hao's kind face appeared before Su Dingbang. When the missile launcher was driven out of the Deepwater International warehouse by old Li, Jiang Hao was completely bewildered. Seeing the enormous device on the launcher, which was over 8 meters long, his current mood could hardly be described as just shock. CJ-10. Where did Deepwater International get this thing? Jiang Hao swallowed hard, feeling his throat dry up. The CJ-10 launcher was a triplet design capable of carrying 3 CJ-10 cruise missiles. However, on the vehicle before Jiang Hao, 2 of the missile hatches were already open, and the missiles inside were long gone. Fortunately, one missile compartment remained intact, with a missile quietly lying inside, exuding an alluring metallic luster. Jiang Hao was familiar with the process and called over a bulldog which scanned the area and retrieved the user manual for the launcher. Following the voice prompts from the Xuanwu system, he initiated the missile launch procedure, and all systems showed normal. The missile was in standby mode. Wow, this thing can still be used. This must be the biggest haul from capturing so many headquarters. Lord, we have detected a communication signal from the direction of the new shore building, and they are requesting us to destroy it with missiles. A soldier ran over, saluted Jiang Hao, and spoke. Jiang Hao raised an eyebrow, his gaze distant, revealing a contemplative smile. Looks like the coalition forces are in trouble. The battle on the first floor had come to a temporary halt as the last coalition awakened was beheaded, leaving the bounty hunters of the resistance as the final victors of this skirmish. From Weilon Heavy Industries. The leader of the Resistance's awakened troop, Su Rong, cast a sideways glance at Wei Chang. Upon discovering that the people from Weilon Heavy Industries were turning their blades towards the coalition, they no longer attacked these individuals. Let's cooperate. Wei Chang got straight to the point. Su Dingbang and the coalition members are up there. If we eliminate him together, the top 10 powers will become history. Cooperate. Su Rong scoffed, showing a disdainful expression. Why should I trust you? You have no choice. Wei Chang shrugged. Do you know how many people Su Dingbang still has on his side? At least 3000. How about you? After these past few days of war, the losses on your side must be significant. Isn't that because of you? A captain-like man standing beside Su Rong suddenly snapped, cold energy radiating as he was about to attack Wei Chang. He Think carefully about the consequences before you make a move. Wei Chong chuckled ominously, directly ignoring the captain's hostility, and turned his gaze to Su Rong. So what is your answer? Our interests don't conflict for now, and based on that I must remind you to make a decision quickly. If you delay, we're likely to vanish along with this building. Do you know what missiles are? They might just be aimed at us right now. Su Rong was momentarily stunned. While he knew the coalition still had trump cards up their sleeves, he had not anticipated that their trump card would be something as formidable as missiles. He carefully observed Wei Chong's expression, and after a moment, he finally spoke. All right, we will cooperate. The situation that Su Dingbang feared the most had finally come to pass. He had seen everything from the third floor. After reaching a certain agreement, the people from Weilon Heavy Industries and the Resistance joined forces, rapidly approaching their location. What filled Su Dingbang with despair was that after the two awakened forces joined, the number of Resistance awakened had already exceeded 400. Is there a landing spot? The soldier responsible for terrain reconnaissance had completed the survey of the third floor. Yes, but... The scout stammered, and before he could finish his sentence, Su Dingbang already understood his meaning. A hurried sound of footsteps came from above the staircase. There were many people, and the footsteps were heavy. It's the regular troops of the Resistance. Su Dingbang's expression darkened instantly. We don't have time. Everyone stay close to me. Su Dingbang steeled his heart and decided to fight back. He sent out a squad to intercept the approaching awakened army, buying enough time for the main force. The remaining members split into 3 groups, charging up 3 staircases. The narrow hallway echoed with the sounds of footsteps, and as they continued to climb, the distance between the 2 teams grew closer. Thud! The sound of an object rolling to the ground was clearly audible. After experiencing the grenade rain from downstairs, everyone was extremely sensitive to it. Upon hearing the sound, the crowd immediately took evasive action. A thunderous explosion rang out, and the entire hallway was instantly turned into a beehive by the steel balls that shot out. However, just as the first wave of explosions subsided, the second and third grenades were thrown down. Damn it, they are stalling for time. Hiding behind cover, Su Dingbang could no longer be oblivious to their intentions. At this moment, the troops stationed on the third floor were already engaged in a firefight with the awakened army. Gunfire erupted continuously. Although the awakened army did not have the numerical advantage, they relied on their superior individual combat quality to exert significant pressure on the intercepting troops. In just 5 minutes of gunfire, the intercepting soldiers began to retreat to the 4th floor, where they had built their defenses. Fortunately, faced with such a situation, Su Dingbang was not completely at a loss. At this moment, a highly skilled squad had pried open the elevator shaft on their floor and was climbing up along the steel cable. To divert the enemy's attention, Su Dingbang ordered his soldiers to fire continuously into the stairwell, the ongoing gunfire masking the unusual sounds from the elevator shaft in the narrow, shadowy environment. When the elevator shaft door was pried open again, the coalition's counterattack officially began. The soldiers who emerged from the elevator shaft quickly completed silent sniping of key positions. Once all personnel reached their designated spots, the flames of war finally spread to the 21st floor where the resistance was located. Data. The dense gunfire unleashed the soldiers' fury while also signaling the long-awaited moment of attack for Su Dingbang and his team. The soldiers hiding in cover jumped out at this moment. The once chaotic hallway was now devoid of grenade explosions that had already descended into chaos above, and the resistance's defense line was finally torn apart. For ordinary soldiers, the soldiers of the top 10 coalition possessed a higher individual combat quality than those of the resistance. Once the defense line was breached, the resistance quickly showed signs of collapse. Many soldiers who just peeked out from their cover were shot through the head by incoming bullets. Under the dense firepower, soldiers from both sides continued to fall. Once all trump cards had been revealed, the war transformed into a deadly struggle for survival. For the resistance troops, they viewed the support from the awakened army as their ultimate victory. Meanwhile, for the coalition forces, their only chance of survival was to eliminate this wave of attackers before the awakened army arrived. To achieve these goals, both sides wagered everything. As the last soldier tasked with stopping the awakening army fell into a pool of blood, the gunfire on the 21st floor almost simultaneously ceased. Su Rong spat lightly and withdrew the dagger embedded in the enemy's heart. He certainly understood what the sudden halt of the battle upstairs implied. In fact, before the positions on the upper floors were breached, the rebels had already sent him 7 or 8 distress messages via the intercom. However, the determination of the soldiers holding the line downstairs was indeed fierce, managing to fend off the attackers for an entire hour with a force of just over 500. They had sacrificed over 60 men to break through this unit's defenses. In the final communication, the upstairs rebels accurately relayed this information to Su Rong, giving him some reassurance after just experiencing a fierce battle. After all, he only had just over 300 troops available. If the enemy had too many forces, he wouldn't have many options. Will the coalition really launch missiles? Such things have far greater deterrent value than practical use. Su Rong inquired. And don't forget more than 90 of the Coalition's troops are in this building. For the Coalition, especially for Deepwater International, nothing was more unacceptable than having remaining rebels in L City after exhausting all their troops. Rather than that, they would prefer to risk everything and turn this place into a grave for all. At least doing so would ensure that all factions would start from the same line again, giving them a share in the resource distribution of L City in the future. Wei Chong said, pointing at Su Rong and laughing, "From this point on there will be no more pesky rebels in L City." Su Rong frowned slightly. Although he felt displeased, he understood that what Wei Chong said was probably the closest to reality. Time was truly running out for him. Glancing at his soldiers, even though the Awakened had better physical qualities than ordinary people, they were showing signs of fatigue after days of fierce fighting, yet they were still far from needing a break. The cruise missile overhead hung over Su Rong like the sword of Damocles, keeping his nerves taut at all times. He rubbed his slightly sore calves, which were trembling as they approached their limit. It was time. With all his strength, he would gamble the lives of all his soldiers for a final glimmer of hope. Battle. When the flames of war reignited within the new shore building, both sides understood that a fierce fight was inevitable. Thus, as the flames of war reignited, they reached a fever pitch. The soldiers of the Awakening Army were the first to strike. They were originally bounty hunters engaged in a blood-soaked profession, and throughout the continuous battles their murderous instincts were awakened. The Awakening Army launched their attack in 3 waves with the elevator shaft as their primary target. Relying on their formidable physical abilities, some strength-based martial arts Awakened could leap up a floor without the aid of cables, solely using their astounding jumping power. Inside the elevator shaft, visible orange light continuously poured around, and occasionally a few bullets dragging orange light broke free from the elevator's confines, taking 1 or 2 unfortunate soldiers with them. Delayed action grenades were thrown up from below, instantly releasing over 100 steel balls, causing the Coalition's firepower to pause. Just then Wei Chong, who had been waiting for the opportunity, stepped forward. His body rapidly swelled like a ghost shooting out in that moment of ceasefire. "Follow me." Wei Chong's voice echoed within the elevator shaft, and soon after over 40 strength-type martial arts Awakened leaped up from the 20th floor's elevator shaft. With a rumble, the sound of objects rolling down echoed again, but this time it wasn't a grenade. A large amount of smoke rose up, obscuring everyone's vision. "It's up to you now." Wei Chong patted a soldier's shoulder next to him. "Don't worry, this is my home ground." The soldier's voice was hoarse, a raspy laugh escaping his throat. In the next moment, his originally dark eyes suddenly filled with a bloody hue. Ability Heat Tracking. It allows the Awakened to gain infrared thermal vision. In the instant his vision activated, although layered in fog, this soldier's ability accurately avoided the heat sources emitted by the smoke grenades. In his eyes, the brightly illuminated creatures were the most delectable prey. The hunt began. This soldier was clearly an experienced veteran. After activating his ability, the first thing he did was not to move, but to take off his shoes. Walking barefoot on the ground silently, he then stealthily approached the nearest enemy. Smoke grenades were redeployed every few seconds. In this enclosed space, the duration of the smoke grenades was maximized. Every few seconds, a Coalition soldier would be decapitated. A Coalition soldier hiding behind cover felt a surge of heat splash onto his face, startling him. He patted his comrade beside him, and the next moment the soldier who had been lively just a second ago suddenly collapsed. Immediately, a cold dagger was pressed against the soldier's throat. "Something's wrong. Withdraw." Su Dingbang sensed the anomaly in this area. The communication channel was too quiet. Quickly, all the soldiers withdrew from within. After the last soldier exited, Su Dingbang was horrified to discover that in just 2 or 3 minutes, he had already lost 63 soldiers. However, at this moment, Su Dingbang had no extra time to contemplate everything that had just happened. Once the Coalition's defense withdrew from the elevator lobby, it meant that the enemy had finally established a firm foothold on the 21st floor. An endless stream of soldiers climbed up through the elevator shaft, and even fiercer gunfire erupted from the lobby. In an instant, chunks of tiles fell from the walls, accompanied by flying dust, continuously assaulting the soldiers' psychological defenses. Their firepower is too fierce. Leaning against cover, a fully armed soldier attempted to poke his rifle out to shoot, but was quickly suppressed by a volley of gunfire. Moreover, with the support of overwhelming firepower, the Awaken's abilities had ample time to manifest. In an instant, countless ice spikes, flames, and even toxins surged from the lobby, pinning the Coalition soldiers down. "We can't hold on any longer. We need support," a soldier said with trembling voice. "Support?" Su Dingbang gave a self-deprecating smile. All the Coalition's troops were here now, and even if they had extra forces, they were just the guard units of various leaders. There was no support to be had. At this moment, the war already held little suspense. After the rebels seized a control area on the 21st floor from him, the nature of the war had already changed. From this moment on, the war had transformed into a symphony of unique abilities and firearms characteristic of the apocalypse. Is this the end? The rebels had pressed forward, compressing the coalition-controlled territory once more. Amidst the chaos of flames and abilities, more soldiers fell. Su Dingbang gave a self-deprecating smile, loaded his revolver, and slowly aimed it at his temple. Thoughts had lost their meaning. At this moment, Su Dingbang's taut nerves suddenly relaxed, and a wave of weakness washed over him. However, just then a familiar yet strange greeting suddenly came through the intercom. "Hello, Mr. Su. I heard you guys are in trouble." Phone Kaiwa's communication linked into Su Dingbang's channel. When Jiang Hao's voice emerged from the radio, it sounded like a heavenly melody to Su Dingbang at this moment. He had never imagined that he, whose sexual orientation had always been normal, would become so infatuated with the voice resonating at this moment. "Well, where are you?" Su Dingbang asked in ecstasy, his voice trembling. "Not far from Sinan Tower." Jiang Hao put down the binoculars, then opened the hatch of the armored vehicle, placing a slice of frozen meat on the engine hood. The meat sizzled instantly upon contact with the heat, oil and juices flowing down the hood, whetting the appetite. "Wait, are you inside that concrete can of Sinan Tower? I see it seems sealed off." "I'm on the 21st floor. Well, your situation is really not looking good." Jiang Hao flipped the meat slice and teased again. "I can't hold on much longer." Su Dingbang was nearly in tears at this point. He could faintly hear the sizzling sound of grilling meat from the radio, while the battle on his end had already reached the doorstep. "Azure Heavy Industries defected midway. I can't last much longer. Can you help me?" Su Dingbang braced himself and finally uttered those words. After all, having lost his armed forces, he had no bargaining chips left to negotiate with Jiang Hao. Smiling with a hint of amusement, Jiang Hao took out a knife, cut the meat, and handed a piece to Shin Bingyan. "Azure Heavy Industries. Did news of the base falling leak out? Probably, otherwise Wei Chong wouldn't have moved so quickly." Su Dingbang's voice was bitter. He had never anticipated that Jiang Hao would capture Azure Heavy Industries headquarters so swiftly, nor that someone from there would leak the information. Could it be that Jiang Hao deliberately let someone escape? This thought flashed through Su Dingbang's mind, but at this moment, he had no time to dwell on it. He had no soldiers left to deploy. Everyone was already on the front lines, locked in a bloody battle with the Awakened Legion. "Though I have no standing to negotiate with you now, I still hope you can help me this once for the sake of our shared past interests." "Shared interests? You mean as merchants?" Jiang Hao mocked. A long silence fell on the other end of the line. Su Dingbang felt as if his breath was about to freeze. Before his eyes, the raging flames of war were spreading toward his position. With every passing second, a soldier fell. Now he could only wait for Jiang Hao's answer, or rather his verdict. "All right." After less than a minute of silence on the line, Jiang Hao had already made his reply. Ending the communication, Jiang Hao's gaze gradually turned deep. "Honestly, from the current situation, perhaps having everyone in that building vanish would best serve our interests." Swallowing the last bite of meat, Shin Bingyan voiced her opinion from a merchant's perspective. "You mean that missile, eh?" Jiang Hao chuckled and said, "That thing's deterrent value far outweighs its actual worth. Besides, I think keeping him alive might better serve our interests." "So are you planning to send your soldiers up there to fight and die?" "Of course not." Jiang Hao turned back to look at the soldiers still wolfing down their food and said leisurely, "Why must we fill the gap with human lives?" As he spoke, hundreds of bulldog units surged forward, carrying the snow on the ground like an avalanche, rapidly rushing towards Sinan Tower. At this moment, war was no longer something that needed to be filled solely with human lives. Perhaps Jiang Hao had yet to realize that by deploying this entirely mechanical army, the nature of war had already changed. Although the entrance on the first floor of Sinan Tower was completely sealed, it posed no issue for the bulldogs. Reaching the tower unimpeded, gleaming steel claws extended from between their joints, leaving a flurry of snow in their wake. With a leap, the bulldogs landed on the wall of the second floor, their steel claws deeply embedded into the concrete, anchoring their over 200-kilogram weight firmly. Then with practiced ease, they raced across the exposed walls of Sinan Tower as if strolling through a park. This was a feat of mechanical siege. From a distance, hundreds of mechanical constructs made of steel skeletons appeared as a dense, surging tide of metal rapidly engulfing the tower. "Chuanwu, can you pinpoint this location?" As he spoke, Jiang Hao reconnected to Su Dingbang's communication channel. "Hello. Where are you?" Su Dingbang's voice sounded quite desperate. "Almost there. I suggest you stay away from the window." Jiang Hao added with a teasing tone, "And open your eyes wide." The communication ended. "Located it. Location confirmed." Xuanwu's voice came through. "Mark this signal as friendly." "Received. Command executed." As he spoke, on the holographic map, a small red suddenly appeared in the previously unexplored area at the map's edge. Following Xuanwu's command, the red dot swiftly turned green. And on the map, as the bulldogs advanced, the boundaries of the holographic map continued to expand. By then, the Bulldog Vanguard had reached the 10th floor, and on the holographic map, a full scan of Sinan Tower was being generated like a 3D print. This was a hidden function of the galaxy system. Any mechanical creation produced by Feng Kaiwa's territory possessed surveying capabilities. All data from these creations was simultaneously synced to the terminal, ultimately presented in the form of a holographic map. Crash. Soon large shards of glass fell, followed by the massive steel constructs. Just as Jiang Hao had said, Su Dingbang's eyes widened, as if he had seen a ghost staring at the things before him. Under his terrified gaze, the bulldogs completely ignored him, rushing past him, their heavy bodies cracking the smooth ceramic tiles on the floor. The next moment, this mechanical army collided with the awakened legion. The outcome was already sealed the moment Jiang Hao decided to intervene. Though both sides had endured successive fierce battles, machines never tire. As the rosy light of dawn rose again from the horizon, order had once more descended upon this land. The smoke of battle had yet to dissipate, and the ruins had become the dominant hue of the city. After enduring the baptism of the apocalypse with zombies and exotic beasts, this burgeoning metropolis, home to millions, ultimately could not withstand the trial of human conflict. The once thriving splendor had been buried with history, and the war-torn populace eagerly awaited the arrival of a new era. When the last bite took away the final enemy of the awakened army, Su Dingbang slowly stood up from the pool of blood. He found the bodies of Wei Chong and Su Rong on the 20th floor. Su Rong's clothes had been torn apart by claws, revealing a horrifying gash on his chest. The bulldog's claws had easily pierced his ribs, tearing out his heart along with it. As for Wei Chong, his head was still clutched in the mouth of a bulldog's corpse, while half of his arm was deeply embedded in the bulldog's body. His dagger had similarly devastated the bulldog's internal conduction system, thoroughly mangling its internal structure. Is this how it ends, eh? Jiang Hao's voice came from the stairway, treading through the ruins. Accompanied by the escort team, Jiang Hao arrived at the 21st floor of the New Shore building. At this moment, the members of the escort team, who had just finished their rest, were full of energy. They surveyed everything here with bright eyes, forming a stark contrast to the disheveled appearance of the coalition forces. They truly got off easy. Spitting at the corpse on the ground, Su Dingbang finally sat down heavily, watching Jiang Hao with a complex expression. Just a day prior, he had been joking and laughing with the person before him, but now he found himself having to bow his head to this person. Thank you. Forcing out a faint smile, his lips moved slightly, finally producing these two words. No need to be polite, it is my duty. Jiang Hao paid no mind to the still fresh blood on the ground and crouched down alongside him. He wore a meaningful smile and continued. After all, as the guardian of the new order in L City, it is also my wish to quickly put an end to this war. Su Dingbang's smile froze on his face. Though he wished to guess that Jiang Hao would seize this opportunity to demand a hefty price, he did not expect Jiang Hao's ambition to be so vast. Jiang Hao chuckled and stood up. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from below. After the end of this war, the leaders of the top 10 factions could hardly wait to arrive here. Let's go see this new era. Saying this, Jiang Hao began to walk downstairs. 16th floor of the New Shore building. Here, a conference room that once belonged to a conglomerate was now urgently requisitioned. The damaged tables were quickly moved out, and a few relatively intact chairs were found. Fortunately, the conference room's door remained mostly intact. After closing the door, the people present took their seats once more. Here they would decide the future of the entire L City. Jiang Hao unceremoniously took the seat of honor. Shen Bingyan was also present at this meeting, seated to Jiang Hao's right, while the other leaders took their places in order. Su Dingbang had already foreseen the outcome. His mouth moved, but in the end he did not speak. At this moment, the other leaders revealed looks of anger. If it weren't for the steel beasts filling the entire floor, these individuals would have likely skinned Jiang Hao alive in an instant. I deeply regret this incident. Jiang Hao shrugged with no hint of apology on his face, and then began his performance for the day. Fortunately, everything is over. I thank my soldiers for ending this nightmare, and now we can finally sit down to discuss pleasant matters. I agree. Now that L City has completed the unification process, the vast populace is waiting for us to maintain order. It is time for us to spread the order of our top 10 factions throughout L City. The speaker was the leader of the Nanling Mercenary Corps, whose face was beaming with joy, showing no signs of the fact that he had lost 90 of his forces in the recent battle. For these individuals, as long as L City remained in their hands, everything could be slowly restored. The top 10 factions. Jiang Hao smiled faintly, saying, I think you might be somewhat mistaken. As he spoke, Jiang Hao snapped his fingers, and his escort team quickly entered from outside the door, directly taking away the leaders of those factions whose headquarters had already been taken down by their side. On what basis do you arrest me? I am the CEO of Deepwater International. This is our territory. What right do you have to sit here? Liang Xingwu roared in fury under the control of the soldiers, yet none of those present paid any heed to his outburst. Even the guards he had brought were already subdued by the bulldogs after his entry. Deepwater International. Jiang Hao laughed sarcastically. What do you still have left? Apart from guards who are as good as ornaments, what else remains? With that, Jiang Hao straightened his posture, his previously languid demeanor suddenly becoming upright. His gaze swept over everyone present. I hope you all understand that my sitting here today is merely to inform you. Jiang Hao smiled. As for your Deepwater International, that CJ-10 cruise missile was originally yours, wasn't it? Unfortunately, it is now part of my private collection. Jiang Hao deliberately emphasized the word private unapologetically, declaring his possession of the CJ-10. He did not hide his anticipation for the reactions of those present upon hearing this statement. Indeed, after hearing Jiang Hao's words, a trace of subtle apprehension appeared on everyone's faces. Leaning back slightly, the corners of Jiang Hao's mouth lifted further. You need not worry, everyone. Under the protection of my Fengkawu soldiers, your headquarters is quite safe at present. Of course, it will remain safe like this in the future. I believe this is something Mr. Su Dingbang of Su Corporation would be pleased to see. Jiang Hao unceremoniously shifted the blame onto Su Dingbang, while not forgetting to smile at the visibly darkened expression of Su Dingbang. So, Mr. Liang Xingwu, may I ask what remains of your Deepwater International now? Or do you think you still have the strength to compete with me? As he spoke, a mechanical dog pushed open the conference room door with its head standing tall and wagging its tail happily as it approached Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao casually patted its head, producing a crisp sound. All the soldiers in this building are mine. As you can see, there is even one right here. Upon hearing this, the bulldog promptly lifted its head, exposing a row of sharp fangs. I believe no one here wants to test the sharpness of these dog teeth. Trust me, the experience is really unpleasant. Everyone wisely kept their mouths shut. From now on, L City is governed by me. You have no choice. In a relaxed and cheerful atmosphere, the meeting concluded at an unprecedented speed. Rather than a meeting, it was more of a unilateral announcement by Jiang Hao regarding the entire L City power structure. As all the participants walked out of the conference room, the new era of L City finally arrived. The original 10 major powers of L City were entirely dismantled, leaving 4 remaining powers alongside the reorganized Council of Fengkawu to manage the daily affairs of L City. Above this council, the highest authority, the military government, was established, and as the greatest victor of this war, Jiang Hao naturally assumed the role of the first commander of the military government, holding the rank of marshal. The council was directly accountable to the military government. Notably, the military government not only held military and political power, but its decrees also had the highest priority. When necessary, it could bypass the council to implement orders, and the new legislation did not clearly define what constituted necessity, leaving it to subjective interpretation. Regarding the control over military power, Jiang Hao was even more ruthless. The Bulldog Mechanical Corps took over the defense of L City in its entirety, while the existing armed forces of L City were fully integrated under Jiang Hao, ceasing to participate in the city's security. For the more than 500 soldiers who were incorporated from the 10 major powers, Jiang Hao planned to bring them all back to the Fengkawu territory, and until their loyalty reached 80, he had no intention of releasing them. As for the security void caused by such a large-scale troop movement, Jiang Hao was completely unconcerned. After the unification of L City, were there any forces left that could pose a threat to him? The headquarters of Deep Sea International was originally the Science and Technology Museum of L City, and after a simple renovation, it became the headquarters of Deep Sea International. Unlike the devastated headquarters of Blue Heavy Industries, the headquarters of Deep Sea International was remarkably intact. When Jiang Hao and his team attacked this building, there wasn't even anyone on guard at the entrance. Everyone was holed up in their offices, squabbling over territory, allowing Jiang Hao to catch them all off guard. After this round of reshuffling, this place was chosen by Jiang Hao as the new military government building. At this moment, in the top floor office of the Supreme Commander Shen Bingyan was reporting recent work to Jiang Hao. The cleanup of the ruins in the former rebel areas is nearing completion, and we should start the reconstruction work. Shen Bingyan pushed a stack of documents towards Jiang Hao. No, I plan to abandon that area. Jiang Hao shook his head, not opening the document, but instead voicing a shocking idea, eager to see the surprise on Shen Bingyan's face. However, the actual situation disappointed him. Shen Bingyan remained unfazed, even stifling a yawn. I was thinking the same thing. Shen Bingyan shot Jiang Hao a glance and pointed to the report laid out on the table, saying, if you had taken the time to read my report, you would have noticed that the current population of L City is 3.16 million, while the original resident population was 21.04 million. Clearly, L City is too large for its current needs. So this is your reasoning. Jiang Hao mumbled, then picked up the document on the table to examine it closely. Due to the advent of the apocalypse, the cities built under the previous social order no longer met the survival needs of humanity. Now was the time to implement an ancient defensive system. I intend to establish an inner city based on the territories of the original 10 major powers. After much contemplation, Jiang Hao finally articulated his plan. Jiang Hao's scheme was the result of optimizing the defensive layouts of various powers from his past life. At this stage, no one recognized that humanity's greatest future adversary was not other powers, but rather the entire apocalyptic ecosystem. Ultimately, it was not humanity itself that led to its extinction, but the exotic beasts that humanity was currently recklessly hunting. Xin Bingyan, upon hearing this, did not rush to respond, but fell into deep thought. The inner city will mainly comprise administrative and commercial areas, while the zones outside the inner city can be planned as residential areas capable of meeting the living requirements of citizens. In times of emergency, people can quickly be organized to retreat into the inner city, and military and civilians entering the inner city can also contribute to resource transport, enhancing the city's defense. Enemies. Are you referring to the tide of exotic beasts? Xin Bingyan furrowed her brows and inquired. Otherwise, do you believe that the current human forces have the capability to launch cross-regional offensives? Jiang Hao chuckled. He was not making baseless claims. In fact, in his past life, apart from a few top-tier powers, most human forces lacked the ability to unify their territories. All factions were divided by endless exotic beasts akin to being imprisoned on isolated islands. For exchanges among factions, they could only rely on powerful mercenary organizations or the regular armies of various factions to gradually open up routes. The high cost paid only yielded single-instance transportation, and the newly opened roads would soon be submerged again by the hordes of exotic beasts. Especially in the late stages of the apocalypse, when the level of exotic beasts generally reached around Tier 5, even the factions led by the 10 martial saints could no longer maintain trade relations with their own territories, and only nearby areas could manage a tenuous trade. However, regarding the situation at the onset of the apocalypse, there was still hope for trade among factions. After all, at this stage, the strength of exotic beasts was generally weak, and even conventional weapons from before the apocalypse could inflict considerable damage on these creatures. In other words, at this stage, the cost for humans to establish a trade route was at its lowest. It was precisely for these reasons that Jiang Hao had always been keen on opening trade routes, seizing this opportunity to accumulate sufficient resources for future upgrades of his territory. If we do this, the required resources will be an astronomical figure. Besides, we currently do not have a suitable construction team for this unless... Xin Bingyan smiled slightly, suddenly standing up her hair, blowing gently to outline her nearly perfect curves. She leaned slightly forward and pulled back the documents from across the desk. Exactly, we need to outsource this project. This is also the reason I haven't wiped them out completely. They understand the rules of this place better than we do, Jiang Hao said with a slight smile, a glimmer of cunning shining in his eyes. As for resources, Jiang Hao was not worried at all. Just prior, he had raided the headquarters of 6 powers, and aside from filling his storage space, the rest were piled up in the basement of the military government building in excess that was quite troublesome. By the way, when are we going back? After a long silence, Xin Bingyan suddenly asked, a faint blush rising on her face. Jiang Hao was taken aback. Calculating the time, it had been nearly half a month since they left the territory. It was indeed time to return. What, are you homesick? Jiang Hao smirked, deliberately emphasizing the word home. Speaking of which, it's been over half a month since we left. The duo must have grown taller. Children grow up quickly, don't they? I wonder if this little girl has gained weight, or if she is still as greedy as before. How could that be? Xin Bingyan turned her head away, already feeling the heat rising in her cheeks. It's just that the crystal cores are almost used up. I didn't expect we would be out for such a long time. Whether they were awakened or superpowered individuals, their cultivation relied on crystal cores. After experiencing a wave of beast attacks, the crystal cores in the Fenkua territory were certainly not lacking. One could even say they were abundant. That's quite a good excuse. As he spoke, Jiang Hao leaned closer, his large face nearly touching Xin Bingyan's. In the breath of the moment, the fragrance of orchids wafted over. As Jiang Hao drew near, even her slightly raised nose began to breathe more rapidly. Seeing that Xin Bingyan did not stop him, Jiang Hao immediately became excited. Just as he was about to make his next move, there was a sudden knock on the office door. Old Li's large head poked and lowered. The few counselors have already arrived. Oh, what do you think? Mid-sentence, Old Li's expression suddenly froze. At this moment, Jiang Hao looked over with indignation, while Xin Bingyan turned her head away, leaving only a graceful silhouette. He understood well what had happened. Of feeling awkward, Old Li tentatively asked, Should I have them wait? Jiang Hao's face darkened, and he waved his hand. Please come in. I thought we were of the same kind. Su Dingbang's expression was somewhat complex as he looked at Jiang Hao. A merchant, is it? Jiang Hao chuckled, neither agreeing nor disagreeing with his words. You may have the aspirations of a merchant, yet you must accept your fate as the leader of a faction. Life is never perfect. Su Dingbang shrugged his shoulders. No, I have no intention of wasting your talent. Jiang Hao shook his finger, then took out a bottle of cola and twisted it open. It seems you found quite a lot of good stuff from those companies. Su Dingbang looked enviously at the bottle of cola, his throat unconsciously moving. I got it out of the safe. It took quite a bit of ammo to open that thing. Jiang Hao pouted, his expression somewhat strange. Who would have thought that the safe of the head office of the top 10 factions would contain such items? What is there to hide about such things, treating them like treasures? If this were in the Finkawu warehouse, it would probably be lying in some corner. He reached under the table and took out another bottle to hand to Su Dingbang. I told you I won't waste your talent. What do you mean? Of course it's about doing business. Isn't this exactly what you want? Jiang Hao laughed heartily. You mean I can stay, eh? Su Dingbang was somewhat surprised, even forgetting to bring the cola to his mouth, as he had previously learned that the faction leaders were supposed to return to the Finkawu territory with the marshal. Otherwise, are you planning to take me to P City? There aren't as good resources there as in L City. Jiang Hao teased. Although he was reluctant to admit it, the reality was as such. L City, being a developed coastal city, had established a complete industrial chain before the apocalypse due to its convenient shipping. Ultimately, trade cannot be separated from people. The population scale in the areas surrounding L City had already reached hundreds of millions before the apocalypse. This is a huge market. If we don't stay here, are we supposed to do business relying on the few people in P City with Jiang Hao? By the way, how is the situation with those troops after being integrated? Jiang Hao was naturally referring to the remnants of the top 10 factions. Hearing Jiang Hao say this, Su Dingbang's expression suddenly turned bizarre. Your escort team said you all were having feasts over there, is that true? Why not? Didn't you all see it? Jiang Hao found it strange. Although they weren't in the territory, the escort team's meal standards had never decreased. I thought you were just putting on a show. The soldiers have heard that you are having feasts over there, and now they're all clamoring to know when to leave. Su Dingbang said somewhat enviously. If that's true, I'd really like to go see it with you. Unfortunately, it probably won't be possible in the short term. Jiang Hao shrugged his shoulders and took another sip of cola before saying, let's get down to business. I plan to hand over the trade expansion business of L City to you. Is there a problem? What will the trading content be? Upon hearing this question, Su Dingbang's eyes immediately lit up, as if he had transformed into another person. Rice level 1 purified water, fresh fish. For now, that's all. The trading list will be increased depending on the situation. All of these are in high demand, so there won't be any worries about sales. Su Dingbang pondered for a moment, then his expression suddenly froze. Wait, you just said later. Does that mean there will be a lot of these goods? Can we trade in the long term? Of course. Theoretically, as long as the trade route remains open, these goods will be continuously transported from the territory. Now that the Finkawu territory has gained a certain level of strength, Jiang Hao naturally wouldn't hide anything. It was time to show the world the might of Finkawu. You guys can really mass-produce food. Su Dingbang looked at Jiang Hao in disbelief. Otherwise, where do you think the food our soldiers are eating comes from? Jiang Hao said, once I return to the territory, I'll send another batch of people over to help you open up trade routes. Okay, are those mechanical dogs? Su Dingbang hesitated for a moment. He was quite impressed by those mechanical dogs that could rival first-level awakened ones. Perhaps. Jiang Hao did not confirm or deny, thinking of the territory that was upgrading, and a faint smile crept onto his lips. Perhaps there will be new weapons coming as well. Well, I must say I envy those counselors who get to go back with you. There will always be opportunities. Jiang Hao smiled. I hope your former colleagues share the same thoughts as you. Su Dingbang left the military government building with a smile. Seeing his cheerful expression as he stepped out, Qin Li felt somewhat relieved. Perhaps the situation wasn't as dire as he had imagined. With an uneasy heart, Qin Li knocked on the office door. What would you like to drink? Jiang Hao asked, a genial smile spreading across his face as he held a half-empty bottle of cola. Glancing at the cola, Qin Li swallowed hard. As a former president of Changkong Group, he naturally had a stash of cola at home, but compared to this beverage, wine seemed more to his taste. No thank you. May I ask what instructions you have for me? Qin Li adopted a humble posture. With his military power confiscated and a dozen bulldogs patrolling outside his home daily, he couldn't help but speculate about Jiang Hao's hidden intentions. Could he be trying to emulate the ancients by using cola to strip him of his command? But the problem was he had nothing left now. Absolutely nothing. Don't be nervous. I've invited you here today to discuss a business opportunity. Business? Qin Li let out a bitter laugh. I'm just a construction foreman. How could I possibly engage in business? Marshal, please don't tease me. Previously among the 10 major powers, Changkong Group was the weakest, yet the most indispensable, primarily responsible for constructing defensive fortifications and developing weaponry within their territory. Considering this, entrusting them with the construction of the inner city was the most suitable choice. This task is perfect for you. Jiang Hao smiled, pulling a pre-drafted blueprint from his drawer and handing it over. What's this? Qin Li's face showed an expression of disbelief. The blueprint with its crooked and uneven lines revealed a drawing skill level akin to an elementary school student. After staring at it for a long while, Qin Li barely managed to force a smile. Marshal, is this a cake? We're just an engineering team, not exactly experts in baking. Ahem. Clearing his throat twice to mask his embarrassment, Jiang Hao explained, "This is the inner city construction plan. I intend to build the inner city based on the original territories of the 10 major powers and erect a permanent defensive fortification. Build city walls. Now that's something I'm familiar with. If you're talking about that, I'm all ears." Upon hearing something aligned with his expertise, Qin Li perked up instantly. But when Jiang Hao mentioned constructing walls over 15 meters high and 5 meters thick, he immediately grasped the strategic significance of the project. However, another thorny issue soon presented itself. "Marshal, technically this project is feasible." After a moment's deliberation, Qin Li gave an affirmative response. Since the onset of the apocalypse, Qin Li's Changkong Group had taken over the assets of the largest engineering construction company in L City, whose building expertise ranked among the best in the country. However, relying solely on our resources won't be enough to support such a massive project. Don't worry about resources, they'll handle that. Having secured the resource reserves of the other factions, Jiang Hao now felt confident. Then I have no issues. Qin Li agreed readily, his tone brimming with excitement. As long as the project funds were in place, Qin Li was confident he could complete the project before next winter. With the aid of heavy machinery, a portion of the funds could even be saved, all of which would be his own profit. Jiang Hao produced a pre-prepared agreement, and the two confirmed and signed it. "All right, now we can move on to the next proposal." Jiang Hao smiled, his tone growing excited. With that, he took out a photograph and handed it to Qin Li. "The Deepwater International CJ-10 cruise missile." "Oh, no, I mean the Marshal's cruise missile." Facing Jiang Hao, Qin Li quickly corrected himself. He had long coveted this missile and wanted to borrow it for research, but it was a strategic asset of Deepwater International. How could they possibly lend it to him? "Can you replicate it?" "I'm not sure. I do have a few experts who retired from the Weapons Research Institute." Despite his barely contained excitement, Qin Li spoke truthfully, but to study its replica, we'd have to dismantle it. However, this missile was acquired by Deepwater International from the PE Foundation after the apocalypse, and I don't know if the Foundation made any modifications. "The PE Foundation? What organization is that?" Noticing the term in Qin Li's words, Jiang Hao frowned slightly. This was the first time he had heard of this organization. He had initially assumed it was just a fleeting group from the early days of the apocalypse, but upon hearing that it had the capability to develop weapons, Jiang Hao immediately felt that things were becoming more complicated. It seems to be an organization established before the apocalypse with a long history. It used to keep a low profile and few knew of its existence, but since the apocalypse began, its activities have increased. Qin Li answered truthfully, "I only learned of this organization after the apocalypse. Later I investigated it. Their influence is vast with branches even overseas. However, they never operate openly. Their usual tactic is to use proxies to handle everything." "It seems you've done quite a bit of homework," Jiang Hao remarked with a hint of amusement. If he had merely been gathering information about the Foundation, Qin Li's intelligence wouldn't have been this detailed. "Were you thinking of joining the PE Foundation?" "No." Qin Li's expression immediately tensed. Showing favor toward another faction in front of his new boss was hardly a wise move. He then said with slight embarrassment, "I'm just interested in their weapons. I wanted to buy a few to study." "What a ruthless man." Jiang Hao cast an admiring glance at Qin Li. "No luck getting in touch?" Qin Li shook his head. "No. After Deepwater International completed the transaction with the Foundation, they cut off all contact, as if they had vanished into thin air. We couldn't find them anywhere." "What a pity." Jiang Hao narrowed his eyes slightly. An organization that had persisted since before the apocalypse, capable of developing weapons, and most crucially, so deeply hidden that even Jiang Hao, who had lived 2 lives, had never heard of it. Could this organization be connected to the apocalypse? Had they foreseen its arrival? Things were gradually becoming more complex. Draining the remaining cola from the bottle, Jiang Hao's face regained its genial smile. "Let's start with this missile. I grant you permission to dismantle it." The conversation stretched through an entire afternoon, bringing joy to some and sorrow to others. Within this building, Jiang Hao had just completed the redistribution of power over L City. In this feast of reallocating the spoils, everyone received their due share. Su Group obtained the food distribution rights, Changkong Group secured the contract for constructing the inner city, Binhai Group acquired the operational rights for entertainment venues, and the Nanyang Mercenary Corps monopolized all mercenary missions within L City. Jiang Hao had never been stingy with his subordinates when it came to granting them ample benefits. Of course, all this unfolded under the leadership and participation of the military government. As the greatest victor in this campaign, the forces of Finkawu extended their reach into every domain of L City. Jiang Hao never considered himself a mere merchant. Having experienced one apocalypse before, he understood perfectly that in such an environment, without formidable military might, everything was but a castle in the air. Even if one possessed vast wealth, enemies would use guns and cannons to remind you who truly owned such possessions. As the curtains of this grand feast slowly descended, these counselors felt a lingering sense of unfulfillment for the most lucrative slice of the pie, the arms trade. had yet to be claimed. Initially assuming Jiang Hao would hoard this prize for himself, the counselors later discovered that he harbored no such intention. Thus, their once calm hearts began to stir with renewed ambition. Once the boundaries of the inner city were delineated, cleanup operations commenced forthwith. This was the largest-scale purge in L City's history. From the very start, Jiang Hao's objective was clear: to eliminate all mutated creatures within the inner city and transform it into an absolute safe zone. To this end, Jiang Hao specially dispatched 300 bulldogs to participate in the operation. As the anguished howls of zombies echoed through the air, the order of civilization was re-established within the city. 5 days later, when the residents of L City once again appeared on the streets, they no longer had to live in fear of sudden zombie attacks. Those iron and steel humanoid weapons became their bedrock of survival. Just as before the apocalypse, people conversed freely in alleys and thoroughfares, no longer terrified that their voices might draw the undead. With the assurance of safety, prosperity inevitably descended upon the city once more. Standing atop the military government building, Jiang Hao witnessed it all. As passers-by paused before the building to stand in silent tribute, he felt for the first time the weight of the burden upon his shoulders, heavier than ever before. Lifting his gaze slightly, he fixed his eyes upon the tranquil sky. A wormhole, Jiang Hao murmured. From Joel he had gleaned the scant intelligence regarding outer space. According to Joel's account, he was certain that on the day of the apocalypse, he had observed ripples from the depths of the cosmos from the space station, something resembling a wormhole that remained etched in his memory. Joel's testimony compelled Jiang Hao to connect the anomalies in outer space with the apocalypse. A pity there's so little intelligence. Jiang Hao furrowed his brow slightly. He was uncertain whether the astronomical observatories of various nations had detected any valuable intelligence on the day of the apocalypse, but in terms of accuracy, the information provided by Joel from the space station was evidently more reliable. Marshal, the person has arrived. At that moment, a guard knocked on the office door and ushered Xiao Su inside. How is it? Xiao's injuries had largely healed. He now appeared merely somewhat gaunt. The individual combat medical kits produced by the medical center were indeed effective. Xiao Su, who had suffered severe burns, had regained his vitality after just over half a month of recovery. Still the same. She won't say a word. Xiao Su was referring, of course, to Linjia. He had been by her side this entire time, taking meticulous care of her. Take it slow. Time will eventually heal all wounds. Jiang Hao paused for a moment before offering his consolation. I plan to return soon. Now that L City had essentially stabilized and everything was proceeding according to plan, it was time to go back. After all, Fengkewu was the cornerstone of his confidence in facing this apocalypse. Fengkewu. Xiao Su was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. These days its name is on everyone's lips in the streets. Is that so? Jiang Hao smiled, making no effort to conceal his pride. I'd love to see that place you've built. It sounds quite intriguing. What? You're not planning to come back with me this time? You're a married man. Why would I tag along? To measure the wattage. Xiao Su teased. So, has the rice been cooked? It's only a matter of time. Jiang Hao retorted with mock irritation. Then he watched as Xiao Su discovered the crate of cola hidden beneath his desk. Casually pulling out a bottle, twisting it open, and gulping down 2 mouthfuls, Xiao Su sighed with satisfaction. Honestly, I plan to stay here a while longer to keep Linjia company. Her condition isn't suitable for long journeys. That works too. The trade routes between the two places haven't been established yet, and the roads are still unsafe. With that, Jiang Hao flashed a sly grin. But since you're staying, I can't let you idle away. He'll leave the agency work for Fengkewu in L City to you. What? Xiao Su clearly hadn't expected this turn of events. So I've walked right into a trap, haven't I? What else? And my salary. Jiang Hao pointed at the cola in his hand. Just now you've successfully drunk up this month's wages. With a touch of smugness, Jiang Hao gestured toward the remaining half case of cola. These should be enough to cover your salary until next summer. Let's leave it at that for now. With that, Jiang Hao left a bewildered Xiao Su behind and dashed out of the office like a whirlwind. But his buoyant mood didn't last long before he spotted Su Dingbang approaching with a worried expression. Finally, can't hold back, can you? Jiang Hao chuckled inwardly, his smile fading in an instant. As the primary arms supplier to the former 10 major factions, Su Dingbang naturally couldn't sit still while the issue of L City's arms supply remained unresolved. Marshal, I wish to discuss the matter of arms supply with you. Su Dingbang had indeed lost his patience. Upon seeing Jiang Hao, he cut straight to the chase. Oh, I request that Su Group continue to undertake the arms supply project for L City. Jiang Hao smiled, about to speak when his movements suddenly froze. In his mind, the notification sound of the Star River system rang out. Territory upgrade complete. Current level 1. Host, please check the latest benefits promptly. With that, Jiang Hao opened the system panel. After a long while, he finished reviewing the contents. Of course, you may continue arms production. However, these weapons will not be issued to our forces. They will all be added to our foreign trade list. At the moment when the countdown for the Fengqiwu territory reached 0, no one within the territory noticed. Here no one could see the timer on the buildings as if. This day was no different from usual. Sun Cheng was busy coordinating the allocation of bulldog production, while Jiang Hao, as always, was responsible for training the soldiers at the training ground. As for Duodua, she was having lunch in the newly built house. The house assigned to Jiang Hao was a two-story standalone building. The furnishings inside were simple, and the furniture styles were wildly mismatched, all scavenged from P-City. It only solved the problem of having something, and in the apocalypse no one cared about style. At this moment Duo was holding a steaming chicken leg. The massive drumstick in her little hand looked like a club, the stark contrast evoking an involuntary smile. Duo couldn't help but lick the juice off her fingers, a satisfied expression spreading across her tiny face. Just then, the countdown stopped. Everything within the Fengqi Wu territory seemed to freeze, time itself solidified. All people and objects were immobilized, the only change occurring within the entire territory. At the moment of the upgrade, the light barrier surrounding the territory briefly vanished. In that instant, the full scope of the Fengqi Wu territory was revealed to the world. In just a flash, the fog of war that had been at the territory's edge retreated rapidly, spreading outward like a virus, wildly expanding in all directions. Wherever the fog of war passed, it acted like a terrain cutter, transforming the surrounding mountains into rivers, lakes, and seas, leaving behind vast tracts of fertile land. Not only that, but within the territory, the changes brought by the upgrade were equally dramatic and profound. The open land outside the original city walls was only about 2 kilometers in length. After the upgrade, it rapidly expanded into a fertile field spanning roughly 5 kilometers. Inside the city, after many residences had been built, the space had started to feel cramped. However, with the territory's upgrade, large open areas began to appear. These newly added spaces seemed to defy the constraints of space and time, materializing abruptly before everyone's eyes like a model being built. This process lasted about 10 minutes. As the intense changes gradually subsided, the light barrier that isolated everything reappeared above the entire territory. Unsurprisingly, with the barrier's return, the whole territory once again blended seamlessly with its surroundings. By now, the Fengqi Wu territory had expanded more than threefold its vast area, encompassing the distant mountains. Inside the territory, as the expansion ceased, the flow of time resumed. Everyone resumed their activities as usual, and order within the space was restored. Duo contentedly gnawed on her chicken leg, occasionally licking the juice that trickled down her fingers. Sun Cheng glanced at the production workshop in the distance, then signed his name on the capacity allocation confirmation form. Jiang Hao frowned as he corrected a new recruit's tactical movements. No one paid any attention to what had just happened, as if nothing had occurred at all. The territory has successfully upgraded to level 1. The shielding light barrier will completely disappear at the next level. The system's prompt sounded, but Jiang Hao had no time to check it. He opened the system panel, and a brand new interface leaped into his view. System name: Star River, bound to host name Jiang Hao, gender male, system level 1, location Fengqi Wu territory area 67 square kilometers, upgrade requirements, prerequisite building supercomputing center, steel 0 units, wood 2 units, food 3 units, water 4 units, energy crystals 1 units, buildings command center upgraded 1, fortified wall upgraded 4, base pond farm capacity synced 5, water purification station capacity synced 2, medical center capacity synced 1, storage center capacity synced 4, machine workshop upgradable to hive 1, individual units, bulldogs 3162, engineering robots 8912, hyena wheeled armored vehicles 561, off-road vehicles 192, resource reserve steel 10, 6W units, wood 12, 18W units, food 10W units, water 1, 2W units, energy crystals 6018 units. Below the basic attribute panel was the infrastructure panel, hive 2 units, steel 2 units, wood, construction time 4 days. The needle becomes finer and stronger. An advanced building of the machine workshop, the worker bee hive, allows for the production of worker bees. Nuclear fusion center phase 1 units, wood 1 units, steel units, energy crystals, construction time 7 days. Built on first phase nuclear fusion reactor technology, requires unlocking nuclear fusion technology phase 1. Ever heard of East? I am its complete form. The key to future energy. Kid, what are you waiting for? Build me now. Military factory 2 units, steel 1 units, wood 500 units, energy crystals, construction time 3 days. Were you expecting to produce weapons from the hive? Build it properly. Heavy factory 5 units, wood 7 units, steel 1 units, energy crystals, construction time 5 days. Mother has finally cured my fear of insufficient firepower. Supercomputing center 5 units, steel units, wood 6 units, energy crystals, construction time 7 days. Based on quantum computer technology, requires unlocking quantum technology. Provides computational support for mechanical legions ranging from 1000 to 1000 units. From here, the mechanical army will officially set sail. Research Center 500 units, steel 100 units, wood 200 units, energy crystals construction time, 3 days. This is the future. Planetary communication station 800 units, steel 500 units, wood 100 units, energy crystals construction time, 15 days, enables communication across planetary ranges. After the territory upgrade, many new buildings appeared on the infrastructure panel. If the Level 0 territory existed merely to help the host survive the initial outbreak of the apocalypse, then the arrival of the Level 1 territory signified that the host had officially entered the era of conquest. This was evident from the upgraded exchange list. Based on the experience from Level 0, items appearing in the exchange list could be produced after constructing the corresponding buildings. So once the upgrade was complete, Jiang Hao had already seen all the units of the Level 1 territory through the exchange panel. Boundary tank, 6,000 units of steel, 200 units of energy crystals construction time, 3 days production, requires unlocking the first stage of nuclear fusion technology. The mobile fortress constructed with 700mm Grafenbach steel plates and a passive energy protection system boasts unparalleled defensive capabilities able to withstand attacks from 125mm armor-piercing rounds. Its magnetic bearing servo system provides enhanced agility and speed, while 150mm high-explosive armor-piercing rounds can easily obliterate any target in sight. Caliber is justice. Tactical exoskeleton, 200 units of steel for units of energy crystals construction time, 5 minutes production, requires unlocking miniaturization technology for fusion. Composed of a tactical helmet and a lightweight graphene exoskeleton, it serves as individual combat gear that connects to an AI terminal for comprehensive communication and tactical deployment. Powered by a built-in fusion battery, it provides soldiers with all-around protection and enhancement, elevating an ordinary soldier's combat capability to that of a Level 2 awakened with explosive power comparable to a Level 3 awakened. Gauss rifle, 100 units of steel construction time, 5 minutes production, requires unlocking miniaturization technology for fusion. Driven by a fusion battery featuring an 8mm caliber, who says rifles are mere underlings against armored vehicles. This thing can penetrate 260mm of homogeneous armor. Worker B, 30 units of steel construction time, 1 minute, an advanced version of the engineering robot. Are you still troubled by the inability to gather resources due to high costs? Are you frustrated by the slow speed of engineering robots? Then hurry and get this. As long as it can fly, nothing is a problem. All-terrain medical vehicle, 1,500 units of steel construction time, 10H. This thing is like a soldier's mother. The ruler of milk. Fly shuttle rocket launcher, 700 units of steel, 200 units of wood construction time, 8H. With this you become the nightmare of the Air Force. Adhesive grenades, plasma grenades. This upgrade represents a comprehensive enhancement of the armory in Finkawu with heavy weapons and individual rations available in abundance. When Jiang Hao saw the system panel with the weapons list, he felt like he was floating. Is this still the familiar system panel? Such luxurious heavy firepower and such sci-fi weapons, could they really be his? Of course. At this moment, what do those weapons in City L count for? Even the TP-9A tank pales in comparison under the caliber of the boundary tank. It won't be long before I transport a batch of new weapons. As for the outdated models of weapons over here, sell them off quickly while they still have value. All, including the TP-9A tank. Su Dingbang's expression transformed from joy to astonishment. But that's the TP-9A tank. How can such a thing not be in demand, even in the pre-apocalypse world? Why is it not valued here? Of course, all of them. As long as the production capacity keeps up, sell as much as possible, Jiang Hao reaffirmed. Initially, Jiang Hao intended to consume the production capacity of the TP-9A tank himself. After all, it was a main battle tank capable of holding its ground even against Level 2 monsters. However, upon seeing the nearly exaggerated data panel of the boundary tank, he lost all interest in the TP-9A. With such a thing, who needs a TP-9A tank? The two are not even in the same league. All right, you are the boss. You call the shots. I hope you know what you're doing. Su Dingbang couldn't help but mutter. Of course, I'm clearer than ever. Jiang Hao's response came without hesitation. After thinking for a moment, he opened the system panel again, clicked a few vague buttons, and then turned back to continue speaking. I will leave the affairs of City L to Xiao Su. You all just need to cooperate with him. After saying that, he turned and walked downstairs toward the basement. After this system upgrade, as expected, his personal storage space has significantly expanded, now reaching a scale of 2,000 units. To bring back as many resources as possible, Jiang Hao did not intend to waste the newly added resource capacity. The resources needed for the inner city construction have already been allocated, and all supplies in the backyard of the military government building have been completely cleared out. Even the basement has emptied a lot. Waving his hand, large quantities of materials vanished into thin air and appeared in Jiang Hao's storage space. After completing all this, Jiang Hao finally sighed in relief. It was time to embark on the return journey. Nearly 400 bullhounds were left in City L to handle the current defense work, while the remaining 673 soldiers followed Jiang Hao on the journey back to Fengkewu. Finally, we can go back. Leaning back in her seat, Shen Bingyan lazily stretched her body, not hiding her longing to return home. You really miss home, huh? Jiang Hao smiled, and had already handed over control of the armored vehicle to Xuanwu. Now Jiang Hao was enjoying the leisure, and the troops had already spread out at the first opportunity, with dozens of military trucks full of soldiers beginning to clear the road leading to City P. This time Jiang Hao did not plan to rush back at full speed, as he was accompanied by nearly 700 soldiers. He felt much more confident. In Jiang Hao's plan, this journey would help clear some mutated creatures on the road, laying the groundwork for subsequent trade routes. Of course, the main objective was still to acquire as many energy crystals as possible. After all, based on the system panel after this upgrade, the role of energy crystals would be further amplified, and it was even possible that energy crystals would become the primary resource type in the later stages. Gunfire occasionally rang out around the convoy. Glancing at the holographic map, 3 red dots near the convoy had disappeared from the map. A mutated lizard fell under the barrage of machine gun fire, and soon a soldier rushed over, skillfully slicing open the lizard's abdomen with a sharp dagger, retrieving the still warm crystal core, and returned to the convoy without looking back. The cleanup was proceeding smoothly. Everything seemed to be developing as Jiang Hao had envisioned. The bullhounds in Zone 5 have been activated. Suddenly, the notification sound from the Xing system resonated in his mind, immediately tightening Jiang Hao, who had just relaxed. Which direction is it heading? As a weapon produced by the Xing system, reserving a backend is standard practice. The most crucial point is that even if you reserve a backend, your receiving party cannot detect it. This is the reason Jiang Hao dared to sell the bullhounds in bulk. It's still unclear, but based on the movement trajectory, it should be heading toward the front line of the battlefield. The progress of the war was even quicker than Jiang Hao had anticipated. The intelligence received from the Xing indicated that at the beginning of the war, the arrival of the bulldogs indeed altered the stalemate on the battlefield. In a short time, the bullets from the rifles posed no threat to the bulldogs, and soon the soldiers of the Thorn Tavern began to display signs of retreat. Just when everyone thought this war would conclude with the victory of the 5th District, an explosion of fire suddenly erupted in the direction of the front lines, with countless black dots trailing long tails accompanied by a deafening roar charging straight towards the 5th District's front. When the last bulldog was engulfed by the soaring flames, the scene abruptly came to a halt. The 500 bulldogs of the 5th District had already declared total annihilation. Through the holographic display, Jiang Hao clearly saw the situation on the battlefield at that time. Is there a powerful force intervening? Jiang Hao frowned. The Thorn Tavern could not possibly possess such rocket artillery, and in P City, the only faction that could have such artillery was likely the locomotive station. But what puzzled Jiang Hao was that Li Changhe had also ordered 100 bulldogs. If the rocket artillery in the footage truly belonged to the locomotive station, why would he still order bulldogs? Although the bulldogs were not weak in close combat, it was necessary for them to approach the rocket artillery positions under such heavy fire coverage. Before getting close to the positions, the bulldogs would remain live targets for the rocket artillery. Xing, what about the batch of bulldogs sold to the locomotive station? What is their status now? Not activated. Jiang Hao fell into silence, feeling a chill run down his spine. The previous holographic image showed that regardless of who the enemy was, there indeed existed a powerful adversary in the current P City. The considerable number of rocket artillery was proof. With just a single round of concentrated fire, they had obliterated the Bulldog Legion of 500. So, if these rocket artillery were to fall into the territory of Fengkewu, would he still have the capability to resist? If these people's target is Peace City, perhaps we can negotiate with them. Maybe we can reach an agreement on certain aspects. Shen Bingyan frowned and pondered for a moment, then said, watching the holographic image's points slowly dim, Jiang Hao took a deep breath and said, how can we allow others to sleep soundly beside our own pillow? I believe these people think the same. After a moment of silence, Shen Bingyan reopened the holographic image and retrieved the previously played footage. When everything in the footage was engulfed by a sea of flames and everything around was submerged in war, Shen Bingyan immediately recognized the terror of such weapons. No negotiation. Are you preparing to withstand the assault of this thing? Perhaps, but how would we know without trying? Jiang Hao said, whatever cannot be reclaimed on the battlefield, can we still expect to gain it at the negotiation table? Just as Jiang Hao said, war is not the best choice, but if the territory of Fengkewu wants to develop on this land, it must participate in this war, for once the Xing system lands and unfolds, it cannot be retrieved again, meaning that regardless of how harsh the surrounding environment becomes, the territory can no longer be moved at will. In fact, at this moment, he had no other choice. Jiang Hao smiled. He took out the walkie-talkie from his pocket and said, inform everyone, advance at full speed. At the checkpoint, a barricade had already been set up here at the start of the war, restricting all personnel traffic. This place is less than 20 kilometers in a straight line from the city center of P City. Just 2 days ago, the sounds of gunfire could still be heard clearly, with thick smoke occasionally rising from the direction of the city center, but since this morning, everything seemed to have calmed down. After 3 days and 2 nights of travel, Jiang Hao's troops had finally arrived here in the early morning. Halt! Halt! Seeing the massive convoy of military trucks approaching, the soldiers at the checkpoint were initially stunned, then rushed out of the camp one after another. The dense muzzles of guns instantly blocked the already narrow road. The convoy seemed to be drenched in blood. One of the vehicles even had deep, ghastly claw marks on it, indicating they had been rushing through the night without even cleaning the battle scars, and some soldiers even saw meat strips hanging limply from the armored plates on the rushing vehicles, remnants of some unknown creature that had frozen alongside the ice and snow, adding a chilling atmosphere to the convoy. Fortunately, as the convoy reached this point, their speed finally slowed down, with the sound of metal clashing, the foremost armored vehicle firmly pressed against the checkpoint's barricade, arrogantly raising its machine gun. "Who are you?" The leading officer took a furtive glance at the 30mm cannon on the armored vehicle and felt that the rifle in his hand was like a toy. "Fengkewu." The gunner on the armored vehicle didn't even bother to look at him and coldly replied, "Can we enter?" "So it's Fengkewu's troops." Upon hearing the gunner's words, the officer immediately became enthusiastic. "We are soldiers of the 5th District, and we are unaware if your leader Jiang Hao is present. We have been instructed that if Commander Jiang Hao returns, he must visit our headquarters. Our leader has matters to discuss with you. I'm afraid you set up this checkpoint specifically for me." Jiang Hao's voice came from afar as he jumped down from the armored vehicle, approaching with a smile. "You are Jiang Hao." The officer was somewhat surprised, not expecting the leader of the legendary force Fengkewu to be so young. "Apologies. I was rude." The officer quickly reacted, saluting. "What is the situation in the city?" "The war has basically ended. The Thorn Tavern has been eradicated and cleanup operations are ongoing today." After pondering for a moment, Jiang Hao carefully surveyed the area. The low wooden shacks resembled workers' quarters, and under the cover of the snow, wisps of smoke were drifting from the chimneys above. In the small yard, dozens of tents were tightly packed together. In the center of the yard, a large pot was steaming, bubbling with an unknown substance, but recalling his experience at the banquet in the 5th District, Jiang Hao seemed to have guessed what that was. At this moment, hearing the commotion outside, the soldiers inside the tents gradually emerged. Counting them, there were actually over 100 people in this not-so-large checkpoint. Does a regular checkpoint require so many people? Jiang Hao's brow furrowed slightly. Then he suddenly noticed the weapons in the hands of these soldiers, and in an instant his hair stood on end. Long before Jiang Hao met Zhao Mingxue, he had already sent someone to investigate the situation in Zone 5. From the equipment perspective, most of the gear in Zone 5 was inherited from police equipment, and among those the vast majority of rifles were the Type 95. However, when Jiang Hao saw the Type 11 automatic rifles in the hands of those soldiers, he instantly felt a wave of unease wash over him. The Type 11 rifles were hardly equipped by any troops before the apocalypse, yet here they were, which spoke volumes about the situation. Although shocked, Jiang Hao maintained his composure, surveying his surroundings. "Has Leader Zhao mentioned what this is about?" "This." The officer's face turned awkward. "Leader Jiang, I'm just a low-ranking officer. How would I know about such matters?" Jiang Hao smiled, slightly nodded to indicate understanding, and said no more as he hopped back onto the armored vehicle. "Lead the way." All right. The officer's expression shifted to one of relief, and he exchanged glances with the soldiers around him, who immediately executed a coordinated response. "Is there a problem?" Shen Bingyan noticed Jiang Hao's serious demeanor and asked. "Yes, I'm afraid the entire city P is already under their control." This was evident. The checkpoint was not far from the city center of P. If anything stirred in City P, it would definitely reach them here. Yet the current situation in City P was eerily quiet, which could only imply that the war had ended before their arrival. The people in front of him were not from Zone 5. Who else could they be? Jiang Hao thought of the Thorny Vine Tavern instantly. No. His first thought was of Li Changhe. In his past life, Jiang Hao clearly remembered that Li Changhe had originated in City P. If the butterfly effect of this life had not yet manifested, then, according to the historical trajectory of his past life, Li Changhe should now have taken control of City P. With this thought, Jiang Hao's mind began to clear. "Everyone wait for my signal and prepare to fire." He suppressed his inner thoughts and picked up the radio to relay the message. "Received. Weapon systems activated. Entering standby mode." This was the distinctive electronic synthesized voice of the Xuanwu. Finally, the convoy slowly moved forward under the guidance of the checkpoint soldiers. "Leader Jiang, it won't be far now." The officer's jeep drove up from the front of the line to parallel Jiang Hao's armored vehicle. Jiang Hao opened the small cramped window of the armored vehicle and nodded slightly. The officer smiled and signaled the driver beside him to continue leading the way. Just then the previously feigned smile on the officer's face twisted in an instant, and with a sharp gunshot it erupted into a mixture of blood and white matter exploding across the passenger seat. The smoke from Jiang Hao's gun had yet to dissipate when more intense gunfire followed. Da-da-da. Under Xuanhui's control, the 30mm cannon on the armored vehicle fired first. A barrage of fire erupted, accompanied by the symphony of metal and flames, reducing everything beneath the muzzle to wreckage. Warm shell casings fell like raindrops, and the enemy's most vulnerable backs were suddenly attacked. In the blink of an eye, a large number of enemies fell. The infantrymen walking on foot were instantly torn into fragments, splattering everywhere, without even having the chance to scream. As for the soldiers inside the vehicle, their situation was slightly better, at least their bodies remained intact. Although the bullets created cavitation effects as they passed through their bodies, tearing their organs and leaving horrifying wounds the size of a bowl on their chests, they were still luckier than their comrades. What surprised Jiang Hao was that these individuals reacted surprisingly quickly. The moment the gunfire erupted, a quick reacting group among them had already initiated action. One of the walking soldiers, upon hearing the gunfire, instinctively lunged toward the front of a military jeep's hood. Though it was a seemingly inconspicuous action, it successfully caught Jiang Hao's attention. Few people realized that under the penetrating power of firearms, especially rifles, ordinary cars could not stop bullets. If one attempted to hide behind a car, as seen in television dramas, to avoid bullets, 100 lives would not suffice. The steel plates of cars are only a few millimeters thick. Even defending against handgun bullets is a challenge, let alone the more penetrating rifles. Among common civilian vehicles, the only position likely to block bullet penetration would be the front part where the engine is located, the strongest area of the car. Just by that soldier's leap, Jiang Hao realized the oddity of this small team. Although Jiang Hao's sudden attack caught everyone by surprise, the outcome was merely around 20 people down. The others had made reasonable and effective evasive actions the moment they heard the gunfire. Immediately after, the sound of counterfire erupted. Da-da-da. A swift and concentrated volley. The bullets accurately struck an area no larger than a bowl in front of a jeep's windshield. That soldier was instantly killed. This is a master. Jiang Hao frowned slightly. As a seasoned military enthusiast in his past life, he understood the principle of absolutely fast, relatively accurate in combat. In the past, Jiang Hao could only watch this on television. He never expected to witness it in person now. Let's go to the Thorny Vine Tavern. Realizing that the opposing side was also a tough nut to crack, Jiang Hao swiftly disengaged from the fight, leveraging his side's mobility advantage to rapidly shake off the enemy's pursuit. Xing, find a way to notify Sun Cheng and the others. Have them send reinforcements. Received. A mechanical unit has been detected moving towards City P. So soon. Jiang Hao expressed surprise. After the situation in City P escalated a couple of days ago, Sun Cheng had already sent people to strengthen the vigilance around City P. Earlier today, our scouts detected unusual troop movements in City P, and Sun Cheng dispatched a unit. Unusual movements. What are the specifics? Jiang Hao inquired, noting that the number of vehicles following the convoy had suddenly increased. Specifics unknown. There were no mechanical units involved in the reconnaissance unit, and no footage was captured. It seems necessary to improve the attendance rate of mechanical units in the future. Thinking this, Jiang Hao heard the sound of engines from behind, and through the rearview mirror he saw dozens of cars chasing from various streets. Sparse gunshots rang out, bullets darting through the high-speed convoy. Occasionally bullets struck the armored vehicles, producing a crisp metallic clang. Though these gunshots were sporadic, their accuracy was chilling. One bullet even struck the small windshield of an armored vehicle directly. Fortunately, the glass of the hyena-wheeled armored vehicle was bulletproof. Upon impact, the bullet was almost instantly compressed into a small metal fragment by the powerful force, quickly falling away from the speeding vehicle. However, such good fortune was limited to the armored vehicle. The much larger number of military trucks and off-road vehicles lacked the thick protective layer, and when bullets pierced their glass, the cockpit erupted in a spray of blood. The off-road vehicle then uncontrollably swerved and ultimately flipped over after colliding with an oncoming vehicle. The violent explosion and flames instantly engulfed that off-road vehicle. At this moment, Jiang Hao's mind was exceptionally clear. This was the inevitable loss that came with choosing the urban route for escape. Even though they would face more enemy ambushes as time passed, this was their only path to survival. Given the known advantage of the enemy's firepower, including rockets, retreating outward would inevitably place the entire unit within the enemy's coverage. In this situation, the only way to escape their range was to draw closer to the enemy's rocket positions, even to destroy those terrifying things. The only headache at the moment was whether those rocket launchers were still positioned near the Thorny Tavern. The probability was low. Jiang Hao could only hope those rocket vehicles hadn't retreated too far. The holographic map displayed a panoramic view of City P with all the red dots on the map moving closer to the location of their convoy. Some of the red dots were deliberately converging on a specific area, gradually stopping at various intersections in City P. They are setting up an encirclement. Glancing at the holographic map, Shin Bingyan said it's fine, I'm not planning to just escape like this. Jiang Hao's expression also grew serious. The relentless pursuit from the enemy ignited his anger. Did they really think he was easy to bully? His gaze swept over the holographic map once more. Unfortunately, on this map, both enemy and ally information were represented by red and green dots, making it impossible to see specific details. Jiang Hao could only infer the positions of the rocket vehicles from the density and movement of the red dots. At that moment, the engine noise from behind suddenly intensified. The enemy's convoy had caught up. Though humanity had only entered the apocalypse for 2 months, the style of vehicles had already shifted to a wild aesthetic. The first wave of advancing forces consisted of several pickup trucks, all of which had been simply modified. The cargo sides were stripped down and machine guns were hastily welded onto them. At this moment, soldiers stood on the speeding pickups, continuously firing at the convoy. Rat-a-tat. Dense gunfire erupted as an armored vehicle at the rear of the convoy opened fire first. Under Xuanhui's control, the hit rate of the autocannon reached 70. With just one volley, the pickup truck was torn apart by the 30mm autocannon. Intense flames erupted, consuming the soldiers in the cockpit before they could escape, while the soldier on the cargo bed, though he evaded the autocannon's bullets, was thrown into the air by the violent explosion, only to be run over by a vehicle behind him upon hitting the ground. Nice job. The soldiers' cheers immediately filled the communication channel. They'll keep doing my best. A synthesized electronic voice chimed in, revealing Xuanhui's slightly playful tone. As this voice echoed, the communication channel fell into an eerie silence, but moments later it erupted with the roars of a group of soldiers hungry like wolves. Jiang Hao rubbed his slightly aching ears and turned off the intercom. Despite being a synthesized voice, the soft female tone indeed inspired daydreams, causing him to shiver. However, this joyful atmosphere did not last long, as it was abruptly shattered by a deep, suppressed gunshot. After turning a corner, the armored vehicle that had just run over a junk car suddenly erupted with a crisp sound resembling the sound of steel being struck. Soon after, the vehicle's information vanished from the holographic map. Before Jiang Hao could react, a low and suppressed gunshot rang out. Damn it! It's an anti-material sniper rifle. Jiang Hao immediately felt a chill spreading from his feet. That thing must have been equipped with a sound suppressor, as the sound was very faint, like firecrackers exploding muffled in a jar, failing to evoke a tense atmosphere. Armored vehicle No. 081 has experienced a ricochet situation, no life signs detected inside. Not long after, Xuanhui's voice confirmed Jiang Hao's thoughts. Where did they hire these snipers from? Jiang Hao cursed under his breath. However, the current situation left no room for further thought. In the distance, the sounds of numerous engines gradually became clearer. Everyone upstairs. Defend the building. Jiang Hao quickly made a decision. In this situation, forcibly entering a street held by snipers was no different from seeking death. Even while driving, in the eyes of a skilled sniper, they were merely slightly faster ants. Under Xuanhui's control, the armored vehicle held its position at various key routes, while the others quickly occupied 2 buildings at the street corner. These buildings had been rummaged through countless times by survivors. All usable supplies had been taken out, leaving only debris scattered on the ground and a room filled with dust. The building Jiang Hao was in was only 10 stories high, not the tallest in the entire block. All floors checked, no anomalies. Understood. The transmission of information quickly unfolded. After receiving a safe report, Jiang Hao led his team towards the rooftop. On the 9th floor, the soldiers tasked with scouting were on guard at the window. At that moment, urgent gunfire suddenly erupted at the end of the street. Armored vehicle No. 083 engaging the enemy. Open fire. Xuanhui's voice announced that the enemy's main force had reached their block. Take the high ground. Establish fire suppression. Jiang Hao quickly commanded, then gripping his gun, he charged up the stairs leading to the 10th floor with the vanguard. Just as the leading soldier stepped onto the stairs to the 10th floor, countless fragments suddenly erupted from the stained wall, followed by a burst of blood mist, and the foremost soldier immediately vanished from everyone's sight. As expected, after a brief moment, the low and suppressed sound of a sniper echoed, wrapping the air with the breath of death, once again dominating this forsaken land. The solid bullet slid through the robust gun barrel, and under the immense kinetic energy, the anti-material sniper bullet broke the sound barrier within an incredibly short distance, leaving a conical wake in the air before effortlessly penetrating the fragile wall and precisely hitting the soldier's shoulder. Many believe that sniping merely involves predicting the enemy's movements, gauging the wind speed, and shooting the enemy down as soon as they reveal themselves. In truth, this is a deceptive notion of sniping. The correct approach to sniping is, if the enemy is hiding behind a wall, then you should follow your cover straight to hell. Especially when it comes to such anti-material sniper rifles. Apart from the mainstream main battle tanks that escape harm due to their heavy armor, every object is a target for them. On the snow-covered rooftop, the sniper, clad in a white trench coat, blended seamlessly with the surrounding environment. Even his oversized sniper rifle was white, and the smoke at the muzzle dissipated quickly due to the suppressor. He slowly pulled the bolt, ejecting a shell the size of half a palm. "The mouse is in the trap. You'd better hurry up as I charge by the hour." A mocking smile appeared on the sniper's face as he stuffed a piece of unknown jerky into his mouth. A crackling sound came through the headset, and after a moment the voice gradually became clearer. "The building across from us. Sorry, that's out of my line of sight. If you want to suppress that area, you'd better get that guy to help. My task is only to assist you in capturing the target. How many of you die has nothing to do with me." The sniper's tone was extremely indifferent as he spoke, tearing off another piece of jerky and stuffing it into his mouth, as if he had forgotten the value of the piece of jerky in his hand amid the communications channel. At that moment the air seemed to freeze, and everyone huddled below the 10th floor dared not move. Sweat had already soaked through his clothes, and the biting cold seeped in through the gaps in his clothing. Jiang Hao couldn't help but shiver, yet he couldn't stop the large beads of sweat from oozing from his forehead. Through the broken window, Jiang Hao saw that the buildings behind this one were shorter, with only a slightly taller building 4 or 5 blocks away, but the distance rendered it meaningless for cover. Based on the speed of the gunfire, the sniper should be positioned 800 to 900 meters away. This was undoubtedly the worst-case scenario. Nothing is more troublesome than encountering a sniper in the city. The complex terrain here provides far too many hiding places for them. Here the complex terrain is undoubtedly a paradise for snipers, but for their prey, it will be a nightmare. The only fortunate thing is that the situation in the neighboring building has remained normal so far. According to the communications channel, they should have reached the top floor and are providing fire support for the armored vehicles below. Xuanwu marked the sniper's position with a special symbol. Marked. The red dot with the sniper symbol is now displayed on the holographic map. Xuanwu's voice came through the intercom, but at that moment Jiang Hao did not have the equipment to check the sniper's position. After a moment's thought, he decisively issued the order to retreat. At that moment at the intersection, the armored vehicle controlled by Xuanwu was already engaging in a firefight with the enemy. Bullets trailing orange light flew through the streets, and with just 2 armored vehicles at a narrow intersection, they could cover an entire block with firepower. The enemy soldiers immediately noticed this, and after being thwarted in their attacks, they decisively threw smoke grenades. In a moment, the entire block was engulfed in smoke. Xuanwu, do not fire. Jiang Hao, just having run down from the building, saw all this and immediately halted Xuanwu's assault. Everyone use RPGs. Erase this block from the map. A cruel smile curled at the corners of Jiang Hao's mouth as he issued his final command. The smoke grenades obscured the vision of both sides. At the moment the RPG's tail flame ignited, the soldiers in the smoke were still unaware that their lives had entered a countdown. Boom. The simultaneous launch of hundreds of rockets was a spectacular sight. The violent explosion quickly transmitted through the ground, and the asphalt surface visible to the naked eye instantly liquefied under the shockwave, and the searing heat spreading like waves with the diffusion of the shockwave. However, this clear view did not last long, just 0.6 seconds after the explosion, the rising dust mixed with countless debris spread like a waterfall through the narrow street. The narrow street was instantly filled with the acrid smell of gunpowder and blood as countless biological tissues were dismembered and splattered at the moment of the explosion, transforming the entire street into a hell filled with biological remnants. In just one round of attacks, while wiping out this wave of enemies, Jiang Hao also lost 8 armored vehicles and 12 military trucks. However, compared to the results achieved, these losses could be disregarded. On the holographic map inside the armored vehicle, all the red dots in the street where Jiang Hao was located had been cleared, but soon on the edge of the map, more than a dozen red dots quickly appeared at the edge of the view and were rapidly approaching. Enemy units are approaching. Estimated to encounter the enemy in 1 minute. Soon Xuanwu's voice echoed in the communications channel. Almost as soon as Xuanwu's crisp electronic synthesized voice sounded, a buzzing sound suddenly came from the sky, followed by tiny, barely noticeable black dots rapidly enlarging in the field of vision. Damn, it's drones. Someone shouted in the communications channel. The slender wings of the glider-shaped drones sliced through the air, leaving a beautiful arc behind as they soared freely in the broad sky. A swarm of dozens of drones flew swiftly across the vast sky, first speeding past the building where Jiang Hao's troops were stationed. As they passed, they slightly tilted their bodies, proudly revealing the fully loaded munitions beneath their bellies, and then executed a wide, turning maneuver in the vast airspace before swooping down again toward the building. Prepare to drop. Below the long wings of the CH-4 drone, the unknown missiles were already in a ready-to-launch state. Once again, unmanned war machines appeared abruptly before Jiang Hao. He was horrified. He had never imagined that the unmanned mechanized tactics he once prided himself on would also be used against him. War in such a ridiculous and dramatic manner had dealt Jiang Hao a harsh lesson. The Thorn Tavern, as the outside world had speculated, was no longer the headquarters of the original Thorn Tavern faction. Li Changhe sat leisurely in the frontline command post watching the real-time footage transmitted back by the drone swarm on the screen and suddenly felt as if he had returned to the days before the apocalypse. After all, the use of drones was inseparable from satellite data support. Just 2 days prior, Li Chang's organization had successfully launched 3 satellites into orbit via rocket. Of course, these satellites could only provide the most basic military functionality. As for restoring civilian communications, who knew how much longer that would take? Recall T-17. That target is no longer worth sniping. Li Changhe glanced at the screen and spoke. However, before his subordinate could even reply, the real-time transmission feed was suddenly engulfed in a blaze of fire. Immediately after a shower of debris scattered from midair, the screens within the command room flickered rapidly between different feeds, each switch accompanied by violent explosions. In the footage, the destruction of Jiang Hao and his troops that Li Changhe had anticipated did not appear. The images on the screen seemed to tremble from the blasts. Could it be an attack by man-portable air defense systems? For a moment, that was the only thought in everyone's mind in the command center. As for why it was only man-portable air defense weapons rather than more threatening anti-aircraft missiles, that was simply not within their consideration. Did you really expect a former 7th or 8th tier small city faction to have those? Is that possible? Switch to manual control. Execute emergency evasive maneuvers. Although uncertain what was attacking the drones, Li Changhe still issued the evasion command. The operator in the command room immediately intervened, manually taking control of the drone. He pulled the control stick to its maximum angle, hoping to use the CH-4 fixed-wing drone's maximum ceiling to evade the missile attack. In fact, this was the most common tactic against man-portable air defense systems. But the operator's actions did not save the drone as anticipated. When the last drone's feed vanished from the screen, the entire command room fell into a dead silence. After a long while, a faint tentative voice broke the silence in the command room. That thing. Was it a missile? Whatever that thing is. Get the AS-0163 sample out of here first. Li Chang's face instantly darkened. He immediately grasped the severity of the situation and activated the emergency protocol. Armored cluster has returned to formation. Awaiting the Lord's inspection. A new device joined the communication channel. As that voice echoed, a deep rumble resounded from the distant street. Tracks grated against the ground, producing a clanking sound, yet at that moment Jiang Hao felt an unprecedented sense of security. Xuanwu system is connecting. Amidst the clangor of the steel tide, the tank unit finally appeared at the end of the street. This was the first time Jiang Hao laid eyes on the frontier tank. The width of a single tank occupied the entire street. The incorporation of a magnetic bearing servo system isolated the tank's hull from direct track contact, significantly reducing the heavy BOTUS pressure on the ground. The frontier tank, weighing over 100 tons, left no trace on the asphalt road. As Jiang Hao's gaze first focused on the tank, the launch silo hatches on its massive carrier hull were slowly closing. With a hull length exceeding 16 meters, including the barrel length, the vehicle could accommodate 2 sets of launch silos on its carrier body, granting the frontier tank a basic anti-air capability. While it couldn't achieve area air defense like specialized anti-aircraft missiles, it was more than sufficient against threats like drones. Xuanwu system fully loaded, now in standby mode. Ready to assume tank command at any time. Xuanwu's voice echoed through the communication channel. Beneath the com's synthesized electronic tone lurked a hint of excitement. Apparently, she was quite pleased with her new body. So, this is our territory's new equipment. Jiang Hao lifted his chin, pointing at the approaching steel tide, and boasted to Shen Bingyin with a slightly smug tone. After the territory upgrade was complete, Jiang Hao had exchanged for 10 frontier tanks and 200 sets of tactical exoskeletons from the system's exchange panel. At the time, his plan was to use this equipment to fill the gap in the territory's combat capabilities before the heavy factory was built. Little did he know that these very items would become his lifeline today. My lord, the Fengchi Wu Armored Marine Corps awaits your inspection. As the tank column came to a steady halt at the building's entrance, Jiang Hao stood before the second-floor window, receiving Sun Cheng's salute. This height was level with the turret. So have you test-fired the cannon yet? Not yet. Sun Cheng's face was brimming with excitement. He patted the hull and said, it just rolled off the production line yesterday. Perfect time to try it out now. Jiang Hao smiled faintly, raised his hand to point at the distant Thorn Tavern, and said, excellent. Fire around there first. Target marked. As soon as the words fell, Xuanwu had already marked the location of the Thorn Tavern on the holographic map. Let Xuanwu give it a try. She seems eager. Jiang Hao suggested. Of course. Your will is our glory. Sun Cheng saluted and handed over tank command to Xuanwu. Target locked. The massive gun turret turned deliberately, mowing down every obstacle in its path. The colossal 150mm main cannon slowly aimed at the Thorn Tavern's location, with the barrel making precise micro-adjustments under Xuanwu's control. Then with a deafening roar, a massive projectile screamed out of the smoothbore cannon propelled by the ignition charge. The enormous shell broke free from the air's embrace, leaving a trail of distorted air in its wake, and struck the Thorn Tavern 3 kilometers away with pinpoint accuracy. In an instant, the Thorn Tavern's massive structure trembled like a house of cards. The high-explosive armor-piercing shell easily penetrated the reinforced concrete, finally detonating on the hard marble floor of the tavern's main hall. Intense heat accompanied by scorching gases instantly melted and dislodged the entire concrete structure. A series of reactions fueled by the sustained high temperature triggered a violent explosion. As the entire blast reaction unfolded from within the Thorn Tavern, its collapse became inevitable. Dust and smoke spread along with the collapse, even before the gun smoke at the frontier tank's muzzle had dissipated. Not bad, Jiang Hao remarked with an air of bravado, then swept his gaze over his freshly minted armored cluster. He said calmly, "Now let's begin our turn." Jiang Hao did not board the boundary tank. Instead, he commanded the armored cluster to advance towards the thorny tavern. He donned a tactical exoskeleton and carried a freshly minted Gauss rifle. Though referred to as a mechanical exoskeleton, its nearly full-encasing design resembled a piece of tactical armor with a sci-fi aesthetic. The graphene armor greatly reduced its weight, equipped with the latest individual tactical system from the Galaxy system, capable of withstanding over 500 pounds, with the entire armor powered by a nuclear fusion battery. Xuanwu system online. System self-check in progress. Self-check complete. Identifying user information. Identification complete. User Jiang Hao ID number 001. Welcome Lord to the individual combat system. Synchronizing visor information. Loading real-time positions of allies. In the moment the tactical helmet descended, Jiang Hao truly felt the might of the individual system. All battlefield information was displayed on the visor panel, including a holographic map, enemy and ally positions, tactical support, arrival times, and even the planned tactics and potential routes of some squads were shown on the holographic map. Of course, this was the system's display under Jiang Hao's highest level authorization. Good. Let us begin the hunt. Xuanwu, show me the position of the sniper. Connecting to the combat terminal, soon the position of the specially marked sniper was displayed, and at the same time the visor had already mapped out 3 shortest routes based on the information provided by the holographic map. You advance towards the Thorny Tavern along the established route. I will handle a little trouble first. After the boundary tank entered the battlefield, the situation in P City completely turned around. 200 soldiers clad in tactical exoskeletons swiftly broke through the enemy lines under the guidance of the holographic map. Even if the enemy's shooting was precise against soldiers enveloped in graphene armor, the 7.62mm bullets were utterly ineffective. Perhaps RPGs might have some use, but with the support of the holographic map, these soldiers maneuvered as if they had X-ray vision. Whenever an enemy soldier was about to peek out to shoot, a bullet from the opposite side would invariably pierce his skull first. Orange-yellow bullets dragged arcs of light as they splashed across the shattered streets. The dense gunfire never ceased, and under such terrifying attacks the massive steel tide raced madly down the street, relying on its astonishing defensive power. These boundary tanks, though not as agile as the soldiers and tactical exoskeletons, had a defense so formidable that it rendered them indifferent to any obstacles in this era. Powered by a small nuclear reactor, these boundary tanks flattened low houses, crossed dried-up embankments, and charged towards the ruins of the Thorny Tavern under a hail of gunfire. At this moment, on the position of the Thorny Tavern, as they watched the steel behemoth speeding towards them like a small mountain, the soldiers here showed no signs of panic. Soldiers inside the buildings on both sides of the Thorny Tavern were poised with anti-tank missiles ready to strike. This was undoubtedly the most ideal ambush terrain. The buildings on both sides of the street were densely packed, with only the central street allowing passage. On such a narrow street, the massive boundary tank could only pass in a single file. This was undoubtedly the most favorable attacking position for these anti-tank missiles. Any tank passing through the block would be individually targeted by the missiles. Although surprised to see tanks in such a small area, the natural counter to this weapon left Li Changhe with little awe for these tanks that seemed to have appeared from nowhere. After all, from the moment anti-tank missiles were born, they had become the nightmare of many tanks. When the boundary tank appeared at the end of the street, an anti-tank missile struck violently against the front armor of the boundary tank. Accompanied by a faint blue arc of light, the anti-tank missile was as expected deflected by that blue energy shield. The boundary tank, powered by a small nuclear reactor, allocated 40 of its energy supply to this seemingly fragile energy shield. The emergence of this shield, made entirely of energy, completely overturned everyone's understanding of conventional firearms. This energy shield, while not exceeding the theoretical limits of human science, had its research stagnate at the PPT stage before the apocalypse broke out. At the moment the energy shield effortlessly blocked the anti-tank missile attack, everyone finally realized the severity of the problem. They were horrified to find that aside from the anti-tank weapons they held, they had no other effective means to inflict damage on the tank. What are you waiting for? Use your missiles to launch a saturated attack on those tanks. No matter how strong the energy shield is, it has its limits. We will keep firing until its energy is exhausted. Li Chang's furious roar came through the intercom, and his words indeed had quite an effect. These well-trained soldiers were fully aware that on the battlefield the only thing a soldier could rely on was the weapon in hand. If even your weapon betrays you, what can you rely on? The second wave of anti-tank missiles launched again after a brief pause. The thick smoke generated during the launch of the anti-tank missiles almost obscured the entire street above. This time, however, the boundary tank once again demonstrated its formidable capability. 12 anti-tank missiles simultaneously struck their target, and the bluish light arc merely flickered before dissipating into nothingness. Just as Li Changhe had thought, the energy shield of the boundary tank indeed had its limits. Why not try it with a nuclear weapon with a yield of 1,000,000 tons? However, attempting to reach the threshold of the energy shield with just a few anti-tank missiles was rather far-fetched. At this moment, the 150mm high-explosive armor-piercing shell, serving as the main cannon of the boundary tank, shot forth with an orange beam from the barrel. Upon hitting the left building, flames erupted, instantly breaking free from the confines of the floors. The massive shell effortlessly shattered the flimsy structure, cutting the entire building in half. The soldiers hiding within barely had time to scream before they and the collapsing structure became a pile of ruins. Then, propelled by the nuclear reactor, the massive body of the boundary tank trampled over the recently collapsed building like a greedy beast, and under the watchful eyes of everyone, it charged full throttle towards the barricade in front of the ruins of the Thorny Tavern. The defensive lines were easily breached before these soldiers, who seemed to have cheated fate. The marksmanship that the enemy took pride in was toyed with like playthings against the graphene armor. What plunged these soldiers into deeper despair was that these monsters clad in iron shells moved like superhumans, leaping effortlessly to the height of 3 stories and delivering blows that shattered ribs with a single punch. Leveraging their equipment advantage, a dozen soldiers leaped directly onto the enemy-held building, followed by agonizing screams. Some enemy soldiers were even hurled out from within. In no time, these warriors in tactical exoskeletons had concluded the battle. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao crossed a distance of several meters, leaping from one building into an adjacent floor. He dared not traverse the rooftops, for although the graphene armor was astonishingly tough, he harbored little confidence against anti-material sniper rifles, those terrifying weapons capable of penetrating even light tanks in an instant. On the holographic map displayed on his visor, the marked sniper's position had already begun to shift. A sniper is a phantom of the night, a silent assassin, a lone wolf of the wilderness. What made this class of soldiers so fearsome was the deterrent of killing from 1,000 meters away, the terror of a lethal strike from the shadows. But when all these elements were laid bare under the sun displayed on the holographic map of Feng Kaiwa's combat terminal, every threat dissolved into nothingness. Walking within the sniper's range, Jiang Hao's only concern was concealing his own movements, a task easily accomplished amidst the towering urban landscape, with the enemy's location confirmed. Yet to Jiang Hao's astonishment, the sniper also began to move as he drew closer. The white figure leaped from rooftop to rooftop, attempting to widen the distance. Did he know his own position? Jiang Hao doubted the enemy possessed a holographic map similar to his own, capable of displaying real-time dynamic locations. This conclusion was based on the current state of human technology. Even before the apocalypse, the most precise positioning systems had an error margin of about 2 meters and significant delays. Achieving precise tracking within a city using such accuracy was no easy feat. Fortunately, with the tactical exoskeleton's enhancement, Jiang Hao's speed far exceeded the sniper's. After vaulting over a signal tower, he finally caught sight of the snipers retreating back. He raised the Gauss rifle in his hand. With the assistance of the tactical exoskeleton, he found the optimal firing angle with minimal effort. Ignoring the wind speed, humidity, and other data displayed on his visor, Jiang Hao pulled the trigger. The air at the muzzle instantly warped from rapid compression as a silver metal round shot forth. In the distance, the sniper crumpled to the ground. The immense kinetic energy tore off his right leg, sending blood arcing gracefully through the air. The entire process was devoid of gunpowder smoke, muzzle flash, or even noticeable recoil. Such a change left Jiang Hao slightly unsettled, but this was precisely the most distinctive feature of the Gauss rifle. Jiang Hao unhurriedly crossed the rooftops and landed before the sniper. Yet when he saw the sniper's face, he froze in place. A slightly cramped face, twisted in pain, narrow eyes betraying suppressed agony. The most shocking sight was a protruding nose covered in brown bristles growing beneath those squinting pupils. This thing resembled a wolf's nose, yet more refined. A wolf's sense of smell is over 40 times that of a human. No wonder he could detect someone approaching. A half-beast. Jiang Hao frowned. He had encountered such creatures in his past life. This race emerged in the mid to late stages of the apocalypse, renowned for their robust physiques. In the mid-apocalyptic era, they established a city in central Shenzhou, enhancing their strength by transplanting cells or even body parts from mutated beasts. To put it bluntly, their power level depended on how much of a beast's body they had grafted. From a biological perspective, this race was pitiable. Due to their unique method of empowerment, certain genes in these half-beasts were suppressed, rendering them incapable of reproducing naturally. Thus, in the late apocalypse, these terrifying half-beasts often hunted humans for modification to ensure their race's survival. They even cultivated human embryos and modified them upon maturity. This led to many factions harboring a hatred for half-beasts even fiercer than their enmity toward zombie hordes. Li Chang's men. Li Changhao. Lowly humans like you have no right to command me. Though the half-beast's expression was pained, his tone brimmed with pride and arrogance. A rabid racist as well. Jiang Hao raised an eyebrow, sensing a weakness in the half-beast that might be exploited. So you're from the same organization? Jiang Hao asked, noticing that the bleeding from the half-beast's severed leg had stopped. Fresh, clotting matter gradually enveloped the wound. Marveling inwardly at the half-beast's formidable regenerative abilities, Jiang Hao observed the sniper's expression. Then he probed further, the PE Foundation. This time the half-beast fell unusually silent, but the flicker of panic in his narrow eyes did not escape Jiang Hao's notice. You must be familiar with that building. Jiang Hao pointed to the ruins of the Thorn Tavern not far ahead. At that moment, 2 border tanks rolled over the debris, firing at the fleeing local forces in the distance. Though I don't know your purpose here, losing Peace City won't be easily forgiven by your organization, will it? Jiang Hao smirked slyly and continued, it's better for one person to bear all the blame than for 2 to share it. I suspect Li Changhao, currently on the run, thinks the same way. Despicable human. The half-beast's eyes turned bloodshot as he glared at Jiang Hao as if wanting to devour him alive. I'll assume you're referring to Li Changhao. Jiang Hao's smile widened. How about we strike a deal? Tell me Li Chang's escape route, and I'll ensure he's silenced forever. Jiang Hao spread his hands. That way at least you'll preserve a good reputation within the organization. Hearing this, the half-beast burst into unrestrained laughter. He yanked off his hood, revealing the wolf ears hidden beneath. I abandoned my humanity to become stronger. Do you think I care about my reputation? He sat up against the railing of the rooftop. How about a different deal? Oh, they'll tell you our purpose in Peace City and you let me go. Aren't you afraid your organization will hunt you down? Hep. The half-beast grinned, bearing sharp fangs. His jaw had also been modified. Li Changhao, as the overall commander of this operation, has already fallen. I'm just a sniper providing cover. What could I possibly know? The half-beast chuckled, his narrow eyes nearly squeezed into slits. As you said, the dead can't argue back. On the rooftop, a distinct gunshot from a Gauss rifle echoed. Blood spread across the Halferk's chest like blossoming plum blossoms. In his narrow eyes, a flicker of disbelief finally appeared in the moment before his death as he gazed at Jiang Hao. Why? I've told you everything, why don't you keep your word? The bullet from the Gauss rifle pierced through his lungs, causing blood to foam from his mouth as he spoke. Credibility. That applies to humans. Are you even human? Jiang Hao snorted coldly, then activated the communication channel. This is 001. Announcing new combat orders, coordinate 021-062. Mission intercept all personnel and goods at the designated coordinates. Note these goods are classified as hazardous, do not fire upon them. As Jiang Hao's voice echoed, Xuanwu had already marked the mission coordinates on the holographic map, and soon a team was heading towards the target location. Xuanwu, I need a vehicle. Received. Vehicle has been dispatched, expected to arrive at your location in 4 minutes and 21 seconds. At this moment, the Halferk on the rooftop had already breathed his last. Jiang Hao picked up the sniper rifle that had fallen to the ground, examining it with interest. The M82A2 anti-material sniper rifle, known as the second generation of the infamous Barrett, had not gained market traction due to its excessive recoil compared to its predecessor, making it relatively unknown. However, with the enhancement of human awakeners' physiques, the recoil issue had been perfectly resolved in the apocalyptic environment, leading to more frequent use of such firearms. In the distance, the sound of an engine roared as broad wheels crushed the ruins and came to a stop below the building. Jiang Hao leaped from the rooftop of the 10th floor with the sniper rifle in hand. During his fall, his graphinermed arms dug into the wall like eagle's claws, leaving a clear scratch. At about 5 meters above the ground, Jiang Hao retracted his arms and allowed his body to free fall under gravity. The armor's parachute device activated just before landing, releasing a violent shockwave that dissipated the force of the fall. He tossed the sniper rifle into the back seat and pressed the gas pedal, speeding away. On the North Ring Road overpass, the convoy sped down the road. The two-wheeled armored vehicles ahead smashed through abandoned cars on the overpass, clearing a path for the following vehicles. The convoy consisted of two-wheeled armors for infantry vehicles and a heavy truck, drawing immediate attention from many onlookers. Survivors who had originally hidden from the war saw the massive container atop the heavy truck through the smoke-filled glass. Greed flashed in their tired eyes, but when they spotted the snow-covered machine guns on the armored vehicles, their previously restless hearts quickly cooled. Within the convoy, all the soldiers had lost their previous arrogance. Under the bombardment of boundary tanks, the arrogance that had previously nestled deep within them was instantly shattered by the 150mm high-explosive armor-piercing shells, and even after they left the battlefield, the fear instilled by the boundary tanks lingered. They won't chase us anymore, will they? Don't worry. This is an overpass. Unless they can fly up here, they won't intercept us. The soldier still felt a lingering dread, but forced himself to appear calm. After speaking, he couldn't help but glance at the rearview mirror, watching the city gradually fade away where gunfire had begun to subside. At that moment, a dull cannon fire rang out, triggering the soldiers' sensitive nerves, causing their previously subdued tension to snap back into place. Just moments after the cannon fire, the armored vehicle at the front of the convoy was instantly penetrated by high-explosive armor-piercing shells, tearing through the side armor and instantly melting the interior. In no time, violent flames erupted from the armored vehicle's hatch, scorching the surrounding air and distorting it. In the distance on Riverside Road, the smoke from the boundary tank's cannon had yet to dissipate when a second shell whistled in. Boom! Accompanied by a violent explosion, the entire overpass trembled. This time the shell struck the overpass directly, easily ripping through the bridge's structure and severing the entire bridge in half. These soldiers recalled Jiang Hao's orders and did not fire upon the container on the heavy truck. Instead, they directly utilized heavy firepower to cut off their path. Armored team, move up, try not to use heavy firepower. Soldiers in graphene armor had already reached beneath the overpass, and upon receiving the orders, they immediately sprang into action. Just as the soldiers of the PE Foundation had said, the people of Finkawu could not fly up, but they could climb to the several meters high overpass from the ground. Due to the visual obstruction, the enemies on the overpass could not see what was happening beneath the bridge. After being attacked by the artillery, they quickly turned their vehicles around. The heavy truck's cumbersome body made it the biggest burden of the team. At that moment, they had forgotten their mission and ran back the way they came, without hesitation discarding the heavy truck. However, the soldiers of Finkawu did not intend to let them escape so easily. Just as the convoy was turning around, several soldiers in tactical exoskeletons had already climbed up. Upon witnessing the enemy's escape, these soldiers immediately pounced. Like cheetahs in pursuit, propelled by their fusion batteries, the tactical exoskeletons reached peak power. At that moment, their instantaneous burst of strength was enough to rival that of a third-tier awakener. Boom! With a violent jolt of the armored vehicle, a soldier clad in a tactical exoskeleton leaped onto its top. With tremendous force, he instantly channeled power into his arms, and with a crunching metallic tearing sound, he pried open the armored vehicle's hatch as if it were a can. The moment the hatch was opened, orange-yellow bullets immediately shot out, striking the soldier's faceplate. The display inside the faceplate flickered instantly, but fortunately the hardness of the graphene armor was sufficient to withstand 7.62mm bullets. Even with such close-range attacks, the faceplate only bore a shallow dent. A hint of a smile appeared beneath the faceplate, followed by the distinct sound of grenade fragments dropping. The grenade was predictably shoved inside the armored vehicle, and the soldier pressed the torn cover back down. Inside the sealed armored space, desperate screams were heard, followed by a muffled explosion as if bursting from within a can. As soon as the two teams made contact, the soldiers of the PE Foundation displayed signs of collapse. In this seemingly simple ambush, the soldiers of Finkawu exhibited high military professionalism. From the very beginning of the conflict, they demonstrated strong purposefulness, first using their firepower advantage to cut off the enemy's escape route, and then immediately targeting the only significant threat, the armored vehicle, as soon as their soldiers landed. After these 2 rounds of targeted attacks, the PE Foundation soldiers had effectively lost their ability to resist. When they realized that their weapons could no longer inflict harm on the enemy, they decisively chose to surrender by throwing down their guns. By the time Jiang Hao arrived, the battle had already ended. The soldiers of Finkawu had constructed a simple barricade from the surrounding abandoned steel, encircling the heavy truck. Ignoring the kneeling captives, Jiang Hao ordered the soldiers to open the large door of the container. What came into view was a glass chamber filled with white mist, and within the mist a massive creature occupying nearly 70 of the container's area was revealed. Is this a black bear? Shin Bingyan also walked over from the armored vehicle, glancing at the enormous creature in a state of slumber, uncertainly stating. She had seen black bears at the zoo, but after the apocalypse all animals underwent mutations. Some only had their physical strength altered, but a significant number had even changed in appearance, becoming entirely new species. This black bear before her was one such example. Not only was it much larger than a pre-apocalypse black bear, but in areas like its neck, which were typically vulnerable, it had even developed bone armor. Its fur shone as if coated in beeswax. Third-tier mutant beast, the ringed armored black bear. Jiang Hao's eyes narrowed slightly. He recognized this mutant beast. As one of the most common third-tier mutants during the last apocalypse, this creature was known for its defensive capabilities. An adult ringed armored black bear could even rival the defense of a fourth-tier mutant. Frequently used as vanguard forces in mid-apocalypse beast tides, its tough hide and bone armor became nightmares for many human cities. What do you want with this thing? Jiang Hao was somewhat puzzled. Although third-tier mutant beasts were rare at this stage, they weren't scarce enough to warrant such a large-scale military operation from the PE Foundation. He leaned in for a closer look at the sleeping ringed armored black bear. The white mist was likely a type of sedative gas, ensuring the bear remained in this quiet state. Aside from being larger than he remembered, it didn't seem much different from other ringed armored black bears. This black bear is somewhat special. A captive resembling an officer knelt and replied. After raising his arm above his head to show he meant no harm, he slowly pointed to the boundary tank parked on the riverside road, saying, "This specimen is somewhat similar to that tank over there." After saying this, he shuddered slightly, seemingly still haunted by the tank's performance on the battlefield. Jiang Hao frowned. He found the captive's statement even more confusing. Even with a rich imagination, he couldn't connect these two things. "You can try attacking it." The captive moved closer to Jiang Hao, but was immediately stopped by the surrounding soldiers. He could only say regretfully, "With an RPG." Upon hearing this, a soldier with an RPG approached. With Jiang Hao's tacit approval, the soldier aimed the sights at the still sleeping ringed armored black bear. The rocket struck the container accurately, and orange flames immediately engulfed the entire container in an explosion, scattering debris everywhere. However, the flames from the explosion seemed to be blocked by some unknown object and could not extend into the container. As the explosion finally subsided, a faint blue glow hidden beneath the flames became visible to everyone. At that moment, Jiang Hao finally understood the similarity the captive had mentioned. That faint blue glow was indeed an energy shield. Under the protection of the shield, not only was the ringed armored black bear unharmed, but even the glass chamber trapping it remained intact. Goodness! In this day and age, energy shields have become so cheap. Even mutant beasts are starting to take the technological route. Detected special mutant species. The host can provide samples and energy crystals of this species to the research center for study. At the same time, a notification from the system rang in Jiang Hao's mind, and he finally noticed several previous notifications from the system. Research center construction completed. Now rewarding the hero-level unit, the Empire's chief scientist, Zhao Luming. The character has been generated at the research center. Please check in time. Chief scientist Zhao Luming begins research on the red fruit. Research progress unknown. Construction unit hive construction completed. System units have been updated. Production unit engineering robots have been replaced by worker bees. Now beginning upgrades for the engineering robots. Estimated time, 2 days, a resource consumption, 100 units of steel. These messages had come earlier today. Jiang Hao hurriedly scanned them before closing the system panel again. After expelling the PE Foundation from P City, there were many matters awaiting Jiang Hao's attention. At that moment, Sun Chung drove over from the city in an off-road vehicle. "Take this mutant beast back to the research center," Jiang Hao instructed boldly. "Our troops have already occupied the entire city area. The bulldogs are responsible for clearing the hostile forces, but progress has not been smooth." Sun Chung jumped down from the off-road vehicle, his expression not looking good. "What's wrong?" Originally, remnants from the Thorns Tavern and the 5th District re-emerged upon hearing that the PE Foundation had been driven away, declaring ownership of all of P City. Jiang Hao's expression remained stoic as he turned to Sun Chung and asked, "Don't tell me you came all this way just to tell me this." "I've ordered the soldiers to capture these remnants, but the problem lies with the survivors," Sun Chung said. "These two factions have already established a foundation in Peace City, and the people have taken to the streets demanding we release those individuals and grant them freedom." "Freedom?" Jiang Hao chuckled in anger, glancing at the still-smoking city. If they experienced a little more, they'd understand that the boundary of freedom is called disorder. "My stance is very clear. It is the apocalypse. Do I need to tell you what to do?" For this battle, the Finkawu side invested a total of 200 bulldogs, 100 soldiers, 200 armored vehicles, as well as all 10 boundary tanks, and 200 armored troops equipped with graphene tactical exoskeletons. Soon after the war concluded, the losses from this battle were also tallied. We lost a total of 316 bulldogs and 22 armored vehicles. At this moment, 116 soldiers had perished and 312 soldiers were injured. In a makeshift command room, the supply officer Yi Wen was reporting the battle results to Jiang Hao. "War truly is a money shredder. In just 1 day of battle, it consumed 1/5 of the entire Finkawu territory's stockpiled supplies. Especially at a time when this territory had just completed its upgrades and nearly all buildings required renovation, the shortage of resources made Jiang Hao feel an unprecedented urgency. It is time to consider opening up the trade route between L City and us." Jiang Hao sat by the stove, pouring the boiling tea into a cup, contemplating the possibility of establishing a trade route. The resource potential of Peace City had almost been completely exhausted during this period. The last transaction with District 5 drained Peace City's final resource reserves, and now finding steel or timber here would likely require digging through the ruins. Currently, the main economic sources for Finkawu are limited to the mine behind and timber, which is undoubtedly a heavy blow for the freshly promoted Finkawu territory. More urgently, there were the drones that appeared on the battlefield today. The use of drones is heavily reliant on satellite systems. Through this battle, Jiang Hao had basically concluded that the PE Foundation must have re-established satellite communications. Although he could not determine the number of satellites launched if drones could be used, how far could missiles be? If the PE Foundation truly possesses missiles and takes the opportunity to launch an attack on his territory, then all his efforts over this long period would turn to dust. The situation in Peace City has basically stabilized. While he was lost in thought, Xin Bingyan entered holding a steaming grilled fish. She had just returned from the city hall, and the situation there had been brought under control with the intervention of the Finkawu troops. It has been so long since I last had grilled fish from our territory. The grilled fish already bore a row of bite marks. The pressure from her teeth had caused the oil within the fish meat to seep out, mingling with the surface seasoning, emitting an enticing aroma. The quality of our territory's grilled fish has improved again. Saying this, Xin Bingyan took another large bite, causing a sizzling sound as her lips brushed against the fish. Perhaps you should consider opening a grilled fish restaurant. If you really do, I can have our best cooks from the army be your chefs. Jiang Hao teased. I just wonder if you'd still be interested in hiring a boss then. Aren't you my boss right now? Rolling her eyes at Jiang Hao, the warm glow from the stove masked the slight blush on Xin Bingyan's cheeks. She stuck out her tongue to clean off the seasoning from her lips and then handed the remaining half of the grilled fish to Jiang Hao, saying, by the way, how do you plan to deal with the residual awakened from District 5 and the Thorns Tavern? Isn't there a profession called bounty hunter? Jiang Hao took the grilled fish, bit into it, and said, we should establish a bounty guild like in L City, but this organization in Peace City must be under our control. Aren't you planning on integrating them into the army? After all, that is quite a considerable combat force. That is for other factions. Jiang Hao chuckled and said, our territory has always believed in science. The next day, Jiang Hao issued a series of reform plans for the Finkawu territory with the highest commander's order. The first reform was in the military aspect. All armed forces of Finkawu were reorganized into 3 legions totaling 300 people, with each legion equipped with a certain number of bulldogs, armored vehicles, and boundary tanks. As the production line for tactical exoskeletons had not yet been established, the soldiers in these 3 legions were only equipped with a small number of tactical exoskeletons, others would have to wait until the production line was fully operational. Such a scale of military, while not vast, was sufficient for Finkawu, especially since the existence of the Star River system had led the development direction of the Finkawu troops to diverge sharply from other factions. The future Finkawu troops will undoubtedly be a technological force aimed at achieving full intelligence and automation, with unmanned legions serving as the foundation of the Finkawu army. The retention of a small number of human troops will merely be to fill potential tactical gaps that may arise on the ever-changing battlefield. In addition to these 3 conventional armed units, Jiang Hao also formed his own personal guard consisting of 70 soldiers, all equipped with tactical exoskeletons, with Old Li serving as the commander of the personal guard. After Peace City was fully incorporated under the jurisdiction of the Finkawu territory, the reforms concerning Peace City have also been fully initiated. At Xin Bingyan's suggestion, Jiang Hao established a general governor's office in Peace City, appointing Sun Cheng as the chief general governor responsible for all affairs in Peace City. As Peace City serves as the shield of the Finkawu territory, its survival directly determines the safety of Finkawu, so a strong military presence is naturally required to guard such a city. Therefore, Jiang Hao positioned the newly formed 2nd and 3rd armies in Peace City, and because of this, he had to choose Sun Cheng for such a position. After all, as the first heroic unit born within the territory, Sun Cheng's loyalty was beyond doubt. Although his abilities in urban governance needed assessment, military capability is the primary consideration for appointing the highest commander in a military stronghold like Peace City. Additionally, based on the existing system in Peace City, Jiang Hao established a bounty hunter guild in the name of the Finkawu territory. This would not only facilitate unified management of the awakened, but also allow for the release of certain tasks that could not be publicly announced, undoubtedly reducing many troubles. As for other matters, Jiang Hao left them to Sun Cheng to handle. After announcing the major reforms, he led 100 men from the 1st Legion to escort the ring-armored Black Bear, and after a day's rest returned to the Finkawu territory at noon the following day. More than a month had passed since he last returned, and the scene within Finkawu had changed significantly from what he remembered. Now survivors from City P had migrated to the valley to escape the war, with nearly 1/3 being family members of soldiers, along with a portion being bounty hunters or other survivors from City P. After more than a month of effort, the area around the outer edge of the barrier had been transformed by the influx of survivors into various types of housing, and in some flat area street markets had even emerged resembling a small town. Fortunately, the exotic beasts around Finkawu had been completely cleared, so there was no need to worry about the safety of these people. Inside the valley, upon passing through the barrier, the surroundings presented an entirely different appearance. The originally cramped camp outside the city walls had been expanded multiple times by construction robots, transforming it into a vast military area. In addition to necessary facilities such as training grounds and barracks, there were even many recreational setups like basketball and volleyball courts. While it could not be considered luxurious in an apocalyptic era where everyone was still struggling for food, Finkawu's typical approach of indulging in excess energy after a full meal was enough to make others envious. The towering city walls, upgraded and constructed entirely of reinforced concrete, stood tall. A sentry-level cannon protruded from the wall, constantly scanning the surroundings. From a distance, the walls, now over 10 meters high, began to take on the appearance of a military fortress. Driving through the heavy city gates, the significant increase in area after the territory upgrade did not make the entire city appear desolate. Compared to more than a month ago, the construction within the territory had indeed become much more prosperous. The streets had expanded into two-lane roads and shops had been established on either side, though they appeared a bit empty, as no one had yet moved in. There was no need to worry about the sanitation of the city's streets and housing, as construction robots cleaned them daily, creating an illusion of being in peacetime under the blue sky. It's time to relocate the population into the territory, Jiang Hao decided as he drove into the city, witnessing the current situation. Finkawu territory would ultimately enter everyone's vision, and after this upgrade, the system had provided a clear prompt that the barrier enveloping Finkawu would completely disappear after the next upgrade. This meant that after upgrading to a level 2 territory, the full picture of Finkawu would finally be revealed to everyone. This compelled Jiang Hao to prioritize the plan for relocating a large population into the urban area, as the city could only develop with a continuously growing population. Of course, the relocation of the population was the result of a comprehensive consideration of multiple factors, and naturally, not everyone could enter. Jiang Hao was currently considering using military achievements to exchange for permanent residency qualifications in Finkawu, and for those with special skills, Finkawu would also consider talent introduction channels. After all, with a large influx of people, the daily management of the city would require a substantial workforce, which was an essential part of urban development. While pondering the future development plans for Finkawu, Jiang Hao had already driven to the entrance of the newly completed research center. The overall design of the research center resembled a molecular structure exuding a strong sense of science fiction. After its completion, it became the largest and tallest building in the Finkawu base, with the above-ground structure reaching 8 stories and the underground reaching 3 stories. Moreover, the underground was reinforced with strong steel to prevent dangerous experimental leaks. When Jiang Hao arrived, 2 bulldogs stood like sculptures at the entrance of the science center. Alert. Upon seeing him, they immediately recognized Jiang Hao's identity, their bodies becoming more upright and their heads turning as they followed his movements. Patting one of the bulldogs on the head, Jiang Hao smiled and asked, "Is Dr. Zhao looming inside?" After a moment, the bulldog, with eyes composed of hyperspectral cameras, glimmered and a voice from the system emerged. "Video surveillance shows that Dr. Zhao is currently in Lab 1. Should I notify him? How long has he been in there?" Jiang Hao frowned slightly. He remembered the system prompt from a couple of days ago, meaning Zhao Luming had already been inside for 2 days. As of now, Dr. Zhao has been in the lab for 2 days and 8 hours. Is this guy a scientific madman? Jiang Hao's frown deepened. As the only researcher in the territory, he did not want Zhao Luming to end his life in such a manner. As a hero-level unit, if Zhao Luming were to die from overwork, how would Sun Cheng and other potential hero-level units view him? Would he have to wear the label of a vile capitalist? Jiang Hao felt it necessary to put a stop to Zhao Luming's reckless behavior. He'll go in and take a look. After instructing the soldiers to transport the armored black bear into the underground of the research center, Jiang Hao proceeded directly to the front of Lab 1 based on the system's guidance. Although the door had been locked after Zhao Luming entered the lab, Jiang Hao, possessing the highest authority, was able to enter after completing the identity verification. The area of Lab 1 was estimated to be over 400 square meters. Aside from a supercomputer occupying most of the lab space, the setup of this lab was not significantly different from those he had previously encountered. In the spacious lab, a middle-aged man around 40 was holding a test tube filled with red liquid, comparing it to some data. On the experiment table beside him, a sliced red fruit caught Jiang Hao's eye. "You've cut it." Jiang Hao was instantly dumbfounded. That was the opportunity of the undying martial sage. In his past life, countless awakened beings had become food for exotic beasts in search of similar fruits, yet you just cut it like that. "How else can I study it? Am I supposed to guess?" Hearing the voice, Zhao Luming replied without looking up. He then used tweezers to pick up a slice of the red fruit, placing it into a mortar to crush it again, adding a certain chemical reagent to the juice that flowed out, and placing it into a centrifuge. Unfortunately, the sample is too small. Oh, I wonder if the remaining bits will be enough to complete the experiment. Zhao Luming murmured regretfully, only then noticing the unexpected guest who had intruded. You are the Lord. Zhao Luming turned his head, his eyes momentarily frozen, before seemingly establishing a connection between the identity of the Lord and Jiang Hao before him. My lord, I sincerely apologize for not noticing your arrival. Zhao Luming slightly bowed and said to Jiang Hao. No problem, this is your domain. Jiang Hao smiled slightly, taking in Zhao Luming's attributes. Zhao Luming, age unknown, level heroic, loyalty 100, position chief scientist of the Empire, strength ordinary person. Specialization as the chief scientist of the Empire, he is a milestone figure in its long history. Utilizing the Empire's technology, his life has been prolonged over the ages, granting him ample time to delve into various fields of science. No one knows his exact area of expertise, as he has led or participated in most of the scientific projects throughout the Empire's history, which encompasses mathematics, astronomy, physics, biology, and chemistry. This is a polymath. This was Jiang Hao's evaluation after reviewing Zhao Luming's attribute panel. As stated in the introduction, a long life has provided him with enough time to pursue his passions. As the chief scientist of the mother civilization of the galaxy system, his value is indisputable. At one point, Jiang Hao felt that the building named the research center was established just for him. Have you made any discoveries? Jiang Hao pointed awkwardly at the slices in the container. Current research is still in the first phase, but we have gained a general understanding of this fruit. Zhao Luming waved his hand, and then a screen moved before the two under the operation of a mechanical arm. The upper left corner of the screen displayed the text of experiments 123. This number represents my 23rd experiment from the first batch. I have sliced this fruit into 76 pieces, each slice representing a batch. From the very first batch, certain abilities of this fruit caught my attention. As he spoke, the images in the presentation began to play. On the operating table, a small anesthetized mouse had its tail removed. Then Zhao Luming, dressed in protective gear, dripped a clear liquid onto the stump of the tail, and immediately the time in the video began to fast forward at 4 times its normal speed. Under their watch, the tail of the small mouse grew visibly before their eyes. In just 1 hour, the originally severed tail had completely regrown. The new tail, albeit slightly pink, looked almost indistinguishable from the original. Is this tissue regeneration? Jiang Hao exclaimed in surprise. Not exactly, Zhao Luming explained, and then another set of experimental footage began to play. This time the video showed a microscopic view. After a drop of clear liquid was added, the tissue cells in the footage immediately became active, while the cells in that drop behaved like a virus, crazily consuming the original cells. In no time, the original cells in the microscope slide were replaced by the invaders. The video did not stop there. The new tenants began to divide rapidly after occupying the area, soon overflowing the entire screen. I call them parasitic recreators. From the microscope, we can see that the phenomenon appearing in the first video is actually the process of this substance's consumption and regeneration. After this substance enters a host's body, it first expels the original tenants from the room, which is what we call consumption. After completing this step, it will then embark on a frenzy of division, which is the regeneration we observe. Will this regeneration continue indefinitely? Of course not. In fact, the cellular division seen in the video only lasts until the mass of tissue cells overflows the entire culture dish. As he spoke, the overall view from the previous experiment reappeared. In the culture dish, the tissue cells expanded rapidly. After more than 10 minutes, their area covered the entire dish, revealing a biological tissue resembling animal skin. Oh, by the way, for this experiment, I extracted skin cells from a pig's belly. For some reason, Zhao Luming's expression suddenly became a bit strange. Looking at the pig skin in the video, he unconsciously touched his teeth. As he opened and closed his lips, Jiang Hao clearly saw a fresh notch on Zhao Luming's teeth. Just as he was puzzled, a mechanical hand brought over a safe. Inside, here are the 2 items that appeared in the video. Zhao Luming opened the safe and took out the culture dish and a small white mouse that had already died. He first placed the small white mouse on the experimental table, then took out a scalpel and made an incision at the site of the mouse's regenerated tail. The sharp blade cut through the slightly pink tail, accompanied by a sound of metallic friction that made one's teeth ache. Zhao Luming's cutting motion clearly required some effort, and it took a significant amount of force to barely slice through that regenerated tail. Reinforcement, Zhao Luming exclaimed. According to my calculations, the strength of the new biological tissue is approximately 21, 5 times greater than that of the original. The degree of reinforcement correlates positively with the purity of the extract. As he spoke, he took out the culture dish from the box and retrieved the pig skin. At this moment, Jiang Hao noticed that there were clear bite marks on that gleaming pig skin. With a somewhat strange expression, he swallowed, and asked, "Those bite marks aren't yours, are they?" "In fact, I was planning to eat it," Zhao Luming sighed with some resignation. "Unfortunately, I only went to cut the mouse's tail after my teeth were broken. Otherwise, my teeth should still be intact." "What a pity," Jiang Hao said with a blank expression. "This guy is a real tough one. I fear your teeth have been in this state for quite some time. There are no dentists in the apocalypse." "It's all right, I'm currently trying to cultivate new teeth using this extract. Perhaps my teeth will be even stronger then." Jiang Hao wisely closed his mouth, clearly not wanting to continue on this topic. "By the way, can this extract be used on humans?" "Of course. The fact that I can still stand here and talk to you proves that this substance is non-toxic," Zhao Luming replied matter-of-factly as he waved a tube of extract in front of Jiang Hao's eyes. "I have already conducted experiments on some animals to ensure its safety. If you agree, I would like to test its effects on humans." After saying this, Zhao Luming forcefully shoved the tube of extract into Jiang Hao's hand, looking at him with hopeful eyes. "What a joke. Where am I supposed to find so many people with broken arms and legs for you? You wouldn't want to chop someone's arms off, would you?" Jiang Hao was sweating profusely. "Wait, speaking of which, it seems we happen to have someone like that in our territory." Fengkewu Villa District is the residential area for high-ranking officers, and after nearly 2 months of intense construction, the project here has been basically completed. This low-density villa area covering over 3,000 square meters accommodates more than 100 villas. Jiang Hao's son Cheng Jiang Tao Old Li, and even Zhao Luming, who recently joined the territory, have each been assigned a villa here. Within the community, several teams of bulldogs patrol 24 hours a day, making it one of the highest security zones in the entire Fengkewu territory. Following the holographic map on his mask, Jiang Hao arrived at the building marked with Duoduo's family tag. "Big brother." As soon as Jiang Hao's figure appeared at the gate, Duoduo's naive yet slightly surprised voice floated down from the terrace on the second floor. "Duoduo, hurry down so your brother can see if you've gained weight again." Jiang Hao smiled warmly and waved at Duoduo playfully. At that moment, Duoduo was still holding a lollipop. Upon hearing Jiang Hao's words, her little face immediately drooped, and she turned around and ran down from the second floor. As Duoduo rushed over, Jiang Hao squatted down and picked her up in his arms. "Wow, Duoduo is indeed heavier." Jiang Hao pinched Duoduo's face, which was gradually becoming soft, smiling as he spoke. Then just before Duoduo's face drooped down again, he magically pulled out a bag of snacks from his pocket and handed it to her. "Oh." Duoduo's eyes widened, instantly reaching out her plump little hand to hug the bag of snacks tightly. "Why aren't you eating?" Jiang Hao asked curiously when he saw Duoduo showing no intention of opening the bag. Duoduo flashed a sunny smile at Jiang Hao and then patted her round little belly. "I'm not hungry right now, I'll eat later." "Not hungry? Then tell big brother what you had for lunch." Duoduo pondered for a moment before saying, "I had rice, stir-fried pork, braised fish, jelly biscuits, potato chips, and so much more." Duoduo recounted with pride. Hearing Duoduo's words, Jiang Hao revealed a sly smile on his face. All those snacks were things he had hidden in the command center. It seemed that while he was away, Jiang Tao had been sneaking snacks from the command center for Duoduo. "This guy has some nerve." Jiang Hao's smile grew even more mischievous. Just then, Jiang Tao, who was out in the wild hunting exotic beasts with a group of rookies, suddenly felt a chill run down his back and couldn't help but sneeze. Unaware that he had been ratted out by Duoduo, Jiang Tao felt puzzled, reflecting on how he had been training a lot lately, running 5 kilometers every day with this group of rookies. While his training volume had increased, he wondered why his physical condition seemed to be deteriorating. Should I be consuming more vitamins? I'll swing by the command center when I get back. I wonder what good stuff Jiang Hao has hidden there. With that thought, his enthusiasm for training the rookies intensified. "Duoduo, look at what your brother brought back." From far away, Jiang Tao shouted excitedly. With a creak, the door opened and Duoduo dashed out from the house with a cheerful stride. Shaking the plastic bag in his hand, Jiang Tao scooped Duoduo up in his arms. "Wow, there's actually soda. And to buy too." Duoduo's eyes widened in amazement as she kept exclaiming. Then she tore open the candy wrapper and ate one. Thought for a moment, gave Jiang Tao one, and finally took out another one, running back towards the door. "Big brother Duoduo is treating you to candy." At that moment, Jiang Tao was stunned. Jiang Hao appeared at the door with a friendly smile, then took Duoduo's little hand and walked over. "Oh, not a bad haul. You really know how to scavenge." Jiang Hao pointed at the bag in Jiang Tao's hand, teasing him. The Lord, you're back." Jiang Tao awkwardly forced a smile, unconsciously pulling the bag behind him. "What's there to hide? You don't want to admit what you've done." "No, it's just..." Duoduo was craving sweets and kept asking to eat, so I went to the command center to look around. At a crucial moment, Jiang Tao unhesitatingly threw Duoduo under the bus. "No way." Duoduo blinked her big eyes and said earnestly, "Brother has developed a habit of sneaking out at night to find food and is afraid that Duoduo will stop him, so he brings me snacks when he comes back to bribe me." One must say today's children are quite astute, seeing through things at such a young age. Jiang Hao's smile deepened as he leaned slightly forward, his expression filled with kindness. So tell me, how should I punish you? Jiang Tao was taken aback by this, then shrugged his shoulders, slightly adopting a nonchalant attitude. All right, I actually have something to discuss with you today. Jiang Hao reined in his smile and took out a vial from his pocket. This is the latest research achievement from the Technology Center. Jiang Hao's words were only half-spoken, emphasizing the term Technology Center as he observed Jiang Tao's expression intently. Hearing what Jiang Hao said, Jiang Tao did not show any signs of surprise, as if the newly constructed building had always existed in his memory. What is this? A thought imprint. Jiang Hao was somewhat taken aback. Could this be a hidden feature of the territory? Not only was Jiang Tao's reaction quite normal, but even the thousands of soldiers living in the territory reacted similarly. After Jiang Hao exchanged for boundary tanks from the system, these individuals did not show any signs of surprise, but rather took it for granted that the newly appeared troops had always been part of the territory. It seemed that as changes occurred within the territory, their memories shifted along with it. This thing might be helpful to you. Without lingering on the issue, Jiang Hao pointed at Jiang Tao's empty sleeve and said, you can think of this medicine as a means to regrow limbs. Basically, it's something that can make your arm grow back. Jiang Hao's tone was somewhat uncertain because in a sense the newly grown arm actually would not be composed of his body's cells, but rather new tissue formed from the substances in this vial. Or perhaps calling it a Qilin arm would be more fitting. Jiang Hao suddenly thought of Zhao Luming's shattered teeth, finding it quite amusing. Upon hearing Jiang Hao's explanation, Jiang Tao was instantly frozen in place. This veteran, once decisive on the battlefield, trembled slightly at this moment, as if buried memories were awakened and the long-extinguished hope was reignited by Jiang Hao's words. If possible, who would want to drag an incomplete body through life? This is just an experimental product. I mean, it might have side effects. Jiang Hao's words were directly filtered by Jiang Tao. He took the officer's vial from Jiang Hao as if he were holding a priceless treasure, and a trembling voice floated from his parched lips. I'm willing to give it a try. In just 3 days after consuming that vial of extract, Jiang Tao's once empty arm finally grew back. From the initial sprouts of flesh, it gradually expanded to the size of an adult's arm. The new limb was somewhat pale, but its taut muscular lines brimmed with strength. Ding! Jiang Tao's loyalty has risen to 100. This member will no longer commit acts of betrayal. The system's notification chimed at that moment. Jiang Hao glanced at Jiang Tao's panel. Indeed, his loyalty had reached a value of 100. Don't get too excited just yet. Try to see if this arm obeys you. Jiang Hao suppressed the joy within him and suggested. After all, this was not a limb grown from his own cells. Whether it worked well remained unknown. Jiang Tao's face was filled with excitement. He had been waiting for this. He first clenched his fist, then attempted to pick up a cup from the table. The process was fluid and natural, as if there was no difference from an ordinary person. It feels like a natural extension of myself. Jiang Tao exclaimed excitedly. After speaking, he couldn't help but swing his fist. There's just one problem. Jiang Hao's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. He pointed at Jiang Tao's arm and asked, are you sure there's no discomfort? Why does it seem to be trembling? Well, I'm just too excited. Jiang Hao was instantly taken aback by Jiang Tao's response. Perhaps you could try testing its explosive power and hardness. According to my experiments, a 40 concentration extract should enhance these two attributes by about 30 times. Zhao Ming, standing by, offered his opinion at the right moment. He had been recording data at Jiang Tao's home these past few days. As he spoke, he kindly pointed at the nearby wall. You can use it to practice first. Is it really that strong? Jiang Tao asked skeptically. Although he too felt that this new arm seemed indeed more powerful than before, he always remained doubtful of this mad scientist's claims. You have to believe in science. Zhao Ming gave a friendly smile, then suddenly added, don't worry. Even if you ruin this arm, I guarantee it'll make you grow a new one. All right, then all of you stand back. Jiang Tao said as he stood up. Positioning himself in front of the wall, his arm suddenly shot out. Thump! Cracks spread across the wall, accompanied by the clinking and clanging of the crystal chandelier as large clouds of dust fell from the ceiling. The construction quality of this house is shoddy. Jiang Tao quickly concealed the shock in his eyes, then said with a straight face. To avoid any damage to his new limb, he had only used half his strength in that punch, yet the house could barely withstand it. Jiang Hao rubbed his forehead, glanced at Jiang Tao, who was still complaining about the house's quality, and said quietly, I'll have the worker bees come over to fix it later. The cost of the materials will be deducted from your food rations. Hearing this, Jiang Tao, who had been overjoyed moments before, instantly wilted. Wait! Jiang Tao seemed to suddenly remember something, a smug expression spreading across his face. This is my home. Why should I pay a fine for damaging my own place? No. Jiang Hao's mouth curled up slightly, looking at Jiang Tao with a hint of sympathy. This is public property. This house is at best temporarily allocated for you to live in. Your behavior constitutes damaging public assets. Fining you is perfectly reasonable. Having said that, without waiting for Jiang Hao's reply, he strode away with Zhao Ming. In the early February of the apocalypse, the weather showed no signs of warming. Instead, snow began to fall thickly from the sky. Such extreme weather made survival even harder for the survivors of the end times. Fortunately, the energy supply within the Fengqi Wu territory continued to operate stably. Although there were no power stations or similar equipment within the territory, all buildings functioned normally at minimum power mode. In Jiang Hao's memory, ever since this territory had unfolded, it had never encountered energy supply issues. No matter how many new buildings were constructed within the territory, the energy supply remained as steady as ever, as if this supply had no upper limit. Thick heating panels like underfloor heating continuously delivered warmth into the rooms. Though not hot, they kept the room temperature consistently around 15 degrees Celsius. The soldiers living in the territory had also ended their training early in such weather. They gathered in the barracks, set up induction cookers, and boiled fragrant rice flour fish, while enjoying the snowy view outside the window. After the initial novelty wore off, the soldiers could now calmly face this comfortable post-apocalyptic life. If not for the plight of survivors outside the barrier constantly reminding them that the world wasn't as beautiful as they perceived it to be, these soldiers might have been under the illusion that they were still in a time of peace. Amidst this stark contrast, something called a sense of belonging quickly spread among these soldiers. Of course, to help those survivors beyond the light barrier, Jiang Hao specifically instructed soldiers to deliver timber so these people could endure the harsh winter. I hope this winter ends soon, otherwise all the timber we've collected will be used as firewood for those survivors outside. Inside the command center, Jiang Hao couldn't help but complain. Hearing this, Jiang Hao smiled. His gaze passed through the window, watching the heavily falling snow, and murmured, "The bitter cold has only just begun." No one understood better than Jiang Hao that from the moment the apocalypse descended, the planet beneath their feet was no longer the homeworld humanity once knew. The apocalypse brought not only changes to flora and fauna, but more severely climatic changes. In his previous life, Jiang Hao had struggled through the apocalypse for over 5 years. In his memory, during those 5 years, the total duration of summer on Blue Star amounted to only about 10 months. Although mutated creatures, primarily aberrant beasts, were humanity's greatest enemy in the apocalypse, in fact, over 2 billion people died from the post-apocalyptic, severe cold, and food shortages. Just as Jiang Hao was lost in thought, the radio on the table suddenly crackled to life. "This is the Northern Domain. This is the Northern Domain. Now broadcasting to all Shenzhou compatriots for the first national live broadcast. Earlier today, our side successfully launched 8 satellites. We now open satellite communication rights to all Shenzhou residents. The duration of access will be determined later based on circumstances. I repeat, this is the Northern Domain. Our coordinates are 120, 38, E36, 07N. If you need help, please proceed to the coordinate area as soon as possible. We will provide you with shelter." A vigorous voice came from the radio. Jiang Hao was momentarily stunned. He was all too familiar with this voice. Before long, all survivors would come to know his name. One of the 7 martial saints, the pillar of the Northern Domain, Shun Jianlin. The wheels of history as before rolled through, leaving the same marks in the ditches. Just like in his past life, as the wheels of the apocalypse were about to enter the 3rd month, human civilization once again established a connection with the heavens. The world is still that familiar world. Indeed, Jiang Hao couldn't help but sigh, glancing at the time. It was already past 5 in the afternoon. According to the original plan, the soldiers of the 2nd Legion should have already set out towards City L, and he believed that news from the front lines would arrive soon. Warning: the number of mechanical units is about to exceed 1.3 million units, reaching the system's energy supply limit. Please construct a fusion center as soon as possible to avoid a power shortage in the territory due to exceeding the system's supply limit. The system's alert tone rang out. Jiang Hao opened the system panel. At this moment, all engineering robots had been fully upgraded into the latest worker bee units. After the transformation, including all the mechanical units under construction, the number of mechanical units displayed on the system panel had reached 1.26 million. Even if it exceeds the threshold mentioned by the system. Star River began constructing the fusion center. Jiang Hao issued the command helplessly. If there were issues with energy supply in this weather, it would truly be disastrous. He had originally thought he could exploit the territory's infinite energy supply to perfect a bug, but he never expected to be slapped in the face by the system so soon. But thinking about it, it made sense. If the energy supply within the territory were truly infinite, wouldn't the construction of the fusion center become meaningless? Indeed, one cannot take advantage of the system for free. Jiang Hao couldn't help but exclaim. After saying this, he began to pack his things in preparation to return home when he saw Shin Bingyan walking in with a bag. "You all chat. I'm heading home first." Jiang Tao, seeing Shin Bingyan enter, greeted her and tactfully chose to slip away, not forgetting to give Jiang Hao a meaningful glance as he left. "What? Missed me?" Jiang Hao smiled slightly, giving Shin Bingyan a flirtatious glance. "No, I just suddenly wanted to come up and take a look." She rolled her eyes at Jiang Hao, and then set the bag she was holding down. The opening of the plastic bag was slightly ajar, revealing the contents inside. This is a spring festival couplet. What do you need this for? The new year is coming soon. Shin Binjian's eyes shone with a longing expression. This girl caught in a chaotic world had never lost her yearning for beauty, even in such an ugly era. New Year. Jiang Hao was taken aback. How many years had it been since he had heard that term? With the arrival of the apocalypse, the traditions and customs that once existed had been buried alongside human civilization in the wheel tracks of history. Even with a second chance at life, Jiang Hao had never dared to wish for a new year. In the apocalypse, survival required exhausting all efforts. How could one dare to have any other aspirations? I didn't even go home for the new year in the past. Shin Bingyan said, slightly turning her body. Unbeknownst to her, her eyes had already turned red. Now even if I want to go back, I cannot. Jiang Hao walked over, embracing her in his arms, gently stroking her back, and softly said, "It's all right. Starting this year, it will be our first new year together." City L's coastal area, once the busiest port of the Xinzhou nation, had long lost its former glory. From the moment the apocalypse descended, this vast ocean had turned desolate. In the apocalypse, the ocean was an area more dangerous than land. Beneath the seemingly calm surface of the sea lay unpredictable dangers. To survive here, one must remain vigilant at all times, because you can never know whether you are the hunter or the prey. At this moment, a radar antenna suddenly appeared at the horizon of the originally calm sea, followed closely by a warship slowly sailing from the coastal position. The swirling snowflakes obstructed the sentry's view. After repeatedly confirming with binoculars from the lookout tower, the sentry finally sounded the alarm. Look, City L has indeed changed owners. In the command room of the destroyer, Shi Wenxiang put down the binoculars and pointed to the newly constructed city walls in the distance. Look, the flags on the city walls have changed. If the rumors are true, do we still need to send them an invitation? Of course. Since we want to establish a trading zone, we naturally need to bring some forces on board. Saying this, Shi Wenxiang popped a piece of gum into her mouth, chewing for a moment, her eyes revealing a fierce glint. Of course, the premise is that they have the strength. So let's send them a gift for our first meeting. At this moment, the launch bay cover at the front of the ship opened. With the press of the launch button, a missile shot out from the launch bay, igniting in midair and trailing an orange tail towards its intended target. A distance of only 7 or 8 kilometers was but a fleeting moment for the missile, and with the explosion lighting up a low factory building in the suburbs of City L, the alarm rang throughout the skies above City L. Isn't this a bit too extravagant? The first officer couldn't help but be taken aback. Using a precision-guided weapon worth a fortune to destroy a meaningless building, was it just to display military might? That's why you are the first officer, and I am obviously the captain. Shi Wenxiang smiled proudly, then blew a bubble with her gum that suddenly popped. Do you think forming a trading zone is that easy? Do the big shots just sit at the negotiation table and chat to reach an agreement? You must understand that artillery is also a means of negotiation. In the military government building, when the acting commander Xiao Su received this news, he had just met with soldiers from the 2nd Legion. Commander Luan, you've worked hard on the way. It's much easier than expected. After the last plant mutation, these mutated beasts seemed to have entered a new phase of mutation. When my soldiers found them, these monsters were lying in their nests as if hibernating, and we solved them with little effort. The leader of the 2nd Legion, Luan Sheng, was a straightforward person. Upon seeing Xiao Su, he spoke in a boisterous manner. Just then, Xiao Su heard the alarm from the seaside. Warning, enemy fire control radar has locked onto our building. Beneath the mask, the voice of Xuanwu sounded, marking the buildings locked by enemy fire control radar on the holographic map. Bro, it seems things aren't peaceful here either. Luan Sheng's excitement flickered in his eyes as he stepped into an off-road vehicle leading his troops towards the coast. Following the convoy of the 2nd Legion, Xiao Su boarded a border tank. When he saw an arc of light rising from the sea, he already guessed the allegiance of that army. Broken Ship Island. As a force in the southern coastal region, its territory is quite unique. True to its name, the main structure of this force is a carrier that has been broken by deep-sea beasts. After a simple reassembly, it forms the core of this city, with Broken Ship Island now stranded on the shallows of Fuhai City. Although the territory of Broken Ship Island is less than ideal, its strength ranks among the top coastal powers. After all, having inherited a portion of the surviving naval fleet, the heavy firepower of Broken Ship Island is renowned throughout Blue Star. In fact, being able to maintain a relatively complete fleet under the current maritime conditions already speaks volumes about the fleet's strength. Although this fleet can only sail along the coastline, due to fear of the deep-sea beasts, relying on nearly 100 missiles from the destroyers is more than enough to deter coastal forces. Xiao Su tried to recall all the information he had learned about Broken Ship Island. Though he had been thrust into the position of acting governor of the military government by Jiang Hao, he naturally wanted to shoulder this responsibility. Thus, apart from handling the daily affairs of City L, he had also taken time to understand the situations of the surrounding forces, and now he was quite familiar with them. As the destroyer entered the shooting range of the border tank, the voice of Xuanwu came through. Unknown signal request to connect to the communication frequency. Should we connect? Connect. The voice of Luan Sheng came through the communication channel. Greetings to the survivor force of City L. We are the first fleet under Broken Ship Island. We come in peace, merely wishing to establish a long-term trade zone with you. One leg. Is launching missiles your sincerity in cooperation? If this is how you greet us from Broken Ship Island, then let me show you our sincerity. Before the words from the other side were finished, Luan Sheng had already rudely interrupted them and issued orders to the soldiers of the 2nd Legion to prepare for battle. From the holographic map, the soldiers of the 2nd Legion had already aimed their sights at the destroyer. Wait. Xiao Su with a frown temporarily took command of the battlefield as the highest executive of City L. How can the soldiers under Jiang Hao be so reckless? While complaining about Luan Sheng's rashness, he opened the communicator. Hello, I am Xiao Su, the highest executive of the Finkawa territory stationed in City L. Since you are here to request trade, please show your sincerity first. Disable your fire control radar, or we will consider it a hostile act and retaliate accordingly. Finkawa, the force that repelled the first beast tide. Shi Wenxiang had heard of Finkawa, but so what? As a maritime overlord, my focus is no longer on land. Why should I fear you? Oh, not bad. These natives actually have tanks. A hint of a proud smile appeared on Shi Wenxiang's lips, but from her slightly mocking tone, it was clear she did not take the tanks displayed on the radar seriously. The vessel beneath her feet is a true destroyer. The range of those low-end tanks is less than a fraction of her main gun's range. Oh, what could they use to threaten her? Surely they are not thinking too highly of themselves. It seems these natives are quite unfriendly. Let's teach them a lesson. Shi Wenxiang's finger had already moved towards the fire control radar button, and with a light touch, the fire control radar instantly locked onto one of the tanks. The so-called trade is based on the premise of equal strength on both sides. If you have no weapons that can threaten me, why should I trade with you? Isn't the cost of outright robbery much lower? However, just as the destroyer's fire control radar locked onto the border tank, a sudden dull sound came from the location of City L. Boom. The shell landed just meters behind the destroyer, and with a massive splash it indicated that their destroyer was already within the strike range of the border tank. How is that possible? Shi Wenxiang's delicate face finally showed a hint of panic as she rushed to the bow of the ship to check the still unsettled splash on the sea surface. Before the shock on her face had fully faded, another muffled sound came from the direction of the city. Boom. This time the shell exploded much further away at a position 2 kilometers out to sea, just like their earlier provocation, escalating the situation. Is that thing really a tank? Shi Wenxiang stared blankly at the reflection data on the radar. From the radar reflection data, such values could only perfectly match a tank. But the problem is that it is at least 20 kilometers away from that tank. Oh, what kind of tank can shoot that far? Last warning. Disable your fire control radar, or I cannot guarantee the safety of the destroyer in the next round of attacks. What should we do, Captain? This 6,000-ton destroyer carrying over 100 crew members now had everyone's eyes fixed on Shi Wenxiang, waiting for her final command. To fight, or to withdraw. At a distance of over 20 kilometers, the tank is undoubtedly within the main gun's range, but facing a super long-range tank, Shi Wenxiang had no confidence that the destroyer's armor could withstand the shelling. Modern destroyers are different from the battleships of the past. Due to the need for long-range combat, the main design intent of modern warships is to fit more and larger missiles onto the vessel. As a result, the armor of destroyers has become a secondary concern, and for this reason, the armor of active destroyers is no longer as thick as before. Disable the fire control radar. The truth only exists within the range of the cannon. When your fist is strong enough to pose a substantial threat to the other party, everyone can sit down calmly to discuss the future. Faced with the threat of the tank's firepower range, Shi Wenxiang ultimately chose to compromise, and after a brief negotiation handed over the invitation from Broken Ship Island to Xiao Su. When the invitation from Duanjian Island reached Jiang Hao's hands, he was at home enjoying hot pot, with Shun Bingyin Jiang Tao, and Duodwo waiting for the Lunar New Year to arrive. This isn't a trap, is it? Does Duanjian Island intend to eliminate all surrounding forces through this banquet? No, Duanjian Island doesn't have that kind of power, and their interests are not focused on land. Jiang Hao shook his head, firmly recalling that in his past life Duanjian Island had established connections with coastal forces in this manner. They merely wish to collect some protection fees. Haha, it really fits the nature of forces in a post-apocalyptic world. Jiang Tao couldn't help but interject, taking the opportunity to scoop a piece of hard-earned cooked beef into his bowl. Ever since his arm returned, his appetite had increased significantly. So should we attend this banquet then? Of course. With so many leaders from various forces attending, isn't this a great business opportunity? I'm afraid we might end up making no deals, and just paying them a protection fee for nothing. Jiang Tao teased. The bubbling hot pot released steam as Jiang Hao took a bite of a meatball, then picked up a piece of lamb for Duodua, who was currently engrossed in her battle with the food in the oil bowl, making him smile slightly. They want to fleece us, Finkawu. They better have the strength for it, he said, tossing a crab stick into Shin Binjian's bowl. I remember you quite like this, Jiang Hao said with a smile, his arm conveniently blocking Jiang Tao's line of sight, while also concealing the slight blush on Shin Binjian's face. Beautiful sister, are you feeling hot? Your face is so red. After finishing the last piece of lamb in the oil bowl, Duo redirected her attention to Shin Bingyan. Ahem. A violent cough masked her inner turmoil. Although she had already accepted her relationship with Jiang Hao in her heart, she still felt a bit shy in front of others. Glancing out at the snowflakes still falling, she finally spoke. It must be the cold weather that's making me feel this way. At that moment, the clock on the wall chimed abruptly, the hour, minute, and second aligning in an instant. The apocalypse finally welcomed its first new year at this moment. There were no familiar firecrackers, no melody of Unforgettable Tonight, and none of the New Year greetings from family and friends. At this moment, zombies continued to search for the scent of the living on the snow-covered streets, while mutant beasts underwent a new round of evolution in their hibernation, and some lost their lives under the attack of mutated species, while those survivors still alive had to struggle desperately for the days ahead. This was undoubtedly a desperate era. The apocalypse would not slow down its pace because of the new year. However, at this moment in this cozy little house, as the New Year bell rang, Jiang Hao stood up from his seat and leaned close to Shin Binjian's slightly flushed ear, whispering softly, Happy New Year. Saying this amidst the stunned gazes of Jiang Tao and Duodua, Jiang Hao wrapped his arms around the person before him and slowly leaned down to kiss her. The snow continued to fall, transforming under the lights into a unique kind of fireworks in this world. With one more day until the nuclear fusion center was completed, Jiang Hao suspended the production of worker bees and bulldogs to alleviate the energy supply pressure caused by the increased mechanical units, using the saved resources to exchange for tactical exoskeletons and boundary tanks. After all, as the apocalypse entered its third month, the bulldog strength could no longer keep up with the evolution of mutated creatures. In Jiang Hao's plans, this large number of bulldog troops would gradually be phased out in subsequent battles. In the territory, the first exploration team had already set off, escorted by a group of tactical exoskeleton soldiers. They would be searching for new mineral veins for Finkawa's territory in the coming months. Opening the system panel, the construction of the military factory and heavy industry factory was proceeding simultaneously. Glancing at the time, these two buildings would be completed by the afternoon of the day after tomorrow, at which point the production capacity of Finkawa's territory would be fully engaged in the manufacture of soldier exoskeletons and boundary tanks. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Hao decided to invest the resources accumulated during this time into the construction of a planetary communication station. As Finkawa's power continued to expand, maintaining communication between various territories had become a very tricky issue. Moreover, the northern region had already announced the restoration of communication. As a seasoned military enthusiast, Jiang Hao understood the importance of having a voice. After losing the resource supply from P City, the growth of resources in Finkawa's territory had slowed significantly. So far, the accumulated resource reserves could only build one planetary communication station and one basic farming facility, along with a water purification station. Fortunately, after opening the trade route with L City, the first batch of supplies from L City was about to arrive here, which would provide over 200 units of supplies for the territory. After eliminating the unstable factors from P City, Finkawa's development had entered a fast lane. With a large influx of population into the outskirts of Finkawu, expanding resource production had become imperative. After pressing the construction button, the resource reserves in the system panel quickly dropped to single digits. Looking at the figure, which was one digit less than his savings before the apocalypse, Jiang Hao suddenly felt a sense of emptiness. After completing all this, Jiang Tao had already gathered the personnel. A convoy consisting of 70 members of the personal guard and more than 20 accompanying personnel was currently waiting at the city gate for the order to depart. This time, heading to Duanjian Island, Shin Bingyan did not set off with the troops. She seemed to be on the verge of a breakthrough, ready to enter the ranks of second-tier ability users at any moment. Moreover, last night's activities seemed to have been a bit too intense. Although her physique had strengthened significantly due to the awakening of her abilities, Shin Bingyan could still be seen leaning against the door frame with discomfort as she sent Jiang Hao off, her brows slightly furrowed as she resisted the pain in her body. Looking back at the villa area, Jiang Hao resolutely jumped onto the armored vehicle. Let's go. With the roar of engines, a convoy composed of 12 boundary tanks and 20 armored vehicles slowly drove out from the city gate. What's wrong? Didn't get enough fun last night. Jiang Tao sat in the driver's seat, activating the autopilot mode, then turned his head to tease. Haha, what do you know, you single dog? Jiang Hao shot back unceremoniously. Ever since he regained his perfect physique, this guy had been showing off, and Jiang Hao felt it necessary to give him a lesson to dampen his arrogant spirit. Sure enough, as Jiang Hao said this, Jiang Tao immediately jumped up, puffing up like a cat that had stepped on its tail. Then, as if he thought of something, he suddenly pulled out a bag of goji berries from his pocket and threw it over. I found this at the command center. Jiang Tao's expression gradually twisted as he leaned in closer to Jiang Hao, lowering his voice and saying, "You didn't prepare this for situations like this, did you?" Jiang Hao's face fell immediately. Suddenly, cheerful calls echoed within the cabin. At the end of February, the team, led by Jiang Hao, arrived at Broken Ship Island. Perhaps due to the current phase where plants and animals were in a dormant and mutated state, their journey had been quite smooth without any of the expected mishaps. For this trip, Jiang Hao had made thorough preparations. The accompanying team not only included intelligence officers responsible for gathering information about nearby forces, but also brought out the heads of various chambers of commerce when passing through City L. Following the principle that even the smallest mosquito is still meat, he entrusted these individuals to handle trade negotiations with the forces along the way. Jiang Hao's actions were also driven by necessity. Facing the potential long-range strike capabilities of the PE Foundation, he had to accelerate the pace of territorial advancement. In these trade collaborations, the discussions mainly revolved around exchanging scarce resources like food and firearms for materials such as steel and timber. This trade policy was immediately welcomed by most forces, and even the occasional few who were initially skeptical became the most devoted supporters of this trade after witnessing the truths presented by Jiang Hao. Of course, the food listed in Jiang Hao's trade inventory consisted primarily of simply processed exotic beef jerky, while high-end products like rice would only be supplied in small quantities during trade. After all, if sold on a large scale, Jiang Hao was also worried about attracting unwanted attention. The only thing troubling Jiang Hao was that this barter trading method was indeed quite cumbersome, prompting him to consider the possibility of issuing currency. By the time Jiang Hao and his group arrived at Broken Ship Island, he had already acquired nearly 100 trade contracts and the most comprehensive holographic map of the route from the Xuanwu database. The urban planning of Broken Ship Island was somewhat akin to that of Finkawu, with a sizable small town forming around the city's periphery. The vast majority of the residents and military were stationed here, while the aircraft carrier, with a main displacement of over 8,000 tons, served as the power center of the entire cancer organization, currently docked at the coast behind the small town. The carrier did not prohibit visitors, and one could see the entire vessel from the entrance of the town. The entire aircraft carrier was already rusted, with a horrifying crack visible at the island's location. Although it had been repaired to a point where it could barely function, the gaping wound that nearly bisected the carrier constantly reminded the surviving humans of the ocean's dangers. On the flat, direct deck, 2 fighter jets were brazenly parked in the waiting area, their forward-swept wings enveloped in stealth skin, exuding a futuristic sci-fi feel. From the condition of the aircraft, it was clear that they had been well maintained and likely still possessed some combat capabilities. Jiang Hao scoffed at such childish deterrence, knowing that the current combat units of Finkawu could not pose a threat to these 4th-generation carrier-based aircraft, which cruised at speeds exceeding 1.5 Mach. However, Jiang Hao clearly remembered a term in military strategy known as asymmetric advantage. And coincidentally, the Finkawu territory now possessed such an advantage. After verifying their identities, Jiang Hao and his group received a warm welcome. The gates at the entrance of the town slowly opened, and under the guidance of the guard captain, Jiang Hao led 2 border tanks, 6 armored vehicles, and 4 military trucks into the town. As for the other weapons and equipment, they had already been transferred to the 2nd and 3rd Legions by Jiang Hao. The convoy slowly entered the town, where the low houses were constructed from steel plates and wood. The slightly better accommodations were located near the coast by the aircraft carrier, where the housing construction had already taken shape, with various buildings made of reinforced concrete forming a dense cluster. The faces of the passing survivors bore the unique brownish color of the apocalypse, a side effect of long-term consumption of exotic beast meat. Just then, a series of hurried gunshots rang out from outside the vehicle, accompanied by the wailing of police sirens, the sounds gradually spreading into the distance. "What's going on? Why are there gunshots?" Jiang Tao shouted into the walkie-talkie, one side of his face already swollen, causing his speech to be somewhat slurred. "It's fine. This is the apocalypse. It's quite normal for a few troublemakers to stir things up. In fact, sometimes if there are no gunshots for a few hours, I would even doubt whether this place is truly in the apocalypse." Soon the guard captain's teasing voice came through. Along with the intermittent gunfire, the chapter of Jiang Hao's journey to Broken Ship Island began. The Shallow Reef Inn, as a self-operated hotel under Broken Ship Island, naturally ensured its safety, which is precisely why this hotel had always been thriving. "Leader Jiang, you will stay here tonight, and we will come to pick you up at 8 a.m. tomorrow for the meeting," the guard captain said with a smile, his tone somewhat ambiguous. "Oh, by the way, if you're interested, you can visit the Lionheart Tavern. They recently have a batch of very nice girls. I believe their service will satisfy you." Of course, if you're willing to tip a little more, they wouldn't mind making a special trip for you. The guard captain displayed a knowing expression before retreating with the escorting soldiers. And one more thing. Here it's best not to meddle in other people's business. The door to the guest room opened a crack again, and amidst the continuous gunfire the guard captain's voice floated in from outside. As you can hear, things here have not been peaceful lately. As the sun shone in through the window the next morning, Jiang Hao with dark circles under his eyes sat up from bed, feeling utterly discontent, and he punched the wall in frustration. You beast! Get up! The sudden burst of power from the first awakener caused a layer of dust to fall from the entire wall. After a while, a groggy voice came from the next room. Got it. Let me lie down a bit more. I was too tired last night. Damn it, what a beast. Jiang Hao cursed fiercely. Not knowing if it was stimulated by his own remark about being a single dog last night, under the guidance of the guard captain, Jiang Hao successfully obtained the contact information for the Lionheart Tavern and naturally rolled the sheets. When the creaking sounds from next door began, Jiang Hao instantly felt the deeply rooted malice of this world. He couldn't help but recall that enchanting night back home. Thus, accompanied by the sounds of creaking throughout the night, Jiang Hao suffered a critical hit of 99,999 points. After breakfast, when everyone gathered in the inn's lobby, Jiang Hao finally made his way down the stairs, clutching his waist. Noticing the malicious look from Jiang Hao smiled awkwardly, and then in a slightly apologetic tone whispered, "Is that bag of goji berries still around? If you don't need it, could you give it to me?" The meeting was held in a conference room aboard the aircraft carrier, just as everyone had anticipated. The conference room, which could accommodate around 20 people, was meticulously arranged, and the insignia that could verify the identity of the aircraft carrier had long been removed, replaced instead by a portrait of Xiao Qingji, the highest leader of Duanjin Island. Like the Finkawu territory, Duanjin Island is under a dictatorship. Although this term was once associated with feudal ignorance in the apocalypse, such a system possesses an efficiency lacking in other forces. A proposal for urban planning, which would have taken over a year to debate among the top 10 power alliances in L City, was thrown into the corner of the conference room to gather dust by the time Jiang Hao emerged as the ultimate victor in the civil war of L City. Yet after Jiang Hao established the military government, this proposal received authorization on the same day. Under the sharp fangs of the bulldog, who would dare to oppose? Of course, all of this is built upon the wisdom of the dictator. Jiang Hao would never admit this himself. After all, he could do nothing about the people's insistence on saying so. 13 forces, all powerful entities from coastal regions, attended the convened meeting on Duanjin Island. After a lengthy opening statement, the meeting officially entered the agenda phase. Xiao Qingji, full of vigor and smiling, surveyed the numerous leaders surrounding the round table. Although he was just over 30, he showed no sign of trepidation before the influential figures present, exuding the composure of a person in power. This confidence stemmed from his own formidable strength. Ladies and gentlemen, according to my intelligence, while the alien beasts are currently in a low activity period, there is already evidence suggesting that this is a precursor to their next mutation. Xiao Qingji interlaced his fingers on the table and was the first to speak. This statement did not elicit much feedback in the roundtable meeting. The fact that the alien beasts were entering a second mutation phase was already an open secret in the apocalypse. In fact, most of the leaders present had already begun sending troops to clear the alien beasts around their territories, aiming to alleviate the pressure before the beasts completed their evolution. Xiao Qingji smiled slightly and continued, "Given the pressure posed by the alien beasts as powers of coastal cities, I believe it is imperative that we strengthen our trade relations. Thus, I have invited everyone here to take advantage of the low activity period of the alien beasts to establish trade routes between our forces and create a stable trade zone. This is indeed a good thing, but if the trade routes are established, what will we trade?" The speaker was the leader from the Yanlong region. Recently, his force had just unified Yanlong City, and with a sense of accomplishment, he brought that vigor to the negotiation table, speaking directly. "Since our aim is to establish a trade zone, as the initiator of this agreement, Duanjin Island must naturally show sincerity." Xiao Qingji smiled, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, then he laid his hand on the round table. "We at Duanjin Island are willing to include the Rager Closian weapon in our trade list." As soon as the words left his mouth, a look of surprise finally appeared on the previously calm faces of all the leaders present. However, this surprise was fleeting. Clearly, offering just one Rager Closian weapon was not enough to spur action from these individuals. After all, as a Closian weapon with a firing rate exceeding 1.0 rounds per minute, this astonishing rate alone was enough to deter most forces, especially for those present who could not even produce their own bullets. For them, this weapon was practically useless. For other forces that could supply ammunition, the Rager Closian weapon's purpose was too singular. It could only be used to attack aerial targets, but due to caliber limitations, its lethality against sturdy ground targets could only be described as minimal. "Leader Xiao, since we are to cooperate, why not be generous and bring out the destroyer from Duanjin Island?" This was undoubtedly a provocative statement. A destroyer, such a large surface vessel, could be considered a strategic weapon in the apocalypse. Although it was as ineffective against sea-dwelling alien beasts as a toy, if its guns were aimed at human forces, it would undoubtedly be a nightmare for any human faction. Take the Shield-class destroyer of Duanjian Island as an example. With a full load displacement exceeding 6,000 tons, it boasts 72 vertical launch systems. The missiles it carries could easily erase any leader's force from the map. Who would place such a strategically deterrent weapon on a trade list? Hehe. Leader's son is joking. If we are to show sincerity, we should bring out something more practical. Xiao Qingzi's eyes narrowed slightly, but he still smiled, and said, how about this on top of the Rager Closian weapon? We at Duanjian Island will add 100 dual-launch rocket launchers to each trade list. Puffed boring. You think rocket launchers are something to fool people with? Who here doesn't know that after those damned alien beasts evolve, how much use will rocket launchers still have? The leader from Jiangzhou spoke, bluntly, showing no regard for face in such a setting. The atmosphere in the conference room instantly turned cold. Leader's son, do you truly wish to be so unyielding? At that moment, Xiao Qingzi's expression finally darkened. He had not anticipated that the negotiation would hit a deadlock so early. Human hearts are always the hardest things to fathom, especially in such an extreme environment as the apocalypse, where the greed hidden deep within humanity is magnified to infinity. Once you show even the slightest hint of concession, it will tear you apart like a demon. When Xiao Qingzi saw the mockery and greed on the faces surrounding him, he finally realized this. After a moment of silence, the smile on his face gradually faded, replaced by indifference. I truly overestimated you all. Since that's the case, I have decided to correct this mistake. As he spoke, Xiao Qingzi began to tear the plan in his hands into halves, then further into quarters. Amid the astonished gazes of the crowd, he tossed the scraps into the wastebasket. Wait. Suddenly Jiang Hao, who had been silent, sat up and said, leaders, since this is a discussion, why are you all fixated on Leader Xiao's destroyer? Jiang Hao's lips curled up slightly, revealing a friendly smile. Is it that? Our Finkawas border tank lacks appeal. Border tank. Jiang Hao's words immediately drew everyone's attention back, plunging the leaders attending the roundtable into disbelief. Border tank. Chief Jiang, are you referring to the border tank? Someone confirmed once more. With communications restored, these leaders had long heard of the border tank's formidable record at Fengqiwu, especially its recent stand against a destroyer from Duanjian Island in L City, which had made it the talk of the day. While it might lack the sheer firepower of a destroyer, in a certain sense the border tank's deterrent force was even greater than the Aegis-class destroyer of Duanjian Island. After all, although the leaders at this meeting nominally represented coastal regions aside from Duanjian Island, their development focused on land. As typical land-based powers, the border tank held far greater allure for them. Of course, the border tank. I mean, if we establish a trade zone, Fengqiwu will include the border tank in our trade list. Jiang Hao confirmed again. Good. Chief Jiang is indeed generous. For your border tank, our Red Arrow sect from Jiangzhou City will join this trade zone. Chief Sun slammed the table heavily and declared. Seeing someone take the lead, the other leaders exchanged glances and soon began to chime in. We'll join too. As long as Chief Jiang delivers on his promise, we are naturally willing to participate. Seated in the chair marked with the emblem of Fengqiwu, Jiang Hao took in everyone's expressions. He shifted slightly to a more comfortable position and sat back down. There was a reason behind revealing the border tank, one that Jiang Hao had carefully considered. Though Fengqiwu's development was on track, the territory still faced numerous challenges. The most pressing was the unconfirmed long-range strike capability of the PE Foundation hanging over his head, followed by the fact that after the second mutation the aberrant beasts would undoubtedly become more active. Thus, Jiang Hao urgently needed resources to shorten the time required to upgrade the territory to level 2. While the border tank was currently the pinnacle of Fengqiwu's combat power, what would happen after the upgrade? Perhaps the border tank would face the same fate as the Bulldog and be retired. If Duanjian Island were to sell weapons, why would they keep their destroyers hidden? The reason was simple. Once they put such weapons on the market, they would lose their equipment advantage over other factions. Without any weapons development capability, they would fall back to the same starting line as everyone else. But for Jiang Hao, this was not a concern. When the territory upgraded, more powerful weapons would inevitably appear in the system panel. Even if he added the border tank to the trade list, now thanks to the system, the technological gap between Fengqiwu and other factions would still exist. Just as aberrant beasts and awakened could evolve, so too were the weapons in Fengqiwu constantly being updated. This was Jiang Hao's confidence in putting their current main battle equipment on the table. At the head of the round table, Xiao Qingzi's brow remained furrowed. He crossed his fingers under his nose, staring gloomily at Jiang Hao across from him. He had never felt such humiliation. This was his meeting, yet Jiang Hao's one sentence had stripped him of control. Border tank. Border tank. Xiao Qingzi seethed with hatred. He had never loathed a weapon so much. Even when he received Shi Wenxiang's intelligence that day, he hadn't been this furious. How could that damn tank have such a long range? Xiao Qingji roared, inwardly noticing the flattering tones many leaders used toward Jiang Hao, which only fueled his uncontrollable anger. In that case, bang! A dull thud broke the harmonious atmosphere as Xiao Qingji slammed his palm on the table, a cold smirk curling on his lips. Chief Jiang, if your border tank is so formidable, can it withstand a single salvo from my 3 destroyers? Xiao Qingji's words, dripping with menace, froze the meeting's atmosphere. Seeing his icy expression, the other leaders wisely fell silent. Jiang Hao raised an eyebrow slightly, saying with a hint of disinterest, Chief Xiao, why such a temper? You're ruining the discussion. Chief Jiang, can your border tank protect your city from a salvo by my 3 destroyers? Xiao Qingji sneered, pressing on. No, Jiang Hao answered honestly, stunning everyone with his unexpected candor. Was he being so direct? Wasn't he going to put up a fight? However, the laziness on Jiang Hao's face faded as he shot Xiao Qingji a cold smile. Does Duanjian Island have the courage to declare war on me? Declare war? Huh? Xiao Qingji suddenly laughed, feeling the young man didn't grasp the situation. Chief Jiang, let me remind you, declaring war is for factions of comparable strength. Xiao Qingji spread his hands and continued. Unfortunately, while your border tank is strong, frankly, aside from those tanks, I see nothing else from Fengqi Wu that warrants my caution. Or do you think your border tank can plant a white flag on my aircraft carrier before my missiles hit their target? So we're simply not comparable, because the war would be over before it even began. With that, Xiao Qingji let out a relieved sigh as if everything was under control. A powerless yap was like a chihuahua. In Xiao Qingji's eyes, Jiang Hao threatening war resembled a snarling chihuahua. Oh, and one more thing, what I said applies to everyone here. Xiao Qingji, what do you mean? Nothing much. Since we're being frank, I'll lay it out, I'm just asking for a bit of protection money. After all, we're all coastal cities facing threats from the sea. Who wouldn't want the backing of a powerful navy? How you really know how to flatter yourself. Chief Sun from Jiangzhou City snorted, but soon had to sit back down. Though Xiao Qingji's forces were remnants that survived the aberrant beasts, the truth was that, as he said, they were no match for Duanjian Island. It seems no one has any objections. Xiao Qingji's voice echoed through the room. Seeing no opposition, his smile grew wider. Chief Xiao, it seems you've overlooked something. Jiang Hao slowly raised his hand and stood up amidst the humiliated and reluctant gazes of the others. If I didn't have the right to speak as an equal, why would I be here today? I heard that the intelligence from your battleship island is quite well informed, so you must be aware of the CJ-10 cruise missile from City L. In case Leader Xiao has forgotten, I don't mind reminding you that this missile has a range of 3,000 kilometers and used to belong to LS Deepwater International. Of course, it is now my collection. If I'm not mistaken, the current location we are at is probably less than 1/3 of the CJ-10's range. The panic in Xiao Qingji's eyes flashed away as he suddenly sat up and questioned, are you threatening me? You have only one CJ-10 cruise missile in City L. If I, Xiao Qingji, can't even bear the loss of a single missile strike, then I have no right to survive in this apocalypse. Saying this, Xiao Qingji had already stood up from his chair. Leader Jiang, you don't think my destroyer can intercept even one missile, do you? Of course, I have complete faith in the air defense capabilities of your destroyer. Jiang Hao shrugged, speaking with a hint of playful tone, just one thing. Who told you that we only have one CJ-10? Jiang Hao pointed at the plaque on the table bearing the emblem of Phoenix Nest and said, Leader Xiao, please do not forget. Now City L is under the control of our Phoenix Nest. How difficult do you think it would be for a territory capable of independently developing boundary tanks to replicate a few CJ-10s? Jiang Hao naturally put on the mask of the research team for the system panel and continued, or are you questioning the professionalism of our research team? As for how many intercept missiles your proud destroyer possesses, I am not sure, but the number of CJ-10s in our territory should be enough to destroy your aircraft carrier. After saying this, Jiang Hao took a sip from the teacup in front of him, but his brow couldn't help but furrow. The sour taste was level 2 purified water. Silently spitting the water back, Jiang Hao could only clear his throat and continue so. After understanding all this, do you still insist on your previous thoughts? If so, then our Phoenix Nest reserves the right to vote with our feet regarding your proposal. Jiang Hao's target was aimed directly at the opponent's aircraft carrier. With the intelligence from his past life as a reference, he knew very well that although the 3 Aegis-class destroyers on the surface of Broken Ship Island were their main fighting force, in fact the aircraft carrier beneath their feet was their core. Although it had suffered heavy damage from the alien beasts, this aircraft carrier could still launch and land fighter jets. Moreover, as a large vessel, after Xiao Qingji's modifications, nearly all of Broken Ship Island's industrial capacity was concentrated on this aircraft carrier. The Phoenix Nest territory possessing CJ-10 missiles did not need to focus its attacks on the destroyers. As long as they ensured the capability to destroy the aircraft carrier, it would be enough to attract the attention of Broken Ship Island. Of course, we feel honored to have a partner like you. As a sign of respect for friends, you certainly do not have to pay this sum. Xiao Qingji took a deep breath, his voice trembling slightly due to his suppressed emotions. Just as Xiao Qingji said, as the leader of Broken Ship Island, he naturally had the ability to bear losses, but the range of such endurance was ultimately limited. If City L only had one CJ-10 missile, he would not hesitate to fall out with Jiang Hao today, but if the reality was as Jiang Hao said, then such a loss was beyond what he could bear. The question is, does Jiang Hao really have that many missiles? Xiao Qingji was unsure, and he did not dare to gamble on this. He didn't even dare to probe. In this apocalyptic land, having power means having everything: wealth, population, women, and more. On the contrary, if one day you lose the protection of your power, no matter how strong your own power is, you will merely become a slightly stronger lone wolf. For Xiao Qingji, this broken ship island beneath his feet was everything he had. Faced with Jiang Hao's dubious missile quantity, he didn't even have the courage to spy. However, what he did not know was that Jiang Hao was also betting. In fact, Jiang Hao did not completely deceive him. The Phoenix Nest territory indeed had the ability to replicate the CJ-10. This point Jiang Hao specifically confirmed with Qin Li when passing through City L, but the quantity was far from enough to destroy an aircraft carrier. 3. This is the total number of CJ-10 missiles possessed by the Phoenix Nest. However, with Xiao Qingji's compromise, all of this no longer mattered. The subsequent meeting agenda suddenly became much smoother. There was no longer any tension, nor was there any banging on the table. After all, the leaders present were all civilized people. Once the two big shots showcased their truths, everyone expressed their agreement, and the atmosphere in the meeting room became much more harmonious, displaying the demeanor of civilized individuals. When the door of the conference room was opened again, Jiang Hao walked out beaming, followed by the increasingly sullen-faced leaders. Did you bully them? Jiang Tao was stunned. He had just caught sight of the scene of these people exiting, and contrasting with Jiang Hao's unmasked smile, it couldn't help but make Jiang Tao think wildly. Not at all. Overall, the atmosphere of the meeting was quite relaxed. Jiang Hao smiled. If we disregard the unpleasantness at the beginning of the meeting, we still had a candid discussion. Overall, this meeting was beneficial. What kind of sudden diplomatic rhetoric is that? Jiang Tao couldn't help but retort, you haven't gone mad, have you? Jiang Hao chuckled, shoving a stack of contracts into Jiang Tao's hands, then headed toward the lower deck of the aircraft carrier. I heard the market in this small town is quite nice. Oh, let's go check it out after lunch. Jiang Hao's voice came from the corridor, and Jiang Tao unfolded the contracts which detailed the results Jiang Hao had finalized in this meeting. 8 powers had signed trade agreements with the Phoenix Nest. Upon roughly calculating, it included 56 boundary tanks, with the first batch of 680 tactical exoskeleton weapons to be transported by the Phoenix Nest to City S located in the Southern Bay in a month and a half for handover, while the subsequent 2 batches of weapons transport would be handled by personnel from other powers, and all weapons would be completely delivered within 3 months. Looking at the contracts in his hands, Jiang Tao felt somewhat dazed. He suddenly recalled what Jiang Hao had just said. Overall, this meeting was beneficial. Aren't you afraid that Xiao Qingji will enact justice on the spot? This is someone else's territory, Jiang Tao couldn't help but ask. After finishing lunch at the hotel, Jiang Hao and Jiang Tao headed towards the market in the town, with Jiang Hao recounting the entire meeting on the way. Am I not standing right here? Jiang Hao chuckled. In fact, the deeper reason was that even if Xiao Qingji truly couldn't restrain himself from attacking him, he was confident enough to leave Duanjin Island alive. After all, he carried an arsenal in his storage space. The town in front of Duanjin Island was not very large, and after walking for about 5 or 6 minutes, Jiang Hao and Jiang Tao arrived at the aforementioned market. This was a street where you could see the end at a glance, lined with shops and stalls. Although small, it was bustling with activity. Many storefronts were newly built, with several 2- or 3-story small buildings. If it weren't for the travelers in the market showing somewhat sunburnt faces, one wouldn't sense the apocalyptic atmosphere here. Rather, it felt like a remote town during peacetime. The merchants doing business here were bounty hunters living in the town or nearby, and many survivors relied on scavenging for their daily needs. The complexity of the merchants' identities led to a bizarre array of goods. As he walked along, Jiang Hao saw no less than 100 types of goods, from a bottle of pure water to a barrel of gasoline, from a bottle of vinegar to an old-fashioned shotgun. Anything of value could be found on this street. After squeezing through a crowd, a stall in front of a young boy caught Jiang Hao's attention. A piece of canvas was spread out on the ground, which was the boy's small stall. On the stall lay a curved fong, meticulously cleaned by the boy, with impurities removed from the crevices arranged neatly on the canvas. How much for this? The stall was empty, and Jiang Hao approached and immediately recognized the origin of the item. It was the fong of a second-tier mutant beast, the steelback pig. This item was known for its hardness, and in his past life, bounty hunters often used it to craft daggers and curved blades. However, in this life, its value had yet to be fully realized. 4 pounds of mutant beast meat. No bargaining. The boy was somewhat taken aback, a look of delight appearing on his waxy face. Where did you get this? You better not tell me you hunted it yourself, otherwise you'll lose this buyer. Jiang Hao smiled, interrupting the excuse the boy had prepared, causing him to be momentarily stunned by the unexpected question. Speak up. If the answer satisfies me, I can pay you double the price. The boy fell silent, having guarded this spot for half a day, initially thinking he could sell it for a good price here, especially since it was something taken from a second-tier mutant beast. He had dared to rent a stall early in the morning, using half a pound of mutant beast meat, not expecting that after a whole day, not even one person would inquire about the price. Just as the boy hesitated, a gunshot suddenly rang out from a distance. The bustling market fell momentarily silent, but quickly returned to its previous clamor. In the apocalypse, gunfire had become all too common, especially since the residents had already received notifications from Duanjian Island about arrests of lawbreakers taking place in the town in the past few days. After a brief lull, the market resumed its lively atmosphere. At that moment, a figure suddenly jumped out from a second-floor window, landing in a pile of garbage. The person quickly got up, blood seeping from their thigh as they hurriedly concealed themselves among the crowd. This was just a minor incident, but after a brief silence, the boy finally made up his mind. I got this from a dead mutant beast. By the time I found it, it was already dead, and many were fighting over its body. I only managed to pick this up. As the boy spoke, his stomach let out a hungry growl. He lowered his head in embarrassment and tightened his belt, standing there awkwardly. Are you saying that when you got there, the corpse of the mutant beast was intact? He squinted, reaching into his pocket and pulling out a piece of mutant beast jerky from his storage space, handing it to the boy. Here, eat this. This jerky is your reward for telling the story. The boy took the jerky, biting it a few times before mumbling. It should have been intact. I saw people taking the legs off the wild boar and its head. I didn't dare to go out. I waited until they were gone before going there, but by then most of the goods had been taken. Listening to the boy's words, Jiang Hao fell into deep thought. This was the information he was truly interested in. Second-tier mutant beasts are not commonly encountered creatures. Just like when he faced a tide of mutant beasts, only one second-tier mutant beast appeared among 10,000. Now it seemed that such a mutant beast had been encountered by a boy, and the only likely reason for that was that the first batch of evolved mutant beasts had awakened. This news was not friendly to Jiang Hao. On the side of Finkawu, the trade route between P City and L City had just been established, and if another tide of mutant beasts were to come now, the newly established trade route would likely be cut off again. What's wrong? Seeing Jiang Hao's furrowed brow, Jiang Tao noticed something unusual. Just thinking. Jiang Hao frowned, signaling Jiang Tao to remain quiet. Another point is, there was no force in this area that had the strength to hunt second-tier mutant beasts and disdained to process their meat. At least among those forces that attended the meeting this morning, they would definitely take the mutant beast meat after killing such a second-tier beast, as it was their primary food source. Sir, I've finished. Can I have the mutant beast meat now? 8 pounds in total. You promised to pay double. Of course. Wrap that up. They'll take you back to get the mutant beast meat. Jiang Hao readily agreed. He certainly wouldn't take out 8 pounds of mutant beast meat here. While he did have some in his storage space, 8 pounds was not a small amount, and he couldn't just pull it out directly from the storage space here, could he? If he did that, he would probably not be able to leave here today. The boy hesitated when he heard they were going to get something else, but thinking of Jiang Hao giving him the jerky earlier, he ultimately wavered, gritting his teeth and shouldering the fong to follow Jiang Hao closely. Returning to the inn, Jiang Hao did not go back to his room, but instead approached the back of a military truck in the convoy, as it seemed more reasonable to take out the mutant beast meat from there. Just as Jiang Hao was about to leave with the jerky, he subtly twitched his nose as a strong smell of blood suddenly flooded his nostrils. Jiang Hao's reaction was quick. He took out his Gauss rifle from the storage space and followed the source of the smell. A long trail of blood was flowing from behind an armored vehicle on the relatively smooth concrete floor. He activated the charging button on the Gauss rifle, raised the gun, and dashed over. However, the next moment, he froze in place. The person in front of him had already collapsed behind the armored vehicle, and in the shadow of the armored vehicle, Jiang Hao could vaguely make out the person's appearance. It was indeed the person who jumped into the garbage pile at noon. That man is a wanted criminal. Saving him like this seems unwise, doesn't it? And though he voiced his reservations, Jiang Tao swiftly lifted the man into the vehicle. The bleeding from the man's leg had already ceased. Jiang Hao retrieved a medical first aid kit and carefully bandaged the wound, then administered 2 sips of water. Only then did the man stir back to consciousness. Who are you? Ni's voice was faint, his vision blurred and swaying. Symptoms of severe blood loss. We merely happened upon you. First tell us, why are the people of Duanjian Island hunting you down? Jiang Hao felt a quiet curiosity stir within him. Judging by Duanjian Island's frantic response, the gunfire incidents over the past 2 days almost certainly stemmed from this very man. What then had he done to provoke such alarm from an entire naval garrison? I accidentally recorded something. Thought I could sell it for a fair price at Duanjian Island's market. But word leaked while I was there. Before I knew it, the naval garrison descended upon me, not only refusing payment, but coercing me relentlessly for the footage's whereabouts. I barely escaped in the chaos. He took 2 more long swallows from the water bottle. All I wanted was enough grain to survive, nothing excessive. Is even that modest plea beyond reach? His eyes burned crimson as he clenched the plastic bottle tightly in trembling hands. And what precisely did you record? Jiang Hao sensed a secret rising, tangible, volatile, and perilous. I'm sorry, but though you save me, I won't speak until I've secured sufficient grain. That camcorder is my sole lifeline. He placed the bottle on the floor and slumped onto the armored vehicle's hull, limbs slack, posture resigned, as if offering himself to fate. And so, if we provide the grain, you'll cease playing this martyr. You can supply grain. He shot upright, breath ragged. And, of course, provided you first prove the authenticity of what you filmed. At the entrance to the Duanjian Island township, the parking lot's bloodstained scrubbed clean, Jiang Hao's convoy arrived. Days of fruitless pursuit had clearly inflamed the garrison's vigilance. Entry inspections had tightened markedly. Even the checkpoint bore a freshly posted wanted notice. Song Fei, male, age 24, awakens, special ability holder, in charge, theft and theft. And Jiang Hao scoffed. What petty theft warranted such sweeping mobilization? What, pray tell, did you steal? Their younger sister-in-law. Jiang Hao teased. And beside him, Song Fei had paled to ash, pressed flat against the armored hull, shrinking backward, as if trying to vanish into its steel. Look at you, pathetic. This is an armored vehicle, not a haunted shrine. What in blazes are you afraid of? Jiang Tao snapped. As newly appointed chief drill instructor of Fengkewu Territory Authority had long since seeped into his bones. 2 border tanks led the column forward, immediately drawing the sentry's sharp attention. Yet upon spotting the woven Fengkewu insignia draped across their turrets, the guards' expressions softened just slightly. Chief Jiang, you're heading back already, in, or should I stay? Do you feed your guests? In. Jiang Hao leaned arrogantly from the driver's hatch, half his torso exposed, voice dripping with insolence. The officer's smile froze, then faltered into awkwardness. Chief Jiang, please, don't jest. You're our honored guest. High Command has issued explicit orders, all lodging and provisions during your stay fall entirely under our care. Then we thank your chief's generous hospitality. Jiang Hao offered a perfunctory fistapalm salute. And, open the gate, we're returning to the city. The officer's face fell into helpless dismay. He gestured toward the wanted poster at the checkpoint. Chief Jiang, spare us the dilemma. Orders are absolute, every passing vehicle must be searched. Even mine. And Jiang Hao narrowed his eyes, a faint, dangerous smile curling at his lips. And, your orders carry weight, but does this? Without warning, a Gauss rifle materialized in Jiang Hao's hand. With a soft click, he engaged the capacitor, energy humming through its barrel. As Jiang Hao moved the lead border tank, surged forward. Its turret rotated with deliberate, grinding slowness, until its massive cannon locked unwavering onto the quaking officer before them. It works. All of it works, and the officer collapsed onto the ground, paralyzed. The convoy's engines roared to life, and without waiting for sentries to shift the barricades, the border tank accelerated full throttle, crushing the barrier beneath its treads. Far away, Xiao Qingji stood atop the aircraft carrier's flight deck, observing the scene below. He lowered his binoculars and turned to the flushed, furious officer beside him. Chief, aren't they utterly brazen? At this rate, Duanjian Island's dignity will be reduced to dust. Enough. You think they're brazen too? Xiao Qingji watched the retreating convoy, calm, unmoved. Good. Brazen is exactly what they should be. Had they groveled, I'd have doubted whether they truly possessed so many CJ-10s. Now, it appears they may well have reverse-engineered the damn thing. Otherwise, where would such audacity come from? Nonce clear of the township, the convoy accelerated. Guided by Song Fei, it veered swiftly into a dense forest. Evergreen broadleaf trees dominated the landscape, yet snowfall had triggered widespread leaf fall. Thick carpets of fallen foliage now obscured the narrow trail, complicating navigation. Here, Song Fei pressed his face to the window, scanning intently. Emboldened by Jiang Hao's grain promise, he scoured the terrain with renewed vigor for the camcorder's hiding place. The moment the convoy entered a secluded valley, Song Fei shouted. He stumbled off the armored vehicle and hurried to a shallow depression, crouching low amid the piled leaves, fingers probing the damp earth. Moments later, he thrust his right hand skyward, triumph blazing across his face as he brandished the camcorder. And I found it. Jiang Hao accepted the device and powered it on. A flickering battery indicator glowed faintly in the top right corner, its charge dwindling fast. Xuanwu, can you clone its contents? In affirmative. Synchronizing data to visor display now. As Xuanwu's voice resonated, the visor's holographic interface locked onto the camcorder. When the progress bar completed, the recorded footage unfolded before Jiang Hao's eyes. First came several mundane home videos. Jiang Hao dismissed them, instantly navigating rapidly through the archive with practiced precision. Soon he located the video, the one that had ignited the storm. The scene in the image is not far from here. As the footage begins to play, Xuanwu has already matched the corresponding coordinates in the holographic map by recognizing the scene in the image. Soon the matching results are displayed, showing a distance of just 1 kilometer from here. As the time in the top left corner of the screen progresses, a group of fully armed soldiers suddenly appears amidst the dense jungle. These individuals are equipped with military-grade bulletproof helmets and armor complete with night vision systems, projecting an air of professionalism. These individuals are carrying equipment and moving through the grass. Suddenly one soldier stops, quickly squats down, and begins to rummage through the grass. He buries a pack of explosives before the group swiftly retreats. As the image shakes, a deep pit appears at that location, and the footage ends here. What is inside this place? I am not sure either. I just occasionally encounter these people. Which research facility would be placed in such a remote wilderness? Jiang Hao held a skeptical attitude, only recalling the steel-backed pig's tusks from earlier. It was evident that a powerful force indeed existed near Duanjin Island. These individuals even looked down upon hunting exotic beasts. From the known intelligence, the corpse of that steel-backed pig must have been the work of these people in the video. Now that you have the goods, can you give me the food? Of course, but not right now. I first need to confirm the value of your video. Jiang Hao said. How do you plan to confirm it? Song Fei asked, a bit puzzled. Of course, by going in to take a look. Following the instructions on the holographic map, Jiang Hao's convoy quickly arrived at the location where the video took place. As depicted in the previous footage, the area was scattered with splattered mud, and at the center of the explosion, a pit with a diameter of 2 meters had formed. Jiang Hao was the first to approach the pit and leaned in to examine the situation inside. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly released a few bulldogs from his storage space, their claws instantly gripping the slippery walls of the pit, their metallic bodies quickly vanishing into the dark hole. Can I not go down? Of course, but only if you don't want your share of food. Jiang Hao smiled, seemingly having grasped Song Fei's weakness and repeatedly exploiting it. At that moment, the construction of the holographic map was already underway on the helmet. As the bulldogs advanced, an underground fortress buried dozens of meters deep gradually appeared on the holographic map. Though the map only outlined simple lines, it did not diminish the grandeur of this underground structure. The extensive underground network resembled an ant colony with dozens of rooms of varying sizes connected by narrow passages. At the end of these passages, they all converged into a large room. This was merely the scanned area of the map, while in some unknown regions the construction of the holographic map continued as the bulldogs advanced. However, this process did not last long. Soon one of the passages encountered an obstruction during construction. Bulldog No. 02436 has detected enemy forces. Should we continue the probe? Quickly, Xuanwu's voice came through. Jiang Hao chose to decline without hesitation. To avoid alarming the enemy, he recalled all the bulldogs and synchronized the information from his helmet to everyone's combat terminal. Received. Received. The signal is normal. Silent combat. Try not to alarm the enemy. Jiang Hao emphasized the combat order and secured the knot. Give him a gun. Jiang Hao pointed to the dazed Song Fei and said to the captain of the guard, "Oldly, do not let him out of your sight." After saying that, he jumped down into the pit. The exoskeleton effectively mitigated the impact of the fall. At the moment of landing, Jiang Hao hardly felt any force feedback from the ground. He switched his helmet into combat mode, and the real-time positions of the soldiers and possible routes ahead were displayed on the panel. The spot where the explosives detonated was an archive room with countless paper scraps scattered chaotically on the floor and rows of documents showing clear signs of having been rummaged through. EA. Earth Alliance. The Blue Star Alliance. Flipping open a file box, Jiang Hao found the letters EA under the unit affiliation section, causing him to feel puzzled. In his past life, he had never heard of this organization, and just hearing its name was filled with the aura of those pacifists from before the apocalypse. Let's begin the hunt. In the channel, Jiang Tao spoke excitedly, and the sound of the Gauss rifle charging came through his communicator. Everyone follow me. Hearing Jiang Tao's voice, Jiang Hao seemed influenced as he whispered a response in the communication channel. The members of the guard quickly rushed towards the largest room marked on the map. At that moment, the red dots on the holographic map began to multiply. These individuals also seemed to be exploring the underground complex, their movements flickering between the explored and unexplored areas on the holographic map. First, occupy the central hall. Naturally, Jiang Hao referred to the largest room. He took out a sound suppressor and attached it to the muzzle before rushing towards the hall. This underground complex appeared to have been built not long ago, as the reinforced steel used for the passageways showed no obvious signs of rust. The entire complex's power supply system was still functioning normally, and the dim lights led all the way to the end of the path. Along the way, no remains of biological entities were found, indicating that this place had been abandoned for some time. As Jiang Hao led the group around a bend, his gaze swept across the holographic image. He noticed that at the fork ahead, a red dot flickered at the end of the path. Is this on patrol? Sensing a faint sense of unease, Jiang Hao sent the bulldog down the path toward the end. It was a pair of fluffy feet, or rather claws. The yellow base color was adorned with black spots. Clearly they belonged to the hind leg of a leopard. Half-beast men. These soldiers were actually half-beast men from the PE Foundation. After all, in Jiang Hao's understanding, the current half-beast men were all dependent on the PE Foundation. Wherever there were half-beast men, the PE Foundation was never far away. At that moment, another half-beast man, with drooping fluffy rabbit ears, suddenly turned around. Although the bulldog had already activated its low-energy mode, the cooling equipment running within its body still revealed its position. In the next moment, the shared vision was interrupted. Prepare for battle. Jiang Hao had already pressed the charging button. As the bulldog was crushed, the half-beast men at the other end of the corridor on the holographic map surged toward their position. Smoke grenade. Jiang Hao shouted in the communication channel. Two soldiers, including Jiang Tao, pulled out smoke grenades and threw them into the distance, instantly blocking the view in the narrow corridor. In this situation, Jiang Hao and the others could use the red dots on the holographic map to locate the enemy's position. Gunfire erupted first from within the smoke. Due to the obstructed view and increased psychological pressure, these half-beast soldiers were the first to pull the trigger. The splattering tongues of flame kicked up large rocks, and pellet-sized bullet holes appeared randomly on the surrounding walls, making the accuracy of this blind shooting quite evident. Even so, one soldier was struck in the face by a bullet that flew out of the smoke. A crisp impact sound rang out as the orange-yellow bullet was stopped by the faceplate under kinetic pressure instantly, becoming a metallic shard that fell to the ground. Fire free shots, Jiang Hao said in a low voice. Accompanied by a faint sound like buzzing insects, the metal live ammunition was propelled from the gun chamber at over 5 times the speed of sound, striking the smoke ahead. The bullets shot out created ripples in the smoke, and along with the wails of the half-beast soldiers, the red dots representing the enemy on the holographic map gradually extinguished. Push forward. Occupy that room. While speaking, Jiang Hao had already marked the location of the control room on the holographic map. Recalling the readings on the display screen, regardless of what the half-beast men wanted to copy, Jiang Hao felt it was necessary to stop them. Rushing around the corner of the corridor, they were less than 200 meters away from the room. The holographic map indicated that more than 10 half-beast soldiers had already set up fire points here. Jiang Hao pulled out an adhesive grenade from his waist. This weapon, refreshed after the territory upgrade, was his first time using it. After pressing the grenade's activation button, he threw it out. In midair, the grenade maintained a brief hover thanks to its lightweight fins. In that fleeting moment, the heat-sensitive probe at the grenade's front accurately detected the enemy target, and propelled by the fins, the grenade flew at high speed toward the heavily armored half-beast soldier. In an instant, the grenade adhered to the soldier's head. The suction cup on the grenade's belly could withstand a force of 500 pounds, and no matter how much the soldier pulled, it could not be removed. As the countdown ended, the half-beast soldier's head exploded into a spray against the wall. This is a headshot artifact. Jiang Tao witnessed this scene. He also pulled out an adhesive grenade from his waist, and those around him followed suit. With the whirring of fins and the explosion, the path ahead was instantly cleared. Do not linger in battle. Take that room as swiftly as possible. With the assistance of the mechanical exoskeleton, these soldiers moved extremely quickly, leaping more than 2 meters in a bound. 2 minutes later, they had broken through 2 lines of defense set by the half-beast men surrounded by their corpses, and the thick stench rapidly spread through the narrow corridor. Kicking open the fire door in the corridor, Jiang Tao raised his machine gun and pulled the trigger towards the inner corridor. Shells fell like dancing rice, and the massive recoil of the rotary machine gun was effectively mitigated by the mechanical exoskeleton, not affecting Jiang Tao's actions at all. The dense bullets continuously struck the makeshift cover like laser beams, keeping the half-beast men on the opposite side from lifting their heads. At that moment, a massive muscle-bound bear charged through a cover, rushing towards the dense bullet fire. The bullets that were instantly flattened fell from the bear-like creature, and even solid bullets from the Gauss rifle had no effect on it. The appearance of this muscular bearman bought precious breathing time for the half-beast men. After losing the suppressive fire, these enraged half-beast men began to poke their heads out of cover to counterattack. As firepower intertwined on both sides, casualties began to appear on Jiang Hao's side. Although the mechanical exoskeleton used graphene-coated armor, it was not full coverage armor. It only provided explosive power and speed beyond human limits. After being hit by bullets, the soldiers likewise could not escape the fate of falling to the ground. Subsequent comrades quickly carried the fallen soldiers away for basic bandaging. Jiang Tao let out a strange cry. At this moment, he had already tossed aside the rotary machine gun and was grappling with a massive bear using the explosive power of the mechanical exoskeleton. His arm muscles were equally taut. The regenerated arm strength exceeded 30 times that of an ordinary person, reaching the level of a Tier 3 mutant. Coupled with the mechanical exoskeleton's assistance, Jiang Tao's punch surged forth with a sound that seemed to carry the wind. With the surrounding air instantly compressed, the strike collided with the bear's paw charging toward him. Boom. Amidst the intense gunfire, the sound of this collision was particularly pronounced. Accompanied by the rumble of a faint sonic boom, a visible wave spread out from the point of impact of their punches. The somewhat unstable ground cracked instantly, while the bear man staggered back a few steps. Seizing the momentum, Jiang Hao did not give the opponent any breathing room. He swiftly lunged forward and struck the bear man solidly in the chest. The bear man let out a muffled groan, his body uncontrollably retreating. As a magazine of bullets ran out, seeing Jiang Hao gaining the upper hand in the confrontation, Jiang Hao quickly shifted his gaze back. From this position, he could clearly see the room shimmering with light. As Jiang Hao's gaze moved, the image displayed on his faceplate automatically focused, further enlarging the scene within that room. Quickly, the storage reading on the display screen within the room was clearly presented before Jiang Hao. Data retrieval progress 96. 1. Only take a few men and follow me. For some reason, upon seeing that string of readings, Jiang Hao felt a faint sense of unease. Battery overload initiated. The nuclear fusion battery pack behind the exoskeleton emitted a faint blue glow. Jiang Hao exerted force, instantly shooting forward like an arrow from a bow. He leaped across the narrow rock wall with the agility of a gecko, bypassing the combat zone and landing before the door of the server room. Stop them from importing the data. Destroy the computers if necessary. After issuing the command to the soldiers who had also descended from the rock wall, Jiang Hao charged into the server room. Progress 97. 1. Glancing at the reading on the large screen, Jiang Hao drew his Tang saber, his gaze sweeping across the many enemies in the room until a familiar face appeared before him. What a surprise. We meet again, Jiang Hao. With a slightly mocking smile, Li Changhe addressed the grim-faced Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao raised his Gauss rifle, aiming the muzzle directly at the server room's mainframe. Though I don't know what you're after today, I won't let you take anything from here. Although Jiang Hao was unclear about the P.E. Foundation's intentions, anything associated with a vile race like the half-beasts was in his mind already categorized as evil. As he spoke, Jiang Hao contacted Xuanwu through his helmet's comms. Xuanwu, can you hack into their system? Initiating intrusion. Don't be so impulsive. You may have thwarted my plans once before, but I bear you no ill will. Li Changhe said, stepping forward. Jiang Hao smiled faintly and pulled the trigger without hesitation. The Gauss rifle's screaming bullet tore straight through Li Chang's body, the immense kinetic energy creating a cavitation effect within him, leaving a ping-pong ball-sized hole in his back. Jiang Hao struck like thunder, aiming directly for Li Chang's heart, leaving him no chance of survival. The undying martial saint. Though he was called undying in his past life, in this one, having lost his former opportunities, who knew if he still possessed that despair-inducing regenerative ability. In the next instant, fibrous tissue began to writhe within the newly made wound. Through the bullet's passage, the shattered heart could be seen healing at a visible rate, then beating anew. Then the perforated wound healed at the same pace. In just over 10 seconds, the injury was restored to pristine condition. What a captivating piece of equipment. Li Changhe squinted, seemingly unconcerned about his own wound, making no effort to hide the delight in his eyes as he beheld Jiang Hao's mechanical exoskeleton and Gauss rifle. Jiang Hao, you're always so mysterious. Every time we meet, you bring me something new. I'm becoming more and more intrigued by you. With Li Changhe staring at him like that, Jiang Hao felt a chill run down his spine. Clang. Holstering the Gauss rifle, Jiang Hao drew his Tang saber in the next breath. He slashed the air before him, forcing Li Changhe to retreat, just as Xuanwu's voice sounded in his ear. Intrusion successful. Intercepting data. Interception failed. Executing second protocol. Severing data stream. Data stream severed successfully. Data import terminated. Jiang Hao glanced at the screen, watching the access progress bar jump from 98.2 to 100, then the entire screen went dark. It seems you couldn't stop me this time. Glancing at the computer that had finished reading, Li Chang's face finally broke into a triumphant smile. Regrettably, Mr. Jiang, I'm afraid I can't stay to play with you today. Checking his watch, Li Changhe curled his lips into a faint smirk. In the next moment, Li Changhe launched a sudden assault. A single punch sent Jiang Hao, supported by his mechanical exoskeleton, staggering back several steps. Seizing the opportunity, the half-beasts in the room also attacked. Their modified bodies erupted with immense power, instantly locking the guards in close combat. Within the cramped space, firearms became a liability. Fortunately, Jiang Hao's guards reacted swiftly. Realizing the situation, they abandoned their guns and relied on their exoskeleton's explosive strength to engage the enemy in hand-to-hand combat. Tang saber in hand, Jiang Hao closed in, cutting down a half-beast blocking his path before lunging straight at Li Changhe. Warning! Warning! Self-destruct sequence detected. Intervene. Xuanwu's sudden alert caught Jiang Hao off guard. He noticed the previously dark screen had flickered back to life, the progress bar counting down to self-destruction. Near the server rack, a half-beast with transplanted bull horns had already unplugged a laptop and was creeping toward the door. Xuanwu, abort the self-destruct. As he spoke, Jiang Hao was already locked in combat with Li Changhe. The battery overload engaged repeatedly, and his long blade whistled through the air, leaving a phantom trail as it arced toward Li Chang's face. Li Changhe sidestepped the diagonal slash, sinking his weight before unleashing a punch. Jiang Hao twisted his body, using the exoskeleton armor on his waist to absorb the blow. Even so, the impact produced a distinct metallic clang from the joint mechanism. Intervention failed. The system has activated a mechanical trigger precluding electronic interference. Executing backup protocol copying system data. Copy complete. Having gained the upper hand with that punch, Li Changhe did not press the attack. Instead, he used the opportunity to create distance, leaping to the doorway. A flashbang grenade arced gracefully through the air, stunning everyone in the room. Beastification. At that moment, all the half-beasts contorted in agony, their bodies swelling uncontrollably, like balloons, eyes turning bloodshot as adrenaline flooded their systems. In this bizarre state, they shook off the stun effect almost instantly and swiftly withdrew from the battlefield. Xuanwu marked Li Chang's position. Forcing himself to endure the ringing in his ears and the stinging in his eyes, Jiang Hao urged. Marked. Target Li Changhe. Connecting to planetary communication station. Connected. Enhancing tracking range. Target will be visible within a 500-kilometer radius. On the holographic map, Li Chang's position was highlighted with a yellow dot. His predicted trajectory was soon plotted, and the path led straight to the central hall. The gunfire and fighting outside the control room gradually subsided, and Jiang Hao, drenched in blood, leaned against the door frame. His holographic mask had shattered into countless pieces. Blood continuously oozed from his nose, and fresh blood flowed into his mouth, with each breath, creating a particularly gruesome scene. As for the bear-like creature, it now lay on the ground, a bloody mess devoid of any breath. He saw a Halford squad fleeing in a panic, ready to chase after them, when Jiang Hao called out from behind him. They want escape. As he spoke, Jiang Hao activated the communication terminal on his mask, initiating the first call since the establishment of the planetary communication station. In the L City military government building, Xiao Su was diligently processing documents like a hard-working old cow. The construction of the inner city of L City was nearing completion, and a large number of qualified merchants and groups were waiting to settle in. All the approval procedures had to be reviewed by him. While reviewing the submitted documents, Xiao Su complained about Jiang Hao, that vile capitalist. Just then, the newly installed projection equipment in the office suddenly displayed Jiang Hao's figure. Damn! Is this thing equipped with surveillance? Why do you show up the moment I curse you? Xiao Su looked as if he had seen a ghost. I don't have time to chat with you now. Did you see the location I sent you? Eliminate him. As he spoke, a three-dimensional map appeared on Jiang Hao's left side, showing an image marked with a blinking yellow dot that was constantly moving. What the hell, bro? You're not messing with me, are you? That thing is nearly 900 kilometers away from me. How am I supposed to hit it? Am I supposed to type on a keyboard? Is the CJ-10 in your hand, just for show? Or are you planning to stick around to have offspring? Jiang Hao was somewhat speechless. In this life, although he lost his own opportunity, Li Changhe has still awakened his special abilities. This made Jiang Hao realize the immense potential of the 7 great martial saints. Was this a historical inevitability, or something else entirely? Regardless of what it was, Jiang Hao was determined not to let Li Changhe live any longer. He had to eliminate him today. Use that thing to take him out. Jiang Hao spoke with a hint of determination, and after finishing, he ended the communication. The order was quickly conveyed, and after receiving the command, the missile launcher emerged from its underground bunker, the launch tubes loaded with CJ-10 missiles. This equipment, considered advanced weaponry even before the apocalypse, had nearly exhausted all of L City's resources for its replication. In reality, the ability to replicate certain cutting-edge weapons from before the apocalypse was only possible in the early stages of the apocalypse, as the city's industrial chain was relatively intact and humanity had not yet lost its manufacturing capabilities. However, in the mid to late stages of the apocalypse, due to the invasion of mutated species and the enhancement of individual human abilities, such capabilities were soon forgotten in the annals of history. The operator on the missile truck trembled as he pressed the launch button. After being assigned this mission, he had never imagined he would one day press that button. In an instant, the CJ-10 with a length of 7 meters was ejected, and under the precise positioning of the planetary communication station, an orange-yellow tail flame shot up into the sky like a sharp arrow. The originally blue sky finally broke the silence. At this moment, the tail flame of the cruise missile tore through the clear sky, leaving a white streak in the air as it soared toward a distant location. The screeching sound of the missile cutting through the air startled all creatures along its path. Many mutated birds were also disturbed, flapping their wings in an attempt to catch up with the missile, but in the face of the CJ-10's nearly Mach 1 speed, these first and second-order beasts could only follow behind, eating dust. When Li Changhe emerged from the elevator in the hall, the time bomb installed on the elevator detonated simultaneously. The tremendous impact instantly destroyed the hydraulic system of the elevator platform, and the platform weighing over 800 tons crashed to the ground, the colossal sound echoing throughout the empty hall. The rescue convoy was already waiting by the roadside. Getting into the armored vehicle, Jiang Hao felt in high spirits. Have all the data been uploaded? It's all uploaded. After happily checking the results of his work, Jiang Hao had yet to enjoy this rare moment of joy when he suddenly heard the driver's startled scream beside him. What is that? The missile, trailing an orange tail flame and accompanied by a piercing sound, flew down from the sky, quickly covering thousands of meters and crashing down like a hammer of judgment. This is impossible. How could their missile achieve precision guidance? Who granted them satellite usage rights? A hint of shock gradually expanded in Li Chang's pupils. Amidst the growing flames, he sensed the crisis of death. Under the missile's strike, he wasn't even sure if his abilities could ensure his survival. He instinctively wanted to dodge, but by the time he could see the missile with the naked eye, it was already too late. The countdown of life only gave him 2 breaths of time. Then amidst the erupting flames, the missile accurately struck the roof of the tracked armored vehicle. The thin armor couldn't withstand the impact for even 0.1 seconds before collapsing, and the next moment a towering flame, mixed with smoke, rose into the snow-covered forest. When Jiang Hao received the news that the target in L City had been destroyed, he was sorting through the data he had copied from the control room. Earth Alliance, abbreviated as EA, is the organization established by human civilization in the first 3 years of the apocalypse, with 268 underground research institutes set up worldwide, involving a total of 1.2 top scientists in this project, covering various fields, including biological hibernation, aerospace engine development, and weapon development. After briefly organizing the copied data, Xuanwu reported to Jiang Hao, "Is there any noteworthy intelligence?" What's noteworthy is that in the 6 months leading up to the outbreak of the apocalypse, the EA organization, which was originally active around the world, suddenly vanished, and all documents related to this organization were sealed. The specific reason is unknown. Oh, Jiang Hao frowned slightly. The disappearance of this organization made him sense a hint of something familiar. From the intelligence available, this force seemed to be an international organization established by governments before the apocalypse for some purpose. Moreover, based on its personnel composition and research direction, it appeared that the organization was aimed at advancing to the forefront of human technology. However, if that is truly the case, what exactly is the purpose of the PE Foundation coming here? From the intelligence that Jiang Hao currently possessed, the PE Foundation seemed to be a fanatic organization pursuing the limits of human physical development. Otherwise there wouldn't be so many halfworks within it. Are these muscle-bound halfworks also trying to engage in technology? With these thoughts, Jiang Hao began browsing through the overall data provided by Xuanwu on his mask. This data was incomplete and likely only pertained to the research projects undertaken by this underground research institute. Soon a set of data entered Jiang Hao's view. To be precise, this should be the diary of the staff, detailing the recording process of a concept known as spatial anchor points. Spatial anchor points. What are those? This had already ventured into Jiang Hao's knowledge blind spot, but fortunately he had channels to learn about it. A spatial anchor point is a stable cosmic coordinate often used in the formation of wormholes or the establishment of stargates. As the artificial intelligence of the galaxy system, the database of galaxy holds a vast amount of knowledge related to the ultimate aspects of the universe. After a brief search, Galaxy provided a response. Wormholes. Stargates. These 2 terms were not unfamiliar to Jiang Hao. Although they mostly appeared in science fiction films, they were still within his realm of understanding. After receiving this information, Jiang Hao began to read the written records in the materials. 2022. 12/28 today marks the establishment of our research room No. 17 in the Asia-Pacific region. Since FAST discovered that strange coordinate, we have been transferred to the Starport project preparation team, spending 2 long years in that damned glacier. Now we are finally out. I can't wait. I want to eat the barbecue downstairs and the soup dumplings from the market. By the way, I wonder if Xiao Zixin can talk now? Will she call me mom? The unit has granted us a 3-day leave. I can't wait to go back. 2023. 1. For today we obtained the usage rights to FAST. Although we only have 3 hours, it is enough for our research topic today. 2023. 1. 11. As predicted by the astronomers, wormholes began to form at those fixed spatial anchor points. Although they are currently very unstable, we all believe they will stabilize soon. For a long time after that, the female scientist recorded the mundane details of her life in this research room. Notably, she seemed to have developed an unclear relationship with a male scientist in the institute, which left Jiang Hao somewhat speechless as she described her feelings in great detail in subsequent diary entries. Fortunately, after flipping a few more pages, I finally saw something more normal. 2023. 4. 23. Those wormholes have stabilized. Some scientists suggested that these wormholes are passages created by extraterrestrial civilizations. Goodness, have they watched too much sci-fi? We conducted detailed research on several of the larger wormholes, and so far no signs of artificial creation have been found. Perhaps we should send a spaceship over to take a look. 2023. 5:12 Oh my god, Dr. Lee actually confessed to me. What should I do? This is truly a romantic day, but if I agree to him, I will feel guilty. I have been married to my husband for 8 years. But, Dr. Lee, he is really handsome. 2023. 5:29 We successfully sent messages to 3 of the wormholes hoping to discover something. I rejected Dr. Lee's request, which left me in great inner turmoil. I hope this damned work ends soon. 2023. 7:4 Oh my god. We never expected to receive a response from the wormhole, but it actually came. We intercepted a signal transmitted from one of the wormholes, and our experts are deciphering it. This could be humanity's first contact with extraterrestrial civilization, and we believe it will be forever recorded in history. Also, Dr. Lee and I are together now after all we have spent so much time together. 2023. 8:16 At the moment you receive this message, life has entered a countdown. Prepare for judgment, humble crawlers. Our linguists deciphered this message, but what does it mean? Is it a sentence from an extraterrestrial civilization? In any case, this is not an uplifting message. We are all worried about this. The person in charge has reported our institute's findings, hoping that the higher-ups can do something. I feel like we have done something foolish. We shouldn't have exposed our position in the universe, just as that book says. Dr. Lee, on the other hand, seems somewhat excited, which makes me even more uneasy. I hope that when I wake up tomorrow there will be good news. 2023. 9:21 Dr. Lee is a liar. He is an accomplice of those failures. He has deceived my feelings. He actually used my ID card to steal some data from our institute. Oh my god, I have nothing left now. My lover, my child, my career. Is this your punishment for me? Now my colleagues have locked me up. The final punishment notice has not come down yet, but what does this mean for me? Everything I had has been destroyed. 2024. 9:18 After an aimless wait, I was finally released. I had almost forgotten the feeling of sunlight on my skin. To see it again is indeed a cause for celebration, but now no one is here to celebrate with me. My former colleagues seem to be leaving. What research tasks do they have? What about those wormholes? What about the extraterrestrial civilization? I know nothing. It seems as if nothing ever happened. Everything here is coming to an end. I will eventually leave and return to an ordinary life, but where will my lovely colleagues go? I have become an outsider. The diary ends here. This seemingly meaningless diary points all the answers to the same direction. Extraterrestrial civilization. Jiang Hao fell into deep thought. Although it is just a few diary entries, the messages conveyed are overwhelmingly significant. Jiang Hao has a faint feeling that the people from the PE Foundation came here likely because of this diary. But what use could they have for this diary? Just as Jiang Hao was pondering, a video communication from Xin Bingyan suddenly connected to his visor. Radar shows that the activity of anomalous creatures near City P has sharply increased since yesterday afternoon. We have reason to believe that this round of biological mutations has ended. Sun Sheng has dispatched more reconnaissance teams towards the suburbs. The current situation is very grim. What about the other areas? Forces have already issued distress calls through satellite channels. They seem to have encountered a beast tide. At this point, Xin Bingyan took a deep breath, her eyes unusually serious. This time it is highly likely a large-scale activity of second-tier anomalous creatures. What I mean is, if you don't return soon, there might be big trouble. At the Fenkawu Research Center, as the entrance to the research facility swung open once more, a group of scientists with dark circles under their eyes emerged from the building. These individuals were scientists previously under the command of Qin Li, the former mayor of L City. Before the apocalypse, some were university professors and leading figures in their fields, while others held the title of academicians. After the apocalypse, they were unified and brought together by Qin Li to the Fenkawu Research Center, where Jiang Hao had sent people to bring them here once it was established. In stark contrast stood Zhao Luming, who looked invigorated. Since the arrival of these scientists, Zhao Luming's days had become remarkably easier, clocking in and out of work on a timely schedule from 9 to 5 every day. Of course, when these scientists first arrived, the atmosphere was far from harmonious. Even after witnessing the advanced equipment at the research center, their arrogance remained unshaken. Arguments were frequent and conflicts would erupt at the slightest disagreement, as they were all individuals of significant status with strong personalities and extreme confidence. The respectful and harmonious interactions often seen in research labs on television were entirely absent here. It was common for them to glare at each other as they had always done in the Chongkong group, and now in this new environment they retained those traditional habits. However, when Zhao Luming flexed his impressive muscles, everyone present tacitly fell silent. Despite having slept in the stasis pod of the Xinghe system for many years, Zhao Luming's physique had not deteriorated with the passage of time. He still retained the robust body of his youth. What's there to argue about? We're all just young lads in our 70s and 80s. I was much more humble at your age. Zhao Luming smirked, seizing the moment to showcase his muscles again. Looking at Zhao Luming's lush hair, the elderly scientists were filled with confusion, but none dared to question him further. The following days became much more bearable. Under Zhao Luming's reasonable arrangement, these scientists began to adopt a regular 996 work schedule. Fortunately, this period of monotonous life was not without its results. After being confined to the research center for 2 months, they finally produced their first research achievement at Finkawu under Zhao Luming's guidance: the nuclear fusion battery. Although this technology had already been integrated into the current weapons of Finkawu, such as tactical exoskeletons and Gauss rifles, the core components of the weapons could not be displayed separately on the system panel. Achieving mass production seemed like a pipe dream, but with the establishment of the research center, this issue was swiftly resolved. Excellent, now this is the youthful vigor I like. Zhao Luming nodded in satisfaction at this group of young people who had already surpassed their 70s. You have 3 days off, go home, and rest well. New topics await you ahead. Upon hearing the term young people, the corners of their mouths twitched, but soon the fatigue overwhelmed their discomfort, and they fell silent once more. Oh, remember to drink this when you get home. It will be good for your health. Zhao Luming suddenly recalled something and handed out a dozen vials of transparent liquid. These were the research results from the second phase of the Red Fruit Project. As the research progressed, Zhao Luming had deciphered the components of these fruits and was capable of small-scale production in the lab. Having said this, Zhao Luming did not linger and turned back toward the research center. Connect me to Lord Jiang Hao. The research center has unlocked a new technological core, the fusion battery. New units have been added to the system exchange panel and can now be produced in the military factory. The prompt from the Xing system sounded, and soon Zhao Luming's holographic projection appeared on the projection system within the armored vehicle. My lord, the fusion battery has been successfully developed. The image showed Jiang Hao, whose figure was shaking as he was on his way back to Finkawu, leading his team in a mad dash. At the forefront of the team, the boundary tank had just completed a volley and finally tore through a gap in the interception line formed by several second-tier mutated beasts. Driven by its tremendous power, the boundary tank crashed through a wall in front, rolling over a second-tier mutated beast that had been pierced through the chest. Okay, I understand. I will contact Bing Yin, and we will proceed as planned, Jiang Hao said, while directing the following convoy to retreat through the gap. He quickly hung up the communication and glanced at the holographic map. Although the cannon fire from the boundary tank had created an opening, it had drawn the attention of the wandering, mutated beasts nearby. On the map, an increasing number of red dots were appearing. Just as Xin Bingyan had said, after several months of stasis, a significant number of mutated beasts had advanced to the second tier. Humanity, which had just begun to stabilize its footing in the apocalypse, would once again face even stronger enemies. The next day, as everyone still lingered in fear of the mutated beasts awakening, the Finkawu territory, which had previously garnered attention for fending off the mutated beast tide, re-entered everyone's sights. Finkawu territory announced to all survivors of the Shenzhou through its own communication technology that it had successfully established a global communication network, which would be available for free to all survivors of Shenzhou starting today. Unlike the communication network of the northern region, the Finkawu communication network not only provided smooth daily communication, but also established a network system based on its own technological capabilities. Through this system, real-time global communication could be achieved. These technologies seemed to transport people back to the era before the apocalypse, when communication was seamless. However, the announcement of this news did not create the expected sensation, but rather quickly fell silent. According to the data from the Xing system backend, within 24 hours of the announcement, fewer than 100 clients had accessed the Star network system across all of Shenzhou. The reason for this is not hard to understand. Since the apocalypse began, humanity's living environment had undergone drastic changes, and compared to the ability to access the internet, the pressing issue for today's survivors was how to survive in a world overrun by zombies and mutated beasts. Originally, it was thought that this matter would be left unresolved, but soon Finkawu's subsequent actions swept across Shenzhou like a hurricane. In the early morning, as the first ray of sunlight broke through the hazy cold fog and illuminated the earth, the survivors living in the territory of Finkawu were astonished to discover that a brand new sign had suddenly appeared overnight on the most bustling street of the city. Finkawu Bank. What is this nonsense? Do those in power still think this is the pre-apocalypse era? Do they really expect to use the worthless paper money they issued to exchange for our weapons and food? In an instant, the survivors in the city began to discuss the necessity of setting up a bank until a curious individual walked into the bank. They were horrified to find that this Finkawu bank could actually exchange their issued currency directly for food. In today's world, nothing is more stable than food, gold. What is that thing? Can it be made into weapons, or can it be eaten? In today's society, such things would be left on the ground without anyone picking them up. Once this realization dawned, an extraordinarily terrifying bank run inevitably occurred. Under the supervision of Finkawu soldiers, the public lined up in an orderly manner at the bank entrance, exchanging everything of value from their homes for the star coins issued by Finkawu. A bag of bullets, a crystal core, a worn steel knife, a barrel of gasoline, and even a piece of clothing that could cover the body were all brought forth by these survivors. After the evaluation by Finkawu Bank, these items were exchanged for currency, which could be used to purchase all the goods in the Finkawu Bank of the Imperial City, such as rice fish or exotic beef jerky. The star coin anchored by food had already surpassed all currencies issued by various factions since its inception. The Finkawu territory, with its stable food supply, had never worried about food shortages, which undoubtedly provided the star coins with stable credit assurance. This plan had been brewing in Jiang Hao's mind for a long time and had been discussed multiple times with Xun Bingyan's son Cheng and others before finally forming a practical plan. The denominations of the star coins were set at 1, 5, 10, 50, and 100, with an initial issuance of 1.5 million star coins totaling approximately 70 of Finkawu's food reserves. Leaving some surplus was naturally to prevent malicious bank runs. In fact, on the day of the star coins issuance, similar behaviors were indeed observed at Finkawu Bank. A first-level martial arts awakener registered as a bounty hunter exchanged a large amount of military supplies for star coins worth 100, then turned around and exchanged these coins for 100 units of food through the food exchange window. He drove away in a heavy truck amidst the envious gazes of a crowd. However, his good mood did not last long. Before he could leave the territory of Finkawu, he was intercepted by Finkawu's soldiers who had rushed over upon hearing the news. "We suspect you are trafficking in military supplies, and we need your cooperation in our investigation." When the muzzle of a Gao C rifle was pointed at his head, he wisely divulged all the details. Ordinary survivors could hardly have such a large stockpile of weapons. It turned out that this bounty hunter was merely a spy for a large faction in the north. Originally, this incident should have been just a minor episode in the exchange events, but to the vast majority of survivors, it was not perceived that way. After all, everyone had seen with their own eyes that the bounty hunter had indeed exchanged for 100 units of food from the bank. These were genuine rice, witnessed by hundreds present. Since Finkawu Bank had the capability to produce 100 units of food at once, could it not provide them with this little food? Thus, under the influence of this thought, large-scale malicious bank runs initiated by the masses rarely occurred again, which indeed surprised all the higher-ups within Finkawu. When the issuance of currency was reported to Jiang Hao, he had just completed the deployment of his troops. Tanks and hyena-class armored vehicles were set up around the camp on alert under the control of Xuanwu, while soldiers chewed on military rations made of dried fish and rice balls. To prevent the outflow of star coins, we should set exchange qualifications stipulating that only residents permanently residing in Finkawu territory can exchange for star coins. Or, we could directly stipulate that star coins can only circulate within Finkawu's territory. Within the holographic projection, Xun Bingyan's graceful figure was outlined as she presented her long-considered method to Jiang Hao. However, Jiang Hao shook his head. The purpose of issuing the currency was to allow star coins to circulate outward, thereby utilizing them to gather resources across the entire Xinzhou and even globally. If a slight deliberate bank run could shake, that it would be quite a loss. Moreover, to ensure a stable food supply after the issuance of star coins, Jiang Hao had expanded 4 more base pond farms within the territory. Now the number of base pond farms in Finkawu had reached 10. Furthermore, after upgrades, the farm's output had increased from the original 500 units per 7 days to 100 units per 7 days. The output of fragrant rice fish had also grown from 100 units to 200 units, with an impressive increase of 100 after the upgrade. Without this confidence, how could Jiang Hao dare to use food as the anchor for currency? Increase the issuance of currency. We must issue as much currency as possible before the second wave of exotic beasts arrives. Increase the issuance of currency. Xun Bingyan was somewhat worried. Issuing more currency in the face of insufficient food reserves not only risks currency devaluation, but more importantly would also face the risk of a credit collapse in Finkawu, which would be fatal for a territory like Finkawu that was in a period of developing strength. What? Worried that you won't have enough to eat? Sensing the hint of concern in Xun Bingyan's eyes, Jiang Hao teased, "Don't worry, you won't go hungry. If you get too hungry, who will bear me children in the future? Our food supply is safer than you think." Her delicate face turned bright red in an instant, and before she could further display her flustered expression, Xun Bingyan quickly disconnected. Tonight was destined to be a glorious moment for Finkawu, as all factions focused their attention here. Although some large factions such as the North Domain had also issued currency, before most ended in failure mainly due to the lack of stable anchors. It was precisely for this reason that from the moment of the star coin's birth it was destined to move towards the center of the currency map. As long as Finkawu continued to provide a steady supply of food, the stable credit system belonging to the star coin would not collapse. Currently, only the star coin could achieve this. even though doing so would expose the fact that Finkawu had a large reserve of food, which was foolish in front of most faction leaders. Jiang Hao's vision was never limited to this. At this moment he had already set his sights on the not-so-distant future, and Finkawu's actions were far from over. Just when all factions thought Finkawu's performance had come to an end, the second set of combination punches from Finkawu was unleashed once again. Biao was a bounty hunter living in a small town on the edge of the Fengqiwu territory. Relying on his first-level perception-type ability, he managed to live quite comfortably in this area. By taking a single mission each day at the task center set up by the Fengqiwu territory, he earned a generous income enough to even spend a night at the town's famous Black Forest bar. However, despite having so much money, he didn't squander it there. Instead, he spent all his spare cash on power banks. Yes, you read that right, power banks. Biao was a hardcore gaming enthusiast, and even though the apocalypse had upended his life, he never abandoned his hobby. Life is already this terrible, why can't let my hobby go down the same path? This very belief had kept Biao going. Although the apocalypse prevented him from playing online games, he could still enjoy single-player titles. So games like Your World Animal vs. Zombies and Temple Run became the objects of Biao's affection. But today Biao faced a troubling issue. His power bank was about to run out of charge. Staring at the mountain of power banks piled up in his room, Biao fell into deep thought. He had already scoured every power bank within a 20-kilometer radius that could be collected or bought. To get more, he would have to expand his range by a few more kilometers, but now, facing increasingly active mutant beasts, he lacked the confidence to survive the jaws of these second-tier beasts. What should I do? My phone is about to die. Biao clutched his hair in agony. Just then he noticed that the house across the street suddenly lit up. At first he thought it was candlelight, but the more he observed, the more he sensed something unusual about the light source. Ordinary candlelight was yellow and flickered with the flow of air, but this light was a cool pale color. Moreover, after watching for a while, Biao noticed no signs of it wavering. Is that a light? Biao found it hard to believe. Nearly 5 months had passed since the apocalypse began. Oh, what functional power stations could still exist now? Some major powers and coastal developed cities might still have electricity, and it was said that the Fengqiwu territory also had it, but these were not places he could easily access. Half in doubt, half in curiosity, Biao knocked on the door of his neighbor across the street. The moment the door opened, Biao distinctly saw a beam of light slip through the crack. Its cool, monotonous hue radiated the ultimate yearning of a gaming addict for electricity. Flying Blade, where did you get your electricity? As neighbors living across from each other, Biao naturally knew him. Like him, Flying Blade was a bounty hunter, and they had even gone on missions together. Though not exactly friends, they were on good terms as neighbors. What, you haven't bought one yet? I thought you already had. Flying Blade looked at Biao in surprise. I haven't been out all day. Biao felt a bit embarrassed. He had played a game before going out this morning intending to clear a level, but he kept failing. He planned to play just one round, but ended up playing countless rounds. As he spoke, Biao couldn't help peering into the room. It's a new product from the Fengqiwu territory called a fusion battery. The one I bought is a low-power model costing only 50 star coins. If used sparingly, it should last a year or two. Where did you buy it? Right at the light screen. Before Flying Blade could finish, Biao had already dashed off. The same scene unfolded repeatedly in various places. Within the Fengqiwu territory, the fusion batteries went on sale simultaneously in border towns P City and L City under unified coordination. Even in coastal cities, shipments had arrived through trade routes that were still open. For a time, the news that the Fengqiwu territory had developed fusion batteries caused a stir across Shenzhou. Achieving a technological breakthrough in such a post-apocalyptic environment was extremely rare, at least indicating that the Fengqiwu territory enjoyed a remarkably stable development environment, otherwise they would not have the resources to support so many scientists in their research. However, regrettably, in this restless era, few people paused to ponder the underlying factors behind this phenomenon. Most reacted with disdain and contempt, with some factions even posting on the Star Network forums to express their stance. What is this? Is the Fengqiwu base planning to deliver a fatal blow to mutant beasts with a nuclear fusion reactor? What's the point of researching this stuff? Generating electricity? Ridiculous. What era is this? It's the age of awakened ones. The technology is doomed to obsolescence. Fengqiwu territory, please open your eyes and see the world. You're a faction that managed to survive the first wave of mutant beasts, can't you see clearly? This is the era of evolution. Everyone is striving for greater combat power, and you're still messing with technology. Do you really think bullets can breach the defenses of second-tier mutant beasts? Short-sighted faction. I used to have such high hopes for you, but you can't even see the tide of the times. Such a faction deserves to be forgotten by history. Though the Star Network forums were in an uproar over this matter, it did nothing to hinder the sales of fusion batteries in the affected regions. The pricing of fusion batteries from the outset meant they could never become widespread among the masses. But even in this apocalypse, the world never lacked wealthy individuals, so these items quickly circulated among the upper class. Additionally, hotels, bars, and high-earning bounty hunters in various factions also became customers for fusion batteries. Of course, the Fengchi Wu territory tailored its approach to different customers. They thoughtfully launched various models of fusion batteries, allowing clients from different strata to choose their preferred way of being fleeced. Hotels and bars typically purchased high-power fusion batteries priced around 200 star coins. These batteries, about the size of a suitcase, could power a large commercial venue for about 2 years on a single charge. Thanks to their excellent performance, fusion batteries quickly won the trust of their target audience. Although sales weren't explosive, over 1,000 large fusion batteries were sold in a short time, establishing a stable customer base. It was at this moment that Jiang Hao led his personal guard soldiers back to the Fengchi Wu base. The journey from Broken Blade Island to Fengchi Wu spanned nearly 1,000 kilometers, yet Jiang Hao and his team took almost a month. However, along the way, Jiang Hao's personal guard re-cleared the trade routes, stabilizing them just as they were on the verge of being severed. Shortly after, Jiang Hao and his group returned, the second installment of funds from other factions arrived simultaneously. As the heavy trucks loaded with supplies drove through the light screen, the prompt from Xing sounded. Steel 1-0 units, wood 1600 units. Assessing upgrade eligibility. Assessment complete. The territory has met the upgrade conditions. Please upgrade as soon as possible. Although the high-profile development of the Fengchi Wu base during this period has attracted attention and covetousness from various forces, the benefits are also evident. As nearly 100 agreements came into effect, various resources were continually transported back to the Fengchi Wu territory. For the Fengchi Wu base, as long as the resources were in place, all problems ceased to be problems. After the first batch of supplies arrived at the Fengchi Wu territory, Jiang Hao had already prioritized the research projects at the research center and the construction of other buildings. The first batch of survivors migrating to the Fengchi Wu territory had begun their lives within the territory, most of whom were the families of Fengchi Wu soldiers or widows of fallen warriors. Here there were no assaults from exotic beasts. There was no degeneration caused by mutual harm among their own kind. And there was certainly no ordinary hunger. Here they no longer had to worry about their safety, as long as they completed their daily tasks within the territory. A fixed salary would be issued to them, supervised throughout by the Xing system, perfectly eliminating any possibility of salary deductions. After a day of work, some mothers stood on a high ground watching a building before them, witnessing its gradual rise under the operation of worker bees. It was said that this large building, once completed, would become the first school in Fengchi Wu, open for free to all residents. The glimmer of hope in their hearts returned to their eyes. Don't rush, eat slowly. A mother stopped her child from gobbling up food, gently patting the child's head, her voice softer. If you don't have enough, mommy will buy you more. It's always available in the cafeteria. The child looked at the rice ball in his hand, hesitated for a moment, then began to eat slowly. As the shadows of slaughter and hunger gradually receded, the sunlight, named civilization, would once again shine into the corners of the survivors' hearts under this luminous canopy. Isn't this the very meaning of our city building? On the city wall, Jiang Hao approached Xun Bingyan from behind, wrapping his arms around her slender waist and whispering softly in her ear. Feeling the unique warmth by her ears, Xun Bingyan's cheeks flushed slightly. She turned, gently embracing Jiang Hao tightly, and suddenly pinched the soft flesh at his waist with great speed. Jiang Hao's expression froze instantly. Then it contorted. You still know how to come back. Xun Bingyan teased, wrinkling her nose. However, you seem to have gained a bit of weight during this time. Feeling the slight softness at Jiang Hao's waist, Xun Bingyan chuckled. Jiang Hao grinned, rubbing his painful waist, and then smirking. Amid Xun Bingyan's gasp, he lifted her effortlessly. Then you should help me. I heard the energy consumption is similar to running. Saying this, Jiang Hao, disregarding Xun Bingyan's protests, dragged his long shadow down towards the city wall. With the resource supply chain gradually stabilizing, the construction of Fengchi Wu entered a period of rapid development. However, after the prompt for upgrading from Xing sounded, new problems emerged in front of Jiang Hao. Upgrade or mass production? If this question were posed in ordinary times, Jiang Hao would undoubtedly choose the former without hesitation. But this period was exceptionally special. All over the world, exotic beasts had just experienced a second mutation, with groups of second-tier beasts gradually replacing the weak first-tier beasts. Just like what was experienced in his past life, the beasts, having consumed a lot of energy during their mutations, desperately needed to replenish their strength, and the intense hunger would drive them to launch attacks on human territories without hesitation. This means that the second wave of exotic beast tides was about to arrive. Now, Jiang Hao had no way of knowing how much time an upgrade would take, but judging from the first upgrade, which consumed half a month, this upgrade would at least take as long as the first. This meant that once Jiang Hao chose to upgrade the base, the entire strength of the Fengchi Wu territory would face at least half a month of stagnation. This was undoubtedly very dangerous for a territory about to face an exotic beast tide. As for mass production, it was undoubtedly the safest choice for Finkawu at this time. Firstly, one thing Jiang Hao could be sure of was that the Boundary tank's high-explosive armor-piercing shell, with a power of 150 millimeters, was sufficient to penetrate the defenses of second-tier exotic beasts, a fact already verified by practical combat, and there was no doubt about it. But the problem was, what if higher-tier exotic beasts appeared during the beast tide? It should be noted that during the first wave of exotic beast attacks, a second-tier wolf king had already appeared. Who could guarantee that no higher-tier beasts would emerge in this wave of mutations? Sun Xing, have there been any new updates from the observation posts in P-City? After connecting to the communication from the P-City governor's office, Jiang Hao got straight to the point. The latest reports from the 4 observation posts indicate that exotic beast activity has been detected, but no large-scale gathering of beasts has been found for now. Send more reconnaissance posts over at a suitable distance. You are responsible for the defenses in P-City. I will allocate another batch of equipment to send over in a couple of days. Understood. Sun Cheng saluted respectfully and then disconnected the communication. The absence of any large-scale sniping means he still had time to prepare so. At this moment, news came from afar, a message that could be likened to an 8th-level earthquake in terms of power in the apocalypse. The broken ship island has sunk. The news came from Xiao Su in L City, accompanied by a short video. This video, lasting barely 20 seconds, recorded the last moments of life on Broken Ship Island. The footage showed an endless tide of exotic beasts flattening the small town on the beach, while the aircraft carrier that had run aground on the beach was reduced to a pile of scrap metal in the flames. Next to that hull, the surging waves indicated that the culprit came from the depths of the ocean, where a giant beast of unknown form dealt a fatal blow to the aging aircraft carrier. In the sky, 7 Deltawing carrier-based aircraft roared past. They once represented the pinnacle of human technological advancement in this world, and were the last dignity of technology in a world overrun by exotic beasts. In midair, where the sky met the sea, flames erupted. Facing the attacks from second-tier mutated birds, these carrier-based aircraft maneuvered skillfully, each missile accurately killing a bird-like exotic beast, turning them into a mist of blood. But this was not enough to change their doomed fate. It's over. Jiang Hao couldn't help but exclaim at this scene. Broken Ship Island, like Finkawu, was a large force focused on technology. Their pride, the carrier-based aircraft, had once been a nightmare for countless factions, but now everything was over. The downfall of Broken Ship Island seemed to serve as a signal, and some opportunists even rushed to the Xinguang to publicly post. Did you see? Finkawu, this is the end of technology. Hurry up and develop your awakened squads. What are you waiting for? Technology has no future. Awakening is the hard truth. Originally, Jiang Hao had no intention of paying attention to this information online, as these people were using the Xinguang while cursing it, which was also a good opportunity for the Xinguang to spread its influence. However, after witnessing the silence of Broken Ship Island, Jiang Hao had made up his mind. The end of technology, huh? A meaningful smile curled at the corners of his mouth as Jiang Hao opened the technology panel and clicked the upgrade button, starting the upgrade process. Time remaining 14 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. Then I will bet everything and let you see the future of technology. No signs of large-scale gatherings of exotic beasts have been discovered around the Finkawu territory, located in the southwest, but to the north the beasts have sounded the horn of attack. From the very beginning, this war has attracted attention from all sides, as a bounty hunter directly broadcast the city defense battle of this faction on the Star Network, providing a live stream for all to see. Moreover, the title of his video was provocatively crafted: Finkawu territory, take note. This is the correct way to survive the apocalypse. It was only several days later that Jiang Hao discovered this video. When he opened the live stream, over 100 IP addresses were already watching, and the defense battle of this city had entered its 8th day. The ground beneath the city, piled with corpses, had turned into mountains of ice due to the snow. The stench of the bodies trapped by the extreme cold had yet to dissipate before being frozen in the ice. After several days of fierce battle, the ground was mixed with blood and had frozen alongside the corpses of the exotic beasts, while the open area outside the city had been raised several meters high by the accumulated mountains of corpses. The soldiers huddled on the city walls, warming themselves by a feeble bonfire, simply heating the frozen exotic beast jerky over the flames. Once a whiff of meat aroma wafted through the air, it was ready to eat. By this point, it was already the 8th day of the exotic beast tide's attack. The battle had progressed to a stage where it was no longer a contest of strength, but a struggle of will between the two sides. Damn it, the blade is dull. Marja murmured as he felt the blade's edge. The obvious resistance under his thumb indicated the extent of the blade's wear. As a bounty hunter, this weapon had cost him nearly half of his fortune. If this knife were to be damaged in this war, he would face difficulties in earning a living in the future. With some regret, he pressed the blade before taking up the whetstone to sharpen it repeatedly. Here it comes. A sharp cry spread from the city wall. Immediately after, a large rock accurately struck the city wall from several hundred meters away. The tremendous impact resonated with the continuous shaking of the wall, causing some soldiers to be thrown off. Following that, countless massive stones tore through the air, accompanied by explosive sounds striking the city wall with cannon-like precision. Fortunately, these soldiers and bounty hunters had gradually gained some experience encountering the exotic beast tide during this period. In the face of such circumstances, they quickly gathered at the base of the city and charged towards the open ground several hundred meters away under the falling giant stones. Psychics, step up. Use the old method. The commander's voice came through the intercom. Upon hearing the order, the originally weak psychics quickly surged forward, forming a dense defense line at the very front of the entire team. As their abilities coalesced, various strange powers swiftly radiated from their hands. These well-trained psychic soldiers had clearly undergone meticulous organization, with pairs of psychics combining their powers to form even more formidable combination techniques. In the upper left of the entire team, one member of a three-person squad shimmered with electric arcs, his hair standing on end like a black-furred lion king, while the enormous electric arcs crackled as he ran. At that moment, another female psychic had already formed a water column several dozen meters long in midair. Just as the water column finished forming, the electric psychic injected a silver arc into it, causing the water column to churn violently, like a startled fish desperately trying to escape the grip of the psychic's control. At this time, the psychic awakener on the far left of the team raised his hand, unleashing a chilling blast that instantly froze the water column into an ice spear, with the silver electric arc faintly visible trapped within the icy pillar, emanating a fierce aura. In the next moment, the ice spear stirred up ripples in midair, shooting through the exotic beast horde like a bolt from a crossbow. Visible to the naked eye, earth and stones erupted, accompanied by piercing sounds of electricity as the spot struck by the ice spear instantly turned into scorched earth. Combination technique. The ultimate attack developed by human awakeners against exotic beasts, involving no fewer than 2 and potentially over 100 individuals, fully utilizing the theory of compatible attributes between powers to maximize the effectiveness of these awakeners' abilities. In a previous life, when human forces faced a 7th-tier exotic beast, they had once annihilated a 7th-tier beast the size of a mountain, using a combination technique executed by over 800 5th and 6th-tier psychics, without the presence of a Marshall Saint-level powerhouse. In an instant, the location of the exotic beast tide was shattered by countless psychic attacks, revealing large tracts of bare ground before the crowd, while the previously organized assault formation gradually became chaotic under this wave of attacks. Great. Now's our chance, everyone charge. The commander's experienced voice resonated through the communicator. The days of battle had honed not only his battlefield will, but also his command abilities. He keenly caught the fleeting opportunity, and then everyone madly surged into the exotic beast tide. In an instant, amidst the flashing blades and shadows, blood and flesh flew everywhere, and countless cries of anguish and wails transformed into the most tragic lament echoing across the battlefield. This was the most primal battlefield of the apocalypse, a clash of blood and flesh, a contest of courage and resilience, as well as the ultimate struggle between survival and death. At that moment, a solid beam of energy suddenly swept across the battlefield like a ray of death, severing everything it touched in half. Some psychics, upon noticing the incoming light beam, quickly organized various protective shields, but these shields lasted merely a second before disintegrating like paper. In just one wave of attack, nearly 100 lives were swept away. Atomic breath. Jiang Hao watched this scene through the live stream, his expression turning grave. Although it was merely the initial level of atomic breath, it also marked the important milestone of an exotic beast entering the 3rd tier. Just as Jiang Hao was lost in thought, an unexpected change occurred on screen. Just when everyone was filled with despair from this sudden attack, a resonant voice suddenly echoed through the communication channel, like a bell, swiftly pulling everyone back from their hopeless emotions. Don't be afraid. Leave it to me. As he spoke, a silver figure suddenly appeared on the battlefield like a startled swan. In just one glance, a massive 2nd-tier wild bull had already collapsed to the ground, and above it a silver spear pierced through its entire head like a spear of judgment, ending its life in an instant. A white cloak fluttered behind him, without wind, highlighting the glimmering silver armor he wore. Upon seeing the figure on screen, Jiang Hao's eyes narrowed again. After recognizing that figure, he finally remembered the name of this city. Hongguang City, Silver Gun Marshal Saint Lu Rujian. Every era has its most dazzling group of stars, and in the apocalypse, the 7 great martial saints undoubtedly represent the brightest existence of this age. This group of powerhouses holds up the last hope of humanity, like pillars supporting the sky, each astonishing genius writing their own story in a unique way. Today, under everyone's attention, the Silver Spear Marshal Saint Lu Rujian has clearly become the most radiant star of the day. The spear stained with blood, the crimson liquid trickled down the tip, and as the last drop fell to the ground, the spear once again emitted a silver glow, utterly spotless. However, Lu Rujian's gaze slowly fell upon the restless beast horde in the distance. As that beam of atomic breath descended, the beast horde gradually parted, retreating rapidly like a receding tide. At this moment, a creature as enormous as a mountain finally appeared in everyone's view. It was a creature resembling a giant lizard. The resemblance was only due to its appearance being similar to that of a giant lizard, but in subtle details there were differences, such as the wrinkled scales that were much closer to a crocodile, and its tail was thicker and covered in scales, creating a metallic sound as it scraped against the ground while running. This was the masterpiece of creation, the result of survival of the fittest. Its crimson eyes flickered with a seductive light, and as its head swayed, it instantly locked onto Lu Rujian. In the next moment, without any warning, a burst of atomic breath was unleashed like thunder, crashing down, its momentum akin to a roaring gale, and in the blink of an eye the attack had reached him. Lu Rujian stood firm with his spear. Although he currently possessed only peak second-tier strength, at this moment the presence of one man and one spear there subtly revealed the oppressive aura of the silver spear martial saint. Then Lu Rujian thrust out with his spear. Clang! The silver brilliance shimmered faintly, emanating the sound of breaking air, and in the next instant the sharp spear tip collided unexpectedly with that beam of atomic breath, the silver tip glimmering as it unleashed a blinding light, and then it forcefully split the beam of atomic breath in half, causing it to explode. With the first battle won, Lu Rujian had no intention of giving the third-tier beast any breathing room. As a martial arts awakener, he possessed far greater strength than other ability-type awakeners. In the next moment, Lu Rujian stepped forward, relying on his immense power to leap into the air, his spear piercing forth with unmatched momentum like a hurricane, clashing head-on with the giant lizard. Amid the sound of metal clashing and sparks flying, a fist-sized scar was suddenly pierced into the top of the giant lizard's head. In pain, the giant lizard began to thrash wildly, its nearly 10-meter-long tail whipping the ground like a steel whip, leaving shocking gashes with each furious strike. Its tail lashed wildly, attacking indiscriminately everything around it. Under the crushing power, the nearby second-tier and first-tier beasts were instantly shattered, like fragile sculptures, and the awakened warriors could not avoid the carnage, either, though their losses were significantly smaller compared to those unfortunate beasts. This is the greatest weakness of third-tier beasts. Although they have evolved a certain level of intelligence, their temperament is extremely unstable, especially after being attacked, making them violently berserk and attacking all living beings indiscriminately. It is precisely for this reason that in his past life, a saying circulated: better to hunt fourth-tier beasts than to provoke third-tier walking bombs. When they go insane, they might even strike themselves. Skillfully dodging the giant lizard's tail, Lu Rujian thrust his spear, once more hitting that scar again on the giant lizard's continuously twisting body. This is the strategy Lu Rujian has adopted. Although he cannot break through the giant lizard's defenses with a single strike, due to his current strength, as long as he attacks its weak point, the giant beast will eventually crumble. The battle scene was broadcasted globally through the Star Network system, and witnessing such a sight, everyone felt a sense of assured victory. How could they lose? Although Lu Rujian at the peak of second tier indeed lacked the power and attack of a third-tier beast, in terms of agility, the massive body of the third-tier beast became a burden. It's not that simple. This is a third-tier beast. Jiang Hao was also watching the live stream, and upon seeing such a scene, his expression was unprecedentedly grave. Although there was only one level difference between third-tier beasts and second-tier beasts, the improvement brought was a qualitative change, with atomic breath being the most significant indicator. Moreover, third-tier beasts have another lethal weapon. Sure enough, after enduring dozens of rounds of attacks, the head of the giant lizard had begun to show obvious cracks. Perhaps with the next strike, Lu Rujian's attack could completely penetrate its brain. At this moment, the giant lizard, as if it had gained insight, suddenly ignored Lu Rujian's attacks completely and jumped fiercely towards the area where the awakened soldiers were most densely packed. Smoke and dust instantly enveloped the battlefield, and amidst that hazy scene, a strange stream of light could be vaguely seen flickering from both sides of the giant lizard's body. Just when everyone was puzzled about what the giant lizard intended to do, suddenly the already massive body of the giant lizard began to swell again. Then a bright light appeared from the gaps in its scales, followed by the emergence of second and third flashes of light. Boom! When the Bodis expansion reached its limit, the nearly 50-meter-long body exploded in front of the shocked gazes of everyone. In the violent explosion, the body disintegrated in an instant, and the scales on its back turned into the sharpest daggers in the world, raining down madly around. The explosion affected an area of over 200 meters. Within the blast radius, a chorus of wails and screams erupted. Many awakened were even decapitated by the rapidly approaching scales, not even having time to let out a single cry. This self-destruction alone caused the forces of Cold Light City to suffer over 30 casualties. Lu Rujin was directly thrown away by the sudden explosion, his silver armor no longer shining as it once did. The cloak behind him was severed in half by the flying scales hanging limply and stained with dark blood, no longer the proud banner it once was. Seeing the sudden change, everyone watching this scene on the Star Network fell into silence. Those who had previously boasted that Awakeners were the future vanished in an instant. The last-ditch counterattack of the third-tier beast shattered the glimmer of faith in their hearts. Just a single third-tier beast's self-destruction had completely buried the originally favorable situation for humanity. Although the beast horde lost its momentum after the third-tier beast was gone, such a result was clearly unacceptable to humanity. This was only the result of the second mutation of the beasts. Oh, what about the third and fourth? When a large number of beasts evolve to the third tier, how will humanity defend itself? At this moment, the flames that had rekindled in everyone's eyes were extinguished in an instant. All they saw was the dark future of humanity. The live broadcast of the battle in Cold Light City unexpectedly resolved the public relations crisis of Fengqiwu. At this moment, the tide of public opinion shifted. Now people on the Star Network are no longer discussing how Fengqiwu's territory cultivates Awakeners, but rather how the human race can survive under the siege of alien beasts. At this moment, a convoy suddenly visited Fengqiwu's territory, instantly attracting the attention of all its residents. This was not because the convoy was grand and magnificent, but because it was simply too shabby. The convoy, consisting of only 3 armored vehicles, was even inferior to an average medium-sized force, yet was able to break through the blockade of second-tier alien beasts unscathed to arrive here, which was quite puzzling. Upon learning this news, Jiang Hao felt a vague sense of the incredible. Where did they come from? Jiang Hao pondered for a moment and asked. They said, they come from the northern domain. In the holographic projection, a sentry stationed at the periphery of the light curtain directly contacted Jiang Hao. Facing the highest commander of their side, the sentry was somewhat nervous, but when he said this, his tone was filled with disbelief. From the northern domain to Fengqiwu. What a joke. The two places are over 2,000 kilometers apart. Not to mention that second-tier alien beasts are rampant now. Even at the onset of the apocalypse, such a distance would have been impossible to traverse right. Hearing this news, Jiang Hao was also slightly taken aback. However, the situation of this convoy finally piqued his interest. Let them in. Take them to the administrative building. I will meet them there. Yes. The soldier saluted and quickly vanished from the screen. When Jiang Hao met this group of people in the newly completed Fengqiwu administrative building, it was already an hour after the call had ended. Northern Domain Captain Liang Xingyou of the Lord's Guard conveys sincere greetings from Lord Shen Jianlin of the Northern Domain. Before Jiang Hao could speak, Liang Xingyou, standing in front of the table, gave a standard military salute and then took out a list from his pocket, placing it on the table. This is a gift from our Lord for your meeting. We hope you will accept it. Jiang Hao raised an eyebrow and glanced at the list on the table. The text on the list was very brief. Apart from the customary greetings, there was only one line of text dedicated to the gift. However, upon seeing that line of text, Jiang Hao's breath momentarily stilled. Zhigu-class missile. This was the gift Shen Jianlin had prepared for Jiang Hao. As a veteran military enthusiast before the apocalypse, Jiang Hao naturally understood that this Zhigu-class missile was the latest generation missile system officially deployed by the Chinese military in July 2024. Unlike other missiles, this missile has a range of 1600 kilometers and can carry 32 multiple warheads. To be precise, this is an intercontinental missile capable of carrying nuclear warheads. Gently slapping the list on the table, pushing it forward, Jiang Hao's lips curled into a hint of an intriguing smile. I wonder what you all came here for us to do. Although Fengqiwu now has a certain level of strength and some main battle equipment to showcase compared to a behemoth like the Northern Domain, the two are naturally not in the same weight class. Jiang Hao was still self-aware about this. As the inheritor of the majority of the military assets before the apocalypse, the Northern Domain's strength is already among the top in the world. Whether in terms of the number of main battle tanks, armed helicopters, or missiles, the Northern Domain statistics are calculated in thousands. Their firepower density is so great that it allows their armed helicopters and fighter jets to soar in the sky, with support from ground firepower networks competing with flying alien beasts in the air. Such strength is naturally beyond what Fengqiwu can compare to at present. However, it is ironic that despite having so much main battle equipment, the Northern Domain ultimately chose to enhance individual combat power, and among them the pillar of the Northern Domain, Shen Jianlin, stands out as the most exceptional. His strength, even among the 7 martial saints, is the most top-tier existence. Therefore, bringing such a lavish gift is naturally not just a simple meeting gift. Actually, it's nothing much. We just hope to take one person from you, which should be simple for you. Isn't it? Liang Xingyou smiled and once again took out a hard drive from his pocket. This contains all the technical data of the Zhigu intercontinental missile. If you let me take the person, then this will be yours. I wonder who has such value that even Lord Shen Jianlin would trade for the data of an intercontinental missile. It is your territories, Shen Bingyan. Jiang Hao was slightly taken aback, and only at this moment did he notice the subtle connection between Xin Jianlin and Xun Bingyan. I wonder what the relationship is between Xun Bingyan and your lord. Miss Xun is the sister of our lord. At this point there was nothing more to hide. Liang Xingyo simply admitted it generously. Does your side think that Feng Qiwu lacks the strength to ensure Xun Bingyan's safety? I speak frankly, our lord does not believe that relying on modern weapons to fight against alien beasts is a wise choice. Liang Xingyo smiled calmly, his tone revealing confidence. Here perhaps no one is more qualified to say such things than they are. A force equipped with absolute weaponry, when they openly deny the capability of modern weapons, undoubtedly causes a huge impact. In fact, the Northern Domain not only says this, but also acts upon it. The team sent to retrieve Xun Bingyan consists of ability users who have reached the second tier. All the way here, they have never relied on any weapons, relying solely on their own strength to fight their way here. Such actions are more persuasive than any opposing opinion. Jiang Hao remained silent, instead shifting the topic and continuing, I'm afraid this matter is not something we can decide. Xun Bingyan is not a commodity. I believe she will make her own choice. As Jiang Hao spoke, he felt a lack of confidence, although they had established a relationship. Xun Bingyan was simply too calm. From the moment she consumed that crystal core to returning to Feng Qiwu with him, she always managed to make the most rational choice in critical moments. And from the current situation facing the formidable power of the Northern Domain, following Liang Xingyo back to the Northern Domain would undoubtedly be a better choice. Of course we respect Miss Xun's wishes. I believe she will make the right choice. Liang Xingyo smiled slightly, his face showing confidence. No need. I choose to stay here. Suddenly a clear and cold voice rang out, and the next moment Xun Bingyan pushed open the door to the reception hall and walked in. She walked gently to Jiang Hao's side, smiled sweetly, and as she parted her lips, a refreshing fragrance wafted out. Territory upgrade complete. Current level 2. Host, please review the latest benefits immediately. Warning. Warning. Due to the territory reaching level 2, the light barrier will vanish in 7 days. Host, please prepare. As the last rays of sunset faded behind the walls of Fengqi Wu, the long-awaited voice finally resounded in his mind. Jiang Hao opened the system panel, and upon seeing the newly added units within the stone that had been weighing on his heart, finally settled. The risky decision to upgrade had finally borne fruit, and now it was time to reap the rewards. Jiang Hao opened the system panel and clicked on some enigmatic buttons. He chose not to construct buildings. Strange beasts had already been spotted gathering around the Fengqi Wu decree, leaving him no time for construction. Instead, he poured all the resources he had accumulated over these days into the exchange panel. Half an hour later, the resource reserves on the system panel were completely depleted, replaced by a series of progress bars on the exchange panel that began counting down. Although Xun Bingyan had refused the request to return to the Northern Domain, Liang Xingyo seemed to cling to a sliver of hope, and after some deliberation decided to stay. Initially, Jiang Hao thought nothing of it, and even admired Liang Xingyo's loyalty. But as time passed, he gradually noticed that since Liang Xingyo and his group arrived, the consumption of food in the territory's canteen had increased significantly. Only then did he realize something was amiss. Under the command of the soldiers, the residents of Fengqi Wu's border town began evacuating uniformly toward the light barrier. Facing a beast tide numbering in the tens of thousands, primarily composed of Tier 2 beasts, the sentry-grade autocannons on the walls posed no threat. After careful consideration, Jiang Hao resolved to annihilate these enemies outside the light barrier. With the escalating alert level, the defensive pressure on Fengqi Wu surged. All soldiers within the territory had their leaves cancelled, and those on vacation were recalled. The only solace for Jiang Hao was that so far no abnormal beast gatherings had been detected in City L. In City P, although outposts had spotted unusual beast activity, it would still take time for them to form a significant force. This greatly alleviated the defensive burden on Fengqi Wu. Deploy all the Bulldog units from the 1st Legion, while use them to wear down the beast tide's strength. Jiang Hao issued the first pre-battle command to the 1st Legion. The holographic map opened, outlining all terrain within 100 kilometers of Fengqi Wu. Dense clusters of red dots surged over mountains and valleys. Hunger was the catalyst for their attack, and slaughter the code embedded deep within their bodies. When the first Tier 2 beast appeared on the slope before Fengqi Wu, Jiang Hao logged into the Xuanwu combat terminal. User ID 001. Welcome, Lord. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Hao stared at the combat system and issued an order to the entire territory. Commence battle. On the surrounding slopes, loose soil and rocks tumbled down as the beast tide advanced. The massive herd of tens of thousands of beasts thundered forward like rolling thunder, exerting immense psychological pressure even before they drew near. Yet as these colossal beasts surged ahead, a crisis from beneath was quietly brewing. An anti-tank mine shattered the battlefield's stillness first. This high-explosive device, capable of easily destroying tanks weighing dozens of tons, tore through the soft underbelly of a Tier 2 beast without mercy. In an instant, countless entrails mixed with foul blood burst forth. Though the blast shrapnel could not inflict secondary damage on these thick-skinned beasts, the rain of blood mist sufficed to disrupt the entire tide's formation. At that moment, thousands of bulldog units leaped from the shadows. Under Xuanwe's control, they charged desperately at the panicked beasts. Though these bulldog units, the territory's initial weapons, had gradually fallen behind the beast's evolution after the upgrade, it did not shake their resolve to complete the mission. Steel stood silent like the most silent arrows cast by shadow. The beast tide's thundering momentum could not sway their fighting spirit, and after the enemy's front lines fell into chaos, they charged forward with unwavering determination. Their steel frames, barely a meter tall, seemed laughably tiny before these Tier 2 beasts. Even though their reinforced fangs could pierce the beast's defenses, their attacks were as futile as scratching an itch against bodies stretching tens of meters. When dozens or hundreds of bulldog units frenziedly pounced on a single beast, biting wildly, anchoring with their claws, tearing chunks of flesh from the giants with their steel jaws, only to be crushed and shattered by the enraged beast, these Tier 1 units, once glorious, defended their honor in this way. This battle would be the bulldog unit's final swan song. Everyone in Fengqi Wu understood this. Though before them, these falling war machines were nothing but cold steel assembled into killing tools, it did not diminish their valor. The battle ended swiftly. The bulldog unit's desperate charge effectively disrupted the beast tide's formation. Many of the beasts that fell in this wave were trampled by their own kind in the chaos, soon swallowed beneath the herd's iron hooves. At that moment, Jiang Hao sat inside a border tank beside a gunner who had just completed basic training. "What's wrong? Still nervous?" Jiang Hao smiled at the soldier whose hands were trembling slightly. "It's not hard to operate. Just follow your training. You'll find it even simpler than the games you used to play." As he spoke, Jiang Hao connected to the Xuanwu system. Xuanwu link to the StarNet. Prepare for a global live stream. A smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Isn't it just streaming? Who can't do that? This time he'll show everyone the future of technology. After seeing the upgraded system panel, Jiang Hao's confidence soared. He had intended to lay low and develop further, but this time he decided to hide no longer. The cautious restraint of the past gave way to a shift in mindset now that he had gained sufficient strength. "My lord, are you planning to use that?" Xuanwe's voice came through again, laced with excitement. "Of course. This time we will use this battle to illuminate humanity's path forward." On the vast open ground beyond the light screen, the boundary tanks stood ready for action. Apart from the new soldiers who were on the battlefield for the first time, excitement glimmered in everyone's eyes. The fear that once lingered in their eyes had long been extinguished by the trials of battle. After numerous wars, what remained in the gazes of these veterans was solely a fervent desire for glory. Having finally encountered a force with compassion in this apocalyptic world, and with the prospect of entering the city for a new life, how could these veterans let such an opportunity slip away? In this battle, no one would back down. The robust body of the boundary tank embodied their courage to conquer all, and within it they were fearless. "It's coming. Mind the distance." The voice of General Zhong Chao from the 1st Legion echoed through the communication channel. These battle-hardened veterans understood precisely what their commander meant. The operational manual clearly stated that the maximum firing range of the boundary tank was 26 kilometers. To unleash the full power of the 150 millimeters high-explosive armor-piercing shell, the optimal range should be controlled around 816 kilometers. Everyone fixated on the holographic image while the constant prompts from Xuanwu filled the air. "The tide of alien beasts is still 21 kilometers away from our front line. 20 kilometers. 19 kilometers. 16 kilometers. As Xuanwe's voice rang out again, a new artilleryman inside the boundary tank involuntarily reached for the firing button. "Hold on." The veteran beside him immediately interrupted that restless hand. "It's too far." The new soldier froze, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Facing the approaching tide of alien beasts, he could even feel the vibrations from the ground inside the vehicle, causing him to stutter. But the training manual says 16 kilometers is sufficient. This is real combat." The veteran laughed nonchalantly and patted the new soldier on the shoulder, saying, "Kid, pay attention. He'll only demonstrate once. After all, I'm counting on this skill to survive in the city." As they spoke, the tide of alien beasts surged faster, and although some suffered losses from trampling, it was but a trifling matter compared to the overwhelming number of thousands of alien beasts. Taking advantage of the downhill slope, these alien beasts moved with increased speed. Some, like the bears and gorillas who were cleverer among them, quickly rolled their bodies down the slope, using the incline to hasten their descent. Closer, even closer. The new soldiers who were just entering the fray had dry throats, continuously licking their lips, their hands numb from anxiety, yet they remained seated, awaiting the order to fire. 9 kilometers. As Xuan's voice sounded once more, and the final distance fixed at 9 kilometers, fire. A nearly deafening roar erupted from the boundary tanks. No one commanded from the public channel, yet over 500 boundary tanks on the position opened fire simultaneously. The thunderous cannon fire drowned out all surrounding noise. Even the rushing sound of the tide of alien beasts was momentarily silenced. The heart-stirring tremor roared so powerfully that even the chest quaked, as if the pent-up frustration within exploded forth in an instant. The bright yellow shells formed a dazzling barrage in midair, a symphony of metal's roar and a testament to technological brilliance. The flames bursting forth at that moment even overshadowed the sun's radiance. In the next moment, on the mountainside where the continuous slopes had been struck as if by lightning, visible shockwaves caused the entire mountain to tremble. Countless flashes of fire completely engulfed the vegetation, and the barrage of over 500 high-explosive armor-piercing shells reshaped the landscape. In the blink of an eye, the height of the mountain's face that suffered the attack was reduced by 2 meters. Under the terrifying shockwave, some of the smaller alien beasts that recklessly charged were directly swept away, only to be pierced by the debris kicked up by the shells. These were the luckier alien beasts. Those less fortunate were directly hit by the shells. Under the extreme penetrating power of the 150 mm high-explosive armor-piercing shell, even a turtle could not escape being torn to shreds under such sheer iron violence. Just one volley resulted in the loss of nearly 1,000 alien beasts, yet at the same time, more alien beasts surged down from the slope. These creatures did not pause to devour their fallen comrades, but rather ran even more frantically, hunger driving them to advance at an even faster pace. Liang Xingyo observed all of this from a high ground. The power displayed by these tanks left a deep impression on him. However, he perceived that no matter how strong the firepower, it was but a flame without roots in his eyes. Faced with such a massive army of alien beasts without sufficient firepower coverage, these tactics merely delayed their demise. Moreover, the capabilities of weapons have their limits. Although these tanks could inflict massive damage on the alien beasts, given the current circumstances, what would happen months or even years later? When the alien beasts evolve to the 3rd tier, 4th tier, or even higher levels, what significance would the shelling of these tanks have? Could one expect these metal clumps to evolve along with the alien beasts? As expected, the situation on the battlefield unfolded just as Liang Xingyo imagined. Although the firepower of the boundary tanks was exceptionally fierce, the mere 500 tanks ultimately had their limits. In the face of enemies outnumbering them by tens of times, the defensive line quickly extended down the valley into the open ground. While the boundary tanks continued to unleash their firepower, the mere quantity of over 500 tanks indeed could not form effective fire coverage. The enemy was alarmingly close. Is everyone ready? Suddenly, countless new devices connected to the channel, and a veteran slowly spoke, his tone betraying a hint of excitement. Of course I can't wait. Let these beasts taste our new toys. As he spoke, the previously calm light screen suddenly began to fluctuate violently. With the fluctuation of the light screen, towering metal shells over 2 meters in height abruptly appeared in everyone's view. These metal shells were entirely black, and apart from the half-encasing metal cover on their heads, the facial defenses were made of a material resembling face armor. The most eye-catching feature was the circular ring on their chests, emanating a cold luminescence. This was the power source for the entire metal shell's cold fusion reactor. In their hands, the trifaceted machine gun, measuring over 1.5 meters in length, also shimmered with a faint blue glow. The 20 mm caliber Gauss machine gun fired bullets capable of tearing through the defenses of 2nd-tier alien beasts. Even 3rd-tier beasts could only fall victim to the terrifying penetration of its metal projectiles during a full volley. Additionally, the high-strength plastic steel lightened the overall mass of the kinetic armor while enhancing its defensive capabilities. The built-in life support system could ensure soldiers' survival for up to 7 days in extreme environments. All of this constituted the new combat unit unlocked after upgrading the territory to level 2. The Black Knight 1 kinetic armor. 500 units of steel, 100 units of energy crystals. Construction time 180 minutes. Requires unlocking phase 2 of nuclear fusion technology. The research center must unlock cold nuclear fusion. This is a basic individual combat unit of the Star River civilization. You do not underestimate it. Even 3rd-tier alien beasts must kneel and sing their submission before it. At this moment, the battle was just beginning. On the Star Network, as everyone instinctively glanced at the time displayed, they saw the kinetic armor bursting forth from the light screen. June 4th, year 1 of the new era. Wow, I almost thought I had crossed over. Is this thing something our current level of technology can possess? What do you know? I've operated this thing before, and it's quite nice. Well, at least in the game. Looks matter. Just based on the looks of this kinetic armor, I'm sold. You up there, what do you know? Good looks don't mean anything. Just wait and see, these iron lumps will be squashed by the beasts in a moment. Indeed, these are just flashy and useless scrap metal. Only awakening truly matters. Just as the heated discussion unfolded online, nearly 1,000 soldiers clad in Black Knight 1 armor had already reached the front lines of the battlefield. The massive triangular gun barrel slowly rotated, and the hydraulic mechanism located at the leg of the kinetic armor only depressed slightly before quickly returning to its original position. The bullets propelled by the electromagnetic drive effectively minimized recoil. In the next moment, accompanied by a faint sizzling sound, a barrage of orange-yellow bullets shot out from the barrel, forming a dense web of firepower in front of the defense line. The sky was cloaked in a barrage of bullets that dyed the entire expanse orange. The metal projectiles made of alloy had a penetrating power incomparable to traditional chemical energy bullets, which was the inherent advantage of electromagnetic rounds. At the moment the bullets made contact with the beast's skin, the once proud, thick hide of the beast was torn apart, like paper, revealing the flesh hidden beneath. In the next instant, the terrifying cavitation effect rapidly erupted within the second-tier beast, creating a cavity the size of a basketball under immense kinetic energy. Although a basketball-sized wound was not fatal for these colossal creatures measuring several dozen meters, the issue was that the bullets propelled by electromagnetic force never hit just one target. These beasts were facing a machine gun with a firing rate of up to 600 rounds per minute. With just one round of fire, these machine guns could drill hundreds of such holes into the beasts. Blood oozed from the wounds of the beasts, and as time passed on the battlefield, the entire hillside soon became soaked with blood. The slippery ground further increased the chances of the beasts stumbling. For these beasts charging in formation, once they fell, their fate would be to be trampled into a mush by their comrades surging from behind. In just one round of fire, with the cooperation of boundary tanks and kinetic armor, the advancing line of beasts was pushed back over 100 meters. Watching the previously advancing tide of beasts being suppressed once more, everyone fell silent at that moment. Not bad. While some veterans said this, the excitement and exhilaration in their tone were impossible to conceal. Reload, continue firing. The rear ammunition compartment of the Black Knight 1 power armor could hold 1,200 rounds, allowing for 2 minutes of continuous fire. The previous round of fire consumed only 300 rounds. After replenishing with a new set of ammunition, the dense web of firepower once again blanketed the entire hillside. Coupled with the artillery fire from the boundary tanks under a barrage of fire, the hillside had turned into scorched earth. Wait, something's off. Just as everyone was celebrating the defeat of the beasts, a squad leader noticed something unusual on the holographic map. On the map, depicted with simple lines, countless red dots were retreating like a tide. Is this? Are we victorious? Impossible, right? Soon all the soldiers noticed this eerie scene, staring incredulously at the strange sight on the holographic map. Is this it? Just as everyone was puzzled, someone noticed that after the red tide retreated on the holographic map, suddenly hundreds of red dots surged up the mountain. These red dots moved rapidly and soon appeared at the mountain's summit. Corrosive ones. Gazing at the lizard-like creatures that stood upright on the slope, Jiang Hao's eyes narrowed slightly. Everyone retreat from the position. After receiving the order, everyone first froze for a second, then loyally executed Jiang Hao's command. No one asked why. The communication channel fell silent. After confirming that it was an order from the Supreme Commander, they unhesitatingly chose to comply. A large number of mechanized troops withdrew from the position. Just as everyone was puzzled by Jiang Hao's decision, the increasingly numerous corrosive ones finally began to act. They stood on the slope, their originally upright forelimbs suddenly dropped down. In the next moment, the spines on their backs began to twist, breaking free like worms. The pale white bones still bore traces of blood, and wisps of white gas continuously rose from the spines just extracted from their bodies. This mutated creature's spine, which should have been dense, now exhibited a hollow state. Within the hollow, the thickness of an arm, a green liquid slowly began to form inside. In the next moment, accompanied by a piercing sound of breaking air, the hollow spine on the corrosive one's back burst forth like a cannonball, tracing a graceful arc through the air before precisely landing on the position of Fengsuo. Sizzle, sizzle. The pungent odor accompanied by a corrosive sound filled the air. As the bony projectile landed, the green liquid contained within quickly splattered, corroding a patch of blackened earth at a visible speed. A large number of defensive fortifications were destroyed in an instant, and the high-intensity acid adhered to any surface, rapidly turning it into a pile of black ash. Seeing this scene, everyone gasped in horror. Had it not been for Jiang Hao's warning, even the reinforced shell of the kinetic armor would have struggled to resist this strong acid's corrosion. Perhaps the energy shields of the boundary tanks could withstand a hit or two, but ultimately they would succumb to the continuous strong acid corrosion. Although the boundary tanks possessed a nuclear fusion reactor that could provide almost unlimited energy for the shields, the device generating the energy shield had its limits. Once it overheated, the entire energy shield would collapse in an instant. What are you still dawdling for? Fire. Jiang Hao smiled slightly. With his vast experience from his past life, he was like a cheat code at this moment. He understood that while the acid of these corrosive ones was highly corrosive, this ability ultimately had its limits. Once they fire all the bone projectiles hidden within them, it would take a long time to regenerate, and during that time, they would be at their weakest. As long as I can master the past, I can conquer the future, Jiang Hao silently said. Since your turn has ended, it's my time to take the stage. On the battlefield of the Beast Tide, both sides of the war resembled two silent chess, players revealing their hidden cards one by one. Although he faced a group of beasts with just awakened consciousness, Jiang Hao still felt a sense of unease. Fortunately, the war had been going relatively smoothly so far. Glancing at the Star Network forum, although there were still many objections to developing technological weapons, as the progress of the war accelerated, such opinions were no longer overwhelmingly negative. At the very least, this was a good start. Jiang Hao thought to himself while on the battlefield. A new round of attacks had already begun. As the corrosive beasts were bombarded to shreds by the new round of artillery fire, the long-range attack capabilities of the beast horde had been nearly annihilated. Faced with the regrouped beasts, Jiang Hao decisively issued the order to attack. Leading with boundary tanks and supported by kinetic armor clusters, over 1,000 newly mechanized troops advanced through the trench-riddled offensive toward the charred hillside. This might be humanity's first counteroffensive against a large-scale beast tide. Especially under a war model dominated by technological weapons which everyone had disparaged, such news had ignited a frenzy of viewership on the Star Network. And this was precisely the goal Jiang Hao aimed to achieve. Although some actions may seem meaningless, once you begin to act, that in itself gives the matter meaning. Jiang Hao had never understood the meaning of this phrase as he did now. This was the significance he assigned to this strike. Technology is humanity's future. As the awakened legion fought fiercely against the beasts, staining the entire battlefield with blood and life, one by one the hard-earned awakened fell, while Jiang Hao's mechanized troops charged forward. They would turn the tide of the entire battle with artillery fire. At this moment, he wanted everyone to see. Boom. The booming sound of artillery erupted suddenly, disrupting the deployment of the beast horde with exploding shells. Amidst the artillery fire, some beasts even looked up wide-eyed in surprise at the incoming shells. They did not understand why humans dared to take the initiative to attack them. However, after the shock, these beasts sprang into action. Their crimson eyes revealed their fury, and the thunderous sound of their charge echoed through the valley once more. The fragile ground finally could not withstand the baptism of war cracking under the frenzied charge of these giants. To quickly close the distance to the ant-like humans, the beasts even began to leap. When the first batch of beasts appeared in everyone's line of sight, the kinetic armor's trident machine guns began to spit fire with a dense barrage instantly covering the entire hillside. Yet this time, contrary to expectations, there was no scene of flesh exploding. Instead, after the yellow bullets struck the leading forces of the beast tide, a harsh metallic clashing sound erupted. Countless sparks flew as the beasts advanced. Peering through binoculars, Zhong Chao finally saw the situation there. It's a pangolin. A mechanical squad leader quickly reported the frontline situation. Xuanwu, can you calculate the biological level of that pangolin? Jiang Hao asked. Given the destructive power of kinetic armor and boundary tanks, even a third-tier beast would find it hard to survive unscathed under such a barrage unless it is a fourth-tier beast. Soon Xuanwu's detection results came in, revealing a new ability unlocked after territory upgrading, capable of determining the beast's level through detecting biological magnetic field intensity. Seeing the detection results, Jiang Hao fell into silence. While it is indeed possible to give birth to fourth-tier beasts in the current apocalyptic ecological environment, such high-level beasts usually appear alone. Their proud strength and strong territorial awareness simply do not allow lower-tier beasts to approach them. Wait. Jiang Hao suddenly thought of a possibility. If this high-level beast appeared in the beast tide, it could only mean one thing. There must be at least one evolution core hidden somewhere near its territory. This thing is simply a catalyst for beast evolution. Within 100 kilometers of it, all beasts' evolution would be influenced. Under the enhancement of the evolution core, the evolution level of beasts within its range would surpass that of ordinary beasts by a level, and for some beasts with good qualifications, they could even evolve into higher-level life forms. What worried Jiang Hao even more was that if his deduction was correct, this might just be an appetizer for the beast tide. It turned out Jiang Hao's worries were not unfounded. At the war front, after the fourth-tier beast blocked all attacks, its massive body suddenly stood tall, towering like a mountain at dozens of meters high. As the pangolin rose, its heavy scales began to tremble, producing a piercing sound like wind chimes in a gentle breeze. The next moment, a beam of crimson flame erupted from the pangolin's mouth. Atomic breath. The scorching energy beam swept across the battlefield, incinerating the surrounding air and numerous remnants. Compared to the atomic breath of a third-tier beast, the atomic breath of a fourth-tier beast was more solid and lasted longer. A faint blue energy rose, and the energy shield of the boundary tank instantly expanded, barely holding up under the scorching light beam. Energy shield durability remaining 32 as the red light gradually dissipated. Xuanwei's notification rang out simultaneously. After just one round of attack, the boundary tank had lost more than half of its energy shield. Sitting inside the tank, they could even smell the burnt odor produced by the energy shield's overloading. The worst off were those kinetic armor soldiers who were directly exposed to the atomic breath. They had no time to react and were instantly engulfed by the scorching beam. Through the live broadcast on the Star Network, everyone witnessed this scene. The entire world fell into a silence. Although survivor forces had some understanding of the evolution of beasts, no one expected this day would come so quickly. Lord, our attack is being obstructed. We should withdraw the troops first. A command vehicle transformed from an armored vehicle, Jiang Hao said as he looked at the real-time dynamics on the holographic map. Did you not consider the possibility of high-level beasts intervening in the war? After all, third-tier beasts have already appeared in Cold Light City. Xin Bingyan was inside a boundary tank. Her tank had just withstood a wave of atomic breath, and at that moment various alarms from the boundary tank's instruments echoed in the communication channel. However, before Xin Bingyan could finish her words, her voice abruptly cut off. The appearance of that fourth-tier aberrant beast seemed to signal something, and as it emerged, nearly 100 red dots suddenly appeared on the holographic map across the battlefield. Detecting third-tier aberrant beast fluctuations. Xuanwei's warning echoed in their ears, followed by a massive horde of third-tier aberrant beasts appearing before everyone's eyes. What a sight it was! Third-tier aberrant beasts blanketed the mountains, their colossal forms blotting out the sky like a gaping abyssal maw encircling the entire valley. The mere glimpse of the scene drove despair into every heart, cold sweat trickling down their backs. This was a legion of nearly 1,000 third-tier aberrant beasts, and in that moment, all were stunned. The awakened ones who had just been smug over Cold Light City's victory against a single third-tier beast now felt the terror of being dominated by these creatures. As nearly 1,000 third-tier beasts charged, the ground quaked, their roars thundered like crashing bolts of lightning. Their charge was a force that flattened everything in its path. In that instant, under the gaze of all, the aberrant beasts declared in this manner, "Who truly ruled this world? How is this possible?" Only then did Liang Xingyo, who had been quietly observing from the sidelines, finally reveal a hint of panic on his face. A horde of third-tier beasts of this scale would demand a city-wide mobilization even in the northern domain, let alone in Fengchi Wu, which Liang Xingyo deemed a remote backwater. "Lord Jiang, I ask you one last time. Will you allow me to take Miss Xin Bingyan away?" Liang Xingyo connected Jiang Hao's communication channel, still clinging to his original purpose. "If you agree, I can contact our city lord right now. Request missile support. Cover this land with thousands of missiles combined with your border tanks, and there's still hope to repel this aberrant beast assault." Hearing the voice in the communication channel, Jiang Hao let out a scornful laugh. Was Liang Xingyo still blind to the situation? Did he really think Xin Jinlin would deplete the entire northern domain's missile stockpile for his sister and her guard captain? It was no wonder the northern domain as a power survived to the final moments of the apocalypse in the past life. In Xin Jinlin's eyes, the northern domain's interests reigned supreme. Indeed, he was an exceptional leader of a faction, but not a worthy brother. Perhaps sending his guard captain to find his sister was the greatest concession he could make. Jiang Hao mused, thus indifferent to Liang Xingyo's words. Withdrawing his gaze, he refocused on the battlefield. By now 2 rounds of artillery had been fired, but the fourth-tier aberrant beast stood firm, its tail whipping up a fierce gale, effortlessly blocking high-explosive armor-piercing shells and Gauss rounds with just that appendage. Against the absolute defense of a fourth-tier aberrant beast, the weapons of Fengchi Wu's territory were utterly powerless. The tremors from the ground sent rocks tumbling down the slopes. Under the assault of nearly 1,000 third-tier beasts, the entire mountain seemed unable to withstand the crushing force on the verge of collapse. Yet at this moment, no one retreated. Even the trembling recruits had regained control of their bodies, pulling triggers and firing relentlessly. All knew in their hearts that this battle would end only in life or death. No other possibilities existed. No one was foolish enough to kneel and beg for mercy here. Doing so would only seal their fate as prey. This was a war between 2 races, a war of extinction with no quarter given. Fengchi Wu territory is finished. Seeing the scene unfold, all reached the same consensus. No one doubted the truth of those words. Even though the light barrier enveloping Fengchi Wu's territory still stood in the live broadcast, everyone could already foresee the territory's end against such a massive aberrant beast charge. At that moment, amid the world's doubts and lamentations, the StarNet live broadcast suddenly shifted. The frame revealed Jiang Hao's delicate, slightly youthful face. He seemed to notice the change in the camera and waved playfully at the hyperspectral lens embedded in the border tank, then offered a faint smile. Then he pointed at the distant light barrier, signaling the camera to turn that way. "What is that?" As the view shifted, everyone's eyes went wide, replaced by prolonged shock. The once placid light barrier suddenly rippled with massive waves, and colossal constructs emerged slowly from within. They were towering mechs nearly 20 meters in height. Their frames glowed with a silver sheen against the snow, not crafted as monolithic structures, but assembled from a few modular components. Resembling the Gypsy Danger, in silhouette, they were built from just 5 forged modular parts with a fusion reactor gleaming coldly on their chests. The head of this steel beast was fused entirely with its body, and where the head should have been additional armor plates fortified the vulnerable area. This headless design gave rise to its fearsome name Tian, the Xing-class mecha. What astounded most about this mecha was its joints. Not a single steel plate or other material was used. In fact, the joints of these nearly 20-meter technological behemoths were not connected to the torso at all. Its limbs were entirely constrained by magnetic bearing servo systems. This undoubtedly vastly enhanced its agility, while in its hand a plasma sword over 8 meters long cleaved the air, exuding an aura of order before the mecha. The Xing-class mecha 2 units of steel, 8 units of energy crystals, construction time 5 days. The pinnacle creation of second-generation fusion reactors, the ultimate order of infantry units in the Star River civilization. Tremble before it, you ants. Jiang Hao now stood atop the border tank's turret, gazing up at the imposing mecha. The feeling of unparalleled invincibility was a height he had never known. The once radiant northern domain, the 7 martial saints revered by countless awakened ones. Everything dimmed into insignificance with the arrival of the Xing-class mecha. All that was once brilliant now belonged to the era of Fengqi Wu. You are all but the past, only I am the present. Feeling the surging blood within him, Jiang Hao raised his arm in a rallying cry under the StarNet broadcast. Xuanwu, prepare for Xingtian boarding. Acknowledged. Connecting to the Xingtian system. Connection complete. Authorizing boarding. As he spoke, one of the Xingtian mechas strode over, extending its arm before the border tank. Jiang Hao leaped onto the mecha's arm, and as the metallic limb moved, he was lifted high. The hatch opened, and he jumped straight in. To operate such a colossal machine, an extremely complex control system would be necessary, yet, when Jiang Hao entered its interior, he discovered that the structure within the Xingtian mech was remarkably simple. There was only a single massive metal platform. As Jiang Hao stepped into the cockpit, his body was instantly covered with various virtual sensors, and with every movement, he made the enormous frame of the Xingtian mech mirrored his actions in perfect synchrony. Although the operating logic of the Xingtian mech appeared straightforward, Jiang Hao still felt the immense difficulty of maneuvering such a behemoth during his first attempt. In fact, after upgrading to a Level 2 territory, a building unit called the Holographic Simulation Chamber was unlocked in the construction list, a training facility specifically designed for the Xing-class mechs and future weapons. Without systematic training, piloting such a giant was no less challenging than asking Zhang Fei to embroider. After a brief attempt at operation, Jiang Hao decisively abandoned the idea of fighting with the mech. However, with Xuanwu's intervention, none of this was a problem. After authorizing the mech's control permissions to Xuanwu, Jiang Hao observed the battlefield through a one-way viewable screen inside the cockpit. When the Xingtian mech appeared on the battlefield, it successfully drew the attention of a considerable number of third-tier mutant beasts, as well as the fourth-tier one, and the battlefield erupted with deafening roars. Yet before those roars could fully spread across the field, Xuanwu, controlling the Xingtian mech, had already sprung into action. The turbine engines at its back let out a fierce shriek, trailing dozens of meters of azure flames that swept down to the ground. The immense thrust instantly lifted the Xingtian mech's bulky body into the air, then sent it crashing onto the battlefield. The violent impact tore up 4 or 5 meters of earth, flinging even the nearby third-tier mutant beasts through the air. At that moment, the plasma longsword in the Xingtian mech's hand had already retracted into the holster at its waist, and without a supply of energy, the plasma blade instantly lost its radiance. Under Xuanwu's control, the Xingtian mech interlaced its fingers, clenched its fists, and then swung them a few times, as if acclimating to its new body. Then the turbine engines at its back erupted once more, and the Xingtian mech lunged forward with a thunderous impact. A sound like a baseball bat striking a head rang out, as the lightning-fast fist wrapped in waves of compressed air struck the nearest mutant beast without fail. The next moment, the crisp crack of breaking bones echoed, and the beast barely managed a whimper before it was dead. Not bad force. Let's try the power under overload conditions. Jiang Hao exclaimed in admiration, having already seen the Xingtian mech's relevant data through the control panel's instructions. No sooner had he spoken than the fusion engine in the Xingtian mech's chest emitted a piercing hum, and a glaring azure light gradually intensified at its core. The next moment, the Xingtian mech shot forward, and before the third-tier beast before it could react, delivered a punch that sent blood splattering everywhere. Accompanied by the unmistakable sound of bones shattering under the Xingtian mech's full force, the head of that ape-like beast exploded instantly. Holy crap, that's awesome. I want to pilot that thing. Witnessing this, the soldiers inside the border tanks erupted in thunderous cheers. After the appearance of this colossal machine before them, their border tanks suddenly lost their appeal. After all, what man doesn't dream of piloting a mech? The horde of mutant beasts roared in fury, yet their claws were as powerless as a child's toys against the Xing mech. Those same claws which could easily tear through the border tank's armor left only shallow dents on the mech's massive frame. Atomic breath. Realizing their attacks were ineffective, the third-tier beasts unleashed their ultimate weapon. A crimson radiance instantly dyed the battlefield sky in a rosy hue, burning away the surrounding air in an instant. The sudden shift in atmospheric pressure spawned a fierce gale swiftly spreading across the field, carrying scorched earth and gunpowder smoke. Yet faced with an attack of this caliber from third-tier beasts, the Xing mech didn't even activate its energy shield, withstanding the barrage solely through the defensive power of its armor. This was the ultimate order of human infantry. Amidst the encirclement of numerous formidable mutant beasts, it upheld the living space for human survivors. And such order was now held by 8 Xing Mechs in Fengqiwu. Everyone witnessed this scene, and the entire StarNet fell into dead silence. Those who had been singing the praises of technological dominance wisely fell silent after seeing the Xing mech. Although technological development is a slow process, once such a technological barrier is breached, the resultant boost to humanity's strength is both profound and immense. This is especially evident in extreme environments like the apocalypse. Cultivating a second-tier or even third-tier awakener requires not only a 1 in 10,000 talent, but also a vast amount of time and resources. Yet even such an awakener can only face 7 or 8 mutant beasts of the same tier simultaneously on the battlefield. But with weapons like the Xing mech, an ordinary soldier after just a month or even half a month of systematic training could pilot the mech, and the effectiveness of such a mech on the battlefield would be on a strategic level. Most importantly, the production of such high-end combat power is sustainable and scalable. Facing beast tides numbering in the tens of thousands, this is the only path to victory. And at this moment, although there were only 8 Xing mechs on the battlefield, their absolute power alone held back nearly 1,000 mutant beasts. After a punch sent a beast flying, all the mechs ceased their attacks. Amidst the mountain of beast corpses, they formed a battle line in tacit understanding, and then the fusion reactors on their chests flared up like brilliant stars, driving their power to the maximum. Annihilate. Jiang Hao seemed to hear Xuan's excited voice. At that moment, he noticed on the holographic display before him that the icon representing the mech's ultimate weapon was slowly lighting up. The next moment, all the mechs slightly hunched over, bowing at a 90-degree angle, their massive mechanical arms bracing against the ground. Then on their smooth, flat backs, a rugged launch port suddenly opened. With the grating sound of metal, sleek, small silver shells slowly emerged from the port. Boom. A dull roar like a thunderclap pierced through all surrounding sounds. The electromagnetic suspension devices at the mech's legs were compressed to their limit in an instant. Then, propelled by the electromagnetic rails, the compressed air formed a cone-shaped sonic barrier at the launch port of the silver shells, which expanded outward in an instant.